This audiobook contains 3 censored sentences and 312 modified sentences to make it suitable for all audiences. Visit our website to listen to the original version without censorship or modifications. Link in the channel bio. Slicing gracefully through the air like enormous golden blades, leaving destruction in their wake. The ground quickly became a chaotic scene sprinkled with remnants of battle. Just as another group of attackers surged toward her, a fierce burst of dragon fire erupted from Drogon, turning them to ash and melting their armor in an instant. But more enemies kept coming, refusing to abandon their futile charge. Viserion spun around sharply, her massive wings whipping up gusts strong enough to hurl men against the arena walls, their bones breaking upon impact. Her jaws snapped shut, catching 2 attackers midair, tearing them to shreds before flinging their mangled bodies back into the chaos. Shuring a sharp, blade-like sound spread through the arena as a new pair of wings cut through the air at a terrible speed. Dany looked up to find Viserys reaching the skies of the arena from wherever had been all this time. Her heart skipped a beat as he gilded downward, his wings casting a dark shadow over the battlefield. Arrows aimed at him were swatted away as if they were mere pests, still floating a dozen feet above the ground. For a brief moment, he hovered silently, casting a cold gaze upon the devastation below. Then Viserion, he ordered calmly, his voice full of authority. Gold Dragon's breath at his words. Viserion's throat expanded as molten fire built up inside her. It wasn't anything like Drogon's, no. Dany's eyes widened as the flames exploded outward in a controlled, blazing stream. Unlike normal dragon fire, this golden flame twisted and turned as if alive, washing over the sons of the Harpy and burning them up in an instant. The whole fighting pit turned into a fiery nightmare. Yet somehow, Daenerys and her people remained untouched amid the destruction. She stared in disbelief at her brother's power, at the control he exerted over his dragon. How had he achieved such mastery? How had Viserion grown so powerful the fight was destined to continue? Viserys was here, her brother, coming to her rescue despite everything. The sons of Harpy didn't stand a chance, but Daenerys couldn't stay. Shame and failure washed over her like a tide. Her city was in chaos, another of her husbands dead, her friends wounded, and her own dragon injured because of her decisions. With sudden, desperate determination, she swiftly climbed atop Drogon's broad back, ignoring the pain radiating from her injured arm. She clung to his scales as he roared again, his wings spreading wide. "Go," she begged, "fly." With a powerful thrust, Drogon surged upward, leaving chaos and death behind. The wind tore at her hair, the city shrinking rapidly beneath them. Daenerys looked down, heart aching for those left behind, but she didn't have the courage to show her face to these people anymore. Viserys turned his head, and her eyes met his. She was scared head, give her a mocking look, but his expression, it was full of rage. But not toward her. And no, I must be seeing things. Whatever the case, she didn't want to spend another minute here. She had failed them. Failed as a queen, failed as a ruler, failed as a Targaryen. And now, as she fled on Drogon's back, she could not escape the truth that her brother, the brother she had dismissed and defied, had come to save what remained of her broken kingdom. Dracarys, 98 Fire and Blood, Chapter 98. Fire and blood, the dry grass of the Dothraki, sea whispered beneath Daenerys as she curled into herself, the midday sun bearing down with merciless heat. Her broken arm throbbed in time with her heartbeat, a constant reminder of her failure. Of her brother, Drogon lay sprawled nearby, his massive form casting the only shadow for miles. Blood still oozed from the wounds head suffered in Daznak's pit. Spears embedded in his black scales like pins in a seamstress cushion. She had tried to remove them, but had snapped at her fingers, eyes blazing with pain and fury. "Please," she whispered, crawling closer despite his warning growl. "Let me help you." The dragon regarded her with amber eyes that held no recognition. No loyalty, just the wild, untamed spirit of a creature that answered to no master, not even the mother of dragons. How had her brother tamed one such beast? Shame washed over her anew. She had abandoned her city, her people, her friends. Left Ser Barristan bleeding, Grey Worm barely recovered from his earlier wounds. Miss Sandii with a fresh gash across her shoulder. They had fought for her, and she had fled. And Viserys, the memory of his face as she soared away, twisted in her gut like a knife. Had come for her after all, despite her defiance, despite her broken promises. His dragon stronger, more magnificent than even Drogon, had moved with precision and power that Daenerys could only dream of commanding. The vast emptiness of the Dothraki sea mirrored Daenerys' sense of abandonment. Each breath felt like labor, weighed down by the heavy realization of her failures. Yet, amidst the whispers of the dry grass and Drogon's occasional pained growl, a spark of resolve ignited within her. She recalled the faces of those who had stood by her, the loyalty in Grey Worm's eyes, the unyielding determination of Ser Barristan, the gentle support of Miss Sandii. They had fought for her, believed in her vision of a better world. A sudden wave of clarity washed over her. She couldn't abandon them now, not when they needed her most. They were more than just subjects. They were her family, her people. Since her dreams of getting the Iron Throne were ruined, the city of Meereen became more than a throne. It was a promise of freedom, a symbol of her dream to break the chains of oppression. She had to go back. "Why did you bring me here?" she asked Drogon, her voice cracking with thirst. She had initially only wanted to fly into the pyramid, but Drogon brought her here. She leaned against his body, staring ahead as she spoke slowly. "Take me back. They need us." JRRGH. Drogon flicked his tail, unconcerned with her pleas. She sighed, staring ahead. Spoiler collapse, he had gorged himself on wild goats earlier, leaving nothing but charred bones for her to find. Now, his only interest seemed to be sleep. Daenerys sank back into the grass, her strength fading. Without water, without food, she wouldn't last long in this wasteland. Another failure to add to her growing list. "You should have listened." The voice slithered through the air like silk. Daenerys stiffened, then turned slowly. Kaith the Shadowbinder stood a few paces away, her lacquered mask gleaming in the sunlight. Her form shimmered as if seen through water. The Shadowbinder's presence seemed both solid and ethereal, a contradiction of a natural world. "You," Daenerys breathed, struggling to her feet, "have you come to mock me as well?" "I came to witness," Kaith replied, her voice eerily calm. "To see the dragon queen fallen from her throne of bones." Fury flared in Daenerys' chest. "I have not fallen. Meereen still stands, and I will return." "Meereen burns," Kaith interrupted. "The sons of the Harpy spread through its streets like poison. Your unsullied fall one by one. Your friends bleed. Your reign crumbles to ash." Each word struck like a physical blow. Daenerys swayed on her feet. "No," she whispered. "My brother, yes." Kaith nodded slowly. "Your brother, the Dragon King. He fights your war now, while you hide in the grass. He's the sole reason that the things I just mentioned didn't happen. He defied that fate." "I am not hiding," Daenerys snapped, but the words rang hollow even to her own ears. "Drogon brought me here. I didn't choose to leave." Kaith tilted her head, the jewels on her mask catching the sunlight. "Didn't you? The moment you climbed onto his back, you chose flight over fight. You chose to abandon what you could not control." Drogon shifted behind her, as if sensing her distress. But he made no move to rise, to take her back to the city that needed her. "What would you have me do?" Daenerys asked, anger giving way to desperation. "Tell me plainly for once. No more riddles, no more prophecies. I told you before. To go forward, you must go back." Kate stepped closer, her movements unnaturally smooth. "Back to the beginning. Back to blood." "Viserys," Daenerys said, the name bitter on her tongue. "The brother you denied. The king you scorned." Kate's voice held no judgment, only cold facts. "He has grown into his power while you cling to the ghost of yours." Daenerys felt herself trembling, not from fear but from the weight of truth in those words. She thought of Viserys as he was now commanding, powerful, his dragon obeying his every word while her own fled at the first opportunity. The contrast was so stark it burned. "He broke my arm," she said softly. "He threatened me, called me useless. And was he wrong?" Kaith asked, the question slicing deep. "You have lost 2 dragons. Your city bleeds. Your soldiers die. Your enemies multiply." Daenerys had no answer. "The time for pride has passed. Daenerys Stormborn," Kaith continued, circling her slowly. "The dragon must not fight the dragon. Fire against fire leaves only ashes." "You want me to surrender to him?" Daenerys asked incredulously. "To kneel before my brother, like some conquered queen? I want you to remember who you are." Kaith stopped directly before her. "Blood of the dragon. Last of the Targaryens, save one. You were meant to rule together. A dynasty reborn through fire. He's not here to conquer you. He's just here to take his sister back." Dany's heart spasmed at her last words. "Does he truly?" Despite everything, she let out a laugh, a hollow, bitter sound. "You don't know my brother if you think he would share power. I know him better than you think." Kaith said cryptically. "He has changed, yes. Grown stronger, yes. But he came for you when you needed him most. Would a true enemy do such a thing?" The question lingered in the air between them. Daenerys remembered the rage in Viserys' eyes as she fled, not directed at her, but at those who dared attack her. It didn't fit with the brother who had sold her, abused her, and threatened her unborn child. "Who are you?" "That is not important, Mother of Dragons." Dany knew asking more was useless, so she sighed. "What would you have me do?" She asked again, quieter now. "Submit," Kaith said simply. "Not to break, but to bend, like the reed in the storm that survives while the oak shatters. Find him. Join him. Together, you'll be unstoppable." Daenerys looked away, staring across the endless plains. "And if I refuse?" She was not convinced. She'd never be. "Then you will die," Kaith said, her voice soft with certainty. "Alone, forgotten, and he will rule all the same. Lonely, but regardless." After that talk, the vision of Kaith shimmered and vanished like morning mist, leaving Daenerys alone with the endless grasslands stretching in every direction. Then Drogon shifted restlessly beside her, his massive wings extending briefly before he launched himself skyward with surprising speed. "Drogon!" Daenerys cried, her voice breaking. "Please don't leave me." But the black dragon soared higher, a dark shadow against the pale blue sky. It then banked sharply and disappeared beyond the horizon. Abandoned. Again, her stomach clenched with hunger, her throat parched with thirst. Daenerys stumbled forward, her legs trembling beneath her. She couldn't simply sit there staring at the charred bones of sheep Drogon had devoured earlier. The tall grass lashed against her legs as she pressed on. With each step, her burden grew heavier, as her broken arm sent jolts of pain through her body with every motion. She scanned the terrain anxiously, looking for any hint of water, food, or shelter. Nothing. The grassland offered nothing, other than endless waves of gold and brown under the merciless sun. It made her feel helpless. It made her want to cry. "Submit," Kaith had said. The word tasted like ashes in her mouth as her lips quivered. "No, I am Daenerys Stormborn," she whispered to herself, her cracked lips stinging. "I take what is mine with fire and blood. I do not submit." But hadn't she already fled, abandoned her people, left Meereen to burn while she cowered in the grass like a frightened rabbit? And Viserys, her cruel, weak brother who had sold her like chattel, now commanded a dragon more powerful than her own. The irony was bitter enough to choke on. As she spent the next hour roaming the grass in search of a single fruit-bearing tree, something finally changed. Dum-dum-dum. A distant sound pulled her from her thoughts. Drums? No wolf bats. Hundreds of them, perhaps 10,000, pounding against the earth in a rhythm as old as the grasslands themselves. Daenerys froze, her heart hammering against her ribs. One by one, riders appeared on the horizon, their silhouettes unmistakable, long braids and curved rocks gleaming in the sunlight. The Dothraki. Damn it, they saw her as an enemy, someone who was the reason why Khal Drogo died. This couldn't be good. They spread across the grassland like a living wave, horses snorting and stomping as they encircled her position. Thousands of them, far less than Drogo commanded, but more than enough to tear her apart. Their whoops and cries filled the air as they drew closer, tightening the noose around her. Daenerys swallowed. She stood straight, lifting her chin despite the fear coursing through her veins. She had been Khaleesi once. She would not cower before them, even in defeat. But as the circle of mounted warriors closed around her, the magnitude of her situation crashed down upon her shoulders. Alone, dragonless, injured, she was nothing but prey to them now. What could she do against 10,000 Dothraki? Daenerys sighed, her shoulders sagging with exhaustion and resignation. After everything she had survived the Red Waste, Karth, the masters of Astapor, and Yunkai, the sons of the Harpy, to fall to Dothraki in the middle of nowhere seemed a cruel jest of the gods. Wasn't that funny? Somehow, she couldn't laugh. Roar than a roar split the sky. Not Drogon. She knew her child's voice, and this was different, deeper, more commanding. She knew this one too. A golden sheen fell over the world as if the sun itself had descended. Daenerys looked up to find Viserion soaring overhead, the dragon's golden scales catching the sunlight in a blinding display of power. She flew low as her massive form flew over the Dothraki, whose horses slowed and turned away in panic. Loyal steeds who would never fear battle now fled for their lives, though not all could escape. "Why, don't run, coward stallion," they yelled among themselves, and Dany looked around in wonder. It was a sight to see these brave men tremble. They looked at the dragon in fear, and they looked at her in fear, for the dragon was here to protect her. Viserion landed behind her with earth-shaking force, her wings creating a gust that nearly knocked Daenerys off her feet. The golden dragon roared at the Dothraki forces, the sound vibrating through Daenerys' bones. The air boomed, grass exploded, barbaric mudbloods. And there, atop the magnificent creature, sat Viserys. Her brother, transformed beyond recognition from the sniveling, cruel man she had once known, glared at the Dothraki. Then, he looked down at her. He smiled at her, his expression shifting to triumph and something softer she couldn't quite name. "How many times do I have to save you in a single day, sister?" Not very dragon-like. He insulted her and then reached out a hand. "Cool, me." Daenerys stared at the offered hand, paralyzed by indecision. To take it would mean surrender and admission that she had failed where he had succeeded, that she couldn't survive without him. Every fiber of her being rebelled against the idea. Yet what choice did she truly have? Surrounded by Dothraki, without Drogon, with a broken arm, could she really afford pride now? If she refused him, what then? Would he leave her to the Khalasar? Fly away as Drogon had? Or would he take her anyway, drag her back to Meereen in chains to show everyone how the mighty mother of dragons had fallen? And if she accepted, what would he demand in return? Submission? The Iron Throne? Her very dragons? "But my dragons are already lost to me," she thought bitterly. Rhaegal stolen, Drogon fled, and Viserion never belonged to me at all. Perhaps Kaith was right. Perhaps this was the only way forward through surrender. But she wasn't sure if she had it in her to annoying to the last second. Before she could finish the thought, Viserys grumbled impatiently. He leaped from Viserion's back with inhuman grace, landing beside her. In one swift motion, he yanked her off her feet. "Look," he said, jumping back onto Viserion's back as if the massive height were nothing, cradling her against his chest. "If you're so stubborn, they'll just have to be a bit more forceful and claim you myself. I don't care if you keep fight." The words died in his throat as Daenerys wrapped her arms around his neck, gently resting her face against his shoulder. "No," she said softly, her voice barely audible over Viserion's breathing. "I won't fight anymore." As she barely found the strength to speak. "I'm sorry for being like this, brother." Viserys froze for a moment, clearly caught off guard by her surrender. A moment passed between them like that, surrounded by shouting Dothraki and a roaring Viserion. Then his expression softened into a genuine smile. He hugged her back, one arm secure around her waist. "Viserion, fly," he commanded. The golden dragon scoffed before spreading her wings and launching into the sky, leaving the thousands of Dothraki men on horseback far below. The sight made something click into place in Daenerys' mind. Her brother wasn't the same man who had sold her to Khal Drogo. The same man who had been bullied by every Dothraki, even the weakest among them. Now, he could simply ignore thousands of them together and walk away because they posed no threat to him. Because if they tried to harm him, she was sure the grass sea wouldn't belong to the Dothraki anymore. Dany felt pathetic at that realization, knowing how lesser she was compared to him. As they soared higher, the acceptance of everything she had lost and everything he had gained washed over her in a wave of grief and acceptance. Yet at the same time, she felt safe, because lesser or not, he was her brother, and he came all the way here to protect her. Daenerys found herself sobbing against her brother's chest, tears she had held back for too long finally breaking free. Chapter 99. Realization. In the sky, the sun blazed overhead, casting shimmering patterns across Viserion's golden scales as we soared through the endless blue expanse. Clouds passed by us, lightening the day's toll on us. Far below, Slaver's Bay stretched like a dark sapphire, its waters hiding the horrors that had given the region its name. I held Daenerys firmly against my chest, one arm wrapped around her waist, the other gripping Viserion's spine ridges. Her silver-gold hair whipped across my face occasionally, carrying a scent that dragged me back to our childhood before the madness. Before the fall, she hadn't spoken a word since we left the Dothraki Sea. Her body remained tense against mine, though her arms had relaxed their death grip around my neck. Pride wounded, spirit broken, the mighty Khaleesi, the vaunted mother of dragons, reduced to being rescued by the only brother Shed once discarded. I felt her shallow breathing, the slight tremor that ran through her whenever Viserion banked sharply. Her broken arm lay awkwardly between us, a reminder of my own cruelty. I should have felt triumphant, vindicated. Yet, strangely, victory was a mix. I did feel those two things I just mentioned, but it wasn't a 100% pleasant feeling. How things change, I mused, watching a flock of birds scatter at our approach. From a pathetic, silver-haired beggar to the Dragon King who commanded the skies. Once, I.D. dreamed of nothing more than selling my sister for an army, scraping together enough power to take back what was stolen from us. My ambitions had been laughably small, 100,000 dumb barbaric screamers to conquer 7 kingdoms. Now, with the system's power flowing through my veins and Viserion at my command, those early dreams seemed like a child's fantasy. Page Viserys Targaryen, the Dragon King, 23 years old, level 5058 STR, 60 Yini, 57 DX, 62 INT 58, LUC 180 AUTH page. I observe the status screen. Level 50 now, and with a new draconic trait, after the wings, I received 25 levels ago. I was more than a mere human now. A lot more. ID become something more, something stronger, deadlier, more cunning than ID ever imagined possible. ID secured alliances with houses Tyrell and Stark. ID subjugated the Iron Islands. ID defeated Stannis Baratheon and claimed King's Landing. ID executed the false King Joffrey before his mother's eyes. I ruled the 7 kingdoms as its sole monarch. And yet, something had been missing. Something ID been reluctant to acknowledge. Her, my little sister, the last of my blood. The final piece of our shattered family. She was the only person in this world who remembered our mother's lullabies or could share stories of our childhood home, even if those memories were mere fragments for her. Sentiment, I scoffed inwardly. Weak, foolish, beneath me. But the truth remained. The reason I'd flown across the sea to come see her, ruling without Daenerys at my side, had felt incomplete. Not because I needed her power or her counsel, but because she was a Targaryen. The Targaryen other than me. Jon Snow didn't count. He was a bastard, and he wasn't my sibling. Dany and I were the last dragons, and dragons belong together. Viserion banked slightly, adjusting her course with the shifting winds. The world tilted beneath us, endless grasslands giving way to rolling hills, then more arid terrain as we neared the coastline again. Clouds drifted below us like islands in a sea of blue, casting scattered shadows on the land. I glanced down at Daenerys. Her eyes were half closed, exhaustion evident in every line of her body. Her lips were cracked from dehydration, her skin flushed from the sun. She needed water, food, medical attention, all things I could provide once we reached civilization. But first, Viserion, I commanded, my voice carrying easily over the rush of wind, change course. To Yunkai, I felt Daenerys stiffen against me. Her eyes snapped fully open, looking up at me with confusion and alarm. Yunkai? She finally broke her silence, voice hoarse from disuse. Why? Meereen is where we need to go. My people are fighting there. Dying your people? I cut her off with a harsh laugh. The same people who were ready to skewer your dragon and watch you burn? The same city that spawned the sons of the Harpy? Viserion responded to my command, banking sharply eastward. The coastline appeared on the horizon, a thin line separating blue from brown. There's still my responsibility, Daenerys insisted, though with less conviction than before. I abandoned them once already. I can't what? I challenged. Can't make the right strategic decision? Can't put aside your pride long enough to listen to someone who knows better? Her eyes flashed with momentary defiance, a glimpse of the dragon still alive within her. Good. I hadn't come all this way to rescue a broken shell. Look, Dany, I continued, my tone softening slightly. I've already stabilized Meereen as much as possible. Your presence there isn't going to change anything. So just sit back for this, all right? We'll go to Yunkai and have a chat with the great masters. They're the real power behind the sons of the Harpy. Her eyes narrowed, but I recognized the calculation behind them. My sister was many things, but stupid wasn't one of them. She understood strategy, even if her execution had been lacking. The wise masters, she murmured. I have my doubts, but the same I confirmed. They fund your enemies, arm them, direct them. And they sit untouched in their gilded pyramids, believing themselves beyond your reach. Below us, the landscape changed again. Green gave way to yellows and browns as we approached the coastline. Ships appeared as tiny specks on the water's surface, merchants and slavers plying their ancient trade routes, oblivious to the dragon passing overhead. What do you intend to do? Daenerys asked, her voice stronger now, curiosity overcoming her earlier meekness. I smiled, feeling the familiar warmth of power suffusing my veins. What dragons do best, sister. Burn them all. As the words left my mouth, Viserion rumbled her approval, the vibration passing through her massive frame and into our bodies. For a moment, something of our childhood returned as our eyes locked. As we sank into the feeling that we were riding a dragon, a real dragon, flying across the sky. The way Shed once looked at me before ID become bitter and cruel, before ID sold her to Drogo, before Shed grown into her own power and left me behind. It wasn't like those innocent days. Too much had happened, too many wounds inflicted, but it was a step towards something I hadn't realized ID been missing. She nodded slowly, her head resting against my shoulder once more. Not in defeat this time, but in something approaching understanding. If not trust, then at least acceptance. The last time I was in Yunkai, she said quietly, I freed the slaves and left. I thought it would last. I don't want to ridicule you, but freedom isn't as easy as you thought it was. Freedom must be enforced, sister, I replied, watching the coastal cities begin to take shape in the distance. And enforcement requires power. I tightened my grip on her waist slightly. Power the Dragon King now possesses. Her expression remained unreadable, but she didn't pull away. Instead, her uninjured hand came to rest lightly on mine, not quite an embrace, but not rejection either. The sky stretched endlessly around us, a canvas of deepening blue as afternoon wore toward evening. The air grew cooler at this height, though Viserion's natural heat kept us warm. Below, the world seemed small and insignificant, cities reduced to toy models, people to specks, problems to simple puzzles easily solved with fire and blood. Up here, with the last of my blood in my arms and a dragon beneath me, I understood the Targaryen words as never before. We weren't meant to crawl among the lesser beings, to beg or plead or negotiate. We were meant to rule from on high, to shape the world as we saw fit. Yunkai appeared on the horizon, its yellow walls catching the sunlight like a beacon. Within those walls, the wise masters plotted, secure in their belief that distance protected them from Daenerys' wrath. They had no idea what was coming. For what it's worth, I said, my voice lower than before, I wish things had been different between us. Daenerys turned her face toward mine, surprise evident in her violet eyes. She searched my expression, looking for mockery, perhaps, or deception. Finding none, she nodded slightly. So do I. It wasn't forgiveness. It wasn't even reconciliation. But it was acknowledgement of our shared blood, our shared loss, our shared destiny. For now, that was enough. As Viserion accelerated toward Yunkai, flames already licking at the edges of her massive jaws, I leaned forward, my lips nearly touching Daenerys' ear. Let them see what happens when they wake the dragons. I corrected myself, feeling her shiver against me. Not just one, but two. 100 Fire Blood again, Chapter 100. Fire Blood again, Zeron Zomar reclined upon cushions woven from the finest silks of Karth, their deep crimson hue reminiscent of wine. Or perhaps blood. The afternoon sun slanted through latticed windows, casting patterns across the marble floor of his private chamber atop Yunkai's tallest pyramid. For slave girls, no. Servants now, though the distinction existed only in name, fanned him with ostrich feathers imported at ridiculous expense from the Summer Isles. He sipped lazily from a jeweled goblet, savoring the vintage from his vineyards outside the yellow walls. The sweet liquid warmed his throat, bringing a smile to his lips. Today was a good day to be alive, a good day to be rich, a good day to be Zeron Zomar, master of masters, unofficial ruler of Yunkai. By now, Meereen's rules and order must have been obliterated, he said aloud, though none of his slave girls replied. Their silence was proper. He hadn't asked a question, after all, merely stated a delicious fact. His gaze drifted to the city sprawled beneath his pyramid. Yunkai, resplendent in yellow brick and golden domes, stretched toward the distant bay. How easily they'd regain control after that silver-haired bitch had liberated them. The Dragon Queen had swept through like a summer storm. Violent, destructive, but ultimately temporary. Fools, Zeron murmured as another servant lifted a succulent grape to his lips. They thought themselves so clever. Those other masters, squabbling like children over scraps while I positioned myself perfectly. What do you think? He asked the slave who fed him, hand roaming to her chest, even though she was young enough to have been his granddaughter. She kept her head low. Why, yes, of course. He liked her voice, although he failed to recall her name. What was it again? Anyhow, it had been almost too simple. While the others panicked after Daenerys Targaryen's departure, Head calmly assessed the situation, sent whispers to slaves about how much harder life was without their master's protection, stoked fears among the nobility about rival families, played each faction against the others until, piece by careful piece, Head assembled the perfect hierarchy with himself atop it. The patient predator always feasts, his father had taught him, before Zeron had arranged the old man's convenient demise. Patience had served him well, indeed. The messenger from Meereen had arrived that morning, confirming what his spies had reported. The Sons of the Harpy had no issues with preparation, so they must have perfectly staged their attacks by now. The Unsullied must have faltered. The Dragon Queen's supporters must be in chaos. He selected another grape, pointing his chin at it, and the young girl fed him. He ran his tongue over its smooth skin, her finger alongside it, before biting down. Sweet juice burst across his palate, matching his mood perfectly while the girl closed her eyes with a silent wince. He let her finger go, smirking. More wine, he commanded, gesturing to the girl. Now he recalled her age, although her name still eluded him. Young enough to be malleable. She moved gracefully, head bowed, to refill his goblet. Soon, all of Slaver's Bay would return to the old ways. His ways. Already, the other cities looked to Yunkai for leadership. Already, his network of spies and assassins extended through every major port from Volantis to Karth. And tomorrow, he said, raising his goblet in a mock toast to himself, we begin negotiations to restore the slave trade to its former glory. The world as it should be. The sudden crash of his chamber door, flying open, shattered the tranquility. A man stumbled in one of his messengers, face slick with sweat, eyes wide with something Zeron rarely saw in his presence. Unbridled fear. How dare you enter uninvited? Zeron snapped, setting down his goblet with enough force to slosh wine onto the priceless carpet. Guards! My lord! The messenger gasped, dropping to his knees. Please, you must listen. I must do nothing you suggest. Zeron replied coldly. You will be flogged for this intrusion. The sons of the Harpy, the man continued desperately. They've been slaughtered. Our network exposed. The siege. Zeron sat up straighter, wine and comfort forgotten. Explain yourself. Now dragons, my lord. The messenger's voice cracked. 2 dragons descended upon the fighting pits. The golden one, it spoke. The sons of the Harpy were destroyed in minutes. Molten gold flames engulfed them all. It was hell. And now impossible. Zeron rose to his feet, his comfortable world suddenly tilting. The Dragon Queen has only one beast under her control. The other one was stolen. Our informants confirmed this. Not anymore, the messenger whispered. The brother, Viserys Targaryen, the king of Westeros, he commands the Golden Dragon. He saved the Dragon Queen when our assassins had her cornered. Rage rose in Zeron's chest, hot and sudden as dragon fire itself. His carefully constructed plans, his meticulous plotting, all threatened by these foreign upstarts with their unnatural beasts. You lie, he roared, advancing on the messenger. Our spies reported the brother was in Westeros, that the queen was isolated, her dragons contained. I only report what I saw, my lord, the man stammered, shrinking back. Zeron's fist crashed down on a delicate table, sending a crystal decanter shattering to the floor. Incompetence, idiocy, who leaked our plans? Which of you betrayed me? He whirled on his attendants, who had backed against the wall, their fans forgotten. My lord, one girl whispered, her voice trembling. Perhaps we should send word to the other masters. Silence. Zeron bellowed. I'll have your tongue for speaking without permission. I'll have all you. The world exploded into golden light. Without warning, the far wall erupted inward. Sheets of flame cascaded into the room, instantly igniting the delicate silks and priceless tapestries. The slave girl who had dared speak disappeared in a column of fire, her scream cut mercifully short. Heat blasted Zeron's face, singing his beard, stealing the breath from his lungs. What he gasped, staggering backward. More flames poured through the breach, hungry tongues licking at the ceiling, the floor, consuming everything they touched. Black smoke billowed upward, blinding him. Through streaming eyes, he glimpsed the messenger crawling toward the door, only to collapse as a burning beam crashed down upon him. The shrieks of the remaining girls pierced the roar of the inferno, a terrible harmony of fear and pain. Zeron stumbled toward the main entrance, but it too was blocked by fire, the wooden door already crumbling to ash. No, not like this. Not after everything I've built. It can't be. Lungs burning, he dropped to his knees, crawling beneath the worst of the smoke. The heat pressed down like a physical weight, the skin of his hands blistering as they contacted the scorching marble floor. Through the billowing darkness, he spotted a rectangle of light, the balcony. His one chance. Inch by excruciating inch, he dragged himself toward it, the fine clothes head dawn that morning now smoldering against his flesh. The pain was exquisite, unbearable, yet the alternative was worse. With a final, desperate lunge, he pulled himself onto the balcony, gulping the relatively fresh air. Only then did he look up. Yunkai, his beautiful city, his power base, his legacy was dying. Golden flames engulfed the surrounding pyramids, their ancient stones cracking in the heat. Streets had become rivers of fire, and people fled like ants before a storm. Even at this height, the screams reached him, a chorus of terror that would haunt him if he lived long enough to remember it. And there, hovering against the smoke-darkened sky, was death incarnate. The dragon was more beautiful than Zeron had imagined, more terrible than his darkest nightmares. Scales like polished gold caught the light of the fires below, making the beast seem as if it were itself aflame. Wings wider than the greatest sailing ship beat the air with measured strokes, each movement precise and controlled. Its eyes gods, its eyes burned with intelligence no beast should possess. Atop the golden monster sat two figures, silver hair gleaming against the darkness. The Dragon Queen he recognized immediately, her face set in a cold mask of judgment. Beside her, one arm supporting her broken form, sat a man whose features mirrored her own, yet carried something harder, crueler, more calculating. Viserys Targaryen, the brother shed left behind, the king who had conquered Westeros while she struggled in Slaver's Bay. The Targaryen who the Slaver's Bay should have feared instead. Together at last, come to deliver their vengeance. As if sensing his gaze, the dragon turned toward him, jaws parting to reveal teeth like black daggers. For one suspended moment, Zeron locked eyes with the beast and felt somehow that it recognized him, knew what he was, knew what he had done. His legs gave way beneath him, warm liquid spreading down his thighs as his bladder released in terror. All his power, all his wealth, all his schemes worthless now. He would die here, watching his city burn, knowing he had failed. Shit, he whispered, the word inadequate, yet somehow capturing the totality of his despair. The dragon's chest expanded, golden scales shifting like armor plates. Zeron saw light blooming in its throat, a sun rising behind monstrous teeth. His final thought was almost philosophical, a detached wonder at how something so beautiful could herald such complete destruction. Then came the fire, and Yunkai learned that dragons do not forgive, they do not forget, and they most certainly do not show mercy to those who have wronged them. You've received experience. You've received experience points. The air reeked of charred flesh and molten stone. Golden firestorms devoured Yunkai's pyramids in liquid rivers of light, each collapsing tower scattering embers like dying stars. My vision flashed with endless notifications, a cascade of pale blue boxes melting at the edges from the heat. Dany trembled against me, her whisper barely audible over the screams. Children, the slaves, they're burning too, brother. I shifted her weight in my arms as Viserion banked, granting us a panorama of the Master's district crumbling into glowing fissures. Divine fire can't discriminate, unfortunately, I said, watching a dozen specks people, statues, vanish in a burst of gold. Mortals make worthy ink when history needs writing. This, I nodded as another pyramid folded in on itself, is our scripture. She stiffened. Monstrous. I apologize if you think of me that way, but this is necessary. In my book, below, the slums stood untouched, and crowds spilled into alleys to gawk upward. In the inferno's light, faces glowed orange and mouths rounded with awe. Besides, not all of Yunkai burns. Only the higher district does, and even the civilians living here are corrupt. More than 90 of Yunkai was unharmed. I was hard-headed, but not cruel enough to burn them all. The few unlucky ones to burn beside the masters were just unfortunate. Within the unharmed part of the city, I observed as a weaver dropped her basket, linen scraps scattering like white doves fleeing the flames. A smith's hammer fell forgotten as he sank to his knees. Viserion roared, and the city shivered. Dany's nails dug into my arm as the last pyramid collapsed, its rubble boiling the bay into steam. The system's chimes faded at one point, leaving only the crackle of annihilation. I inhaled deeply, ash and salt and something sweet. Power distilled. Look, I murmured into her hair. They'll remember this day as liberation. Her breath hitched. Not agreement. Not yet. But below, a slave child pointed at us, laughing as his master's world burned. 101 Decisions of Dragons, Chapter 101. Decisions of Dragons. The wind whipped around us, cold yet invigorating. A few kilometers behind us, the remains of Astapor still burned, a grim mirror of Yonkai's fate. Masters reduced to ashes, their legacy crushed beneath dragon fire and screams. Both those cities, responsible for the Sons of Harpy's existence, had met justice. Dany had said nothing since we departed Yunkai, her body tense, her mind distant. Astapor's fate made her even quieter. ID expected some emotion, anger, relief, confusion, but silence? I guess that also suited the moment. I gently tightened my grip around her waist, leaning down slightly so my voice reached her clearly over the wind. You haven't spoken a word in hours. Are you punishing me with silence, sister, or are you thinking? I asked with a joke. She shifted against me, uncomfortable, yet her voice was soft when she finally replied, I am thinking. Of? I prompted. She turned her head slightly, eyes narrowed against the wind, staring at the distant horizon. Of how far things have drifted from what I wanted. Of how differently things ended compared to what I dreamed. She had freed those slaves, but me making an example of the masters had claimed a few dozen, if not hundreds, of those poor lives too. This is the best outcome, sister, I said bluntly. You dreamed of freedom and justice. I commend that. And yet, you chose the wrong path. Stupidly so. The world isn't rays of sunshine. What I'm doing is somewhat extreme, but rulers need to be extreme. Daenerys was quiet again. When she finally spoke, her voice was softer, tinged with regret. Perhaps you were right about me. I was a little caught off guard by her tone. This wasn't the defiant sister I knew, nor was she the woman who had clawed her way through countless trials. This was someone broken, defeated, and doubting herself. When she hugged me earlier, it showed that she had accepted me. Our relationship was going to improve, but by doing so, she felt like she was killing some other parts of herself. Regret suits you poorly, Dany, I told her sharply. Whatever your faults, and you have many weaknesses, was never one of them. She didn't answer, merely looked down as Meereen came into view, its great pyramid rising proudly above the smoke and ruins. Let's not be sad over being a failure. It is neither of us good. My voice was harsh but sincere. I am here because despite everything, your stubbornness, my cruelty were the last dragons. And dragons should stand together. If you're a failure, it's because you lack experience. Power. You'll have them both over time. Under you. Yes, under me. Don't say that as if that's a bad thing. You need to accept this. I'm the older child, and I am more powerful than you. It's facts. Don't beat yourself over it, and just take it easy. I said, a sigh escaping me. Her silence returned as Meereen grew clearer. I didn't press further, letting the words sink in as Viserion approached the pyramid. Whatever Dany was thinking, it would soon have to find voice. We reached the skies of Meereen soon, and people pointed at her. Some screamed in terror, recalling Viserion's wrath upon the Sons of Harpy, and while some gasped in delight. Citizens now watched our arrival with wide eyes and hopeful faces. Viserion circled once above the pyramid's peak, with the remaining unsullied lined up rigidly, their helmets tilted upward in awe, their spears raised in disciplined respect. Gently, I pulled Dany upright. Her startled eyes widened when I unfolded my wings behind me, the leathery span catching the wind as I stood atop Viserion's back. Hold tight, I ordered, scooping her into my arms. With one powerful stroke, I leaped into the air, wings beating strongly as Viserion roared her farewell. We'll go and find that black dragon, Viserion said as she flew away. Be fast, I said. Together, Dany and I descended swiftly through the open window of the pyramid, landing with practiced grace on the smooth stone floor. Daenerys clung to me briefly, eyes wide, breath quick. Then I gently set her down, folded my wings neatly back. She steadied herself, looking around as familiar faces entered the room hurriedly, summoned by our dramatic arrival. Ser Barristan rushed forward, favoring his right leg with a slight limp, fresh bandages visible beneath his white armor. Ser Jorah followed close behind, his arm bound in a blood-stained sling, his face lit with relief at the sight of Daenerys. Daenerys, he breathed in relief, then caught himself with a quick glance at me. Khaleesi, we feared the worst. Missandei stood just behind them, her dark eyes brimming with emotion. My queen, she whispered, stepping forward with hesitant joy. Dany pulled her into a hug immediately. Behind them, Grey Worm leaned heavily against a nearby pillar, still weak from his wounds but standing tall through sheer determination. He nodded respectfully, his face remaining stoic despite the pain evident in his eyes. Tyrion Lannister lingered in the shadowy corner of the chamber, cradling a goblet of wine. His mismatched eyes studied us with that characteristic blend of wariness and calculation. As I promised you guys, I brought her back, I announced calmly, eyes sweeping across them. Some bowed, some nodded in respect. We're grateful, Missandei said. Meet me in half an hour. It's time we talked. I yawned as I walked past them. Half an hour later, WS stood in the same chamber where chaos had erupted days before. Dany had just taken a bath as she returned to the room. The burned and shattered furnishings had been cleared, yet the scars of that day still lingered. She nodded at me, and then moved quietly to the window. She watched the city sprawl out beneath her, 1,000 unanswered questions in her eyes. The others gathered around the table, tense and waiting. I've ended Yunkai and Astaper's ability to threaten you, I began firmly, pacing slowly before them. Most of the sons of the Harpy have been killed by Viserion and I yesterday, and the few hiding don't have any backing. The wise master's gone, their power turned to ashes. Meereen is safe, for now. Ser Barristan exhaled visibly, relief clear on his lined face. You have our deepest gratitude, Prince Viserys. You're welcome, yes, but I trailed off. I didn't do this solely for your gratitude or Meereen's safety. I did it to show what happens when the Targaryen name is challenged. And it's time you start calling me your grace, Ser. My sister has finally regained some sense thanks to this incident, and has accepted who's in charge. Barristan looked surprised and looked at Daenerys, who didn't say anything. Dany hadn't publicly taken a knee, but when she said, I won't fight anymore, she meant every word, so she didn't back off. Instead, she turned from the window, meeting my gaze steadily. What's next, then? I inclined my head slightly toward her. That's precisely what we must discuss. I'm not staying here. Meereen is secure, but Westeros demands my attention, and a dragon thief runs free. Tyrion leaned forward sharply, his mismatched eyes alert. Aegon and Rhaegal? You're going to capture them? Precisely. I stared directly at Daenerys now. Our pretender nephew has one of our dragons, sister. I intend to take it back, now that you've given yourself up to me. Thank you, she nodded at me. If I may, your grace, Tyrion interjected, swirling the wine in his cup. This Aegon, or whoever he claims to be, has built considerable support. He's won over the Golden Company, no small feat, and now with a dragon. Your concern is noted, Lord Tyrion, I replied coolly, though I find it curious how invested you are in a pretender's chances. Tyrion's face remained carefully neutral, merely offering perspective, your grace. Strategy requires understanding all possible threats. Indeed, I smiled thinly before turning back to Daenerys. Brother, she looked unsure of what to say. Young Griff must pay for his betrayal. But what do you expect from me? You didn't come just to inform me of your plans, I think. What are your plans with me? I was about to bring that up, I answered calmly. I've come to present you with a choice. The silence that followed was heavy, each pair of eyes flicking nervously between the two of us. Firstly, you can come to Westeros. Stand beside me, rule together. But understand this, Westeros has one true king. I will not tolerate divided loyalties. The Targaryen bloodline needs to continue. So take this as a marriage proposal too, even if it's silly that I have to propose such an obvious thing. Dany's expression was unreadable in my words. The others didn't look surprised. A marriage offer was hardly a shocker, given we were the last Targaryens, and our family had a history of incest. I continued, I can't promise you the title of queen, though, unless you win it on your own against my other two wives. However, I do promise that you will be a ruler, even if those two become queens. You're my sister after all. I'd always love you more than them. Meaning, if you choose this option, you'll be a ruler, yes, but always beneath my crown. Her expression darkened slightly. Or, I smiled thinly. Or, well, Slavers Bay is an important geographical area. It's the only place capable of supporting life near the ruins of Valyria. Someday, I intend to venture into that location and reclaim it, our true home. So, ruling Slavers Bay is beneficial. I mean, if you want, you can stay here in Meereen, I explained carefully. Since you've submitted to me, it means Meereen is under my control. But I don't plan to take your hard-earned city. I watched as everyone in the room exchanged glances. I continued, take Meereen and the other two cities I've burnt as a gift from your dear brother. It'll allow you all the aid needed from here. And you will rule this city as you please. You will be the queen of this land, truly. But I held up a finger, a queen subject ultimately to the king of Westeros. Daenerys looked away briefly, lips tight with thought. Initially, I only planned to bring her back home and expand the bloodline. But, one way or another, my sister had become more than a breeding cow. I couldn't deny her achievements, even if she had made a lot of bad decisions. So I could allow her the freedom of ruling Essos if she wanted. After all, one day I want to expand my rule to Essos. And marrying the queen, whole rule parts of it would help speed that up. In other words, I can let her play her little game of queen and then make her have my children a few years later. The advisors waited breathlessly, their fates hanging upon her words. You're asking me to choose between ruling in your shadow in a foreign land or sitting under you on the Iron Throne, she finally said softly. I don't see much of a difference, brother. It's not much of a choice. No, I admitted, my eyes steady, but it's yours to create, even if you rule under my shadow in Meereen. The common folk won't know that. It will look like an alliance in their eyes. And they will always love you more than your intimidating brother, who occasionally swoops in on his dragon and burns everything in his path. You won't be loved the same way in King's Landing, I believe. The other two girls will make it challenging. Plus, here, you truly have your own kingdom, your own advisors, and everything. Except for me. There'll be a sea away, then again. I doubt my absence is a bad thing for you. Our eyes met, and she showed no emotion. Regardless, both have their pros and cons. The choice is yours. You wanted power, Dany, you wanted freedom. But you must realize by now that neither comes without a price. Ser Barristan cleared his throat, stepping forward. If I may speak freely, Your Grace? I gestured for him to continue. I've served the Targaryen dynasty my whole life. I've seen its greatness and its challenges. His gaze flickered briefly between Daenerys and me. House Targaryen has always been strongest when united. When brothers stood with sisters, when family bonds remained strong against outside threats. Apreti sentimen, se barristan y raplia. But history teaches a different lesson. Dragons fight dragons just as often as they fight together. Tyrion set down his goblet with a sharp click against the table. If I may offer another perspective, two Targaryens ruling different continents creates a dynasty spanning the known world. As long as you two don't have any serious disagreements in the future, I believe it wouldn't fail. I turned to Tyrion with renewed interest. Wise words, Lord Tyrion. Speaking of you, I believe I know something that might interest you. The dwarf tensed visibly. Oh, a woman named Shay. Your lover, I believe. She's currently in the Red Keep. His face drained of color. How do you and the king? I interrupted smoothly. Little happens in my castle without my knowledge. She's alive and well, if that concerns you. The dwarf's hands trembled slightly as he reached for his wine. And what do you intend to do with this information? Nothing sinister, I assured him. In fact, if you wish it, I could arrange for her safe passage to Meereen, with proper guards to guarantee her safety. Consider it a gesture of goodwill, so that you can serve my sister well. As far as I see it, she'll need great help to rule. You keep insulting me, brother, Dany said, but there was barely any venom there. I ignored her. Tyrion studied me with wary eyes. And the price for this, goodwill? No price. Merely an acknowledgement that I am not the monster some believe me to be. I can be generous to those who serve loyally. I smiled. Even to those who might serve loyally in the future. Don't make a foolish decision when you hear about the Lannisters' fate at my hands in the future. He nodded slowly, processing my words. I understand. I'd appreciate it if you could send her to me. Your Grace. Thank you. Miss Sandy I stepped forward, cautious but determined. Your Grace, what of the slaves? Their freedom? They remain free, I answered without hesitation. That much I've granted unconditionally. They're servants now, who get paid, as Dany made sure when she first freed them. If you guys had any confusion in this regard, no, I'm not here to rewrite the rules my sister has already set up. Daenerys nodded, visibly relieved. Then I have my answer. But I need time, one night, to fully decide. Very well, I accepted easily. Very soon, I'll depart either with you at my side, or with you atop this pyramid, queen of your own making. Tension seeped from the room slowly, giving way to murmured conversations. As the people began filing out, Daenerys approached me quietly. Thank you, she said softly, surprising me, for giving me a choice. I owed you that much for my own bad decisions. I replied evenly, holding her gaze firmly. Think carefully tonight, sister. One choice brings immediate power and legacy. The other, cold solitude, but potential for greatness. Consider which you prefer. Her eyes softened slightly, holding my gaze. I already have. With that, she turned, leaving me standing alone beside the window. I turned to the night, sky waiting for dawn, and the fate that sunrise would bring. 102 Paths Forged in Fire Chapter 102. Paths forged in fire. Morning light filtered through the pyramid's high windows, casting long golden beams across the polished floor. I stood facing my sister and her advisors, my hands clasped behind my back as I surveyed them all. The night had passed quickly, and I was eager to settle matters before returning west. Now that we've established the broader strokes of our arrangement, let's address immediate concerns, I said, my voice echoing in the chamber. Meereen and the surrounding territories need stable governance structure, immediately. Grey Worm remained stoic but attentive, while Ser Jorah couldn't quite hide his suspicion behind that weathered face of his. Tyrion, the calculating imp, leaned forward from his seat. If I may, Your Grace, Tyrion interjected, swirling his wine thoughtfully. The people need reassurance. The chaos of recent days has left them terrified. They've seen dragons battling in the sky, their queen vanishing, and then you arriving with devastating power. He set his cup down. A public appearance is necessary immediately. The citizens must see Queen Daenerys alive and well, with you standing beside her as an ally, not a conqueror. I nodded slowly. The dwarf's political instincts were sharp. A valid point. I disagree with me standing beside her, though. Not physically anyway. She can just announce that I'm an ally. Ser Barristan cleared his throat. The security situation remains fragile, Your Grace. The foot soldiers of the Golden Company have all left. We couldn't do anything to stop them since that risk of battle that we couldn't afford. Fair point, I said. He continued. That aside, with your permission, I suggest organizing unsullied patrols throughout the city, particularly in areas where Sons of the Harpy sympathizers might hide. We could establish checkpoints at key intersections to monitor movement and root out any remaining resistance. The Sons will scatter like cockroaches now their masters are ash, I replied. But your caution is warranted. Proceed with the patrols. Miss Sandy I stepped forward, her eyes meeting mine directly. Brave woman, given what she'd seen of my power. Your Grace, the survivors of Yunkai and Astapor will be terrified. Leaderless, we should dispatch envoys immediately with promises of mercy and rebuilding efforts. If we don't reach out soon, chaos will spread beyond Meereen's walls. Her insight impressed me. The fear my actions had created could serve multiple purposes if properly channeled. I paced slowly, considering each suggestion. Very well, Lord Tyrion, draft a speech for my sister to deliver this afternoon. Keep it simple. Assure the citizens that Meereen stands strong, that the threat from rival cities has been neutralized, and that those who murdered innocents have paid the price. Tyrion nodded, already composing phrases in his head. I could tell. Ser Barristan, organize your patrols, but ensure they're mixed, unsullied, accompanied by local volunteers where possible. The people must see themselves as participants in their own security, not merely subjects under occupation. The old knight bowed. As you command. Miss Sandii, select trusted representatives, those who understand both slave and master cultures. Send them to collect survivors from Yunkai and Astapor. Make clear that while the old power structures are gone forever, those who accept my sister's authority will find shelter and opportunity. They all nodded with new purpose, the uncertainty of recent days giving way to clear direction. Even Ser Yora's perpetual scowl softened marginally. One more thing, I added, watching the pause. This is assuming Dany wants to stay. Publicly, she is the independent ruler of Slaver's Bay. I might change that later once I take care of young Griff. But for now, this is her city, her rule. I am merely an ally, ensuring its security. The subtle shift in their expressions told me everything. They were all right with it. With tasks assigned, I turned to Daenerys, who had remained silent throughout our planning. Her violet eyes watched me carefully, me who was giving a king's decree in her throne room. All of this will ease considerably if the people see you staying here. Sister, I said, my voice softer now. In planning to keep Lord Tyrion and others here anyway to keep the rule, even if you decide to come to King's Landing with me. However, your presence would be the key factor to ensure lasting peace. I stepped closer, my eyes locked with hers. What do you say? Have you decided yet? Would she choose to come with me? Or remain here? The chamber fell silent. Even Tyrion stopped fidgeting with his cup. The question hung between us like a blade, suspended by the thinnest thread. Daenerys straightened, and I noticed she had regained some of her regal bearing despite her injuries. I have, she replied, her voice clear and steady. I will remain in Meereen. A flicker of relief crossed her advisors' faces except Tyrion's. The dwarf had already calculated this outcome, evidently. I wasn't surprised either. Considering my speech so far, it was assuming she'd stay. It'd go against what I knew of her character if she decided to come with me. These cities need stability, my sister continued. The people I've freed need protection. And frankly, brother, she paused, measuring her words carefully. Your methods, while effective, would undermine everything I've built here. I see. Yes, I will be queen in Essos, under your authority as you've offered, but with my own approach to rule. Is that fine? She asked. I allowed a small smile to touch my lips. Yes. It's a wise choice, I said simply. Privately, I felt satisfaction settle in my chest. This was precisely what ID anticipated, what ID preferred. My sister would maintain this eastern foothold, extending Targaryen influence across the narrow sea without requiring my constant attention. Her presence here served me far better than dragging her back to Westeros would have. Well, formalize our arrangement before I depart, I added. A treaty between siblings, between continents. Tyrion opened his mouth to speak, likely to suggest terms favorable to Daenerys, but that was pointless. When I said formalize, I didn't mean a written contract. Dany was my blood, my property after she submitted to me, so it was simply a vocal yes or no record. Tyrion couldn't speak because the room suddenly trembled with a sound that shook the very stones beneath our feet. A dragon's roar. Then another, deeper and more powerful. We all froze, eyes darting to the balcony. The sound came again, two distinct calls echoing across the city. Viserion, I said, already moving toward the balcony. And Drogon, Daenerys whispered, hope surging in her voice as she followed me, her advisors close behind. We rushed outside, the morning breeze whipping at our clothes as we gazed upward. There, circling the Great Pyramid, two massive shapes cut through the clouds, one golden as the sunrise, the other black as midnight. Viserion spotted me immediately, banking sharply toward our balcony with Drogon, following more cautiously. My dragon's joy radiated through our bond as she approached. I found him human, she announced. Black Dragon was injured hiding in the mountains. I healed him with my fire. Viserion's thoughts reached me, pride evident in each word. She can do that? I realized only a moment later that she had a version of the ability I gained at level 50. Regeneration. I had felt it the second I clicked the option that pulse in my bones, the fire under my scales, not just flickering now, but raging. This body now, it could just fix itself. Blades that used to stab deep? Give me a minute, and it'll shake them off like water. Arrows? A joke. Even the worst cuts they knit back together. Selshut. Disappear. It took time, sure, but very short. My wounds healed faster than average even before this, thanks to my high yindi, but now a lethal wound that meant lying around for days, hurting, could be healed in no time. The best part? It slowed down my aging. I didn't know by what rate, but I was another step ahead of mortality. I didn't get a system page explaining all this, but once I accepted the skill, the information bloomed in my head. I watched as Daenerys stepped forward, tears welling in her eyes as she beheld her lost child. My child, Dany muttered. Drogon circled warily, still cautious of Viserion, but his eyes focused intently on Daenerys. Drogon, she called, her voice breaking with emotion. The black dragon rumbled in response, not approaching, but clearly recognizing his mother. One wing showed signs of healing, confirmation of Viserion's claim about finding him injured. I glanced sideways at my sister, studying the naked relief on her face. Her fingers stretched outward, trembling slightly as if she could touch her dragon across the distance. It seems our family reunion grows more complete by the hour, I said quietly. Daenerys turned to me, genuine gratitude in her expression. It was a look I hadn't seen directed at me in years, perhaps not since we were children. Thank you, she whispered. I simply nodded, a subtle smile playing at my lips as the dragons circled overhead, gold and black against the brightening sky. Hours later, the wind whipped Daenerys' silver hair across her face as she stepped onto the sun-drenched summit of the Great Pyramid. Her arm throbbed dully beneath its fresh bandages, a persistent reminder of her brother's strength and fury. Yet here he stood, calm now, his back to her as he patted Viserion's back. She paused, taking in the sight of them brother and dragon bathed in golden morning light, so similar in coloring, in temperament, in the danger they presented. How swiftly things had changed. A fortnight ago, she had been the conqueror, the liberator, the unburnt. Now she stood in her brother's shadow, watching him prepare to leave her with what remained of her former glory. Brother, she called softly. Viserys turned, his violet eyes, so like her own, reflecting the sunlight. Had changed since those desperate days when had sold her to Khal Drogo. He truly had. Power had transformed him, refined the ragged edges of his character into something both more terrible and more magnificent. I thought you might not come to say farewell, he said, his voice lighter than she expected. Daenerys stepped closer, sensing Viserion's watchful gaze upon her. I want to tell you again, face to face. That'll remain in Meereen. She squared her shoulders, finding strength in the certainty of her decision. This is where I belong. Don't get me wrong, but I barely saw the Iron Throne. I was an infant. So while I'm aware that it's my home, I don't feel the attraction to return. Is that so? He asked idly. Yes. These people here, they need me, and I need space. I don't want to fight for your affection with other women. She met his eyes directly. It's better this way for both of us. Viserys studied her for a long moment, his expression unreadable. Then he nodded. I don't blame you for this choice, if you're worried. You didn't have to come explain yourself like this. Westeros would have swallowed you whole. Here, you can build something lasting. Something yours. A half-smile touched his lips. Though I expect regular reports on your progress. And for you to realize what belongs to you belongs to me too. Because you are mine. She stayed quiet, a little unsure what she felt by his words. What was she supposed to feel? He'll visit soon in a few weeks, he added, adjusting his golden gauntlets. Westeros has its challenges, but Viserion makes the journey manageable. And he'll want to see how my eastern holdings prosper under your care. As she watched him stare at her, Daenerys felt her throat tighten unexpectedly. For all his cruelty, for all the pain between them. He was still her blood, the last true connection to the family Shed never known. Yes, the pyramid is the home of the Dragon King now, she said, attempting lightness. He chuckled and stepped toward her. Before she could react, he leaned down and gently pressed his lips against her forehead. The gesture was so unexpected, so reminiscent of the brother who had once protected her, that Daenerys felt tears threatening to form. "Be strong, Dany," he murmured against her skin. "Rule wisely, and he'll come back soon, with or without Regal." Then he withdrew, leaving a phantom warmth where his lips had touched. Daenerys blinked rapidly, refusing to let the stupid tears fall. She would not show weakness, not even now. "Ha, safe journey, brother," she managed, stepping back as Viserys mounted Viserion with practiced ease. The golden dragon stretched her massive wings, sending gusts of wind across the pyramid's summit. Daenerys watched as rider and mount rose gracefully into the air, circling once around the pyramid before banking westward, toward the distant shores of their ancestral home, toward the deserts of Dorne. The breeze caressed her cheeks as Daenerys turned to face her city, her responsibility. Far below, the streets of Meereen pulsed with life, the citizens going about their day, unaware of the private drama that had unfolded above them. From this height, the problems that had seemed insurmountable appeared manageable, each challenge merely a puzzle to be solved by a queen who had survived fire, betrayal, and now, reunion. Drogon's distant roar echoed across the sky, a reminder that she wasn't entirely without family. She still had one child who had returned to her, one connection to the magic that had changed her life forever. 103 Dornish Sands, Chapter 103. Dornish Sands. The evening breeze carried the scent of salt and spice through the open balcony doors of Arianne's chambers. She lounged against the cushioned window seat, absently twirling a copper strand of her hair between her fingers as she gazed across sun spears, sprawling architecture to the narrow sea beyond. The waters glittered orange and gold in the setting sun, deceptively peaceful compared to the storm brewing in her heart. All those years listening to father's caution, his patience, his endless waiting, and for what? Arianne shifted restlessly, pulling her silk robe tighter around her shoulders. The political landscape had transformed so rapidly over the past few months. Viserys Targaryen, once dismissed as the mad beggar king, now commanded Westeros from the Iron Throne, with a dragon at his call and the might of the Reach and North behind him. And instead of seizing this opportunity, her father had chosen another path entirely. "Aegon," she murmured to the empty room, the name tasting bitter on her tongue. "A boy with silver hair who appears from nowhere. And suddenly he's Rhaegar's son risen from the dead?" She didn't believe any of that bullshit. "If not for these useless men, I would have been his queen," she grumbled out loud. Because her father had gone against Viserys' command, she had lost her opportunity at becoming queen. To a naive little Stark girl and a Tyrell slut, no less. She thought of the letter Shed penned weeks earlier, written in haste and sealed with dread. A warning to Viserys about her father's shifting allegiance, about the Sand Snakes. Had it reached him? Had it mattered? Shed risked much by sending it, defying her father's carefully laid schemes. And he didn't even bother to visit. She sighed. Well, not like I don't understand his position, but he really married two random women after promising her so much. Somehow, she couldn't hate him, though, because it wasn't his fault. It was her useless, wheelchair-bound father's so irritating. Her eyes drifted to the secret compartment in her dresser where she kept her personal correspondence. None had returned from King's Landing. Either Viserys had chosen not to respond in fear that Shed be caught, or perhaps worse, her messenger had been intercepted. That would make sense, actually. Arianne rose with fluid grace, bare feet silent on the cool tile floor as she approached her balcony. Far in the distance, the Shadow City pulsed with evening activity, merchants closing their stalls, taverns opening their doors, the endless dance of Dornish life continuing unaware of the political machinations that would determine their futures. "Father doesn't trust me," she whispered to the breeze, frustration sharpening her words. After everything, he still keeps his deepest plans from me. Did that mean he found the letter, and that was why he didn't trust her with information? Prince Doran had revealed only the barest outlines of his strategy, enough to know he favored the supposed Aegon, but not enough to understand why. Not enough to counter his arguments effectively. Had treated her like a willful child rather than his heir. And perhaps he was right to do so. The thought stung, but Arianne couldn't deny its truth. Had she not betrayed his confidence by warning Viserys? Had she not allowed her personal feelings to interfere with House Martell's strategy? She was so confused, so desperate. Her father, despite his weaknesses, was still that. Her father. She didn't want him to die, but the stuff he was doing was only going to warrant that. Damn it. She pressed her palms against the stone balustrade, feeling its rough warmth beneath her skin. What unsettled her most wasn't the politics. It was how often her thoughts returned to Viserys himself. The way his eyes had fixed on hers when they'd first met. The way Head shattered her lowly expectations, the power in his movements during the duel, the hunger in his kiss. She had meant to use those moments to her advantage, to secure her position, yet somehow, I became the one ensnared. Arianne closed her eyes, remembering their last encounter. His arrogance should have repelled her. His dismissal of her should have ended any attraction. Yet what lingered wasn't resentment, but longing, a desire to match her fire against his, to prove herself his equal. Foolish girl, she chided herself. Thinking with your gut instead of your head. Her duty was clear, to be honest. To stand with House Martell, support her father's decision. This Aegon, real or false, was the path her father had chosen. The path of vengeance for Elia and her children. The path that might return Dorne to glory. That was what she should have done. But Aegon himself, Arianne grimaced. She had found nothing compelling about the young man during their brief introduction a few weeks ago. He seemed pleasant enough, handsome certainly, but he lacked the presence, the raw authority that Viserys commanded. He was polite, but he felt hollow somehow. She didn't think it'd change, even if he had a dragon under his command. Father chose him without consulting me, she muttered. Makes his plans, signs his agreements, all the while telling me he'll rule Dorne someday. She laughed. It was a sound without humor. Rule what? The empty shell left after he's committed us to someone else's war? Did he truly consider her his heir, or merely a piece to be moved across the board when convenient? Arianne was fairly confident Dorne would perish if it continued going against the Dragon King. But yet then again, he was right not to trust me completely. The thought surfaced unbidden. She felt guilty. I betrayed his confidence at the first opportunity. She stared up at the sky. Loyalty to her house warred with her growing feelings for Viserys. Duty battled desire. The princess she was raised to be argued fiercely with the woman she had become. Arianne paced back into her chamber, conflicting emotions churning inside her. She paused at her writing desk, fingers hovering over a half-written letter. It was another message to Viserys explaining her position more fully. Would sending it be another betrayal? Or the wisest course to protect Dorne when the dragons inevitably clashed? Roarth, the sudden, distant roar split the evening air like thunder. Arianne froze, her heart leaping into her throat. That sound impossible, yet unmistakable. She had heard it once before, when Viserys had revealed his golden dragon in the training yard. She rushed to the balcony, silk robe fluttering behind her like wings. Her eyes scanned the darkening sky, wide with anticipation. Another roar echoed across Sunspear, closer now, sending vibrations through the stone beneath her feet. Is it him? She whispered, her pulse quickening as a golden shape materialized against the sunset clouds. Dorne sprawled beneath me like a lover's body draped in silks of amber and gold. The setting sun painted the desert landscape in hues no artist could capture: sand, dunes rippling like waves frozen in time, rocky outcroppings casting long shadows across the barren beauty, and the occasional patch of green where stubborn life insisted on thriving despite the harsh conditions. Sunspear itself rose from this artwork like a crown, its towers gleaming with the last light of day. I leaned forward on Viserys' back, savoring the wind against my face. Flying never grew tiresome. The utter freedom, the power, the perspective it granted, all of it reminded me how far I'd come from that pathetic, desperate prince I once was. The journey from Meereen had been long, but necessary. My sister was secured, humbled, her power brought to heel under mine. Now I needed to resolve this issue with the false Aegon before it festered. Given young Griff's connection with Doran, his presence in Dorne was likely, along with my missing dragon, Regal. If Prince Doran had indeed chosen to back this pretender over me despite our previous understanding, I'd need to address that betrayal swiftly and decisively. If Fagon was here, today Dorne would burn hotter than ever before. Ideally, I'd find him, kill him, and reclaim Regal without destroying Dorne in the process. While the betraying fools had to be punished, the common people shouldn't be. Even in Yunkai and Astapor, I tried my best to do minimal damage. The Martells were useful allies, or at least they had been. Arianne's letters had hinted at her father's wavering loyalty, though her own feelings toward me remained complicated. I smiled at the memory of her fierce stubbornness clashing with her obvious desire. If I could secure her allegiance separately from her father's, she'd be a valuable member of the board. Circle lower, I commanded Viserion, scanning the sprawling palace complex below for any sign of Regal's distinctive green scales. Viserion could also feel his presence through smell or something. Viserion obliged, her massive wings beating steadily as we descended. The air grew warmer as we approached the palace, carrying with it the sense of spice and salt that characterized this southern kingdom. "Anything, Viserion?" I asked, focusing on the bond we shared. "No dragons," she replied, disappointment evident in her thoughts. "We'll like to save Green Brother." I sighed, frustration building in my chest. This search was proving fruitless. Aegon and Regal likely weren't here, and I couldn't really burn it all without being sure since I was on a search. It'd be too cocky to land in the palace and question Doran about it. I was strong, incredibly so, but invincible? Against 1,000 soldiers, even I'd fall. Historically, Dorne was the only place where humans killed a dragon. I couldn't risk hastiness. "Let's head to King's Landing," I decided aloud. "We'll return first and deal with the Dornish situation with an official decree. Maybe Robb Stark's scouts will have better information. If not, my next destination will be Pentos. That was where Illyrio Mopatis lived. Fagon could have gone there too." Viserion banked smoothly, preparing to turn northward when a voice carried up from below, clear despite the distance. "Hey, you!" A feminine voice shouted desperately. "Leaving already? Without even greeting your beloved?" I recognized Arianne's voice instantly. My eyes narrowed as I spotted her on a palace balcony, her dark silhouette unmistakable against the pale stone. Her beautiful body, draped in red, was enough to make any lesser man drool. Spoiler collapse, a plan formed in my mind, quick and dangerous and perfect. Without hesitation, I stood on Viserion's back, balancing with practiced ease. "He'll be right back," I instructed Viserion. "Be ready." I leapt from Viserion's back, the wind rushing past my ears as I plummeted toward the palace. My wings unfurled with a snap, the leathery appendages catching the air and transforming my fall into a controlled descent. I watched Arianne's expression shift from surprise to astonishment as I approached her balcony. Her mouth formed a perfect O, her eyes wide with wonder. The rush of power that came with such reactions never grew old. I landed on the balcony's edge with barely a sound, my wings extending to their full span behind me. Arianne stepped backward instinctively, her silk robe fluttering around her curves. "Your father chose poorly," I said softly, stepping toward her. "But you knew that already, didn't you, princess?" Fear crossed her face. For a moment, she must have thought I was going to kill her. "I'm joking, princess," I said. Before she could respond, I moved forward in a blur, wrapping one arm around her waist and lifting her effortlessly into the air. Her surprised gasp warmed my neck as we launched from the balcony, my wings carrying us upward with powerful beats. "You madman!" Arianne exclaimed, her arms clutching around my neck, laughter mixing with genuine alarm. "You've just kidnapped a princess of Dorne." Below us, shouts of alarm rose from the palace guard's hood witnessed our departure. Too late. I smirked, tightening my grip as we spiraled higher into the darkening sky. "Consider it tactical kidnapping. Maybe now your father will finally come to his senses." I met her eyes, allowing my voice to soften slightly. "Besides, I've missed you. I've missed these curves." "Why? Your wives don't have it?" she asked, hitting my chest softly as she feigned anger. Viserion dived towards us from above the clouds, her massive form blocking out the emerging stars. Her eyes narrowed in what almost resembled a dragon's scowl as she recognized Arianne in my arms. "Hold tight," I warned Arianne as we approached my dragon. I landed smoothly on Viserion's back, settling Arianne before me. She trembled slightly from excitement or fear, I couldn't tell. Perhaps both. Her body fit perfectly against mine as I secured her with one arm while gripping Viserion with the other. "To King's Landing," I commanded, and Viserion banked northward, leaving Sunspear and its confused guards behind. It felt good to kidnap a princess. 104 The Games We Play, Chapter 104. The games we play, the wind sliced past us, cold and clean, carrying the scent of evening. Arianne's hair whipped wildly against my chest as Viserion's wings beat steadily through the night sky. Her red silk robe fluttered dangerously, threatening to tear away completely against Viserion's scales. That thought brought a smile to my face. Below us, the darkening landscape of West Arrow spread out like a living map, the red mountains of Dorne gradually giving way to rolling plains, forests, and rivers, all bathed in the pink-gold light of approaching dawn. The world looked small from up here. Kingdoms reduced to patches of color, castles to specks of stone, and armies to mere ants. Arianne's knuckles remained white where they gripped my arm. Despite her initial bold words at Sunspear, the reality of dragon flight had left her speechless for the first hour of our journey. Her body trembled against mine from cold, fear, or excitement, I couldn't quite tell. Perhaps all three. First time seeing the world from a dragon's back. I murmured near her ear, my lips brushing against her skin. "How does it feel to fly, princess?" Her laugh vibrated against my chest, half terrified, half exhilarated as she turned her head slightly. Like nothing I imagined, she shouted over the rushing wind. "It's magnificent and terrifying, isn't it?" She hesitated, her silver eyes meeting mine with a flash of defiance. "Though I do appreciate not being abducted next time." "In pretty you, this is what you wanted," I said, guiding Viserion into a gentle bank that made Arianne gasp and press herself more firmly against me. "Your eyes tell me you're enjoying this more than you're admitting." Beneath us, the landscape transitioned from the arid Dornish marches to the verdant fields of the Reach. Highgarden would be somewhere to the west, the seat of House Tyrell, my allies, and the family of one of my brides. I wondered briefly what Marjorie would make of my newest guest. We could directly go to King's Landing, but I was putting on a show. My first impression of Arianne wasn't the best, but given her choice of betraying her father for me, I saw her in a much more favorable light than before. For instance, Sansa and Marjorie would never betray their parents, their nations for me. Not yet, anyway. Gradually, Arianne's body relaxed against mine, her natural curiosity overcoming her fear. She leaned slightly to peer over Viserion's side, watching as a hawk far below scattered in panic at our shadow. So, she said, not meeting my eyes, "Why did you come to Dorne?" she asked, her voice carrying a hint of worry. "Your fiancé stole one of my dragons," I said. "He misused my dear sister's trust, stupid as it might have been on her part, and fled with the dragon. I thought he'd be in Dorne, given your father's allegiance to him. I see she didn't have the courage to meet my eyes." "Princess," I allowed my voice to drop lower, my arm tightening around her waist. "Your father chose poorly. You know that. It irritates me that he's helping this fake Aegon." Her body stiffened against me, her spine suddenly rigid. Suddenly, she didn't seem to enjoy the flight anymore. "So what will happen to Dorne now?" The question carried the weight of her position. the heir to a now rebellious kingdom. She gently turned her head, fearful eyes locking with mine. Will you burn us like Yunkai and Astapor? Fear and defiance mingled in her voice. Rather than answering immediately, I tilted her chin up with my free hand, capturing her lips in a slow, possessive kiss. The intimacy somehow contrasted sharply with our precarious position thousands of feet above the ground. For a moment she resisted, but when she realized she didn't have to resist, she melted against me with practiced ease. Her hand slid up to lock around my neck. If I wanted Dorn and Ashes, I said against her lips when we parted, I wouldn't have bothered kidnapping the princess. I'd have simply burned everything on sight. My eyes locked with hers. No, I have other plans for Dorn. For you. Tell your father when you next meet him. His nation only survived because I fancy his gorgeous daughter. Ariane's cheeks grew red. Her silver eyes flashed with a mixture of relief, ambition, and lingering wariness. You're a liar. She bit her lips. Why else did you marry two random bitches? I warned you about father's schemes. I thought you abandoned me despite all that. Can I ever? Your loyalty will never be forgotten. I brushed a windswept strand of dark hair from her face, feeling the softness of her skin beneath my fingertips. Nor will your father's betrayal. Her playfulness vanished once again as she swallowed. I could see the conflict within her torn between familial duty and personal survival. It was one of the things I found most intriguing about her. Unlike Marjorie with her unshakable political ambition or Sansa with her desperate need for security, Ariane walked a more complex line. Fiercely loyal to Dorne, yet willing to defy her father's plans for her own vision of its future. Although she was a stubborn girl, she had the qualities of a ruler. So what happens when we reach King's Landing? She asked, her eyes searching mine. You'll be my prisoner, duh. The honored guest of my bedroom, I said, the words carrying multiple meanings that weren't lost on her. Her face reddened again. Let your father worry about what that entails. Ariane hit me on the chest softly, leaning her face into my neck. She was about to say something when Viserys suddenly banked sharply toward a cloud formation, causing Ariane to gasp and clutch me tighter. I smiled, enjoying both her fear and the press of her body against mine. The dragon seemed to understand my thoughts, deliberately making the ride more thrilling. Tell me, princess, I whispered into her ear, did you ever truly think you'd be queen? Or was that just a pleasant fiction? Her eyes narrowed. I was born to rule, just as you were. The difference is that I haven't had the chance yet, she said. She crossed her arms and looked away. It doesn't matter if you marry me or not. I would still become a queen, the ruler of Dorne. Hi, lady, more like I said, I'm going to pull your little kingdom into the fold. She stayed quiet. Viserys dived through a cloud bank, momentarily surrounding us in cold mist. Ariane's startled cry turned into a breathless laugh as we emerged, the sun now fully risen above the horizon. Hours passed as we enjoyed ourselves in between small talks and serious ones. Now, the Blackwater Bay glittered in the distance, King's Landing rising from its shores like a crown of stone. Ariane said, her voice low and throaty. It doesn't look half bad. Sunspear is much better, though. Sure, I said. She was bold, even after being kidnapped. It would either be her greatest strength or her downfall. As Viserys began her descent toward the Red Keep, I felt Ariane's heartbeat quicken against my chest. Don't worry, princess. I imagine you'll find the capital quite accommodating. I'm not worried, she replied, though her grip betrayed her. Just wondering which of your wives it'll be wearing the clothes of tonight, since you didn't exactly give me time to pack. I laughed, the sound carrying away on the wind as the towers of the Red Keep grew larger beneath us. Perhaps you'll be wearing none at all. I've heard worse fates, she retorted, and despite everything, I laughed once again. The dawn sun bathed the world in orange. Viserys' massive shadow fell across the Red Keep's central courtyard, causing guards to scramble into defensive positions. The golden dragon circled once before descending with surprising grace, her wings creating gusts that sent servants scattering. Scrolls and linens danced through the air, and a small dog barked frantically before running for cover. I dismounted first, feeling the satisfying crunch of gravel beneath my boots. Then I turned to lift Ariane down with deliberate showmanship, my hands lingering at her waist. The courtyard had fallen silent, all eyes fixed on us, the Dragon King and his unexpected companion. Ariane stood unsteadily, still dressed in her silk Dornish night clothes, her dark hair wild from the flight. She straightened her spine, lifting her chin with practiced dignity despite her disheveled state. Guards stared openly at us, and I saw more than one taking in the outline of her body beneath the thin fabric. "Welcome to King's Landing, Princess," I said loudly enough for all to hear. "I trust you'll find the hospitality here superior to Sunspear's." Before she could respond, the courtyard doors swung open with dramatic timing, revealing Margaery Tyrell. She advanced with practiced grace, wearing an elegant green gown embroidered with golden roses. Her chestnut curls were arranged in the latest King's Landing fashion, and a delicate golden circlet rested on her brow, not quite a crown, but a clear statement of her aspirations. Her eyes fell on Ariane for a moment before she looked at me, while her smile was genuine to most observers. I noted the calculation behind her eyes as she took in the scene before her. "My beloved husband returns," Margaery announced, dipping into a perfect curtsy before rising to kiss my cheek. Her lips lingered a moment longer than necessary. "We had no word of your arrival. I would have prepared a proper welcome." Her gaze slid to Ariane, taking in the disheveled appearance and unmistakable Dornish features. "And with the guest, I see. Princess Ariane Martell," I introduced, watching Margaery's reaction carefully. The slight tightening around her eyes told me everything I needed to know. "Shall be staying with us until decided otherwise." "Princess Ariane," Margaery's voice remained melodious despite the tension vibrating between the two women. "One unexpected pleasure. We heard nothing of a Dornish delegation." "There was no delegation," Ariane replied, lifting her chin. The morning sun caught her silver eyes, making them flash like polished steel. "His Grace found me irresistible company for his journey, and abducted from my balcony. I fear my father is having trouble breathing by now. I look forward to that." That was the plan. Doran would get worked up and contact me, and then I'd see what that spineless bastard could do. The two women measured each other with polite smiles that didn't reach their eyes. "That sounds unfortunate," Margaery said, looping her arm through mine possessively. Her fingers pressed into my forearm with slightly more force than necessary. "We must arrange suitable chambers immediately. The dungeons? Or perhaps in the maiden vault? It's quite secure." "No, the royal wing would be more appropriate," I corrected mildly. "The princess is our most distinguished guest, after all, no matter if she's the daughter of an opposing nation." "Of course, my love," Margaery agreed, though her smile tightened fractionally. "I only thought the maiden vault might offer more privacy. The royal wing can be so busy with activity." A commotion at the doorway drew our attention as Sansa Stark emerged, her auburn hair gleaming like copper in the morning light. Unlike Margaery's calculated entrance, Sansa's surprise was genuine as she took in the scene before her. Her tully blue eyes widened at the sight of Ariane. "Your Grace," she curtsied to me before her gaze fixed on Ariane's exotic appearance. We weren't expecting your return so soon." I extended my free arm to Sansa, painting a picture of power for all the courtyard to see the Dragon King flanked by two queens-in-waiting, with the Dornish princess standing separate. "Lady Sansa, meet Princess Ariane of House Martell." Sansa's courtesies were perfect, but her discomfort obvious. Yes, welcome to King's Landing, Princess." "Thank you both." Ariane studied both women with interest, quickly assessing the dynamic. "Lady Stark, Lady Tyrell. I've heard much about the king's gorgeous brides." Her emphasis on the final word carried just enough insolence to make Margaery's cheeks flush slightly. They weren't queens, but rather brides. In that sense, Ariane's position was no less than theirs, as the princess of a nation of her own. "And we've heard of you too," Margaery countered smoothly. "The princess who would be the ruler of Sands. How disappointing that must be." Not as disappointing as sharing a husband with another woman, Ariane replied, her smile sharp as a dagger. Though I suppose it's less crowded than sharing with an entire court, as I hear was Lady Marjorie's experience with her first husband. Marjorie's smile didn't falter, but her eyes hardened to flint. You do realize what you're saying, correct? The king is right here. That's true, Ariane. I shot her a look. Such behavior warrants punishment. Oh, Ariane purred. I don't understand why your grace is threatening me with a good time. So the guards gasped at that. The air between the three women crackled with unspoken challenge. I observed with amusement. There was nothing more entertaining than watching skilled players test each other's defenses. And all three were remarkably skilled in their own ways. After a moment of silence, Sansa cleared her throat delicately. Princess Ariane must be exhausted from her journey. Perhaps we should show her to her chambers? How thoughtful, Lady Stark, Ariane said, her tone softening slightly, though I seem to have arrived with only what I'm wearing. I left Dorne rather abruptly. I'm sure we can find something suitable. Sansa offered, her natural courtesy overcoming her wariness. Something of mine, perhaps, Marjorie suggested with a gracious smile that didn't reach her eyes, though I fear they may be a bit loose in certain areas. Ariane burst out laughing. I doubt that, she responded pleasantly. But thank you for the kind offer. However, I think His Grace would love to show me around on his own first. Yes, Princess Ariane requires rest and fresh attire after our journey, I announced, intervening before the barbs could escalate further. I'll show her around. You too can rest assured. The two girls fell silent, exchanging a look. Perhaps they'd bond over it. I led Ariane inside, while behind us, courtiers whispered among themselves, already spreading word of the Dornish prince's arrival and the tense exchange between the three women. This silly Game of Thrones had taken yet another unpredictable turn, this time by my design. I was curious how amusing the next few days would be. Spoiler Collapse 105 Games of Desire Chapter 105. Games of Desire, I guided Ariane through the torchlit corridors of the Red Keep, her bare feet padding softly on the stone floors. The morning light streamed through the high windows, casting long shadows as servants scurried past with downcast eyes that darted up the moment they thought we weren't looking. The courtyard murmur faded behind us as stone walls swallowed our footsteps. Ariane hugged my arm. Her hips brushed against mine with calculated precision each time the corridor narrowed. Her breath warmed my neck as she leaned close to examine a dragon skull mounted on the wall, fingertips grazing charred bone where Balerian's fire had once raged. For a prisoner, she mused, her words a warm pulse against my ear. You grant me interesting liberties, Your Grace. Showing me around and all. Guards snapped to attention as we passed, eyes fixed straight ahead. Their discipline frayed at the edges. One young recruit's gaze lingered too long on the silk clinging to Ariane's hips before I snapped my fingers. He flinched, crimson flooding his cheeks as he jerked his head forward. Ariane laughed, the sound rich and dark as Dornish wine. Poor boy, your servants lack subtlety, Ariane remarked, her voice low enough that only I could hear. In Dorne, they at least pretend not to stare. Somehow I doubt that, given how bold your people are, I said. Or maybe it's because they're always so bold and forward, they become numb to scandalous dresses like yours. Hey, that's rude. On the other hand, my people are simply curious about the woman who arrived on Dragonback, I replied, enjoying the way her silk robe fluttered around her curves as she walked. It's not every day their king returns with a Dornish princess in her nightclothes. We passed an artwork depicting Aegon the Conqueror atop Balerion, raining fire upon his enemies. Ariane paused, studying it with an unreadable expression. Is that what you intend for Dorne? She asked, silver eyes reflecting the torchlight. Fire and blood? I placed my hand to her waist, guiding her forward. That depends entirely on your father. Two king's guards stood at attention outside my chambers, one a head taller than the other. Lady Commander, I greeted Brienne of Tarth. It's nice to see you guard my empty chambers. She cleared her throat, straightening her back. Welcome back, Your Grace. And I apologize. I'm new at this, so I didn't know what to do in your absence. No need to apologize. This is Arian Martell, our captive. In the future, be sure she doesn't escape, I said, making the dark-skinned princess giggle. He'll be sure to keep an eye. Brienne nodded. Great. Now, I'd like some privacy, I said, and with a slight nod, I dismissed them, watching as they retreated down the corridor. Their armor clinked softly as they departed, leaving us in momentary silence. I pushed open the heavy oak door, revealing the royal apartments within. Arian stepped past me, her eyes widening slightly as she took in her surroundings, the massive bed draped in black and red silks, the dragon motifs carved into every surface, the balcony offering an unrivaled view of King's Landing and the bay beyond. Not bad, she admitted, trailing her fingers along a silver dragon statuette. Though the dragon theme might be a touch excessive. I closed the door behind us, the heavy latch falling into place with a satisfying thunk. Says the woman whose homeland is decorated with spears and suns. We Dornish are nothing if not consistent. She moved through the space with deliberate confidence, examining paintings and furnishings with an appraiser's eye. The morning light streaming through the balcony doors caught in her dark hair, highlighting strands of copper. You'll have your own chambers later, I said, watching her explore. Perhaps adjacent to these, with a connecting door. Suitable for a princess, if not quite as grand as what you're accustomed to in Sunspear. Ariane turned to face me, her head tilted slightly. How thoughtful. And will you lock that connecting door at night? Would it matter if I did? A smile played on her lips. Locks are merely suggestions in Dorne. Before I could respond, she moved toward me with surprising swiftness. Her hands found my wrists, and with a graceful motion that caught me off guard, she pulled me toward the bed. I allowed it, curious where her boldness would lead. We tumbled onto the mattress, her beneath me, her silk robe parting to reveal the smooth bronze skin of her chest and the dark peak of one nipple. Her silver eyes shone with challenge as she bit her lower lip, arching slightly beneath me. What exactly do you think you're doing, princess? I asked, supporting my weight on my forearms as I looked down at her. Exploring my accommodations, she replied innocently, though her fingers had begun tracing patterns on my chest. The bed seems comfortable enough. I wouldn't want to complain to my captor. Her tongue darted out, wetting her lips as her other hand slid up my arm to my shoulder. It was amusing, so I didn't stop her. So tell me, Your Grace, do you always kidnap women from their homes? Or am I special? I chuckled, feeling her body shift beneath mine. Only the ones who write me secret letters betraying their king fathers. And here I thought it was my winning personality. Her legs parted slightly, allowing me to settle more comfortably between them. The thin silk of her robe did little to hide the heat of her body. Maybe I just wanted to see how your father would react, I said, brushing a strand of hair from her face. She pouted, a deliberate, practiced gesture. Your words keep hurting me. Here I was hoping you wanted me all for yourself. Daddy the word, delivered with her exotic Dornish accent and accompanied by a deliberate roll of her hips, sent an unexpected jolt through me. I raised an eyebrow, surprised by her boldness. Shed called me the same the first time we were together, but this time it was different. Your actual father would have a heart attack if he heard you speak that way, I said, watching her expression carefully. Maybe I just have my own way of showing affection, she said, her voice dropping softer. Her fingers slid into my hair, pulling me closer until our lips were mere inches apart. Isn't that what good little princesses do? I could smell the spice and citrus scent of her skin, feel the warmth of her breath against my lips. And are you a good little princess, Arian? Why don't you find out? She challenged, then closed the distance between us. Her lips were soft but insistent, tasting of Dornish wine and desert heat. The kiss deepened as her fingers tightened in my hair, her body arching against mine with desire. I could feel the rapid beat of her heart, the heat of her skin through the thin silk. When we finally broke apart, her silver eyes were dark with desire, but that calculating intelligence remained. It was watching, assessing, planning. Her passion was genuine, that was for sure, but she also meant it when she said she wanted to please me. She wanted to please me so that I wouldn't obliterate her nation, and that, perhaps, made her one of the most delicious of all my conquests. Ariane's fingers traced the contours of Viserys' chest, her touch feather-light yet deliberate. Her silver eyes held his gaze with a boldness few in the Seven Kingdoms would dare. Without breaking eye contact, she twisted her position. She pushed him onto his back and straddled him, her silk robe sliding further open. "Let me please you," she whispered, her Dornish accent thickening with desire. "Let me show you what a princess from the south can do." She lowered her head, pressing her lips against his neck, trailing kisses down to his collarbone. Her fingers worked the fastenings of his doublet with practiced ease, revealing more of his pale skin with each movement. Viserys watched with amusement as she undressed him, her fingers nimble despite their trembling eagerness. When his chest was bare, she moaned. "MHM, how do you even look more gorgeous now?" "Training," he said. She ran her fingers along his defined muscles and pressed a kiss to his shoulder, smiling against his skin. "Beautiful," she murmured, lowering her head to trace her tongue along the ridges of his abdomen. "My Dragon King, you taste like power," she murmured against his abdomen, her teeth grazing lightly over his skin. Viserys tangled his fingers in her hair, enjoying the silky texture. "Is that what you crave, princess? Power?" She looked up at him through her lashes, her smile wicked. "Among other things, Daddy." He chuckled at her boldness, then gripped her waist and flipped her on her back in one fluid motion. The thin silk of her robe had ridden up to her thighs, revealing more of her curves but still preserving the tantalizing mystery beneath. He made no move to remove it. The clothes made her look even more beautiful. So eager to please, he murmured, his hands exploring the soft flesh of her thighs, her hips, her waist. Such a desperate little princess. Ariane leaned into his touch, her breath catching as his fingers skimmed over her through the silk. "Only for you," she said softly. "Only for my king." Viserys lowered his head to capture her mouth again, catching her reactions as his fingers continued their exploration. He could feel her warmth through the thin fabric. Without warning, he gripped her hips and pulled her closer, repositioning himself beside her. Her robe still covered her, and he ducked his head beneath the silk, his breath warm against her skin. "Oh gods, what are you doing?" Ariane whispered, her fingers clutching at the bedsheets. "Please, your grace," he pressed a soft kiss to the inside of her thigh, and her words dissolved into a trembling sigh. She reacted strongly to his touch, her body tense and responsive. "Vivis," she gasped, her voice breaking. "Oh, like that." She pressed closer as the moment intensified, overwhelmed by the sensations. His hands rested gently on her thighs as they lay together in the quiet room. The soft fabric of her robe draped around them, creating a warm, intimate space. Ariane's words came in soft whispers as she pressed closer to him. Her back curved as she let out a quiet, contented sigh. "Please, please," she gasped as waves of pleasure washed over her, her body trembling. Viserys continued his tender attention, drawing out the moment until she collapsed back onto the mattress, chest heaving with each ragged breath. When he emerged from beneath her robe, her face was flushed, her eyes half-lidded with satisfaction. But there was still a yearning there, a wish not yet fully granted. "Please," she whispered, her voice soft as she watched him finish his meal. "Let me help you now. Let me do this for you. I need it. I need to care for you properly." Viserys stood. He smiled at her, clearly pleased by her reaction. "Since you asked so sweetly, princess." Ariane's eyes widened as he stepped closer, her lips parting in surprise. "I think you've grown more confident," she murmured at the sight, a smile playing across her lips. He moved to the edge of the bed, gripping her by the neck and positioning her so her head hung over the side. Her dark hair spilled toward the floor as she gazed up at him, her throat exposed and vulnerable. "Open," he commanded, and she obeyed immediately, her lips parting. Viserys pushed forward, watching as she leaned close to him. The warmth surrounded him as he pressed deeper, and her eyes grew teary, but her hands reached up to grip his sides, urging him onward. Such a good princess you are, Ariane, he growled, beginning to push forward. Taking your owner's prize so well. I'm going to own your little nation soon. How does it feel struggling under my hold knowing that? Her mind throbbed with intensity, and she was in no position to reply. Any attempt made her groan harder as she felt her body tense. He withdrew, and then he pushed back inside. Ariane's sense of reality blurred. Each movement pushed him deeper, the tight passage gripping him like a silken vice. Moisture pooled at the corners of her mouth, trickling down her cheeks as he established a relentless rhythm. Her throat shifted with each movement, her eyes watering more profusely as she struggled to accommodate him. Yet she never pushed him away. Her hands remained on his thighs, her silver eyes locked on him even as tears streamed from them. His hand roamed her body, feeling her chest, gently touching her. The wet, low sounds filled the chamber as Viserys tightened his fingers in her hair. Ariane's eyes began to roll back, her awareness narrowing as the moment intensified. Her throat tightened as she struggled to take him in so deeply, her body trembling with the effort. With a final movement, he pressed forward completely. He held her there as she recovered, a small amount escaping to trickle from her nose. "Gah!" she gasped when he finally pulled away. Ariane lay, catching her breath, her eyes unfocused. Her lips were swollen and red, glistening. Tears had left tracks down her temples into her hair, and her chest heaved with each desperate breath. The silk robe clung to her sweat-dampened skin, outlining every curve of her body. She looked utterly debauched, utterly conquered, and utterly beautiful. After a moment, she found her voice again, though it was raw and raspy. "I want more from you too, Daddy," she begged, her fingers trailing down her body as she turned toward him. "Please, I need you with me." "Is that so?" "All right," Viserys said and moved toward the bed, guiding her to sit with ease. The curve of her back dipped gracefully as she leaned forward, the silk robe draped loosely around her shoulders now. Her skin gleamed with a fine sheen of sweat, giving her bronze complexion a golden glow in the morning light. Without warning, he gripped her hips and pulled her close, drawing her in with one powerful motion. Her eyes snapped wide in shock. How does it feel better than last time? Her mind whirled as her mouth parted wide. Ariane screamed, her fingers clawing at the sheets. "Oh gods!" Viserys kept his intense pace, his body pressing against her with each movement. The bed creaked beneath them, the headboard banging against the wall as they grappled fiercely. "SL slowed down," she gasped, her words barely audible over the commotion. "I can't, it's too," instead of complying, Viserys tangled his fingers in her hair and yanked her head back, arching her spine at a painful angle. "I want slow down. Isn't this what you wanted, princess?" He growled, increasing his pace. "To be taken by the Dragon King while your father sits helpless in Sunspear? To be claimed like you deserve?" "Yes," she cried, tears streaming down her face again. "Gods, yes. Yes, please make me yours forever. I want to be yours completely. Yours alone." Right there. Her body shuddered beneath him, trembling as overwhelming waves of emotion crashed through her. Viserys didn't slow, continuing his relentless assault on her senses. You like this?" She gasped between movements, her words fragmented by breathless gasps. "You like taking Duran's daughter? Making me, call you master? Making me, NGH yours?" The words, raw and broken, spurred Viserys on. He gripped her harder, leaving bruises on her skin. "Yes," she cried out, overcome with excitement. Tell me how much better I am than those other two wives of yours," Ariane demanded, her voice rising in pitch with emotion. "Tell me, how much closer? I am Dornish." Viserys felt his excitement reaching its peak, his rhythm faltering as tension coiled tighter in his core. With a final movement, he pulled away. Ariane collapsed onto the bed, then rolled over to face him, her chest heaving. Even Viserys was breathless now, exhausted from their encounter. Her silver eyes, though hazy with satisfaction, held a challenge as she leaned back and looked up at him. "Why did you pull away at the end?" She murmured, her voice a hoarse whisper. She shifted closer, her flushed expression. "Let me raise your children on Dornish gold. Let them dance before father's eyes while I stay by your side. Please?" The sight of her disheveled, weary, and still asking for more stirred fresh longing in Viserys. With a grumble, he positioned himself between her thighs once more and held her close, losing himself in the warmth of her embrace as the day outside turned into night. Hours later, she rested beneath him, breath ragged, lips swollen and tired. 106 Westerosi Politics, Chapter 106. Westerosi politics. The water gardens hummed with the quiet melody of distant fountains and the gentle rustle of orange trees swaying in the breeze. Within Prince Doran Martell's private solar, that peace transformed into an oppressive silence. Doran sat in his wheeled chair beside the open window, the parchment trembling slightly in his gout-ridden hands. The letter seal broken now bore the three-headed dragon of House Targaryen, though not from the king that ruled the Seven Kingdoms right now. Sunlight streamed across the polished marble floor, creating a sharp line between light and shadow that bisected the room. On one side sat Doran, bathed in golden light, and on the other paced his brother. His younger brother was coiled with tension. Oberyn Martell's boots clicked rhythmically against the floor as he moved, the sound breaking the silence like a heartbeat. His dark eyes never left his elder brother's face, searching for any hint of the thoughts behind that carefully composed mask. 3 days, Oberyn said finally, breaking the silence that had stretched between them since the letter's arrival. 3 days since the Dragon King took her, and not a word from Arianne herself. The words were heavy with accusation and fear. Doran's fingers carefully refolded the letter along its creases, the deliberate motion betraying none of the turmoil beneath. His face remained impassive, though a muscle in his jaw twitched slightly. "But plenty of words from others," Doran replied, his voice steady despite everything. "The whole of Dorne whispers about it. Now how the Dragon King plucked their princess from her balcony." He looked up at his brother, his eyes hardening. "Don't expect words from her. It's her fault. She called him from the balcony, and he flew down." Oberyn halted mid-stride, his expression darkening. "Maybe we should have put her in a tower without a balcony," he remarked with bitter humor, though there was no delight in his eyes. He resumed his pacing, shadow stretching and contracting as he moved through patches of sunlight. "What does our King Aegon say about this?" The emphasis on king carried all the venom the Red Viper was known for. Doran held the letter out to his brother, his movements slow thanks to the pain in his swollen joints. "The boy has made a strategically smart call," Doran said, his tone revealing nothing of his true feelings. "Read for yourself." Oberyn snatched the parchment from his brother's hand, his eyes scanning the flowing script quickly. With each line, his expression darkened further, his lips pressing into a thin line until they nearly disappeared altogether. "Brother, this reads to me that our silver-haired hope has abandoned us as quickly as he claimed us," Oberyn said, his voice dangerously quiet. Doran said nothing, watching his brother's rage build with each passing second. The silence extended between them again, broken only by the distant laughter of children playing in the pools outside. "He says he's somewhere safe, away from trouble. He won't come to Dorne because Viserys might look for him here?" Oberyn crumpled the parchment in his fist, knuckles whitening with the force of his grip. "You pledged our spears to this boy, brother, and now he hides while my niece is held captive." Doran's expression remained unchanged, though something flickered behind his eyes, a brief acknowledgement of the truth in his brother's words. "A calculated risk," Doran said quietly, but the words sounded hollow even to his own ears. "It makes sense from his position. Forgive me, but are you blind, brother?" Oberyn asked, frustration evident in every line of his body. Doran said nothing. The silence itself was an admission. "He failed you," Oberyn said sharply, jabbing a finger toward Doran. "I warned you about abandoning Viserys. I warned you the moment we heard he had wings and a dragon. You said everything will be all right when Aegon takes a dragon of his own. Now he did. And what does he do? Neither of us knows. Prince Doran wheeled his chair away from the window, moving with practiced efficiency toward a map table displaying Dorne and its surroundings. The elaborate cartography showed mountains, passes, coastlines, all the natural defenses that had protected Dorne for centuries. Defenses that meant nothing against a dragon. "I'll admit this doesn't please me," Doran said, his fingers tracing the outline of Sunspear on the map. "But he must have his reasons. If he were planning to abandon us, he wouldn't have bothered to write to us. I'll choose to trust him for now, since we've already made the decision to go against Viserys." His fingers stilled on the map as he looked up at his brother. "Send an official letter to King's Landing demanding they return Arianne." Oberyn sighed, the sound carrying all the weight of his frustration and worry. "You know why he took Arianne? He won't just return her to us unless we hand over this Aegon. That is our nephew, Oberyn." Doran turned his gaze back to the window, to the horizon where dark clouds gathered over the summer sea. "Since he's claimed a dragon, that proves his Targaryen blood. We can take this little risk for his sake." The distant rumble of thunder echoed the unspoken fears in the room. "I don't like this, brother," Oberyn said after a moment of silence, following his gaze out the window. "Neither do I," Doran replied, gazing at the distant horizon where a storm gathers over the summer sea. Bad times might be coming for Dorne, but Doran wasn't going to keep pretending to be a weakling. I drummed my fingers against the carved surface of the small council table, enjoying the momentary silence before the discussions began. The midday sun streamed through the high windows, casting sharp bands of light across the chamber's stone floor. The room smelled faintly of beeswax and parchment, an improvement over the usual stench of the city below. Speaking of, I still gotta fix that. But I need so much gold. The table before me was now a smaller council than before, but one I could actually trust, more or less. Rose sat to my right, dressed in deep burgundy finery that complemented her copper hair. She had taken to her role as Mistress of Whispers with remarkable ease. Behind my chair stood Brienne of Tarth, her white Kingsguard armor gleaming in the sunlight, hand resting on her sword hilt. Opposite me, Robb Stark sat with the rigid posture of a man unused to southern politics, but his eyes remained sharp and attentive. ID left several seats deliberately empty. Mace Tyrell was still in Bravos, and Grand Maester Pycelle was notably absent. The doddering old fool had served too many regimes, and his loyalties were suspect at best. Produce. There was that thing where he had romantic feelings for Tywin. ID deal with him once ID secured more trustworthy replacements. I fingered the sealed letter bearing the Martell sigil that had arrived that morning, tapping it deliberately on the table. "A letter came from Dorne today," I announced, cutting through the formal atmosphere. "By now, I trust everyone has heard about our Dornish guest, so you can guess what the letter contains. Princess Arianne Martell now resides in the Red Keep as our honored hostage." Robb Stark's brow furrowed. Even though Head learned the southern game quickly enough, he still maintained that refreshing northern bluntness. "Hostage, your grace?" he questioned, the words careful but direct. "I heard you and her share a peculiar relationship, though. Even if Sansa hadn't told her about it, it would be difficult to miss the moans coming from the king's bedchambers for 3 whole days. As the brother of my wife, who was also a king, the news didn't sit well with him. But perhaps out of fear of his sister's treatment in the future, he didn't show displeasure outright. I smiled. "It's simply insurance. Rob, it's a lot easier to keep women in check this way." "I'm sorry if my words sound disgusting," I said. Brienne of Tarth shifted uncomfortably behind me. Rob just sighed. I leaned back in my chair and continued. "Anyhow, the issue is that Prince Doran made the unfortunate decision to support a pretender claiming to be Aegon Targaryen. He's a thief who stole one of my sister's dragons. With Arianne here, I now have something of equal value. Somewhat. Of course, a mere Dornish princess would never have the same value as a dragon. But in the political landscape of manipulation, it evened out somewhat. More than that, she's the insurance against burning Dorne to the ground," I thought but didn't add. Some thoughts were better kept private, even in this smaller council. I tapped the sealed letter. This will likely be a formal demand for his daughter's return, accompanied by promises and platitudes. Then I broke the seal with my thumb, confirming my suspicions as I scanned its contents. As expected, Doran claims ignorance of any plot against the crown and demands his daughter's safe return. I set the letter aside. We'll let him stew a bit longer. Let him feel what it's like to lose someone precious, I thought. Let him wonder if she'll return with her head or without it. Rose unfurled a scroll of her own, her green eyes scanning its contents with practiced efficiency. They lie, Your Grace. My little birds confirm it. Dorne has been amassing provisions and weapons at a rate that suggests preparation for significant conflict. They were preparing for war, likely alongside this Aegon. Pitiful. I expected a wiser choice from Doran. I nodded. Keep an eye on that. If they stop that preparation, let me know. And send a letter to the second sons. They can't stay on the outskirts of Dorne for so long. It's not a place people can live in. Call them here. Understood. Horus nodded. By now, she had proven herself invaluable, expanding the network of spies left behind by Varys and turning many of them to her, and by extension, my service. She also had Peter Baelish's spies, of course. The whores were her original eyes and ears. Rose was a great helper of mine, whom I appreciated. The realm thought her merely a former whore elevated beyond her station. They underestimated her at their peril. What do you plan to do to Dorne, Your Grace? Brienne asked from behind me, speaking for the first time. Her voice carried that peculiar mix of deference and directness that made her such an effective commander. I turned slightly in my chair, meeting her steadfast gaze. They'll just hope that they will reconsider, I said with a cold smile. Prince Doran may be crippled, but he's no fool. He understands what's at stake. No matter the case, Arianne is his heir. So, I hope for her sake that he reconsiders. If not, then well, you heard what Viserion did to Yunkai and Astapor. The entire chamber fell quiet. I turned to Rose, changing the subject to the more annoying culprit. What news of Varys and this Aegon? She pursed her lips, clearly displeased with her own lack of concrete information. It's difficult for me to reach Essos with my birds. Your Grace, I'm sorry, she admitted. How bothersome, I said, feeling anger curl through my chest. Regal should be here with me, or at least with my sister. Instead, it serves some pretender. I sighed after a moment. Oh well, Dorne and Aegon's situation is merely one concern among many. I continued, my mind shifting to the broader game. We face threats from beyond the wall, across the narrow sea, and within our own borders. I have something to say on that. Robb Stark straightened, producing a letter bearing the Night's Watch seal. Interesting, I accepted it. The parchment was weathered, suggesting a long journey. For my brother John, he explained, his expression growing grim. He reports wildlings fleeing south in unprecedented numbers, claiming the dead walk beyond the wall. I raised an eyebrow, watching Stark's face. ID warned him about strengthening the wall, and he didn't understand why before. Hopefully Jon's words would give him the reason to. Jon himself claims to have encountered and destroyed one such creature. Robb continued, his voice steady despite the fantastical nature of the claim. A dead man who continued moving and attacking after death. Jon saved the Night's Watch's Lord Commander from that creature. I feigned my skepticism. A bold claim from a bastard at the edge of the world. His jaw tightened at my tone, northern pride flashing in his eyes. Jon Snow is many things, Your Grace, but a liar is not one of them. He countered sharply. He killed this, white, with fire. Burned it to ash while it still moved. The dragon blood in my veins seemed to warm at the very word fire. Just having Viserion would give me an incredible edge against the whites, although the true White Walkers themselves were invulnerable to dragon flames. Fire and dragonglass. I murmured after a moment, recalling the details from the TV show. Even in the history books of Red Keep's library, they spoke of the long night, of ice demons driven back by flame and obsidian weapons. Childish tales, most would say, yet I knew the truth. What was that, Your Grace? Robb asked since I'd spoken too low. The issue with these White Walkers will be addressed. I assured him, raising a hand to stop his protest. am sending a shipment of dragon glass from Dragonstone to the Wall, along with men to reinforce the Night's Watch. Dragon glass is a special kind of material that can kill wraiths, and perhaps the White Walkers too. The surprise on Stark's face was almost comical. He clearly hadn't expected such swift action on what many would consider a fanciful tale. "The North thanks you," he said, inclining his head respectfully. "Don't thank me, Robb," I said, leaning forward. "If these creatures are true, as your brother says they are, it'll be a danger to us all. Let's take this seriously, yes? And do reinforce the wall before your brother's ravens start reporting armies of corpses marching on the wall. If the situation truly worsens, I'll fly north myself," I thought, imagining Viserys' flames sweeping across legions of walking corpses. "There's one more matter, Your Grace," she said, producing another scroll. "From the Iron Fleet. It seems Queen Yara Greyjoy is returning to Westeros and intends to visit King's Landing. Her letter states she wishes to present the first tribute from the raids of Essos personally and to discuss matters of mutual concern." I felt a smile tug at my lips. Yara's visit wasn't unexpected, though her timing was interesting. "That's good news. Arrange suitable accommodations," I instructed. "I'm curious what our Iron Queen considers mutual concern. And even more curious to have her company again," I thought, missing her presence somewhat. She was a memorable companion. Yara Greyjoy had proven herself both in battle and in quieter, more personal ways. Her loyalty had been particularly sweet. Robb shifted in his seat, standing up. "In that case, with your permission," he began, "I must return to the North soon. If these reports from Jon are true, Winterfell must be prepared. It has been a long time since they've been here. They would have returned earlier if I hadn't gone to Meereen." I nodded slowly. "Of course. The North can't remain indefinitely without its king." I studied him briefly. "Will your mother remain here with your sister?" Robb had a sad look on his face. "Yes. We want to bury our father's remains in the crypts of Winterfell. Lady Sansa seems content with her position. Otherwise, I'm sure she'd have loved to come for a short visit." Content enough, I thought, recalling Sansa's expression when she saw Arianne. Despite her displeasure, she was learning her place, adapting to her role as my bride with increasing grace. "Then our business is concluded for today," I declared, rising from my chair. Rose followed suit immediately. "Prepare messages to Dragonstone regarding the dragonglass, and draft a response to Prince Doran, nothing committal, just enough to keep him uncertain." As we filed out, our footsteps carrying us through the hallways, thoughts raced ahead to my next moves. Aegon, Daenerys, the White Walkers, Tywin Lannister, the Vale. So many pieces in motion, so many threats and opportunities intertwined. 108 Farewell and Confinement, Chapter 107. Farewell and Confinement. The courtyard of the Red Keep buzzed with activity, horses snorting, hooves scraping on the cobblestones, armor clinking as Stark men got ready to leave. I stood on the keep steps, taking in the cool morning air against my face while I watched it all unfold. Robb Stark moved around his men like he'd done it 1,000 times, his dire wolf padding silently at his side. The beast had grown since they got here. It cast an intimidating shadow that reminded everyone of the North's untamed power. Not that it could ever match a dragon's might, of course. I headed down the stairs, stopping near Robb as he finished fiddling with his saddlebags. "King Stark," I greeted, offering my hand. "It's truly sad to see you go. I hope your time in the capital's been enlightening." The North might call him king, but here, in front of me, he was just another lord paying respects. Perhaps he realized that, too. Even if he didn't, I'd let him know by the time the threat of White Walkers become a real problem. He turned, and I could see he felt both relief and tension about heading out. "Morning, Your Grace," he answered, gripping my hand tight with that no-nonsense warrior's grip. And enlightening it was indeed. "Your bravery in the war hasn't gone unnoticed. I hope back north you'll enjoy the reputation of a war hero," I said, letting a bit of warmth creep into my voice. "The alliance between our houses will help keep the realm together." Robb nodded, his expression guarded. "The North remembers its friends, Your Grace, and its enemies." It was a polite threat hidden behind courtesy, perhaps implying what might happen if I betrayed his sister. Looks like the boy has picked up a thing or two in the south. As do dragons, I replied with a hint of a smile. His eyes flicked toward the towers where Viserion often perched, then back to me. There wasn't any bad blood in our exchange, since unlike the Tyrell alliance, built on mutual gain, the Stark alliance was built on exactly that, but also trust. Safe travels, Lord Stark, I said, stepping aside. May the old gods keep an eye on your road. As he turned to check the last details, something caught my eye. Catelyn Stark came forward from the crowd of northern lords, her auburn hair shining under the morning sun. Sansa was among that crowd too, conversing with the lords, but my eyes remained on her mother. She walked with a steady grace, but those tully blue eyes burned with something when she looked at me, emotion barely held in check. Mother-in-law, I greeted with a small grin, lowering my voice a notch. Keep your family safe. The realm's never certain. She stopped right in front of me, jaw set, giving a perfect curtsy. When she stood, her gaze didn't waver. My loyalty is with my children. Don't mistake my silence for approval, Your Grace, she said, calm but firm. I couldn't help a slight smirk. After all that had happened, she still held her pride, and I found that strangely satisfying. How fascinating, I murmured, stepping closer, so only she could hear. This fragile dance of ours. You want your family's safety more than anything, don't you, my lady? Such noble devotion. So noble that it brought you back to me last time. A flush crept up her neck, and I couldn't tell if it was anger or something else. Her lips parted, but whatever she meant to say died in the air when Robb called out, "Mother, we have to go." She held my gaze a second longer, full of resolve and a fierce protectiveness that spoke volumes. Then she turned away, moving toward her son with practiced elegance. The start party began mounting up, the final farewell settling over the courtyard. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Sansa standing rigidly near the horses, her copper hair gleaming in the sun. She wasn't crying, but her eyes were bright with unshed tears, watching her mother and brother get ready to leave. I walked over to her, feeling a twinge of something at how upset she looked. Gently draping an arm around her shoulders, I gave her a reassuring squeeze. "No need to be sad, dear Sansa. Your family won't be alone. Some of my best guards will go with them to the neck," I told her. Sansa glanced up at me, surprise peeking through her sorrow. "Thank you, Your Grace," she whispered. "I'll worry about them, not for their safety, however. I just don't miss them." I smiled softly, as any good sister and daughter would, I said, letting my voice soften. "But remember, your place is here now, with me. You'll have to get used to it." Her gaze drifted to her mother, who was swinging on her horse. Catelyn glanced back just once, her eyes finding Sansa's. There was a lot in that look: love, worry, silent promises. Then Marjorie showed up, her bright smile catching the morning light. "A perfect day for a ride, isn't it?" she said cheerily. "We'll have plenty to discuss once they're gone." I gave a nod, noticing how Marjorie subtly moved a bit closer to me than to Sansa. Seemed unintentional, but it spoke volumes about the unspoken tension between them. "You always have a place here, sweet sister," Marjorie said to Sansa, reaching out to squeeze her hand. It looked sincere, but there was that familiar glint in her eyes, always plotting, always aware of the game. I watched them, both so different, yet both so necessary for my plans, circling each other like cautious wolves. "Marjorie, dearest, it'll take Sansa for a walk in the gardens," I declared, looking straight at Marjorie. "She needs a break from this bustle. Could you oversee our guest's departure?" A quick flash of disappointment flickered on Marjorie's face before she smiled again, masking it in heartbeat. "Of course, Your Grace," she said with a graceful bow. "I'd be honored." She drifted away toward the men and horses, and I guided Sansa through a side passage to the gardens. The air smelled sweeter there, alive with roses and jasmine. The two of us strolled in silence for a while, following a twisting path through neatly trimmed flower beds. The gardeners had outdone themselves. Vivid blossoms and thick green leaves made for a perfect backdrop. I slowly lightened the mood with small talk. We talked and watched from here as the horde of northern horses left the city gates. Over the next half an hour, the sadness in Sansa lessened considerably thanks to my presence. Dear husband, she suddenly said, tone a lot more serious than usual. What is your relationship with Arya Martell? Her voice was quiet, eyes fixed on a patch of blue winter roses. She wouldn't look at me, like she wasn't sure she wanted to know my answer. I paused, turning to face her. It caught me off guard, not the question itself, but that Shed asked it so plainly. Arya Martell is just another piece on the board, I said, lifting Sansa's chin so Shed meet my gaze. I hold the dragons, the swords, the crown. Did I marry her or you? Such matters don't deserve your worry, Sansa. She's here to serve my interests, nothing more. I did like Arianne's company. Although she was bratty and annoying at first, it changed over time. Plus, she was a lot of fun to be around. But I had to reassure Sansa. I leaned in, lowering my voice. I will not try to defend my character. I love women. But remember your place by my side as my wife, Sansa. You aren't just any random woman. You're my wife. You're safe here. Always. Her eyes flickered with uncertainty, blue eyes like her mother's, but softer. You promise? I set a hand on her shoulder, feeling her relax just a bit under my touch. I promise. Silly Sansa. Now let's enjoy the morning. We've got battles to win, and maybe even a war to fight. We kept walking, and I turned over the latest changes in this ever-evolving chessboard. The Starks heading north would shore up defenses they're useful with what I knew was coming from beyond the wall. Jon Snow's warnings were only the start. True winter was on its way, and it was bringing threats far deadlier than any southern lord. But Sansa didn't need to know all that yet. Some plans were best kept close until the time was right, especially when those plans involved me making her brother take the knee. The corridor leading to Arianne's room was oddly quiet this afternoon. The guards outside her door straightened up when they spotted me, their faces giving away nothing. I waved them off, waiting until I heard their footsteps fade before I pressed my hand against the ornate handle. She wasn't in my bedroom anymore. It'd be insulting to my wives, after all. She had her own chambers, but they were nowhere near a dungeon. They were fit for a Dornish princess, comfortable enough to remind her of her station, but locked up enough to show she was still under my control. Everyone in the court gossiped about my so-called merciful imprisonment, but really, it was a message. She was still my prisoner, completely under my control. I pushed open the door without bothering to knock. Sunlight poured in through the big windows, flooding the room in a warm glow that bounced off polished furniture and silk hangings. Mitcham Arianne was lounging on her bed, a book forgotten beside her. Her dark hair spilled over the edge of the mattress, contrasting perfectly with her crimson dress. At the noise, she rolled over and stretched lazily, like a satisfied cat, before her silver eyes locked on mine. She broke into a grin and jumped up in one smooth move. Every step she took had a graceful sway, and the dress she wore, definitely one of Marjorie's, altered to fit her curves, left very little to the imagination. Look who's here, she said, flinging her arms around my neck and pressing herself against me. Her lips brushed my cheek in a teasing welcome. Did you miss me, my Dragon King? I chuckled, breathing in that spicy, citrusy scent she always seemed to carry. You think this is how hostages are supposed to act? I'm here on business, dear prisoner. She leaned back just a bit, eyes shining with mischief. One hand stayed around my neck while the other played idly across my chest. Business? How dull of you, she sighed dramatically. And here I thought you'd come to entertain your poor, lonely, sex-deprived captive. Her fingers kept up their little dance, dipping beneath my doublet's collar. The tension between us crackled. Desire never really went away, no matter the politics or the reasons we had to keep our distance. How are you still this gorgeous after everything we've been through? Crazy girl, I said. But anyway, I have a letter from your father, I added. Try to steer things back to why I do really come. He pretends to be innocent and wants you home in Dorne. He's demanding your return. Arianne's playful look vanished, replaced by a flicker of real anger. She stepped back, crossing her arms under her breasts in a way that somehow looked both stubborn and enticing. I don't like why he's acting like this. He's always been so smart, But what's he doing now? Fucking hell, she said, her accent growing thicker as her emotions rose. He could have just apologized now, and I'd have handled the rest. You'd do well not to take his demands too seriously, Viserys. I watched her, taking in the genuine frustration on her face. It was fun. Arianne turning against her father was a big deal in Dornish politics, one I fully intended to use to my advantage. Don't worry, I'm not returning you so soon. That's it. I need to go now, I said abruptly, turning toward the door. There are things I have to attend to. Do you really have to ignore me like this? She purred, her voice dropping low. She crossed the room slowly, each movement meant to highlight the curve of her body. I'm so lonely here, Daddy, I raised a brow, smirking at her theatrical approach. You're not exactly some damsel in distress in this safe castle, Arianne. You're more like a royal guest, with more perks than most in my court. Well, whatever, she sighed, giving up her attempt. Her expression went through a change then. Her silver gaze bored into mine, a hint of genuine vulnerability showing through her usual confidence. Ah, speaking of that, what about Tyene and the others? Are they? The question hung in the air, heavier than her flirty words. I saw her playful facade slip a bit, concern taking over. They're alive, rest assured. I'm keeping them in the dungeons, I replied, watching her face. After trying to poison me, they're facing the consequences. I have no intention of letting them off easy. Arianne's expression darkened, her bravado slipping. She took a step closer, no more sultry smiles or teasing. That's not good. They must be feeling so tortured, please, Viserys, she said, her voice wavering a bit. At least let me see Tyene. She's my friend. They'll get her on your side. It can't be that hard to arrange. I studied her carefully. It was her who warned me about them, so I expected their betrayal. The Sand Snakes had tried to kill me, usually a straight path to a grisly end, but their ties to Dorne and Arianne's loyalty made them valuable. Killing them would be a waste. Plus, they'd been helpful to me in the past. Letting her meet Tyene could serve as a reminder to Arianne of what happens to those who betray me. All right, I said after a moment's thought. You can speak with her. Maybe you'll talk some sense into her for Rhaal. Relief flooded her features, followed by a cunning smile. She closed the gap again, pressing her body to mine. Thank you, really, she whispered, lips hovering near my ear. Her hands slid up my chest, resting on my shoulders. My hands wrapped around her slip waist, sliding down to cup her soft ass. I knew you had a reasonable side. Although I enjoyed the feel of her body, I had to remind her of the situation. I caught her wrists, pulling them away not hard but firmly. Don't confuse my calculated mercy with weakness, princess. Your friend did try to poison me, and that usually ends in an execution. Arianne's smile stayed in place, but I saw her eyes harden. Of course, sweetheart, and I'll be sure she'll apologize to you for that, since you like feeling your ego so much. The push and pull of our relationship was always shifting friends in one moment, enemies in the next, and lovers whenever we both felt like it. Exhausting, but also thrilling. Arianne was one of the few people here who came close to treating me like an equal. A risky move on her part, but one I allowed for now. She was amusing. They'll set it up for tomorrow, I said, heading for the door. You'll be under guard, obviously. Obviously, she echoed, giving a small curtsy while flashing me a look of genuine gratitude. Until then, they'll just have to find other ways to keep busy. As I stepped out, I found myself smiling. In another time or place, Arianne Martell might have been a truly great queen. Maybe she still would be, depending on where the pieces landed in all the fights to come. The Game of Thrones rolled on, getting more tangled by the day. And in the darkness far beyond this petty power struggle, the real enemy was getting stronger than Night King and his undead horde, all set to move south while we fought each other. Thankfully, one of my prized conquests returned to reassure me soon. By the time Arianne was done talking to Tyene, the Queen of the Ironborns was at my shore. 108 Iron Queen with Iron Wings, Chapter 108. Iron Queen with Iron Wings. The salt-laden breeze whipped through Yara's hair as she stood at the prow of Black Wind, her fingers gripping the weathered railing. Behind her, the Iron Fleet stretched like a dark forest across the Blackwater Bay. black sails billowing against the morning sky. King's Landing loomed ahead, its walls gleaming pale gold in the sunrise. Yara rolled her shoulders, feeling the phantom sensation where her dragon wings would unfurl if she wished. That gift from Viserys, those magical, magnificent, translucent appendages that appeared at her, had transformed the Ironborn's fortunes. Who needs prayers to the drowned god when you have dragon magic? Her fleet had swept down on the free cities like hawks on field mice. Pintos, Myr, Tyrosh, none had expected attacks from the sky. She knew Viserys had given her these wings as an emergency escape measure, but the Ironborn did not flee. She used it for battles instead. While her ships patrolled the waters, Yara had flown in with elite raiders, opening gates from within. "Captain Yara," called Carl the maid from behind her. "Harbor masters sending boats to guide us in." She nodded without turning. "Tell them we need no guidance. We'll dock where I damn well please." She was certain King Viserys wouldn't mind giving her that little freedom. The city sprawled before her, reeking of opportunity and filth in equal measure. So different from Pike's harsh, clean simplicity. In the distance, the Red Keep rose on Aegon's high hill, a crimson behemoth, housing the man who had given her both power and chains. Dragon King, her ally, her ruler. Yara had never intended to bend the knee to anyone, yet here she was, sailing to present tribute like some conquered vassal. But the arrangement served her purposes. Her people flourished under this new order. The Iron Islands had never been wealthier. The Dragon King can have his illusions of control as long as we prosper under it, she told herself. She had seen the fear in men's eyes when her wings spread wide across moonlit skies. She had tasted the terror when her silhouette passed overhead before a raid. With each victory, her legend grew the Iron Queen who rode the winds. The massive hull of Black Wind scraped against the dock as sailors scrambled to secure mooring lines. Yara inhaled deeply, tasting the foul city air, sewage, wood smoke, too many people living too close together. A woman with copper hair stood waiting on the dock, dressed in deep red. Even from the ship, Yara could see she carried herself with practiced elegance that belied her rumored origins. The Mistress of Whispers, once a northern woman of ill repute. "Welcome to King's Landing, Queen Yara," Rose called up as Yara descended the gangplank. "His Grace eagerly awaits your arrival." "I bet he does," Yara replied, studying the woman's controlled smile. "I brought treasures that'll make even a dragon purr." Ross' laugh tinkled like polished bells. "I doubt that. My king isn't so easily pleased. This way, if you please." "His Grace awaits in the Red Keep." As they wound through the city streets, Yara observed the teeming masses with a sailor's calculating eye. So much wealth, so poorly defended. Had she come as a reaver rather than an ally, King's Landing would have made a tempting target. Of course, the roar of the dragon that circled the sky returned her to reality. The street of steel rang with the clatter of hammers. The street of flour wafted warm, yeasty scents that almost masked the city's underlying stench. Everywhere, small folks scrambled from their path, eyes downcast. "The Dragon King has been busy," Yara remarked, noting new construction where wildfire had scorched buildings during the Battle of Blackwater. "His Grace rebuilds what was damaged and improves what was neglected," Rose replied diplomatically. Always the perfect courtier, Yara thought. Wonder if she still sells her loyalty for coins or just for secrets now. On her way, Yara paused briefly when she saw the legendary Red Priestess talking to a few children with a smile on her face. The woman looked different than the usual religious heads she was used to seeing. She didn't waste much time staring, though. They continued their walk. The Red Keep loomed larger with each step, its battlements and towers etched against the sky like a threat made stone. Nothing like the weathered, sea-carved rocks of Pike. This was beautifully done raw power, unapologetic in its dominance. "His Grace has made changes to the throne room," Rose explained as they passed through the outer gates. "Dragon motifs everywhere. Quite striking." "I'm sure," Yara said dryly. "Nothing says kneel before me like dragon heads on every surface." By the time they reached the royal wing, Yara's patience had worn thin. Court pleasantries of servants bowing had never been her strength. She longed for the straightforward brutality of the sea. Here we are. After minutes, they stopped outside an ornate door. The king's bedchambers. Is it? Yara was confused. Why were there no guards standing watch? Yara blinked in understanding when faint sounds came from within. MHM, yes there. Aeon. There was a rhythmic pounding, followed by exasperated groans and a man's low muttering. She raised an eyebrow at Ross. Perhaps I should wait until his royal appointment concludes. Ross' lips quirked in amusement. That won't be necessary, Lady Greyjoy. His Grace has given explicit permission for your immediate entry. Without hesitation, she pushed the door open. Yara didn't have the time to say no. The scene inside hit her like a wave hot, primal, and impossible to ignore. On the massive bed, Viserys knelt behind an olive-skinned woman with cropped dark hair, seized her with brutal force. Beside them stood a woman she recognized, Arianne Martell, with her unmistakable silver eyes, who twisted the other woman's arm behind her back, whispering demands. Beg for it, Tyene, Arianne purred. Show him how sorry you are. Beg, you wretch. Beg him to forgive you. All three glistened with sweat, their bodies moving in hypnotic rhythm. Tyene's lithe form arched and trembled, caught between pain and pleasure. Arianne's full breast swayed with each motion, her dark hair cascading over caramel shoulders. Viserys dominated them both. Silver gold hair clinging to his forehead, muscles flexing with each powerful thrust. Politics as usual by King Viserys standards, Yara thought as she dryly stared at the scene. Despite how little she cared, she felt a traitorous heat kindle low in her belly. Spoiler collapse, she never saw Viserys as her lover, so she wasn't surprised or jealous. But her body reacted as it remembered Viserys turned to the door just then, his violet eyes landing on her with predatory recognition. He didn't slow his pace as his lips curved into a smile. Oh, you're here, he said, voice husky with exertion. Strip and join us. Yara sighed, slowly reaching for the laces of her jerkin. Some treasures, it seemed, would be presented sooner than others. Yara Greyjoy bit her lips as she undid the fastenings of her clothing. The soft patter of bare feet against stone echoed through my bedchamber as Arianne led a trembling teen toward the bathing room. Sweat glistened on their naked bodies, catching the afternoon light streaming through the high windows. Come along, sweet cousin, Arianne purred, her hips swaying deliberately as she glanced back at me. Let's get you cleaned up before our next session. Yep, but Tyene, her short-cropped hair matted against her forehead, paused at the archway. Unlike the defiant viper who'd tried to poison me weeks ago, she lowered her eyes and dipped into a respectful curtsy. Thank you for your mercy, your grace, she murmured, voice hoarse from shouting earlier. Yes, yes. Now run along. I waved dismissively, noting the marks that had been left on her olive skin. Your princess has more to teach you about proper service to the crown. I sure do. Arianne's silver eyes flashed with mischievous delight. She's learning fast, isn't she? Our little talk was quite productive. I told you can trust me. Perhaps, I replied, stretching languidly against the silk sheets. Another few days under me, and Tyene would be addicted to the dragon strike to even think of betrayal. The two of them then disappeared through the archway, pulling Tyene along with her. The dragon system had served me well. The dragon strike skill had upgraded twice since ID first unlocked it with Yara, and it was proving remarkably effective at securing female loyalty. Not that ID need it with most women, I'm used, but it certainly accelerates the process with stubborn ones. I turned my attention to Yara, who was panting on the bed and watching the exchange with that characteristic blend of amusement and detachment. The Queen of the Iron Islands lay naked on my bed, as comfortable in her skin as she was on the deck of a ship. Unlike the soft curves of Arianne or the lithe form of Tyene, Yara's body was hard muscle wrapped in salt-kissed skin, breasts full and high despite her athletic build. Jealous? I asked. noticing how her eyes had followed Ariane's retreating form. Of the Dornish princess? Yara snorted, crossing her arms under her breasts. Hardly. I meant of the attention I gave them, I clarified, rising from the bed. After all, your reunion gift was quite impressive. I'm worried you might get jealous that I appreciated it with other women. Yara rolled her eyes, but I caught the slight upturn of her lips. Reunion gift? Really? Greenlanders and your flowery words for fucking. Besides, you know I enjoy women too. It was a great few hours. I chuckled, approaching her with grace. Join me for a bath. Iron Queen, I said, running a finger along her collarbone. I want to hear all about your adventures while we soak. Without waiting for her response, I pulled her off the bed and led her to my private bathing chamber, a cavernous room of polished marble with a sunken pool large enough for 10. Steam rose from the surface of the water, scented with oils that reminded me of a summer garden. Servants must have prepared it while I was occupied with Tyene, and I silently thanked the efficiency of Ross management. She understood my needs without me having to voice them. I descended the steps into the warm water first, sighing as the heat enveloped my muscles. Settling against the smooth stone edge, I beckoned to Yara. Come sit. She hesitated at the pool's edge, eyeing the ornate dragons carved into the marble tiles. When a mistress of Whisper said you decorated the palace with dragons, I didn't quite understand how much. Don't you ever tire of dragons? She asked, gesturing around the room. They're a symbol of power, I replied, and a reminder of what I've achieved. And what you plan to achieve? No doubt, she responded, finally stepping into the water with a barely suppressed groan of pleasure. I patted my thighs. Here, Yara raised an eyebrow. 7 hells, you're relentless. We just finished with your Dornish companions. I want to talk. Not be distracted, I clarified, though the distinction was admittedly blurry when it came to Yara. You said you had matters to discuss. I'm listening. With a theatrical sigh that didn't mask her eagerness, Yara waded through the waist-deep water and settled herself on my lap, her back pressed against my chest. The weight of her felt right somehow, substantial and real in a way that differed from my other conquests. So, I began, arms encircling her waist loosely. Tell me of your raids. I heard whispers that the Iron Fleet has brought terror to the free cities. Yara relaxed against me, her head falling back on my shoulder. Better than whispers, she said, pride evident in her voice. We've rewritten the tales of what Ironborn can do. Details, I prompted, my hands absently tracing patterns on her wet skin. She let out a soft moan, relaxing into my embrace. Ah, well, we took Tyrosh first, she began, her voice taking on the cadence of a seasoned storyteller. Their ships were prepared for conventional attacks. They've dealt with pirates and raiders for centuries. But they weren't ready for me. My interest piqued. You used the wings? Aye, she confirmed, a note of reverence entering her voice. While our ships engaged their outer defenses, I flew over their walls while 20 of my best fighters flanked. We opened the harbor gates from within, and the city fell before sunrise. I had a hard time picturing it since what Yara had was just the wings. She didn't have the strength enhancement of mine, among other things. She must be a particularly good pick for this power. I tried to imagine it. Yara soaring through the night sky, dragon wings unfurled like some vengeful Valkyrie, terrifying the defenders who had never witnessed such a sight. Pintos and Mir folded even faster once word spread. She continued. It was fun, especially since they heard about my wings. I guess they thought I was another dragon freak like you. I don't want to admit this, but perhaps fearing the legends you've weaved lately, they gave in. Really? Yes. The Magisters came out personally, offering tribute if Wed spare their cities. A low laugh rumbled through her chest. We took their gold anyway, but left their pretty buildings standing. Smart, I commented. Better to milk a cow repeatedly than slaughter it for a single feast. Exactly what I told my captains. She turned slightly, her profile visible to me now. We've secured trade agreements that favor the Iron Islands. Regular tributes of spices, silks, and gold in exchange for protection. How admirable. You've made yourself into a proper queen. My strong little pirate queen, I said, genuine admiration in my voice as I kissed her hair. Yara had multiplied the opportunity ID given her tenfold, and the calculated risk had paid off handsomely. Her expression grew a little redder at my words as my hands squeezed her waist. This woman acted like she didn't care about my affection, but she was slowly growing into it. It might be the Dragonic in effect again, since she was the first victim of it, but I couldn't be sure. Her shy expression didn't remain for long, however. It shifted then, a shadow crossing her features. It wasn't all easy victories, though, she said, voice dropping. We encountered complications on the return voyage. I stilled my wandering hands, focusing on her words. What kind of complications? My uncle, she said grimly. Euron Griffiths. You warned me about him. Fuck. Euron was one problem I hadn't yet thought of a solution to. In the show, had been a dangerous wild card charismatic, ruthless, and completely unpredictable. If he were active in this timeline, I'd need to deal with him sooner rather than later. We were 3 days from home waters. Yara continued, tension evident in her shoulders, sailing through heavy fog when his ship appeared alongside ours. The silence. Black sails and a red hull. Out of nowhere. Yes. No warning, no sound. Just there, like a nightmare made real. I tightened my grip around her waist instinctively. What happened then? He hailed us with that fucking smile of his. She spat. He said he'd come to congratulate his favorite niece on her coronation and to relieve me of both my crown and my head. Charming words, I muttered. You have no idea, Yara replied darkly. He sailed to ass high and beyond, he said. Seen things, done things that would make even your Kingsguard blanch. You clearly escaped, I prompted. A fierce grin spread across her face. I showed him what a real Greyjoy can do. Pride radiated from her as she continued. I unfurled the wings you gave me and leapt into the air. The look on his face, she broke off with a harsh laugh. Pure fucking shock. I flew between our ships, calling orders to my men while his crew gaped like idiots. I could almost see it, Yara with wings spread wide against the misty sky, her uncle's legendary confidence momentarily shattered by the impossible sight. He recovered quickly. She added, her expression growing serious again. Ordered his archers to shoot me down. But I was too fast, too high. I swooped down on his ship, scattering his men, and gave my fleet time to form a proper battle line. I was impressed by her quick thinking. Same Euron had killed a real dragon in the show, yet he couldn't shoot down Yara. She must be a particularly good flyer. And then? He retreated, of course. Yara shrugged, though her tone suggested this wasn't the victory it appeared to be. Not running away, mind you. More like withdrawing to reconsider. He knows when the odds aren't in his favor. I hummed. Euron Greyjoy retreating wasn't the end of a threat. It was the prelude to a more calculated attack. Next time, he'd be more prepared. He was such a wild card that I should count him on the danger list with the Faceless Men and his immortal emperor. He'll be back, Yara stated flatly. And next time, he'll be prepared for my wings. Maybe yours, too. That's what I came to warn you about. Euron Greyjoy isn't just my problem, he's a man who collects power. And you, Dragon King, are the greatest power in Westeros. You really think he has the guts to target me? I asked, already knowing the answer. I know he will. She replied, it's just a matter of when and how. He doesn't play by anyone's rules but his own. I recalled how, in the show, Euron had allied with Cersei only to pursue his own agenda. How had somehow managed to kill a dragon with those scorpions. The man was dangerous precisely because he combined cunning with complete ruthlessness. Yara turned in my lap, facing me fully now, her expression uncharacteristically vulnerable. Anyway, fuck that. What matters is that I managed to stay alive. True, but without these, she said, her muscles tensing as translucent dragon wings briefly materialized from her shoulder blades before disappearing again, I'd be dead now. My fleet captured. My reign over before it truly began. I believe it. Before I could respond, she leaned forward and captured my lips in a fierce kiss, her hands framing my face with surprising gentleness. Thank you, she whispered against my mouth, the words clearly unfamiliar on her tongue. These saved my life. I stared into her eyes for a moment. Then I pulled her closer, deepening the kiss, feeling her strong thighs tighten around my waist. Despite the warnings of danger come, I couldn't help but appreciate the unexpected benefit of Euron's appearance. Yara's increased loyalty. Nothing solidified allegiance like saving someone from a genuine threat. I broke the kiss, leaving a tendril of saliva connecting our mouths. "I always protect what's mine, Yara," I murmured, tracing a finger along her jawline. "Our relationship started rough, I know, but you're my Salt Queen now. You're under my protection." Her eyes flashed with that familiar mix of defiance and desire. "Am not yours, little king," she countered automatically, even as her body pressed closer to mine. "You're so full of yourself." I smiled, feeling something warm stir in my chest. "No. Then why are you here on my lap, in my bath, thanking me for my gifts?" Without waiting for her answer, I captured her lips again, my hands resting on her waist. The conversation about Euron could wait. For now, I had another, more pleasurable way to strengthen our alliance. 109 Council of Queens, Chapter 109. Council of Queens. The small council chamber gleamed in the morning light, sunbeams filtering through the high windows to cast golden patterns across the polished table. "Good morning, Your Grace." A unified voice greeted me as I entered the room. My eyes fell on the assembled council with a mixture of amusement and satisfaction. For once, the table wasn't filled with scheming lords and ancient maesters. Instead, a collection of the most powerful women in Westeros gathered before me. Rose sat to my right, her copper hair cascading over her shoulders, contrasting beautifully with the deep emerald of her gown. The dress hugged her curves, perfectly a reminder of the aptitudes that had first brought her to prominence in Littlefinger's brothel. Yara Greyjoy occupied the seat across from her, looking distinctly uncomfortable in the formal setting. Unlike yesterday in my chambers, she now wore a fitted leather jerkin that emphasized her athletic figure while maintaining her fierce, iron-born aesthetic. Marjorie and Sansa sat side by side, a battle of contrasts. Marjorie in Tyrell green, her gown cut low to display the swell of her breasts, while Sansa's blue dress covered her more modestly, though it couldn't hide the graceful curve of her neck or the fire in her auburn hair. Behind me stood Brienne of Tarth in her gleaming white armor, stoic and imposing. "Well," I remarked, taking the high-backed chair at the head of the table, "it seems we have a rather feminine council today." "I'm not complaining. Mind you, it's certainly improved the view." I flashed a grin that made Marjorie smile back reflexively. I gestured to Brienne. "Lady Commander, please join us at the table today. This discussion will require your input." Brienne shifted uncomfortably, her hand resting on Oathkeeper's pommel. "Your Grace, my place is today. Your place is at this table," I interrupted firmly, considered a royal command. She nodded stiffly and took the empty seat at the far end, her massive frame making the council chair look absurdly small. "Now, then," I continued, leaning forward with my elbows on the table, "we have matters that require immediate attention. Lady Brienne, let's start with you." Her blue eyes met mine steadily. "The King's Guard has been a joke for too long," I said bluntly. Other than Ser Barristan Selmy and Jaime Lannister, the rest of the members were pathetically weak. Among them, most were loyal to the Lannisters, and I trust them about as much as I trust a starving dog with a steak. Rose has helped replace some, but we need more. I need knights of true caliber, not political appointments. Brienne considered this. "Finding worthy knights will not be easy, Your Grace. Many have already pledged to other houses. But you know good fighters," I pressed. "Men or women of honor who would serve the crown faithfully. I want you to find them, test them personally." She hesitated before nodding firmly. "I understand. I shall personally test any candidate before bringing them to your attention. None shall join the King's Guard who aren't worthy of the white cloak." "Perfect. I knew I could count on you," I said with genuine appreciation. A competent King's Guard would be critical for my loved one's survival, especially with the threats I knew were coming. If only I could recruit Ser Arthur Dayne from the dead, I thought wryly. I turned my attention to Marjorie and Yara next. Marjorie straightened, her posture perfect as always. subtly adjusting to display her figure to best advantage. No matter how much time we spend together, she never missed an opportunity to remind me of her charms. I think it's time we dealt with the Lannisters, I announced, watching their reactions carefully. Casterly Rock has remained untouched for too long. The Iron Islands and Highgarden are positioned on either side of it, which gives us a perfect opportunity. Marjorie's eyes brightened with ambition, her lips curving into a predatory smile that would have surprised those who only knew her public persona of gentle grace. If her father weren't in Bravos, I'd have handed this task to him, but she'd have to make do. The initial invasion will fall to you too, I continued. I need that castle held, and if it turns out that Tywin Lannister is hiding there, I'll fly over personally to deal with him. The Reach will answer the call, Your Grace, Marjorie said eagerly, leaning forward. The movement caused her necklace to dangle tantalizingly above her cleavage. My brother Garland has been itching for a proper fight. Taking Casterly Rock would cement your rule over the Westerlands. She was right, of course. The Rock had never fallen to invasion in its entire history until Daenerys had taken in the show, using the exact same strategy one was proposing now. Yara drummed her fingers on the table. My ships can blockade Lannisport, while Tyrell forces approach from the east. Well, choke them from both directions. I nodded approvingly. Exactly what I was thinking. Turning to Sansa, I noticed how she sat a bit straighter, anticipating her assignment. There was something endearing about her eagerness to please, so different from Marjorie's calculated seduction or Yara's disciplined cooperation. Now, Sansa dearest, I said, softening my tone slightly. While they wage war, we must maintain peace at home. The city's orphanages are overflowing with children left behind by the recent conflicts. I want you to oversee their care and organization. Reach out to Kinvara, she'll help. Her face fell slightly, though she tried to hide it. This wasn't the grand military command her companions had received. It may seem a small thing, I added, but these children will remember who showed them kindness when they grow up. Build their loyalty now, and it will serve us for decades to come. Sansa composed herself, nodding with renewed determination. I understand, Your Grace. I shall see it done. She doesn't have any real talents yet, I acknowledged silently, but this keeps her safely in King's Landing while giving her something meaningful to focus on. She wasn't ready for the kind of political machinations that would be required elsewhere. Rose, I said, turning to my mistress of whispers. What news of the Second Sons? Have they received my summons? Rose unrolled a small scroll. They've already departed Dorne, Your Grace. They should arrive within a fortnight, according to their latest message. She paused, her expression growing more serious. However, my little birds bring troubling news from Dorne itself. Prince Doran has intensified weapon production throughout his lands. Training has tripled, and they're stockpiling provisions at key fortresses. Fucking hells, I growled, slamming my fist on the table. They're preparing for war, even though I've been giving them continuous chances to back off. I had to stop them before they'd force me to make an example out of them all. I didn't want to kill my own people mindlessly. There was no point in it, especially since we'd need every hand we could find against the White Walker. But at this rate, what else could I do to stop Dorne other than raining flames? Oh, wait. There was something a piece clicked together in my mind, suddenly a realization that made perfect sense. I turned to Yara. You raided Pintos, you said? I asked. Did you happen to see any Golden Company ships in the harbor? Yara frowned, thinking back. Not personally, no, but now that you mention it, one of my captains was delayed there. And later, he reported that he had to flee when several large ships flying the Golden Company standard arrived. I stood abruptly, excitement coursing through me. That's it. The false Aegon must be in Pintos as ID theorized. I grinned. ID anticipated so. But without proper information, I didn't want to risk a few days flying there in these trying times. Now things just shifted a little. My thoughts raced ahead. Aegon must be thinking that if he landed in Dorne with the Golden Company, combining their forces with Dorne's spears, and perhaps the Lannisters on the other side of the map, they could potentially marshal enough strength to challenge me, especially with a dragon at their command. Unfortunately for them, now I'm aware of their plan. Change of plans, Yara, I announced, circling the table slowly. Leave Marjorie to deal with Casterly Rock for now. I want you to bring your entire fleet to the Dornish coast. It'll grant you dozens of ships from my shipyard as well. To attack Dorne? She asked, a little worried, but her eyes didn't look fearful. No, actually, I merely want you to be seen, I explained. A show of force. Prince Doran needs to understand that any aggressive move will be met with overwhelming response. I want your ships visible from every Dornish port and watchtower. I leaned against the back of Marjorie's chair, my fingers lightly brushing her shoulder. This will split their attention. If Aegon and the Golden Company are in Penton and perhaps soon planning to come to Dorne, this act will take Dorne out of the equation momentarily. It will buy me time to play the real game in Pentos. Yara nodded slowly, understanding dawning. Clever. By the time your ships appear on Dorne's horizon, I continued, a small smile playing on my lips, I believe we'll be able to resolve this entire situation. With fire and blood, I added silently. There won't be any need to battle the Dornish, for their trump card will be no more by then. Will you be all right? I feel like you're planning this hastily, Rose said, her face etched with worry. They'll be fine, I told her, turning to Yara. How soon can your fleet depart? She stood up slowly, already mentally preparing. 3 days to gather all my scattered captains. Well, sail on the 4th morning. Perfect, I said, straightening up. And with that, I believe our business is concluded for today. As everyone rose to leave, I caught Yara's arm. Wait a moment. There's something else I need to discuss with you. Privately. The Iron Queen raised an eyebrow, but remained behind as the others filed out. Now then, I said, turning to Yara with a predatory smile, let's talk about the details of your mission. She had made this entire situation much easier by confirming the Golden Company's presence in Pentos. So, I was going to experiment on her a little with my system, and also reward her further for her fine performance. 110 The Dragon's Gift Chapter 110. The Dragon's Gift. The door closed with a soft click behind the departing council members, leaving Yara and me alone in the chamber that still held the lingering sense of perfume and authority. Sunlight streamed through the tall windows, casting golden patterns across the detailed map of Westeros on the council table. I circled around, enjoying the momentary silence while studying the Iron Queen. Yara stood with one hand resting on the hilt of her dagger, her posture relaxed. The leather jerkin she wore hugged her athletic frame, emphasizing the strength in her shoulders while the fabric strained slightly against her full breasts. Unlike the polished, soft beauty of my wives, Yara's appeal came from her raw power and confidence. The kind of woman who could command respect on the deck of a ship with just a glance. Your dedication to our cause deserves a proper reward. I realize, I said, leaning against the edge of the table. You've proven yourself time and again. Yara raised an eyebrow, her lips curving into that familiar half-smile that never fully committed to warmth. If you're offering more bodily pleasure, Your Grace, you could have just said so without the dramatic private audience. I laughed, amused by her bluntness. That's what I appreciate about you, Yara. No flowery southern courtesies, just salt and iron. We Ironborn don't waste words, Viserys, she replied, crossing her arms. So what is it you really want to discuss? I straightened, moving toward one of the side tables where a flagon of Dornish red and several goblets waited. Khal Drogo tried to pour a molten golden crown on my skull. Do you know how I survived that? It was time to bullshit a little. Her eyes narrowed slightly. No idea. Some of the stories say you flew away on a dragon. Although I thought it was horseshit until you showed up with one. I didn't know the stories around me were like that. I didn't even have a dragon back then. How did such a stupid rumor start? Yes, but before that, I poured 2 cups of wine, offering one to her. How did I survive having molten gold poured over my head? How did I block a crossbow bolt with my bare hand in Highgarden? Yara accepted the wine, but didn't drink immediately, her gaze sharpening with interest. I've wondered. Some say the Lord of Light blessed you. Pick up that dagger, I said suddenly, setting my goblet down and rolling up my sleeve to expose my forearm. Cut me. What? She blinked, clearly caught off guard. You heard me. I extended my arm toward her. A small cut. I want to show you something. Hesitation flickered across her face, not from squeamishness, certainly, but from confusion. After a moment, she set her wine aside and unsheathed her dagger. The steel gleamed in the sunlight as she stepped closer. "If this is some strange, kingly kink," she muttered, pressing the blade to my flesh. "Just do it," I urged. She applied pressure, and her brow furrowed immediately. The blade seemed to resist, like she was trying to cut through tough leather rather than skin. With additional force, she finally managed to open a thin line across my forearm, a trickle of blood welling up. "Why is your skin so hard?" "What? Whoa. Seven hells," she whispered, eyes widening as the wound began to close before our eyes. The blood receding until nothing remained but a faint pink line that too disappeared within half a minute. "That's—" She looked up at me, genuine astonishment on her face. "One many gifts," I said, rolling my sleeve back down. "It's not some magical gift from the Red God. It's my own. A power I awakened through my true self." Yara stepped back, her expression a fascinating mix of awe and suspicion. "Such powers coming from your own? Sounds like something from a fever dream. Perhaps, but very real nonetheless." I focused my attention, calling forth the interface that had become second nature to me. A translucent blue screen materialized in the air between us, text floating in neat rows. It was a new menu. Dragon King Shared Powers Menu Select Recipient. 1. Yara Greyjoy. 2. Sansa Stark Available Traits. 1. Dragon Wings. Click to lend. 2. Regeneration. Click to lend. I blinked in surprise. "Sansa is here too, huh?" My northern wife was the only other virgin I'd been with, which was probably the only reason why her name came here. "Why are you staring at empty air?" Yara asked. "Some kind of dark magic?" "Not dark at all. More like otherworldly magic, let's say," I explained, enjoying her rare display of amazement. The blood of old Valyria runs stronger in me than anyone realized. With these powers, I can bestow certain powers upon my lovers. It helps if the said lovers were maidens like you were. Her eyes snapped to mine, a flush rising to her cheeks. "You knew." I smiled. "Of course I did. That's why you gave me the wings," she said slowly, understanding dawning as she looked to the side. "Because you really think of me as your woman, rather than a pawn?" She's reaching conclusions of her own, but it's that far-fetched. They'll let her be. Anyway, now I'm offering you more. I touched the screen, clicking her name first, and then the click to lend button beside regeneration. The text flickered, pulsing with golden light. "Transfer successful. Your mate Yara Greyjoy has now access to regeneration, a passive trait. You still have access to it, of course. If you want, you can also stop lending it to her anytime you want." While I completed the process, I silently added the other recipient, Sansa Stark. My northern wife was quite soft and needed some protection she could get. I only gave her regeneration, though, not dragon wings, unlike with Yara. Since she was a warrior, the commander of my fleet, she needed both these powers. Unlike Yara, I wouldn't tell Sansa about this gift yet. Better to let her discover it naturally if the need arose. "Now," I said, dismissing the screen with a wave, "you too have the power to heal. It can close wounds and resist disease." I didn't mention that it could slow down her aging, too. This is why I had to be careful with whom I'd lend this trait to. While I didn't know how much slower my aging would be, I expected it to be at least a few hundred years similar to dragons of this world. So, I'd have to be careful which companion I wanted to keep with me for the centuries to come. Yara stared at her hands as if expecting to see them glowing. "Prove it." I smirked and handed her the same dagger. "Try it." Without hesitation, as suited Yara, she drew the blade across her palm. Blood welled up immediately. But to her visible astonishment, the cut sealed itself within moments, leaving behind clean, unmarked skin. "Fucking crazy," she breathed, a smile of genuine delight spreading across her face. She looked younger suddenly, more carefree than I'd ever seen her. This is incredible." It is, I agreed, watching her experiment with another small cut that healed just as quickly. But there's a catch. Her eyes lifted to mine, suddenly wary. "Of course there is." As my chosen one, am allowing you to hold multiple gifts. The dragon wings and this regeneration, I explained, leaning closer. But later, you must choose what you want to keep. I'm saying that by the end of this Dornish situation, you'll need to decide the wings or the healing. Yara Greyjoy was a great part of my realm's fighting force, and I enjoyed her company too. But I couldn't give her too much of these powers just yet, if ever. What? The joy drained from her face, replaced by something close to outrage. She stepped toward me, her hand briefly tightening around her clothes. That's not fair, come on. I need both. I have limited energy to maintain these gifts in others, I lied smoothly. In truth, the system had no such limitation, but I needed to maintain control. Giving her too much power too quickly would be unwise. Choose wisely when the time comes. Which serves the Iron Islands better, flight or immortality? Yara's eyes dropped to the dagger in her hand, then back to me. I almost burst out laughing as I saw the calculations running behind those sea-green eyes. The strategic value of each power, the personal benefits, the implications for her rule. She bit her lips, dropping the dagger and pulling me by the collar a little. You are such a bad man. Baiting me with such great power for what? I'm already yours. I stepped closer until the point of her face rested against my chest. You're mine, but you'd always put the Iron Islands first. We both know that. Her lips twitched, and she sighed easily. Oh well, that's a good point. Even though I feel like you're manipulating me, somehow. No way. I'm a king, I corrected, gently pushing the dagger aside. And you're my queen of salt and iron. WHYD, I lie to you. Without warning, she yanked the front of my doublet and pulled me into a fierce kiss. Her lips were demanding, tasting of wine and salt wind. I responded in kind, my hands finding her waist and pulling her hard against me. This was so different from the calculated seduction of Marjorie or the sweet surrender of Sansa. This was a clash of wills, neither of us truly submitting. When we broke apart, both slightly breathless, she still fixed me with that defiant stare. Well, since you already know that I'm not just your puppet to play with fine, they'll make a decision after this situation is dealt with. I would expect nothing less, I replied, my fingers tracing the strong line of her jaw. That's what makes you valuable. And unpredictable, I thought privately. In the show, Yara had been a minor character, her fate ultimately tied to Theon's arc. But here, with my influence, she was becoming something entirely different, a true power in her own right. I was curious about her future. She stepped back, her expression going easy. I should prepare my fleet. 3 days isn't much time. Before you go, I said, catching her wrist. One more thing. I leaned in close, whispering some minute-detailed instructions about what to do if she encountered certain complications during her mission. Her eyes lit up slightly, but she nodded. Understood. As she turned to leave the chamber, I watched the confident sway of her hips, the strength in her shoulders, and felt a surge of satisfaction. The dragon system had given me the means to reshape this world, one powerful woman at a time. Are you really not going to yank me by the arm and keep me for a hit longer? My king? She suddenly called over her shoulder, pausing at the door. I thought you said 3 days wasn't much time, I said, before pulling her close to me and holding her against the small council table. Let me show you some extra appreciation then. Her face pressed against the table. She turned her head back to look at me with a bite of her lip. NG Chen, yes. 111, A Cold Wind Blows, Chapter 111. A cold wind blows. The wind howled across the frozen landscape, cutting through Jon's furs despite their thickness. He pulled his cloak tighter, his breath forming clouds before his face as he trudged forward. Ghost padded silently beside him, the direwolf's red eyes scanning the desolate terrain ahead. Jon hadn't felt so cold ever before. The notorious Corran Half-Hand led their small band of rangers, his weathered face betraying no discomfort despite the brutal cold. The fist of the first men loomed before them. An ancient ring fort, now nothing more than a pile of stones jutting from the snow-covered ground. Is that the place? A brother of the Night's Watch asked. Aye. Well, make camp here, Corran announced, his voice barely audible over the wind. Good vantage point. We could see anything approaching for leagues. Jon nodded, relief mingling with exhaustion. They'd been tracking Mance Raiders' wildlings for days, finding abandoned camps that grew larger each time. The wildling army was swelling, thousands fleeing south from something worse than the cold. Jon had a feeling he knew what, after all, had written his letter to Robb on that feeling. Snow, Qhorin turned to Jon and called, gesturing him closer as the others began setting up camp. Take Stone Snake and check the perimeter. The ground crunched beneath Jon's boots as he and Stone Snake circled the ancient fortification. Ghost suddenly darted ahead, disappearing behind a snow-covered rock formation. Seven hells, keep that beast close, Stone Snake muttered. Last thing we need is him bringing wildlings down on us. Jon whistled softly, and Ghost reappeared, something dark clutched in his jaws. The direwolf dropped it at Jon's feet. HM, what's that? Stone Snake asked, kneeling beside Jon. Jon brushed the snow away, revealing a jagged piece of black stone. It gleamed oddly in the dim light, its edges sharp enough to slice through leather. Idonwa, wet, dragonglass. Jon breathed, turning it over in his gloved hands. Stone Snake's eyes widened. Wait, what? You mean the same thing that King Viserys is supposed to send? Jon studied the obsidian shard. Aye, looks like it. They gathered more pieces, tucking them into their pouches before returning to camp. The Lord Commander examined their find, holding a large piece up to catch what little light remained. Good eyes, Snow, Mormont said gruffly. It does seem to be dragonglass. The Brothers of the Night's Watch from millennia ago must have left these behind. For what? I wonder. Jon cleared his throat. As I notified you before, Lord Commander, my brother Robb sent word that King Viserys is sending dragonglass to the wall. Ah, yes. He says it can kill the White Walkers, Jon added, watching the commander scowl in thought. If I may, we should send a raven to the king while distributing these among us for now. Several rangers exchanged skeptical glances. To begin with, most of them found the story of Jon killing a White Walker nonsensical. So to hear him talk about a weapon that can kill the said White Walkers, it was natural they called bullocks on his words. Jon didn't blame them for it, but he knew if they were in his spot, most of them would have died. And he didn't want his brothers to die like that. The Dragon King? Dalbridge snorted. The one who burned Stannis Baratheon alive, and who people say hurt the previous queen. The stories of him doing anything to the previous queen remain stories. We don't have facts on that. Brothers, Jon confirmed. New York brother, king in the north. Trusts this Viserys. So I do as well. Of course you do, one of them said, laughing among his group. Old Nan of House Stark used to tell us stories, Jon continued, remembering the old woman's crackling voice by the Winterfell hearth. About the long night. She said the children of the forest gave the first men dragonglass weapons to fight the others. Nursery tales, scoffed one of the rangers. Maybe, Qhorin said, weighing a shard in his palm. But I've seen things beyond the wall that make me believe the old stories hold truth. If the Dragon King, who has awakened dragons after 2 centuries of Targaryen failure, believes these can help against what's coming, they'll carry one. The Lord Commander nodded grimly. There aren't many. Every group's best fighter should carry one. Keep it close. As they distributed the obsidian, Jon felt Ghost press against his leg. The direwolf's warmth, a small comfort against the deepening cold. Something was coming with the winter winds, something the wildlings were desperate to escape. Something the rest of Westeros didn't think true, but Jon was grateful that the king was wise to. I wonder what kind of person he is. Jon thought about his brother-in-law, who he didn't know was also his uncle. I have a feeling that Well avoids something terrible because of his wise decisions. He just hoped to be enough. Jon tucked a dragonglass dagger into his belt, hoping the Dragon King would send more soon. They would need every weapon they could get. Daenerys shifted on her carved wooden bench, the elevated dais offering little comfort despite its cushions. Her arm no longer required bandages, but phantom pain still shot through the bone when she moved carelessly, a lingering reminder of Viserys' temper. 2 weeks. 2 weeks since her brother had departed Meereen in a flap of golden wings, leaving behind a city teetering between chaos and order. 2 weeks of sleepless nights, haunted by dreams of stolen dragons and crowns beyond reach. The Great Pyramid's council chamber felt suffocating today. Bronze harpy fixtures stared down with empty eyes, as if judging her failures. Daenerys surveyed the faces of her advisors seated around the long table. Each carried shadows beneath their eyes, their expressions carefully controlled as they awaited her command. The Sons of the Harpy have gone quiet since the incident at Daznak's pit. Tyrion began, his fingers tapping rhythmically against his wine goblet. We found a bunch of them and imprisoned them, and that's also keeping the rest quiet in fear that tempting us might get their friends executed. Daenerys nodded. And the city? Stable, but fearful, Tyrion continued. The people witnessed 2 dragons destroy their enemies. Now they wonder if they might be next. They will not be, Daenerys said, perhaps too quickly. If I still have any power to prevent it, she added silently. Ser Barristan cleared his throat. Your Grace, our scouts report no sign of false Aegon or Rhaegal. He seems to have vanished entirely. The mention of her stolen child sent a sharp pain through Daenerys' chest. Rhaegal wasn't merely a weapon, he was her child, born from fire and her blood. Now in the hands of a pretender for so long. How was he faring? And our forces? She asked, turning to Grey Worm. The unsullied commander sat straighter, though something in his eyes had changed since his brush with death. Unsullied already, he said firmly. We're lucky that we're unsullied, Khaleesi. We do not feel fear. Command us at any time. The freedmen speak in whispers, Missandei added gently. Some say the gods have chosen the golden dragon over the red and black. Others claim both Targaryens bring only destruction. Daenerys felt a chill settle in her stomach. Both Targaryens. As if we are the same. She had submitted to him, but she wasn't him. She'd never be. She'd never burn cities just to prove a point. I see, she said softly, her fingers instinctively tracing the spot where her arm had snapped under Viserys' grip. She couldn't find any further words. Ser Jorah shifted uncomfortably in his seat. Your Grace, perhaps you should consider a break, what? Daenerys interrupted, her voice carrying an edge she hadn't intended. Break from what, Ser Jorah? I meant the usual meetings with us and the common folk, he said. I feel like you're under a lot of pressure regarding everything on top of Rhaegal's situation. It'd be wiser to leave things to King Viserys while you rest in your chambers for a few days or weeks. It won't do anyone harm. That is insulting, Ser. You think I can't attend important meetings such as this just because I have a headache? She asked. I didn't, and you're also telling me to abandon the people who call me Misa? She asked with a small frown. The meetups with the common folk every day help the common folk understand the difference between me and my brother. It reassures them that I won't burn them down. How can I stop that just because I have some worries in my head? I'm not a little girl anymore, Ser. The chamber fell silent. Daenerys drew a deep breath and rose from her seat, moving to the open terrace that overlooked the city. The afternoon sun bathed Meereen's white buildings in golden light, making the ancient city seem almost peaceful from this height. I was wrong, she finally said, her back to her advisors. About Aegon. About Viserys. I thought one a savior, the other a monster. She turned to face them again. I forgot the most important lesson I've learned since Drogo died. Trust must be earned, not given freely because of blood or claims. Tyrion's mismatched eyes studied her with something like respect. A hard lesson, Your Grace. One many rulers never learn. Rhaegal is not just a dragon, Daenerys continued, her voice growing stronger. He's my child. He's a part of my claim, my strength. Without him, she let the words hang in the air. I feel incomplete. Your strength comes from more than dragons. Khaleesi, Jorah said softly. Does it? She wondered. Or have I been playing at power while my brother masters the true magic of our bloodline? Meereen needs its queen, she declared, finding resolve in the words. And I will not hide away in my room just because a thunderous roar shook the pyramid, sending dust cascading from the ancient ceiling. The sound vibrated through Daenerys' chest, familiar yet somehow different from Drogon's call. Above them, from the roosting pit atop the pyramid, Drogon answered with a fearsome cry of his own. Then came the other roar, once again deeper, more resonant, unmistakably different. Viserion, Daenerys whispered, her heart suddenly racing. Her advisors leapt to their feet, hands moving to weapons. Your Grace, stay back from the terrace, Ser Barristan urged, drawing his sword. By now they trusted Viserys, but one couldn't ever fully trust the son of the Mad King. But Daenerys was already moving, drawn to the sound like a moth to flame. She stepped onto the terrace as a massive shadow passed overhead, golden scales catching the sunlight like 1,000 polished mirrors. Viserion circled the pyramid once, twice, her vast wings stirring the hot Myrinese air into a tempest. And on her back, silver gold hair streaming behind him, sat Viserys her brother, her tormentor, her kin. The dragon banked sharply, and to Daenerys' astonishment, Viserys leapt from his saddle, not falling, but flying great, translucent wings unfurling from his back as he descended toward her terrace. What has he become, truly? Daenerys thought wildly, backing away as he hovered before her, suspended in midair just beyond the balcony's edge. Compared to the image he bore back when he fled from the Dothraki, his appearance was transformed, leaner, stronger, something otherworldly about his violet eyes that burned with inner fire. "Sister," he called, his voice somehow carrying above the wind. He extended a hand toward her, his expression unreadable. "I want to pick you up. We're going to get Regal back together." Dany's heart skipped. Had he found Regal? 112 Blood of the Dragon, Chapter 112. Blood of the Dragon, the wind whipped through my hair as Viserion soared above the flatlands, her golden scales catching the sunlight in dazzling patterns. Beside us, Drogon's massive black form cut through the sky. His crimson wings extended like blood-soaked banners. I inhaled the air, savoring the rush of coolness filling my lungs. This was power. This was what it meant to be Targaryen. To ride the winds, to command fire made flesh, to look down upon the world with the eyes of a god. With my sister flying beside me. That fact was more evident than the first time I flew. Daenerys rode astride Drogon with some unease since she was still new to the feeling, her silver gold hair streaming behind her like a banner. Even from this distance, I could see the tension in her posture and the careful way she held herself. Her left arm, the one ID broken, moved with calculated precision, healed but not forgotten. She turned, catching me watching her. Even with eyes shadowed by exhaustion and face hardened by suffering, my sister remained breathtaking. The Myrinese dress she wore accentuated curves that had matured since her marriage to Drogo, her body no longer that of the frightened girl ID sold to a warlord. If we got down to the specifics, that was the original Viserys, the one who hadn't awakened the true memories. But that didn't help the anger that I felt toward the imbeciles who'd arranged that entire situation. Drogon banked closer to Viserion, close enough that I could hear Daenerys' voice carrying over the rush of wind. "Are you certain about Regal's location?" she called, her voice tinged with worry and hope in equal measure. "Your information, can we really trust it?" I gave her my most confident smile. "My sweet sister, when have I ever led you astray?" At her raised eyebrow, I laughed. "Fine, don't answer that. But yes, I'm certain. The pretender has been hiding in Pintos all this time, gathering strength." "With Illyrio?" she said, her tone flat. "With our dear friend Illyrio, yes," I confirmed, enjoying the flash of betrayal in her eyes. "The man who housed us, fed us, clothed us all while plotting to place a false dragon on the throne. The man who suggested the Dothraki marriage idea to us." Daenerys' gaze drifted to the endless blue expanse below us. I should have seen it. He was too generous, too concerned with our welfare. "Don't blame yourself," I said, surprising myself with a genuine tone. "You were a child. You were my responsibility. But I let my greed for the throne cloud my visions. We were pawns to them all, Illyrio, Varys, even Jon Arryn and Ned Stark, all moving pieces on a board, thinking they controlled the game." She looked at me curiously, but didn't say anything. I guided Viserion closer to Drogon, our dragons flying nearly wing to wing. "We've had our differences lately, sister, But I gestured to the dragons beneath us. We are the blood of old Valyria reborn. The last Targaryens. Whatever stands between us and what is ours must burn. Let's show our false nephew just that. Her violet eyes, so like mine, studied me with a wariness that had only partially faded since our reconciliation. Is that why we're flying to Pentos? To burn it? I'm not sure, I assured her with a casual wave. Strategically speaking, we need to eliminate Aegon before he can join forces with Dorne. My little niece Arianne is currently enjoying my hospitality in King's Landing, which has Doran Martell quite upset. For everyone's sake, I want to be done with Aegon fast. However, that might create a dance. She was silent for a long moment. The only sound a rhythmic beating of dragon wings and the wind rushing past us. Do you ever think about what Father would make of us now? She asked suddenly, her voice softer. His son and daughter returned with dragons? The question caught me off guard. Viserys Targaryen, the Mad King, wasn't someone I'd given much thought to beyond strategic considerations. Till death had been a cautionary tale, a madman Daenerys had tried desperately not to emulate in the original timeline, but failed in the end. He would be proud, I said finally, and likely as mad as ever. Perhaps it's better he didn't live to see this day. 3 dragons and 2 riders might have pushed him further into paranoia. You wouldn't know, but Father was incredibly cautious of Brother Rhaegar. He thought Rhaegar wanted to kill him for the throne. A ghost of a smile crossed her face. I never believed the rumors about Father before, but Ser Barristan shed some light on those stories. They're not false. I was quite bothered when he told me the truth. She added a moment later. By the way, I feel the need to clear this given your tone about 3 dragons and 2 riders regal is still mine. Captive or not. The possessiveness in her voice amused me. Of course, dear sister. Our dragons. Our birthright. Our conquest. She arched an eyebrow. That is not what I just said. What is yours is mine, sister. I shrugged. You're my blood, and you belong to me. And let's not fight over this. Drogon will get confused. The dragons have always been strongest together, and they can choose their own riders. For once, Dany laughed. She giggled as she looked ahead, and only a moment later did she catch herself. Surprise crossed over her expression, and she frowned to herself. I smiled but didn't say anything. For all my planning, manipulations, and advancements through the system's rewards, there was something gratifying about family interactions. Daenerys' expression softened a moment later. I used to dream of flying, even before the dragons hatched. Dreams of soaring above the clouds, free of fear, free of chains. And now we fly together, I said, giving her a small smile. As we were always meant to. She didn't reply. I promise you, Dany, I said, using the nickname deliberately, watching how it made her eyes soften further. We'll get our regal back. Then we'll take over the world. Maybe? Even as I spoke, I noticed the doubt lingering in her eyes. The caution of a woman who had learned the hard way that promises were as fragile as chicken eggs and far more easily broken. You don't blame her for her awareness. The old Viserys had been cruel, selfish, and weak. I was building something different, something stronger. Whether she accepted that or not was her choice, but I would prove it through action, not words. We're nearly there, I called, pointing ahead to where the coastline of Pentos had appeared on the horizon, the jewel of Pentos glittering in the distance. Hold tight on top of Dragon, I added. It's time to remind the world what happens to those who steal from Targaryen. The guards of the Golden Company stood atop the eastern wall of Illyrio Mopatis' sprawling estate, their gold-painted armor gleaming dully in the fading light. Most were relaxed, their postures betraying the tedium of their duty. After all, who would dare attack the estate of Pentos' wealthiest magister? Another night of nothing, yawned one, leaning against a merlin. I tell you, this babysitting duty is worse than actual combat. The guards didn't understand why their commanders had left them here to guard Illyrio. Had want him dead so much that Head need the Golden Company's protection. His companion chuckled, taking a swig from a wineskin. Better pay, though, and better food than we ever got campaigning in the disputed lands. Yeah, he replied. That makes his words were interrupted, and their casual conversation died as a sudden roar split the evening air, deep and primal. It was a sound none of them had heard before, yet instinctively recognized as danger. What in seven hells the guard's words caught in his throat as the sky, above Pintos, brightened with golden and crimson reflections. Every man on the wall stood frozen, faces upturned in shock and dawning horror as two massive shapes circled overhead, their massive wings blotting out the stars. "Dragons?" whispered one, his wineskins slipping from nerveless fingers to spill across the stones. "Two fucking dragons," the creatures roared again in unison, the sound resonating through bone and sinew, awakening a primal fear none of them had known existed within them. No amount of gold could compensate for this. I guided Daenerys through the shadowed halls of Illyrio's mansion, our footsteps silent on the rich Myrish carpets. We had landed our dragons far from the estate, commanding them to circle the city and create as much chaos as possible with their presence alone. The distraction was working beautifully. Most of the guards had abandoned their posts, rushing toward the walls to gawk at the first dragon seen in Pintos in centuries. The few who remained were easily avoided, thanks to my enhanced senses and intimate knowledge of the mansion's layout. "This way," I whispered, pulling Daenerys close as we flattened ourselves against a wall, allowing a pair of hurried servants to rush past without seeing us. Her body pressed against mine, warm and soft despite the lean muscle beneath. The scent of her mixture of dragon smoke, wind, and something uniquely Daenerys filled my senses, stirring memories of our childhood times back in King's Landing. Her breasts rose and fell with each quick breath, her lips parted slightly as she waited for my signal to move. "I remember this place differently," she murmured, her eyes scanning the opulent corridor with its gilded sconces and priceless tapestries. "It seems so much larger when we were children." "We were smaller then," I replied, "in every way imaginable. We moved through the mansion like wraiths, our knowledge of its layout helpful from the years we'd spent as Illyrio's honored guests, actually as prisoners, though we hadn't realized it at the time. I led us through a servant's passage, emerging into the central wing, where Illyrio kept his private chambers. The Magister had always valued his comforts above all else, and his bedroom reflected that excess. His bedroom was a space large enough to house 3 separate featherbeds, walls covered in erotic frescoes from the Summer Isles, and furnishings made from the rarest woods in the world. We paused at a corner, hearing voices ahead. No peering around, I saw Illyrio himself standing on his private balcony. His massive, fat body was wrapped in a silk dressing gown that strained against the rolls of his body. He was staring skyward, his expression a mixture of fear and calculation as the dragon's roars echoed across the city. "7 fucking hells," he was muttering, his chins quivering with agitation. "This complicates everything. How did they find?" He broke off, turning to bark orders at a servant. "Find Captain Strickland immediately. Tell him to secure the package and prepare for immediate departure." I placed a finger to my lips, signaling Daenerys to remain silent as we slipped into the room. The servant rushed out, never noticing our entrance. Illyrio remained on the balcony, his back to us, still cursing under his breath. We moved behind him. "Good evening, Magister," I called pleasantly, enjoying how he froze at the sound of my voice. "I hope we aren't interrupting anything important." Illyrio turned slowly, his face paling beneath his yellow beard as he took in the sight of us, standing in his bedchamber. His eyes darted between us, finally settling on Daenerys. "My dear princess," he said, his voice strained as he attempted a bow that his girth made nearly impossible. "One unexpected pleasure. And King Viserys as well. To what do I owe this honor?" I strode forward, letting my fingers trail across a table laden with exotic fruits and wines. "Come now, Illyrio. Let's not play games. We both know why we're here." "I'm afraid I don't." "Aegon," Daenerys interrupted, her voice cold as northern steel. "The boy you claim is my brother's son. Where is he?" Illyrio's face underwent a fascinating transformation, fear and calculation warring beneath the surface before settling into an expression of wounded innocence. Your brother's son is alive. Princess, I assure you. I have no knowledge of any. I closed the distance between us in 2 swift strides, my hand shooting out to grasp his fleshy throat. His eyes bulged as I lifted him slightly, his toes barely scraping the marble floor. You're wasting our time. I'm not a patient man these days, Illyrio, I said, smiling widely as I tightened my grip. And I find that honesty saves everyone so much time and suffering. Where's the pretender? I don't. He choked, his face reddening. Viserys, Daenerys said sharply. We need information. He can't provide it if he's dead. I ignored her, keeping my eyes locked on Illyrio's. Last chance, old friend. Where's Aegon? Where is the stolen dragon? His hands clawed ineffectually at my wrist, his strength nothing compared to my system-enhanced body. Despite his huge size advantage, I held him as easily as a child might hold a doll. Never, he wheezed, something like defiance flashing in his eyes. You'll never find him. I could see in that moment something in his eyes, a father's desperate protection. ID suspected it for a while from the show, but this confirmed it. It wasn't just political scheming. This was personal for Illyrio, the kind of personal that only comes from blood. A shame, I sighed before twisting sharply. The crack echoed through the chamber as Illyrio's neck snapped, his body going limp in my grasp. I let him drop to the floor, a massive heap of flesh now devoid of life. Brother, Daenerys gasped, her eyes wide with shock. Why did you do that? We needed to question him further. I turned to her, brushing imaginary dust from my hands. A good father would never sell his son out, I said calmly, watching understanding dawn in her eyes. Yes, sister. I believe our fat friend here was actually Aegon's father. A Blackfire plot wrapped in a Targaryen disguise. But no, how can you be sure? She asked, looking down at Illyrio's corpse with newfound comprehension. In the king, of course I have my ways, I replied vaguely. Besides, interrogation would have been pointless. I already know where he is. What? Her confusion was evident. How? In answer, I slowly walked to the balcony, pointing to the distant sky where a small silhouette was visible, flying away from the city in the opposite direction from where our dragon circled. There, ID heard the sound of wings flapping with my enhanced ears. Daenerys rushed to my side, her body pressing against me as she followed my gesture. Her breath caught as she recognized the shape of dragon, smaller than either Drogon or Viserion, but unmistakable with its green scales barely visible in the moonlight. Our Regal, she whispered, her voice breaking on the name. Yes, I confirmed, watching the distant figure grow smaller as it fled. And with him, the pretender who wants my throne. A dragon neither of us controlled, ridden by a man claiming to be the rightful heir to the Iron Throne. I could feel Daenerys trembling beside me, her eyes never leaving the retreating form of her stolen child. But he wouldn't be retreating for long as I took off to the air with Daenerys in my arms. 113 Bastard vs. Trueborns Chapter 113. Bastard vs. Trueborns. The wind screamed past Aegon's ears. A relentless assault that tore at his fine clothes and threatened to rip him from his precarious perch. He was trying to leave Pentos, making his way to Westeros above the narrow sea, an endless expanse of black water swallowing the moonlight. He clung desperately to the ridges along Regal's back, knuckles white, legs clamped tight against the dragon's shuddering green scales. The beast beneath him bucked and cried out, and used as such frantic urging, unfamiliar with the raw terror that fueled its rider. Panic, cold and sharp, clawed its way up Aegon's throat. Pentos was a rapidly shrinking smear of light behind them. A haven brutally ripped away. Just moments ago, it had seemed secure, the perfect launching point orchestrated by Varys and Illyrio. Now it was the source of a nightmare pursuing him. Two dragons, the thought sent a fresh wave of terror through him. Not just stories, not just whispers from Varys Network, but real. One was massive, black as coal with flashes of terrifying red. The other was gold, a living legend made manifest, the dragon of the madman's son who now sat the Iron Throne. Viserys Targaryen. Aegon squeezed his eyes shut, the memory of the escape playing behind his eyelids. The distant, earth-shaking roars echoing over Pentos. The sudden chaos in Illyrio's opulent mansion. The look on the Magister's face, not just fear, but a desperate urgency Aegon had never seen before. Go, now, take Regal and fly east. Don't stuck. Illyrio had shoved him towards the hidden passage, his bulk trembling. We will follow with Strickland and the others. But had they? Aegon risked a glance back, his stomach twisting. Where was Illyrio? Where were Cunnington's stern reassurances, Strickland's gruff commands? Had they managed to escape the chaos unleashed by the dragons? Worry, sharp and painful, gnawed at him. Illyrio, who had kept him safe, had guided him, believed in him. Illyrio, his father, who named him Aegon Targaryen VI as per his late mother's wish. The Blackfire woman wanted her son to have the Iron Throne, and Illyrio wanted to make sure his wife's last wish would come true. Aegon wanted the same. He wanted his family's generational goal to come true. He pushed the thoughts away, forcing Regal faster, leaning low over the dragon's neck. Fly, damn you, fly! He screamed into the wind, though the words were likely swallowed by the gale. Regal shrieked again, a strained, unhappy sound. This wasn't the majestic, soaring John Cunnington had envisioned during their clandestine training sessions. This was a panic flight for survival. All the years of preparation, the lessons in history, statecraft, warfare, various intricate webs of whispers and worldly manipulation. His father's vast wealth poured into the Golden Company. Cunnington's relentless drilling, it all felt terrifyingly fragile now, balanced on the back of a stolen, panicked dragon. The weight of their hopes, their sacrifices, pressed down on him, heavier than any crown. I am Aegon Targaryen, he told himself, repeating the mantra that had been ingrained in him since childhood. He wasn't the son of Rhaegar, but that was indeed his name, the sixth of his name, the rightful king, as my bloodline was created for. It is my duty, my birthright. He pictured the Iron Throne, the adoration of the small folk, the restoration of his house. But the fear was a tangible thing, a cold serpent coiling in his gut. The riders hunting him weren't mere enemies, they were Targaryens, his kin the trueborn, unlike a bastard family like his. Yet they pursued him like hounds chasing a fox. What mercy could he expect from the man who supposedly fed his own mother to his dragon, or the sister who unleashed unsullied upon Astapor? He dared another glance over his shoulder. His heart plummeted. Two shapes, silhouetted against the moon-drenched clouds, were gaining. They were immense, far larger than Regal, their wing beats powerful and relentless. One dark, one shimmering gold. Closer now. Too close. The last vestiges of his carefully constructed royal facade crumbled. He was just a boy, terrified and alone, riding a stolen dragon across a dark sea, hunted by monsters of his own bloodline. Fuck! The night air was cold and sharp against my face, even through the ambient heat radiating from Viserion scales. Below, the narrow sea was a churning void, waves cresting like jagged black teeth in the sparse moonlight. Ahead, a smaller, frantic silhouette rode. Regal, green scales barely discernible against the darkness, flew with none of the grace a dragon should possess. It wasn't his fault, but his rider's. Amateur, I scoffed inwardly, watching the rider clinging desperately to Regal's back. Aegon, the supposed sixth of his name, rode like a terrified sack of grain about to tumble off. Regal seemed to feel it too, his movements jerky, hesitant, bucking slightly against the clumsy commands digging into his flanks. A dragon knows its rider, feels their confidence, their fear. I recalled. Right now, Regal felt nothing but panic, mirroring the pretender clinging to him. Beside me, Drogon kept pace, a shadow darker than the night itself. Daenerys called out, her voice strained against the wind's howl. Viserys, be careful. Don't hurt my baby. Her misplaced maternal instincts were cute, but I hoped it wouldn't be a liability. Regal will be fine, Dany, I shouted back. I was sure that my voice, amplified by my superhuman body, was loud enough that she could hear clearly. You just focus on keeping up. I didn't need her sentimentality clouding this. Aegon was a loose end, a Blackfire pawn propped up by Varys and Illyrio, designed specifically to usurp my claim, our claim. He represented chaos, another claimant in a realm already fractured. Worse, he had one of our dragons. I could not stand. Viserion, I commanded, my voice low but sharp, linked directly to her mind. A warning shot. To his left. Heard him away from the sea. He wasn't too far into the waters, so we could bring him back into the land of Pentos. Golden fire erupted from Viserion's throat, a controlled burst that streaked past Rhaegal's port wing, close enough to singe the air. The green dragon shrieked, veering sharply right, nearly unseating Aegon. The boy flailed, yanking desperately on the horns he used for control. Rhaegal responded with a panic dive, wings tucking awkwardly. Pathetic. Aegon lacked the instinct, the connection. He was forcing the dragon, not guiding it. Rhaegal wasn't truly bonded to him. He was merely tolerating the rider out of confusion or perhaps some lingering Targaryen scent Aegon carried. Another, I ordered Viserion. Right flank this time. Again, golden flame illuminated the night, forcing Rhaegal back towards Pentos, away from any potential safe fall into the sea. Aegon cried out, pulling Rhaegal into another clumsy, dangerous maneuver. He was losing control, fear overriding any training Connington might have drilled into him. Good. Fear was a tool, and I was about to hammer it home. It was time for the master stroke, the psychological blow. Reaching into the intangible space of my inventory, my fingers closed around cold, clammy flesh and coarse hair. I withdrew the object, the weight familiar now. Oyu, banking Viserion closer, matching Rhaegal's erratic altitude, I brought my prize into the moonlight. The severed head of Illyrio Mopatis, eyes wide in a permanent mask of shocked betrayal. Beard stained dark. Aegon glanced sideways, his face pale and strained in the dim light. His eyes locked onto the head. There was a silent moment, but then recognition dawned, followed by sheer, unadulterated horror. Looking for your father, pretender? I roared, amplifying my voice again, letting it cut through the wind and the dragon's cries. He sent his regards. A sound tore from Aegon's throat, not quite a word, more like the shriek of a wounded animal. Grief, rage, terror, a volatile cocktail exploded within him. Gone was the fear, replaced by suicidal fury. He kicked Rhaegal savagely, screaming incoherently, pulling the dragon's head around to face us. You bastard! He'll kill you. Rhaegal screamed too, perhaps sensing the shift in his rider, perhaps recognizing Viserion as kin, but obeyed the furious command. He surged forward, green scales blurring, charging directly at us. Bastard? Me? Funny. I laughed as I prepared Viserion, muscles coiling beneath me, ready to meet the charge with overwhelming fire. Let him come. But then, brother, please stop. You're just hurting Rhaegal. Drogon surged forward, impossibly fast, cutting directly across Viserion's path. A plume of orange-black fire erupted from his jaws, not aimed at us, but before us, a wall of heat and flame that forced Viserion to instinctively veer sharply to starboard, breaking her attack posture. Viserion let out a low, guttural growl, annoyed at the interruption and Drogon's proximity. I glared at Daenerys astride her black beast, fury momentarily eclipsing my focus. Her interference. Now, over the dragon, I had brought her and Drogon along with me, so that she could watch the fate of pretenders, fate of my challengers. I wasn't even looking forward to her help, but at the very least, I wasn't expecting her to become a hassle. Was Rhaegal dying that she had to fucking intervene? Stupid bitch. I had to teach her a lesson for this. Later. Stay out of this, Daenerys. I snarled, though the wind likely stole the words. The brief interruption, however, was all the opening Aegon needed. He could have increased his distance greatly right then. But blinded by rage, he didn't use it to escape. He continued his mad charge, Rhaegal now aimed slightly off course due to Viserys' forced evasion. His flank was completely exposed. My anger at Daenerys vanished, replaced by cold, predatory calculation. The fool had sealed his own fate. Viserion. Rider only. Precise burn. No widespread blast this time. Viserion responded instantly, unleashing a thin, concentrated beam of pure golden energy, hotter than the heart of a forge. There was no dramatic wait for this. It struck Aegon squarely in the chest. There wasn't even time for a full scream as his chest lit up like molten rock. A choked gasp followed, instantly consumed by the inferno. His clothes, his flesh, vaporized in a microsecond. The burning figure detached from Rhaegal's back, a human torch plummeting towards the dark. Rocky hills bordering the coastline below. I watched the flaming body fall, end over end, until it hit the rocks. There was no solid thud, more of a wet splash, an obscene burst of liquid and steam as the superheated remains impacted. Nothing left but a stain on the ancient stones. Rhaegal shrieked again, a sound of pure distress and confusion, circling riderless above the spot where his tormentor had met his end. He looked lost, a child suddenly abandoned. Viserion banked smoothly, turning towards the now subdued green dragon. Drogon hovered nearby, Daenerys sitting stiffly atop him, her face pale and unreadable in the moonlight. Stunned silence hung heavy in the air, broken only by Rhaegal's mournful cries and the rush of the wind. I looked out over the dark sea, then back at the circling green dragon. It took a moment for it to settle, that the situation was dealt with. A chilling calm settled over me, the adrenaline fading, leaving only the cold certainty of victory. So falls the false dragon. My voice, amplified once more, echoed across the water, a declaration for my sister, for the circling dragon, for the ghosts of pretenders past and future. Let all pretenders take note, there is only one king, one conqueror, and the rest is ash and bone. The reign of Viserys Targaryen, was just solidified once again. Sastizemlich Dung King's Dominion, Chapter Sastizemlich. Dragon King's Dominion, the dark smear on the rocks below marked Aegon's final resting place, a pretender reduced to nothing more than a stain. The night wind carried the scent of salt from the churning sea, mingling with the pungent smell of dragon smoke that filled the air. That's that, but above me, Rhaegal circled frantically, his emerald scales catching moonlight as he twisted and writhed in the sky. The dragon's mournful shrieks pierced the night, occasionally punctuated by wild bursts of green flame that illuminated the darkness before dissipating over the water. He probably wasn't mourning Aegon, but rather merely confused and panicked by the sudden death of the rider who had forced a bond upon him. What to do? Viserion asked from under me, her golden eyes tracking her brother's movements, rumbling deep in her chest. Protective, concerned even. Dragons were far more intelligent than most gave them credit for. And Viserion was a cut above the crop. Below us, near the rocky hillside, Daenerys flew with Drogon, her silver gold hair whipping around her face as she called up to the distressed dragon. Rhaegal, calm down. Fly here. It's me, your mother. Her voice cracked with emotion, hands outstretched toward the sky as if she could physically pull him down to her. Please, my sweet child. I watched her futile attempts with growing impatience. The longer Rhaegal remained in this state, the more likely he was to fly off, perhaps never to return. We couldn't afford to lose him, not when the dead marched beyond the wall, not when my power as the Dragon King could be tripled with his addition. He won't listen to you right now. Sister, I stated coolly, standing on top of Viserion's back. He's panicked. Stand back. Daenerys turned to me, her violet eyes wide with shock and defiance. But he knows me. I hatched him. I shot her a look. Stunt. Back. My tone left no room for argument. With a flex of will, I called upon my pure bloodline power. The familiar sensation of energy surged through my shoulder blades, and translucent, powerful wings erupted from my back. They caught the moonlight, shimmering with an otherworldly glow as they extended to their full span. Daenerys gasped. taking an involuntary step backward. Even after seeing them so many times before, the sight still shocked her. Good. A healthy dose of awe would serve her well. I launched myself forward with a powerful thrust, shooting rapidly toward the agitated Regal. The wind rushed past my face, but my enhanced vision allowed me to track the dragon's erratic movements perfectly. Regal spotted me approaching and reacted defensively. "GRRGH," he roared, a sound of confusion and fear rather than aggression, and snapped his jaws in my direction before banking sharply away. I adjusted my course, my wings cutting through the air with precision that came from both practice and the superhuman enhancements of my body. This wasn't just about physical pursuit. It was about establishing dominance, drawing on my authority stat, although I wasn't quite sure how to do it really. So I just kept the intention in my mind. I projected my will toward the dragon. The mental connection felt different than with Viserion. It was less intimate, more resistant, but it was there. "Regal," I called, my voice carrying unnaturally far in the night air. His eyes turned toward me. "You're a powerful dragon. Enough of this. Calm yourself." The green dragon twisted away again, but I noticed his movements were less frantic now. I moved close, maneuvering with the agility my wings granted me, continuing to project calm authority. "You are free of him now," I continued, matching his altitude. "He wasn't a man worthy of your greatness. He was not a Targaryen. He was a pretender, and he's gone now. No more false blood." Slowly, Regal's frantic circling began to slow. His roars softened into confused cries, more questioning than defiant. His eyes met mine, reptile against violet storm, and I stared back. Both of us flew gently, maintaining a respectful distance. "Your mother," I pointed at Dany without breaking eye contact, "is waiting for you. Won't you come?" Only silence answered at first, but when I flapped my wings to fly back a little, he followed. Regal moved with me. I smiled. I guided Regal toward the relatively flat hilltop where Viserion and Drogon had already landed, maintaining eye contact the entire time. When Regal finally landed, it was with a heavy thud that sent tremors through the rocky ground. His massive body trembled slightly. "Regal," Dany shouted, rushing over. "No," I stopped her with a gesture. "ITLL be dangerous. But Dash, you gave him away to a new rider, sister. He's confused. Don't you remember why you had to chain him in the dungeons before? Just let me handle it. I have a massive advantage that you don't." I told her, watching her eyes look at me with annoyance and defiance, but she just nodded in the end. Ignoring her, I turned around. Green draconic eyes warily fixed on me as I retracted my wings and approached the dragon. From our vantage point here, I could see the dark stain on the rocks where Aegon had impacted. I was worried that he'd react to it, so it was better to calm him fully. We could also see the lights of Pentos twinkling in the distance, all oblivious to the drama that had unfolded in the skies above. I reached into my inventory once I was in front of the confused dragon, pulling out several large chunks of cured meat I'd stored for Viserion. The space between dimensions rippled slightly as my hand emerged with the food. It was a sight that would have seemed like magic to anyone watching. Well, I guess it is. Regal eyed the offering suspiciously, nostrils flaring as he caught the scent. He was silent at first, but hunger and exhaustion eventually won out. He cautiously stretched his neck forward and took the meat with surprising gentleness. As he chewed, I slowly raised my hand to his snout, letting him become accustomed to my scent. "That's it," I murmured. "No more false riders. Don't be confused." A translucent blue notification appeared in my field of vision right then. "You have calmed the dragon, Regal. As a riderless dragon, you can mark him as your own. Add a small amount of your blood to the offered food to solidify the bond." That made my eyes twinkle. "I can do that." I didn't hesitate. Keeping my movements casual, I reached to my belt and palmed a small dagger. With a quick but heavy motion, I drew it across my palm, feeling the brief sting before my regeneration began closing the wound. Daenerys watched from the side as I did this. "What are you?" I let several drops of my blood Targaryen blood, further enhanced and purified by the system, fall onto the next piece of meat before offering it to Regal. The dragon devoured it without suspicion, his eyes never leaving mine. Another notification flashed before me. Bond successful. Dragon Regal now recognizes you as his primary rider under the Dragon King system. Loyalty, wary. Control, moderate. Page 3 Dragon Management System. You can manage your dragons here. You can see their location, hunger rate, and also their respect toward you. You currently own 2 dragons. Viserion location, Pintos, Essos. Hunger, 87 respect, 100 regal location, Pintos, Essos. Hunger, 64 respect, 50 page 3. A surge of satisfaction coursed through me. 2 dragons. Not just any dragons, but 2 of the 3 born in this age. I couldn't help but grin as I patted his head. The power this represented was staggering. In the original timeline, Daenerys had struggled to control even 1 dragon until much later. Now I commanded 2, with the potential for more. This day couldn't get any better. The dawn was approaching, painting the eastern sky with the first hints of pale light. Regal had calmed considerably, now accepting meat from my hand without hesitation. Viserion and Drogon watched from a distance as I stroked Regal's scales, feeling the heat radiating from beneath them. Unlike Viserion's golden warmth, Regal burned hotter, more volatile. It wasn't because he was stronger, he just couldn't control it as well as my Viserion. Daenerys couldn't keep away for any longer. She walked over, her expression a mixture of relief and awe as she observed me interacting easily with Regal. Regal? She called softly, approaching with cautious steps. How do you feel now? The green dragon turned his head, now much calmer, and allowed her to approach. I nodded at him, and he nuzzled her hand tentatively, recognizing her scent. Overjoyed, Daenerys stroked his scales, tears welling in her eyes. My baby Dany hugged the dragon she hatched, the dragon that wasn't hers anymore, tight as tears trailed her cheeks. The sight would have been touching if I hadn't been so aware of her earlier interference. She turned to me, gratitude shining on her face. Her dress was disheveled from the flight, clinging to the curves of her body in a way that reminded me of the girl she'd once been when I hadn't yet awakened in this world, but now with the fullness of womanhood. Thank you, brother. I thought. Her words trailed off as she noticed my expression. I wasn't smiling. My violet eyes were cold, fixed on her with an intensity that made her falter mid-sentence. What you did back there, I began, my voice low and dangerous, cutting through her relief like Valyrian steel, interfering when I was about to strike, putting my dragon and myself at risk. Why? Daenerys flinched, the joy evaporating from her face. Usually she'd counter by arguing, but now she looked down, unable to meet my gaze. The silver gold of her hair fell forward, partially obscuring her features. I was afraid, she whispered. Afraid you would kill Regal. He's my child. I stepped closer, using my height to tower over her. He is a dragon. Had have been fine from a bit of flames. My actions were necessary. Your sentimentality nearly cost us. I didn't think exactly. I cut her off. You didn't think. If Aegon had escaped, he could have rallied Dorne against us. He could have attacked King's Landing while I was away. Your child would have been used to burn thousands. Each word struck her like a physical blow. Unlike our first confrontation in Meereen, Daenerys didn't argue or defend herself. She had been broken down by now, so she just stood silently, absorbing my anger, her shoulders slumped in submission. It was a stark contrast to the defiant Queen ID encountered a month ago, the woman who had looked me in the eye as I broke her arm. This Daenerys seemed smaller somehow, more reminiscent of the girl who had once feared my temper in the days before my awakening. I am sorry, brother, she murmured, finally looking up, her eyes pleading. It won't happen again. Please, don't be angry. I studied her, searching for signs of manipulation or deceit. But all I saw was genuine fear and regret. The mighty Daenerys Stormborn, mother of dragons, so-called breaker of chains, reduced to seeking my approval. The irony wasn't lost on me. In the original timeline, she had grown to become a conqueror while I had died pathetically, my head melted by molten gold. How the tables had turned. After a tense moment, as I still wondered what to do with her, Daenerys made the first move. She hesitated, then stepped forward. She tentatively raised herself on her toes, pressing her lips against mine. It was a soft, hesitant kiss, an act of appeasement rather than passion. I remained still, surprised by her initiative. The anger that had been coursing through me began to dissipate, replaced by a familiar stirring of desire. Her body pressed against mine, soft curves yielding to the hardness of my frame. The scent of her, all the wind and smoke we've been through, along with something uniquely Daenerys, filled my senses. As the kiss ended, she looked up at me, her violet eyes wide and needy in the growing light of dawn. "Please don't be mad at me anymore," she whispered, her voice carrying a vulnerability I'd never heard from her before. Her hand rested on my chest, fingers splayed against the fabric of my tunic. All this time I've been blind. I realize now. I see that I need you, brother. I need your guidance, your strength. I let out a slow breath, the last vestiges of my anger fading. There was something intoxicating about having the mighty Daenerys Targaryen submit to me so completely, about having my dear sister admit that she needs her family. With a decisive motion, I gripped her waist firmly, pulling her against me. I captured her lips myself this time, with force and passion, pushing her back until she stumbled onto the grassy ground. She let out a wet gasp against my mouth, her body arching upward to meet mine. The first rays of dawn painted the eastern sky orange and gold, bathing us in warm light as I loomed over Daenerys. Her silver gold hair spread across the grass like molten metal, her glossy lips parted in anticipation as our kiss deepened. Around us, 3 dragons watched in low, grumbling silence, witnesses to the union of fire and blood. 115 Rebirth in Fire Chapter 115. Rebirth in fire. The grass beneath us was cool and damp with morning dew, much opposite to the heat building between our bodies. I kissed Daenerys deeper, my tongue exploring her mouth as she melted against me. Her soft whimpers vibrated against my lips, sending waves of desire through my body. My hands roamed over her curves, memorizing every dip and swell. I broke our kiss to trail my lips down her neck, savoring the taste of her skin, salt and smoke, and something which was just unique about her. Oh, brother," she gasped, her fingers digging into my shoulders as I found a sensitive spot below her ear. "That feels incredible." I smiled against her skin. "You haven't felt anything yet, sweet sister." My fingers worked at the clasps of her riding dress, carefully loosening the fabric so I could see more of her. With each new patch revealed, I pressed my lips to it, treasuring the quiet closeness between us. "Is this what you want?" I murmured softly against her collarbone, feeling her tremble beneath me. "Yes," she breathed after a moment of silence, leaning close to my warmth. "Please stay with me." The rising sun spilled golden light across the hillside as I folded the last of her shawl aside. Daenerys lay resting beside me. Her silver gold hair fanned out like a halo, her skin glowing in the dawn light. I couldn't help but notice how beautiful she looked in the soft light. A blush spread across her cheeks as she caught me staring. "What are you looking at?" she whispered, a hint of vulnerability in her voice. "Targaryen perfection," I answered simply, lowering my head toward her. She cried out, her back arching off the ground, and I held her close, my hand coming up to caress her other breast. The sweet sound she made drove me wild, each soft sound fueling my passion. "Oh gods, I never knew it could be like this," she breathed, her hands tangling in my hair to hold me closer. Of course she didn't. The only other man she was with, by the cruelty of fate, was a barbarian. What would he know about tender moments? It was an art of its own. I moved closer, holding her gently while I traced my hand down her side, feeling her tense beneath my touch. Her legs shifted slightly as my fingers brushed her skin. "Please," she whispered, leaning toward me. "I can't wait anymore." Gone was the prude, cautious sister, replaced with a passionate woman eager for closeness. "Patience, Dany," I teased, pressing a kiss to the underside of her breast. "We have all day." "Ugh." Her hands tugged at my tunic, suddenly eager. Too many clothes, she complained, her voice husky with longing. I sat back on my heels, allowing her to pull my tunic over my head. Her eyes widened as she took in my torso, her fingers tracing the defined muscles of my chest and abdomen. "You've changed so much, brother," she whispered, pressing her lips to my chest in a series of light kisses. "So strong now." Her hands moved lower, fumbling with the laces of my breeches. I helped her, kicking them off along with my boots until I was as naked as she was. Her gaze dropped to me, standing proud and bare between us, and her eyes widened further. "It grew?" she asked in disbelief, her hand reaching out hesitantly to rest near mine. "I've seen you years before, during baths, but this—" I smirked, enjoying her reaction. "Of course, my strength isn't the only thing that grew. I'd grown in height, weight, and in all the other good numbers. The pre-system Viserys was a shadow of mine." She touched me gently, drawing a sound from my throat. Pleased by my reaction, she grew more confident. "Enough," I said after a few moments, pushing her back onto grass. "You smiled here. I want to be closer to you." Our bodies were warm together, and she swallowed as she met my gaze with a nod. I moved closer to her, holding her close as our bodies met. She was ready for me, her body calling to mine. With one powerful movement, we came together, and then the world stopped. No, that wasn't some fancy wording. Everything around us really just froze, colors leaching away to gray. The dragons, the grass, the sky all motionless as if time itself had halted. You've truly defied fate. Once a mere beggar prince, now you've claimed not only your rightful throne, but your rightful wife. Congratulations on your path so far, Dragon King. However, your wife is impure. The system's words echoed in my mind at the same time as they flashed before me in a golden box. It was right. For all my greatness, I hadn't been able to stop my sister's marriage, for I'd only come to this world after that. Unlike the other girls, Daenerys had been through a great deal of hardship. It bothered me greatly. Some cruel, barbaric horse rider had caused her immense suffering, with poor Daenerys being forced into a marriage she never wanted. But it wasn't as if I could change the past. Indeed, one cannot rewrite the past. A Dragon King is stubborn enough to defy fate, but also wise enough to accept the facts of the universe. Still, how can the only other Targaryen be so impure? What can be done instead is cleansing, to relieve Daenerys' existence from that past. What? Like memory erasure? I didn't like that. Not erasure, but purification. Erasing her memory will break who she is. She wouldn't be Daenerys Stormborn then. No, true flames of purification will not destroy the core of Daenerys Stormborn, but will purge the lingering claim of lesser men from her body and soul, as well as the trauma and the regret from her mind. What remains will be the untainted fire of her true heritage. Was it saying it'd remove all the trauma Shed faced from losing her stupid child to that witch, including everything else? Offer Daenerys Targaryen the dragon's flame of rebirth? Unleash the true dragon within, making her worthy to rule beside the Dragon King? Why, and despite everything Dany had done to me, including my original fate of death, the choice was obvious. The original Viserys hadn't just raised her, she was the pillar of his will to live when everything crumbled. He pushed himself for her, to feed her when there was nothing. I'd inherited those feelings. So I'd love to make her awaken, to relive her soul from the weight of her poor past. And I was understanding right, also grant her the ability to keep herself safe. The choice was simple. Aang. The world regained its color in no time as Dany cried out in a sudden, overwhelming moment. At the same time, her body began to glow with an inner light. Her eyes flew open, confusion and fear replacing the desire that had been there moments before. Brother, what's happening to me?" Her voice trembled as golden light began to pulse beneath her skin. "Sure, it's all right," I soothed, holding her close and kissing her gently. "Everything is all right. You are becoming what you were always meant to be." Her body grew hotter beneath mine, her skin taking on an orange glow as veins of light, like molten lava, traced patterns across her flesh. Her silver-gold hair ignited, becoming a crown of living flame that didn't burn away. I felt the heat against my skin, hot enough to burn, but my dragon blood and the system's enhancements protected me. A dragon doesn't burn. It hurts, she gasped, her body trembling against mine as her form continued to transform. It's intense, brother. Something's happening. Around us, the three dragons seemed to sense what was occurring somehow. As if guided by ancient instinct, they opened their massive jaws and unleashed streams of fire directly at us. Viserys' golden flames, Drogon's black-red inferno, and Rhaegal's greenish-red blaze converged, enveloping us in a sphere of multicolored fire. Inside that burning cocoon, our passions surged, and we held each other, lost in the intensity of the moment. "Oh my gods! Slow down, I can't." Her breathless cries echoed within our fiery sanctuary, mingling with my own heavy breathing as I held her close with all the passion I possessed. "You're mine," I murmured against her ear, feeling her tremble in my arms. "You've always been mine, Dany." "Yes," she screamed. Her voice changed somehow, deeper and more resonant. "Why yours, brother, only yours?" The flames roared around us, intensifying with our passion. Through the fire, I could see her changing horns of ivory spiraling from her temples, wings unfurling from her back, iridescent scales blooming across her shoulders and down her spine. A slender tail emerged, whipping against the ground as pleasure coursed through her. My own wings had manifested, spreading wide as I continued to claim her, to remake her. When the flames finally died down, Daenerys was transformed. No longer just the mother of dragons, a mere name, but something more, dragon herself. Her violet eyes glowed with inner fire, her new features making her even more beautiful, more otherworldly. With surprising strength, she pushed against my chest, rolling us over until she straddled me. Her new wings stretched behind her, catching the morning light as she gazed down at me in wonder. "I feel reborn," she whispered, rolling her hips experimentally and drawing a groan from deep in my chest. "Like everything that weighed me down has burned away. You are reborn?" "Yes, sister," I confirmed. He held her hips gently as she moved above him. "The true Daenerys Targaryen. My woman. MMHM." She threw her head back, her flaming hair cascading down her back as she moved. "It feels wonderful, brother. You feel so good." He moved upward to meet her, the two of them sharing a quiet, powerful moment together, watching in awe as pleasure transformed her face. The scales on her body caught the sunlight, glittering like jewels against her skin. Her breasts bounced with each movement, perfect and tempting. "No one will ever touch you again," I promised, reaching up to cup one breast, whispering fiercely and watching her tremble. "You belong to me now, completely." "Yes. Yes, I do," she breathed, her eyes drifting shut, her hands gripping tight. "Only you. Only ever you." Above us, the dragons took to the sky, circling in perhaps some ritual as ancient as our bloodline. Their shadows passed over us as Daenerys held on to me with increasing urgency, her new tail curling around my thigh. "I'm close," she gasped, holding me tighter. "Brother, please. Don't stop." I held her hips firmly, pulling her closer with all my strength. "Stay with me, sister." I held her close once again, overwhelmed by the depth of what we shared. She cried out, her body trembling against mine in a moment of pure, raw emotion. The sight of her so unguarded, so radiant, undid me completely, and I gave in to the overwhelming feeling between us. Daenerys collapsed under me, her wings folding around us like a cocoon. We lay there, breathless and wrapped in each other, as the dragons continued their aerial dance above. "How long can we stay like this?" she murmured against my neck, her body still occasionally shuddering. I stroked her back, feeling the junction where smooth skin met scales, where wings emerged from flesh. "As long as we want. The world can wait." And so we remained together as the sun climbed higher, the dragons circling endlessly overhead in celebration of a union that defied fate itself. I felt like a winner that day. 116 Spear and Fire Chapter 116. Spear and fire, the relentless Dornish sun beat down upon the ancient stones of the Spear Tower, heat shimmering above the battlements like a mirage. Prince Doran Martell sat motionless in his cushioned wheelchair, trembling fingers resting on ornate armrests worn smooth from years of his grip. His dark eyes, still sharp despite his weak and failing body, fixed on the horizon where the summer sea melted into an endless blue sky. But it wasn't the tranquil azure that held his attention. It was the ring of steel choking Sunspear's harbor and coastline, hundreds of warships forming an impenetrable blockade. Long ships bearing the Greyjoy crack and cut through the waves like predators, while heavier royal galleys flew the three-headed dragon of House Targaryen. They were like silent titans that observed Dorne for days now, allowing nothing in, nothing out. Behind him stood Ario Hoda, captain of his guard, a mountain of man whose loyalty was as unwavering as the long axe he gripped. The Norvoshi's face remained impassive beneath the heat, sweat being the only sign that he was flesh and not a statue. How much longer must we endure this humiliation? Prince Oberyn said in the end, eyes full of fury. The younger prince paced the battlements like a caged predator, each step radiating barely contained violence. 3 days they blockaded us. 3 days with no word from Aegon. Ilaria Sand stood nearby, her olive complexion flushed from heat and worry. She reached for Oberyn's arm as he passed, her gentle touch seemingly calming his fury. "My love," she murmured. "Even walls have ears these days. How can anyone send any message through the raiders blocking our sea?" Oberyn slowed down, his frown growing frustrated. She gestured toward the vast armada. "Look at them, sitting on our doorstep like invited guests. The Boy King mocks us. The Boy King who commands dragons." Oberyn replied. "And who holds my daughter," Doran added, his voice measured, revealing none of the cold fear constricting his heart. The pain of Arianne's abduction remained raw. Doran's letters demanding her return had gone unanswered or worse, simply dismissed. Even the mightiest fortress could not stand against the dragon, and Viserys commanded two now. Although Daenerys rode the second one, by now, Doran was sure she was just a puppet under Viserys' command. He had underestimated the Dragon King's reach, his speed, his ruthlessness. He had gambled on Varys whispers, on Aegon's supposed birthright, on the promise of a single dragon regal. Now that gamble felt so increasingly like folly with each passing hour the blockade held. Doran knew what it meant for these ships to have surrounded him. It meant Viserys himself was somewhere else. And where else could he be, other than wherever Aegon was hiding in? "How long, brother?" Oberyn asked, now glaring out at the fleet. "How long do we sit here, letting our so-called nephew strangle us? Aegon should have been here days ago. Where is he? Where is the Golden Company? Where is the dragon we were promised?" Doran turned his head slowly, his expression betraying none of the turmoil within. "Patience, brother. They blockade us, but they do not attack. To strike first would be to invite the very destruction Viserys threatens. We wait for Aegon. He will come." Even as the words left his lips, doubt gnawed at him like a disease. Had the pretender already failed? Had Viserys intercepted him? The lack of news was its own chilling message. Patience? Oberyn scoffed, his laugh bitter as Dornish red. The time for patience died when he took Arianne. Viserys Targaryen is not his father. He is not Rhaegar. He is fire and blood made manifest. He burned Yunkai to bedrock, they say. And we sit here waiting? How many more bad decisions would you make, brother? And what would you have us do? To Doran's surprise, it was his brother's love, Ilaria, who stood up for him. Her voice was soft but firm. Challenge that fleet? Challenge the dragons we know he possesses? We would be ash before nightfall. "I never said challenge," Oberyn retorted. "Isn't this the prime time to negotiate with them? We should send people to talk to the captain leading those ships." Doran fell silent at that. "I don't think that would amount to anything. If the Dragon King wants us dead, negotiating with these ships would mean nothing. We should prepare for war instead." But what good is preparation when the enemy commands the sky? The thought lingered unspoken. What good was war against dragons? We can't win. Oberyn said. We don't have the preparation needed for it. You are a warrior prince, Oberyn, Doran replied, the edge in his voice betraying a rare flash of irritation. Don't say that out loud. That's bad for morale. Do you think I'm not angry, brother? Oberyn leaned closer. He took your daughter, but he also took mine. I haven't heard anything from them for weeks. I'm only hoping they're alive, and just based on that hope, I'm willing to keep myself reasonable. There's no point in escalating this in a way that cost the lives of innocent Dornishmen. Doran didn't know what to say. His fingers twitched, but his expression remained unreadable. When he opened his mouth, however, a loud roar spit the sky. Suddenly, a vast shadow swept across the battlements, momentarily eclipsing the harsh sun. A collective gasp rippled through the guards. Oberyn froze mid-stride, hand flying to the dagger at his belt. Ilaria clutched his arm, eyes wide with undisguised terror. Ario Hoda shifted his grip on his long axe, readying for a command that might prove futile. Doran followed their gaze skyward, his breath caught in his throat. Not one, but 3 colossal shapes circled overhead, their wing beats like thunder rolling across the sky. The first, shimmering gold in the sunlight, impossibly large and terrifying. The second was as black as midnight with veins of furious red running through its scales. And the third green, the color of Regal, the dragon Aegon was meant to bring as their salvation. But Aegon was not riding him. Unmistakably, atop the golden dragon sat the figure of Viserys Targaryen, silver gold hair gleaming like a crown. On the black beast was Daenerys Stormborn, but looked a little odd from here. Is that horns on her head I see? Doran squinted his eyes. The green dragon, riderless, followed in perfect formation. They descended in a slow, deliberate display of absolute power, circling Sunspear as gods might survey their domain. The sight broke something within Doran. The carefully constructed walls of patience and calculation crumbled like sand. The fear he had held at bay flooded through him. Cold and absolute. 3 dragons, including the one meant to be his salvation. I see. Aegon had failed. Viserys Targaryen had won. So falls the spear before the flame, Doran whispered, his voice nearly lost in the wind. He slumped back in his wheelchair as the strength drained from him. A long, slow sigh escaped his lips, carrying the weight of decades of planning, years of vengeance, turned adoration by the appearance of his nephew, now all turned to ash by the beating wings above. It was over. No need for a fight. Dorne was defeated. Fire and blood. Those were my family's words. Not just pretty phrases to frighten children, but the brutal philosophy that had kept Targaryens in power for centuries until we forgot their meaning. My father went mad with fire. My brother Rhaegar died without ever knowing about it. I nearly had molten gold poured on my head. But now I understood the true meaning of our words. Fire is transformation. Blood is power. And I possessed both in abundance. I understood that fact more than ever as I circled the skies of Dorne. I was on top of Viserion, who flew beside Daenerys astride Drogon, against the scorching Dornish air. Below us, Doran Martell's weathered face twisted with shock, his wheelchair suddenly seeming smaller against the backdrop of Sunspear's ancient stones. Beside him, Oberyn, the Red Viper, stood rigid, his hand on his weapon, though he surely knew how futile that gesture was. Regal circled overhead, his emerald scales catching the sunlight as he kept watch. A dragon without a rider, but following my command regardless. Facts to my victory over the pretender Aegon. The sight of Regal clearly devastated the Martells below. Their champion, their false dragon, reduced to ash. I patted Viserion's neck, feeling her scales hot beneath my palm. Go to the ships, my beauty, I whispered. You know what to do. I'd already given her the instructions before. I jumped off her back. Translucent wings widened from my back, beating against the wind. With a satisfied rumble, Viserion peeled away. her massive golden form casting a shadow across the entire courtyard as she departed. I stretched my wings to their full span and descended slightly, coming level with the battlements where the Martells stood. The guards tightened their grips on their spears, sweat beading on their foreheads, not entirely from the heat. Prince Doran, I called while ignoring the weapons pointed at me. Or should I simply call you Doran now? For you have proven yourself unworthy of rulership. Viserys, he began, his voice steady despite everything. It's your grace for you, Doran. My words cut through the air like Valyrian steel. Your crimes are clear. You had incredible opportunities, being my very first ally, and you still betrayed me. You refused my call when I summoned your soldiers for my war. Not only that, you plotted with Varys and Illyrio. Doran Martell, you backed a disgusting Blackfire pretender against the true blood of the dragon. You would have seen me deposed, my realm plunged into chaos, all for your petty vengeance. Oberyn stepped forward, his dark eyes flashing. If we speak of vengeance, Dragon King, then speak also of the murdered Elia and her children. Speak of justice denied for decades. Even in defiance, there was respect in his tone. Oberyn appreciated power, especially when wielded with audacity. Oberyn and I started as friends, but now that I was against his brother, he took his brother's side even when he knew who was in the wrong. Honestly, as family members, I couldn't even hate that. Prince Oberyn, calm down. Your sister was my sister-in-law. Although I didn't get to spend much time with her, the bit I did, she treated me like her own son. But you already know that. Why are you talking about her vengeance with me? It was the Lannisters. I know you're taking your brother's side, but choose your words carefully. I said with a sigh, I've given you justice as much as I can. I killed that fool Joffrey and made his mother watch. Next will be Tywin Lannister. All in all, I've given you a future you can't deny. Oberyn had nothing to say to that. He just looked into my eyes and then lowered his head. I knew it wasn't his fault. He must have tried his best to convince his brother, but the senile cripple didn't listen. Now I clapped my hands sharply. Let me introduce you to the future he'll give you next. Viserion reappeared, swooping low over the towers. There, clinging her neck with practiced ease, rode a girl. It was Arianne Martell. Her dark hair streamed behind her like a banner as Viserion landed with surprising gentleness on the battlements. The shock on Doran's face was almost comical. Ari, you've been in those ships the whole time? She dismounted gracefully, her Dornish dress swirling around her legs. Her silver eyes, so striking against her bronze skin, regarded her father coldly. Yes, father, she said, her voice carrying the heat of the desert. But I had no reason to let you know. Please stay quiet now. His Grace has an important announcement to make. Doran's eyes widened, face full of rage for once. What? Yes, your daughter is right. I smiled, savoring the moment. Arianne Martell shall be the new ruler of Dorne, the High Lady of this land. 117 The sun rises on a new spear, chapter 117. The sun rises on a new spear. Arianne stood tall on the weathered walls, the ancient stones beneath her feet carrying the legacy of 100 Martell rulers before her. Her silver eyes swept across the faces surrounding her guards with white knuckles gripping useless spears, courtiers frozen in shock, servants peering wide-eyed from doorways and alcoves. Viserys' declaration wasn't something unexpected, and yet it pressed down on Arianne's shoulders with nervousness. How would her father react? The scorching Dornish sun, which had moments ago warmed her bronze skin, now felt like ice against her flesh. Ruler of Dorne, the title she had craved all her life, the title she thought would escape her since her father seemed to see her as not fit for it now. It was gifted to her amidst dragons and betrayal. Ari, her gaze, met Uncle Oberyn's a moment later. She had expected fury, challenges, perhaps even his infamous Viper Strike. Instead, a deep, weary sigh escaped his lips as he looked away, a flicker of resignation crossing his handsome features. It wasn't surrender the Red Viper, never truly surrendered, but recognition of an inescapable truth. Dragons had come to Dorne, and with them, change. The startled silence was shattered as her father found his voice. Doran Martell's words emerged not with fear, but with cold, controlled rage that Arianne had rarely witnessed during his years of calculated patience. Her? He spat, his dark eyes boring into her with an intensity that made her want to step backward, but she held her ground. My foolish daughter, who chases fleeting passions. Her, who conspires behind closed doors with guards and knights. He grumbled. Be honest with him, Ari. You think yourself fit to rule Dorne? The accusations landed like a carefully aimed dart, designed to wound and undermine her before the Dragon King himself. You lack the patience, the wisdom, the foresight that rulership demands. Your reckless ambition blinds you to consequences. Your vanity outweighs your judgment. Her earlier nervousness was well-founded. Arianne felt the sting of his words, truths and half-truths she had wrestled with in the darkness of countless sleepless nights. Yet rather than crumbling beneath them, she found her resolve hardening like Dornish steel under flame. She wanted to talk back and defend herself. Doran, Viserys called right then. From the corner of her eye, she noticed him hovering nearby, his translucent wings catching the sunlight. A dangerous glint appeared in his violet eyes, and it touched her. Was he so angered seeing her be insulted? Daenerys Targaryen came down from her own dragon, her odd draconic features clear now. Before he could speak further, Arianne raised her hand. Your Grace, she called, her voice firm. If I may, allow me to answer my father. Viserys studied her for a moment, the desert breeze ruffling his silver-gold hair. A faint, approving smile touched his lips before he nodded his assent. Drawing her posture straight, Arianne turned back to face Doran. She felt the warmth of Viserys's massive body behind her, the dragon's presence lending her words power that no title alone could bestow. You speak of patience, father, she began, her voice ringing across the area. But your patience became paralysis. You speak of wisdom, yet you backed a Blackfire pretender against the true power that now commands our skies. What proof did you have that he truly was my cousin, when even Uncle Oberyn proposes doubt? The words flowed from her with surprising ease, as though she had rehearsed them 1,000 times in her mind. She continued, you gambled with Dorne's future on whispers and shadows, ignoring the firestorm gathering before your very eyes. I'd appreciate it if you answered what you do now, if the Dragon King is angered and decides to burn Dorne to the ground. His dragons aside, what about those ships? She gestured toward the horizon, where hundreds of warships formed an impenetrable blockade around Sunspear's harbor, then upward to the dragons who had reshaped the world in a mere year. Look around you. The force and passion in her voice made even Aeryo Hode shift uncomfortably. Viserys Targaryen holds us in his hand. Resistance means annihilation. My choice was not betrayal, but survival. I chose to bend the knee so Dorne would not break. Then who's the wise one here, you or I? She stepped closer to her father's wheelchair, close enough to see the lines of age and worry that had deepened on his face during her absence. I chose to secure a future for our people, a future you nearly threw away. Perhaps I lack your years of quiet plotting, but I do not lack the eyes to see reality, nor the courage to face it. That is what Dorne needs now. Her words filled the air, as weighty as summer storm clouds. Doran's face contorted with disbelief and fury, his fingers gripping the arms of his wheelchair until his knuckles whitened. Even Oberyn looked at her with a flicker of grudging respect, though pain still shadowed his eyes. Viserys nodded slowly, satisfaction evident in his expression. I love every word the High Lady has said, he said, and patted Viserys's gleaming scales and nudged his chin toward the sprawling city below the castle. Do it. Viserys stretched her massive neck, golden scales catching the sunlight. Guards flinched, while Illyria stifled a cry, all of them fearing that dragonfire would consume them all. Instead, the dragon took a deep, rumbling breath and let out a roar that somehow transformed into words that echoed over Sunspear, reaching every corner of the city. Be wise to hear, foolish humans of the desert. Today, by the words of I, Viserion, your ruler is no longer Doran Martell. From this day forward, High Lady Arianne Martell rules Dorne. Let all be known. The announcement reverberated through stone and air, the final, undeniable seal on the transfer of power. A dragon's announcement. Arianne felt the powerful words tremble through her very bones, making real what had moments ago seemed impossible. In the stunned silence that followed, Viserys gave his dragon a dry look and whispered just loudly enough for Arianne to hear. "By the words of Viserion?" he asked, eyebrow raised. The golden dragon pointedly refused to meet his gaze. "She's cute." Arena smiled for more than one reason. Today was a good day, but it was yet to end. 118 The Dragon on the Sun Throne, Chapter 118. The Dragon on the Sun Throne. I strode into the cavernous throne room of Sunspear, my footsteps echoing against the polished marble floors. The space was impressive, all soaring columns and intricate Rhoynish mosaics depicting ancient battles and mythical water magic. Sunlight streamed through high, narrow windows, casting long fingers of light across the chamber's cool expanse. Yara marched behind me, her leather armor squeaking softly as she moved. The gleam in her eyes was full of amusement, accompanied by a hunger for battle which did not break out, making her all the more attractive. 20 of her iron-born reavers flanked her, grim-faced men with salt-crusted beards and weathered skin, hands never straying far from their weapons. "Quite the palace they've got here," Yara muttered, her eyes sweeping the ornate ceiling. "Though I prefer the smell of salt water to all this perfume." "Enjoy it while it lasts," I replied. "We won't be staying long." On my other side walked Dany, her head going around as she took in the beauty of the desert castle. Her eyes glinted with appreciation at the display of Dornish wealth. "I always thought the desert country was a poor one," she said, her wings twitching a little. "It's a pity I never got to see the palace before. I'd have redesigned my abode in Meereen with inspiration this gorgeous." "Focus, Dany," I warned. "We're here for a reason." Yara watched Dany from the side, not making any comment even as her eyes skid past her wings, horns, and swaying tail. I could guess what she thought, though. He gave his sister more power than me. She must be thinking. That wasn't quite right. I'd only given the permission for her awakening. I hadn't expected those cosmetics to come with it. Heck, even I didn't have dragon horns and tails yet, but she did. Regardless, the two of them hadn't exchanged any words. I could feel the tension building between them. Deciding to ignore it for now, my gaze shifted to the far end of the hall, where the sun throne stood upon a raised dais. It was an ancient seat carved from pale weirwood, inlaid with gold and amber in patterns resembling the sun's rays. The throne of House Martell for centuries. Now it was mine. I ascended the steps without hesitation, feeling every eye in the chamber upon me. The smooth wood felt cool beneath my fingers as I settled into the seat of Martell power, arranging myself comfortably as if I'd sat there 1,000 times before. Even Aegon the Conqueror never managed this, I thought with satisfaction. His dragons burned half of Westeros. Yet Dorne remained independent. Mine brought it to heel in hours. The doors at the far end of the hall swung open again, and Arianne entered, her hips swaying with deliberate, hypnotic rhythm. Shed left early to get dressed for this matter. She wore a gown of sheer Dornish silk in her house colors, the fabric clinging to every curve of her body. She also wore a crown now. The plunging neckline revealed the swell of her breasts, bronze skin gleaming in the sunlight, streaming through the windows. Spoiler collapse when she saw me looking, a grin spread across her lips. While maintaining eye contact, she clapped her hands twice, the sound sharp and authoritative. A servant rushed forward, nearly stumbling in his haste. "Why, Your Grace?" His eyes darted nervously between me and Arianne, clearly unsure of the new power dynamics. "Bring me the second prince's chair," she said, and, after a moment's hesitation, he brought forward a high-backed chair adorned with smaller sun motifs, placing it to my right, slightly lower than the throne I occupied. Arianne ascended the steps with feline grace and lowered herself into the chair. The silk of her dress slipped higher up her thighs as she crossed her legs. revealing a tantalizing expanse of smooth skin. Her silver eyes met mine briefly, a small smile playing at the corners of her full lips. "The Sun Throne suits you, Your Grace," she purred, her voice low enough that only I could hear. "Though I imagine it's not nearly as comfortable as your iron one." "Quite the opposite. Mine is made out of 1,000 blades. If you remember," I replied, letting my gaze linger on her exposed thigh. "You look quite at home there yourself." "I've dreamed of sitting here since I was a child," she admitted, leaning closer. Her perfumed citrus and exotic spices fill my senses. "Though in my dreams, I sat where you are now." I smiled. "I'd have offered you my lap, princess, but I doubt your father's heart might fail him at the sight. You can take this when I leave." "Don't I get a seat?" Dany asked from where she was standing beside Yara, right below the throne on the right side. "With all respect, dear sister, you have no official position in this nation yet. Let's be satisfied with just watching from the sidelines today, yes?" I asked, and she shrugged. The doors opened once more, and the temperature in the room seemed to drop several degrees. Ario Hoda wheeled Doran Martell into the throne room, his massive frame towering protectively over his prince. Behind him followed Oberyn, his usual swagger subdued, and Ilaria, whose dark eyes missed nothing. Doran's gaze found me first, sitting in his throne, then shifted to Arianne beside me. The look that crossed his face was one of pure rage, transforming the usually composed prince into something fierce and dangerous despite his confined body. "Guards!" Doran shouted, his voice cracking with fury. "Do you stand idle while a foreigner sits on the throne of Dorne? While this usurper daughter commands you? Seize them!" The Dornish guards lining the walls shifted uncomfortably, hands tightening on their spears. They had all heard Viserys's announcement earlier. They glanced at each other, at Doran, at the ceiling, as if they could see through it to the dragons circling overhead. Not a single man moved forward. I couldn't help but chuckle softly at the display. Power isn't just about who sits on a throne, it's about who commands enough fear to keep them there. "They understand, Doran," I said calmly, resting one arm casually on the armrest. "Unlike you, they value the lives of their people. They know resistance is futile. Defiance now would only see sun spears, women weep, and children burn." It was fascinating to watch the anger on Doran's face worsen somehow the moment he truly understood that his rule had ended. This man, who had played the long game of politics for decades, waiting patiently for vengeance and opportunity, had finally miscalculated. In another time, I might have respected his patience, his willingness to plan for years, to appear weak while plotting strength. But had backed the wrong dragon, and now he would pay the price. Oberyn stepped forward, his face tight with controlled anger. "Viserys, I understand you want to keep an image, but this is too far." I cut him off with a raised hand, my tone hardening slightly, though I maintained respect for the man I'd once considered an ally. "Oberyn, we began as friends. Do not force my hand against you. Your brother made his choices. For Dorne's sake, and for the sake of your own daughters, stay silent." Mention of his daughters struck home. Oberyn's jaw clenched, muscles working beneath his skin, but he stepped back without further comment. This was the Red Viper, deadly and proud, choosing caution for the first time in his life. He was one of the finest fighters in this realm, but the current me could never be scared of a single man. There need be 10 Oberyn Martells for me to even glance his way. In another reality, he would have died fighting the mountain, searching for a confession that would never truly satisfy him. Here, at least, he lived even if under my thumb. He should be grateful. Doran wasn't finished, however. He turned his attention to Arianne, his words dripping with venom. "You betray your own blood, your own legacy. The throne you covet so desperately, you think sitting beside it grants you power? You're nothing but his puppet, his Dornish whore. You lack the wisdom, the patience, the vision to rule. You always have." Arianne listened, but her expression did not change, allowing his rage to spend itself like a storm breaking against stone. Only the slight tightening of her fingers on the armrest betrayed any emotion. When Doran finally fell silent, she rose slowly, the movement causing her dress to cling even more provocatively to her curves. I watched her with appreciation. She had learned much in our time together. She had learned to be calm. She had grew into the ruler Dorne needed. "Father," she said, her voice devoid of warmth, "I'll ignore that you called the ruler of Dorne a whore. But for your treason and your refusal to accept the new reality, you are hereby confined to the lower dungeons." Doran's face contorted in outrage. He laughed in disbelief. "Dungeons? Really?" My own daughter Arianne cut him off with a cool, imperious gesture. "It was the dungeons or death, father. His Grace is merciful and listened to my request. Request that I had to beg him in private, mind you. Me being at his mercy is saving your life. You should be grateful." For a breathless moment, I wondered if he would defy the order if his personal loyalty to Doran would override his reasoning capabilities. My hand drifted subtly to my belt, ready to draw my sword if necessary. But the moment passed. Hoda bowed his head slightly to Arianne, turned to Rand's wheelchair, and began to push him from the hall. You'll regret this," Doran shouted, twisting to look back at us. "Both of you. The sun does not bend to dragons." "Perhaps not," I called after him. "But you aren't the sun. You owe me a cent." Doran was wheeled away, still sputtering curses and threats, as I smiled. It was a lovely sight. The following half an hour was occupied by Arianne giving orders to guards and officials in different small and big matters, including commodities for the guests who had come over. The Ironborn couldn't just stay in their ships, after all. Ultimately, Oberyn and Ilaria were sent away from Dorne under the pretense of meeting Arianne's mother back on Norvos. She was a noble in that place, and Oberyn was to preach to the nobility there about King Viserys' rule. It was just an excuse to get Oberyn and especially Ilaria out of Dorne, so that Arianne could establish herself properly during the first stage of her rule. At last, Yara and Dany were also sent away to guest chambers, ultimately leaving me and Arianne alone in the throne room. Phew! I let out a breath as I leaned back on the sun throne, savoring the moment. Beside me, Arianne reached over and placed her hand on mine, her touch warm and possessive. "Shall I have wine brought, Your Grace?" she asked, her eyes gleaming. "To celebrate our new arrangement?" In a moment, I replied, meeting her gaze. "First, I want to enjoy the view." And what a view it was! Not just Arianne and her revealing silk, but the entirety of what I had accomplished. The Red Keep, Winterfell, the Iron Islands, and now Dorne. One by one, the great houses of Westeros were falling into line. Where Aegon the Conqueror had failed, I had succeeded. The thought filled me with immense satisfaction. I knew, as a transmigrator with a system, that it wasn't that big of a deal, but as Viserys Targaryen, this was all I could dream of as a kid. Now it was reality. In my old life on Earth, I'd watched Game of Thrones, seeing the Martells reduced to ineffectual players before being wiped out entirely. Here, I'd subverted that fate, twisted their thread into my own grand tapestry. Because I could. Because I held the strength to. Arianne stood, smoothing her dress with deliberate slowness. "There are many more beautiful rooms in Sunspear that I'd love to show you, Your Grace," she said, her voice dropping to a sultry whisper. "Some with views even more satisfying than this one." The invitation in her eyes was unmistakable. I rose from the throne, wholly enjoying the flicker of anticipation that crossed her face as I towered over her. But I didn't approach her. "Sound good, but first things first. Little princess," I said, "there's still the matter of how Dorne will serve its new king. MH won't." She tilted her head slightly, slowly biting her lip as she approached me. Her arms locked around my neck, lovely chocolate boobs pressed against my chest as she looked deep into my eyes. "I think I know exactly how to serve you, Daddy. Do you want your little princess to show you?" Crazy. Of course, I didn't have it in me to reject her offer. That might. Dorne was filled with sounds louder than the dragon roads. And I wasn't even exaggerating. 119 Sunspear's Morning Chapter 119. Sunspear's morning sunlight streamed through the high, open windows of Sunspear's master bedchamber, painting golden patterns across the silk sheets tangled around my legs. I groaned as I shielded my eyes. The air carried the sweet scent of citrus and spice, a distinctly Dornish aroma that permeated every corner of the ancient castle. I opened my eyes slowly, yawning. The events of yesterday flooded back in vivid detail as I looked around. The conquest of Dorne, the submission of the Martells, and the night spent with Arianne that followed. Not bad for a day's work. The space beside me was empty, but still warm. I stretched my arms above my head, feeling the satisfying pull of muscles that had been thoroughly exercised the night before. "Good morning, Your Grace." Arianne's voice drew my attention to the balcony doorway where she stood, her silhouette outlined by the harsh Dornish sun. She had already bathed, her bronze skin gleamed with scented oils, and her dark hair fell in damp waves past her shoulders. She wore only a sheer robe that did little to conceal the curves beneath, the fabric clinging to her still moist skin in ways that make a lesser man's mouth go dry. She carried a silver tray with a steaming cup, approaching the bed with that distinctive sway of her hips that seemed both natural and deliberately practiced. "I thought you might enjoy some tea before the day begins," she said, setting the tray on the bedside table. "A Dornish specialty." I pushed myself up against the headboard, not bothering to cover my nakedness. Arianne's silver eyes drank in the sight, her lips curving into a pleased smile that told me she appreciated what she saw. Taking the cup, I sipped the amber liquid. It was spiced with something unfamiliar. It was warming but not overwhelming, with hints of citrus and what might have been cinnamon. "I'm surprised," I said, taking another appreciative sip. "I thought only Dornish red wine was good, but it seems the tea doesn't fall behind." She giggled, the sound both girlish and warm. "I'm glad you like it. I made it myself." "Did you?" I set the cup down and reached for her waist with one hand, guiding her to sit beside me on the bed with ease. She came willingly, settling into the seat next to me with practiced grace, her shoulder brushing against mine. My hand slid around her waist, feeling the soft curve of her hip beneath the thin fabric. I leaned forward, breathing in the scent of her neck. She smelled of freshness, jasmine, and something else that I couldn't quite place. In the end, I'd say Dornish women easily topple over their wine and tea. At least the princess does. "MHM." She moaned softly as my lips found a sensitive spot below her ear. Her body arched back against mine, responsive and eager. "I thought it's high lady now?" she asked with another moan. So different from the posturing, ambitious princess I'd first met. Though that ambition remained, it had simply aligned with my own goals. "You'd remain my princess regardless," I said, speaking against her skin, which made her shiver. My hand slid higher, cupping her breast through the sheer fabric, feeling her nipple harden against my palm. She turned her head, seeking my lips, but I pulled back slightly. "We have matters to discuss, princess," I murmured, enjoying the flash of frustration that crossed her features. Arianne sighed, though she didn't move from my lap. "Always business with you, isn't it?" But there was no real complaint in her tone, more a playful observation. "The realm doesn't rule itself," I replied, reaching for my tea again while keeping her firmly in place with my other arm. "Even with dragons." Her expression sobered slightly as she adjusted her position, now sitting more properly on my lap, though her hand remained on my thigh, fingers tracing idle patterns on my skin. "Speaking of ruling," she began, her voice taking on a more serious note, "I hope you're planning to stay in Dorne for at least a few days?" I raised an eyebrow, silently prompting her to continue. "The transition won't be easy," she admitted, her silver eyes meeting mine directly. "My father has many loyal supporters, and Uncle Oberyn, well, he may have backed down for now, but he's still the Red Viper. The small folk have heard your dragon announce my rule, but words alone won't secure it." She's right, I thought. In the original timeline, Duran's careful plotting kept Dorne stable for years. His removal creates a power vacuum that even Arianne will struggle to fill immediately. The politically savvy move would be to remain in Dorne for at least a week, helping Arianne consolidate power, executing or exiling those who might oppose her, and ensuring a smooth transition. The Dragon King's presence would deter most challenges before they began. But there was Tywin Lannister to consider. The Old Lion was cornered in Casterly Rock, with Tyrell forces preparing to surround him. It was the perfect opportunity to finally deal with a man who was one of the last thorns in my path on this continent. Plus, everyone in Dorne knew he was the one who orchestrated the deaths of my niece and nephew, the children of Elia Martell, and my brother Rhaegar. If he's punished, the general population of Dorne would be more open to accepting my rule. In the show, Tywin would live to see the Purple Wedding and then die unceremoniously on a privy. Such a pathetic end for a man who had caused so much suffering. I had other plans for him, plans that required my personal attention. I could see your mind working, Arianne said, breaking into my thoughts. Her fingers traced the line of my jaw, her touch gentle but demanding attention. You're thinking of leaving, aren't you? Of Casterly Rock and Tywin Lannister. Perceptive woman. I need to be there, I confirmed, watching her face fall slightly. The Tyrells are loyal, but they're also ambitious. I want to ensure they follow my commands precisely, not improvise their own justice for the Lannisters. Arianne's lips thinned, disappointment evident in her expression. She shifted in my lap, creating a delicious friction that momentarily distracted me from our conversation. You'd never love me as much as the others, would you? You just want to go there to see your wife, to make sure that Tyrell girl is safe. Is that it? She asked suddenly, her voice soft and vulnerable, much different from the confident princess who had faced down her father yesterday. The question caught me off guard. It was unlike Arianne to show such insecurity. The woman ID known was calculating, ambitious, and self-assured to the point of arrogance. This glimpse of vulnerability was either genuine emotional growth or a calculated ploy to manipulate me. Perhaps both. In truth, I did prefer Yara's fierce independence and Marjorie's political savvy. Sansa's innocence had its own appeal, and Daenerys, well, she was blood of my blood, dragon incarnate. But Arianne had grown on me. Her fierce ambition, her unwavering loyalty once given, and yes, her undeniable sexual allure all made her a valuable asset and an increasingly important piece in my game. At another time, my answer might have been different. I might have even laughed at her face. But the Arianne before me now, with her mix of strength and vulnerability, had carved her own place in my expanding empire. She had chosen me above her father. She betrayed her blood to please me. The least I could do was make her feel better. I put the teacup down and cupped her face, brushing my thumb across her full lower lip. Love as much as others? I already love you more than them. Silly princess. I lied, or perhaps it wasn't entirely a lie. She had certainly risen in my estimation. Her eyes brightened, and I captured her lips in a gentle kiss, feeling her melt against me. When I pulled back, she was smiling, that insecurity vanishing as quickly as it had appeared. And just to prove that, I added, the plan forming as I spoke, they'll be leaving Viserion and Dorne. I think she likes the sand, the heat here, so it should be a good vacation for her. It was strategically sound. Viserion's presence would discourage any rebellion against Arianne's rule. I could take Rhaegal and Drogon to Casterly Rock. 2 dragons were more than enough to deal with Tywin Lannister. And keeping Viserion near Arianne would protect my investment in Dorne. Her face transformed, joy replacing uncertainty in an instant. She launched herself at me, arms wrapping around my neck, pressing her body fully against mine. I love you, I love you, I love you. The words tumbled from her lips in an excited rush as she peppered kisses across my face. I laughed, amused by her enthusiasm, my hands finding her waist and holding her close. The thin robe had fallen open, and her naked body pressed against mine, soft and warm and inviting. Easy, princess, I chuckled, my hand sliding down to cup her ass. There's no need to suffocate me with gratitude. Oh, there is. There are many better ways I can show my gratitude, she said softly, her eyes darkening with renewed warmth as she leaned into me. As I pulled her down for another kiss, I mentally revised my schedule. Perhaps I could delay my departure for a day or two after all. Casterly Rock had stood for thousands of years. It could wait a little longer. Some conquest deserved to be savored, indeed. 120 The Lion's Den, Chapter 120. The lion's den. The wind howled past my ears as Regal cut through the clouds, his massive green wings beating powerfully against the air currents. I ran my hand along the ridge of scales on his neck, feeling the heat radiating beneath my palm. The dragon had grown considerably since ID claimed him in Pintos, not just in size, but in his connection to me. It was not a normal rate of growth. Coming under the dragon system must have caused his potential to bloom. He still looked like a wyvern, though, unlike Viserion. Still not as smooth as Viserion. I muttered as Regal banked sharply to avoid a particularly dense cloud formation. The green dragon was responsive, but there remained a wildness to him, an unpredictability that Viserion had gradually shed under my guidance. To my right, Drogon's massive black form sliced through the sky, his crimson wing membranes catching the afternoon light. Atop him sat Daenerys, her silver gold hair whipping behind her like a battle standard. Her new draconic features, the elegant horns curving from her temples, the iridescent scales scattered across her shoulders. The tail that now curved behind her gave her an otherworldly beauty that was both terrifying and captivating. She caught me looking and flashed a grin, far more carefree than I'd ever seen from her before. The awakening of her blood had changed her, made her more Targaryen, more fire than ice now. "Enjoying the view, brother?" she called, her voice somehow carrying over the rushing wind. She shifted her position atop Drogon, her movements deliberately sensual, drawing attention to the curves of her body beneath her riding leathers. "Keep your mind on the task ahead." "Sweet sister," I replied, though I couldn't help the smile that tugged at my lips. This Daenerys was far more agreeable than the stern, self-righteous queen she'd become in the original timeline. This was all she needed, for someone to take the steering wheel so that she could rest easy. With me here, and on top of that, the draconic powers that I gifted her finally gave her the confidence to let loose of the guard she kept. Our departure from Dorne had been hurried but precise. Arianne had stood on the highest tower of Sunspear, her silver eyes gleaming as she watched us prepare to leave. ID left her with Viserion. The Golden Dragon would cement her rule more effectively than any army could. No one would dare challenge the woman who commanded a dragon. Although nobody knows that she doesn't actually control the dragon, I noted. I did tell Viserion to listen to her a little and not to cause too much trouble, but even I couldn't be sure what that creature would do. "Fly safe," Arianne had whispered as Wed parted. "Will you return to me when the lion's head adorns your wall?" I adjusted my grip on Regal spines, mentally reviewing the orders I'd given before departure. Yara and the Iron Fleet would sail from Dorne back to the Iron Islands to regroup, then sweep south again to blockade Lannisport and every coastal holding loyal to House Lannister. It would take them days, perhaps a week, to complete the journey and establish the blockade. Meanwhile, Daenerys and I would reach Casterly Rock within hours. Such is the advantage of dragons, I thought with satisfaction. Even so, someone who's lucky to have the dragon system. What took Aegon the Conqueror years to accomplish, I can achieve in mere months. Far below us, the landscape shifted from the red mountains of Dorne to the fertile fields of the Reach. Soon we would see the coastal plains of the Westerlands, and then Casterly Rock itself, the ancient stronghold of House Lannister. How long until we reached the rock? Daenerys called, bringing Drogon closer until her dragons flew nearly wing to wing. "Another hour, perhaps less," I replied. "Depends on how Regal holds up. He's not as used to long flights with a rider." She nodded, her violet eyes gleaming with an inner fire that matched the one burning within me. "And when we arrive, what's your plan for Tywin Lannister?" I considered the question carefully. The original timeline had given Tywin Lannister a humiliating but quick death shot with a crossbow while sitting on a privy by his own son. A fitting end for a man who had placed such importance on legacy, perhaps, but not enough justice for what had done to our family. Tywin Lannister and his army betrayed our fathers and ended his reign. Although, to be fair, our father deserved it. He was not a fitting ruler. But still, Tywin orchestrated the deaths of our brother's children, I said, my voice hardening. He ordered the mountain to crush Aegon's skull, and savage Elia Martell with the baby's blood still on his hands. He deserves more than a quick death. All of this is considered he's hiding in the rock, Daenerys said. That too, I agreed. I'm not sure. He's prideful enough not to abandon his house, but also wise enough to flee. I'm not sure what he could have chosen. Regardless of whether he is there or not, it makes little difference. It'll make him understand that everything he built, everything he schemed for, is ashes. His legacy destroyed, his name forgotten. In the original story, Tywin had died believing his family's power secure. His golden twins and their golden children would carry on the Lannister name. His grandson would sit on the Iron Throne, and his enemies would be destroyed one by one. Had never lived to see how thoroughly his plans would unravel, how Tommen would leap from a window, how Myrcella would be poisoned, how Jaime Lannister would die for Cersei, how his family's power would crumble. This time will be different. This time, Tywin Lannister would know exactly how completely he had failed before the end. If he dared flee, his torment would only increase. We're almost there, Daenerys said, pointing ahead. The sun was beginning its descent toward the horizon, casting long shadows across the landscape below. In the distance, the glittering waters of the sunset sea were visible, and rising from the coastline, the imposing silhouette of Casterly Rock, hewn from a great stone hill. The ancient fortress of House Lannister resembled a crouching lion, ready to pounce upon any who approached uninvited. Its massive walls, towers, and battlements had stood for thousands of years, never taken by force. Until today, a smile curved my lips as I urged Regal forward. The green dragon responded eagerly, sensing my anticipation, my hunger for what was to come. The old line awaits, I thought to myself, humming a song. And unlike House Rain, the dragons don't bow. And who are you? The proud lord, said Margaery Tyrell, stood at the entrance of her command tent. A fortress of emerald silk erected on a strategic hillside overlooking the Tyrell encampment. From here, she had an unobstructed view of Casterly Rock's imposing silhouette against the afternoon sky. The ancient fortress, carved from living stone, seemed to mock their presence with its impenetrable walls and towers that had withstood sieges for centuries. Hundreds of green and gold banners rippled in the breeze. The golden rose of House Tyrell, a stark contrast to the crimson and gold lion hanging limply from Casterly Rock's battlements. Soldiers moved through the camp like busy insects, finalizing preparations for what would undoubtedly be a costly assault. Your Grace, came her handmaiden's voice. Would you prefer to wait inside? The sun is quite harsh. The men who may die today have no shelter, Margaery replied without turning. They'll stand where I can see them. Her attention fixed on a small party breaking away from the Tyrell lines. At its head rode Garland, her beloved brother, his armor gleaming in the sunlight. A large white banner fluttered above him, the universal signal for parley. Margaery's fingers tightened around her goblet of watered wine. Roses may be delicate, but our thorns draw blood all the same, she murmured to herself, an old saying her grandmother had taught her. She watched Garland's party approach the massive gates. Even from this distance, she could make out his upright posture, the confidence in his bearing that had always distinguished him from other knights. He halted perhaps 50 yards from the walls, well within earshot of the defenders, but safely out of bowshot range. In the name of Viserys Targaryen, first of his name, king of the Undulls and the First Men, lord of the Seven Kingdoms and protector of the realm, Garland's voice carried clearly across the still afternoon air. I, Ser Garland of House Tyrell, demand the immediate surrender of Casterly Rock. A long silence followed. Then, a figure appeared at the central rampart, a man in elaborate armor that caught the sunlight like molten gold. That is not Tywin, Margaery said softly, squinting to make out the figure better. Perhaps his brother, Kevin, or someone else. Tywin had a few brothers. House Lannister does not surrender to flowers. The man shouted down, his voice edged with contempt. Crawl back to your gardens, Tyrell. Tell your Dragon King that the rock has never fallen and never will. Scattered cheers erupted from the defenders manning the walls. Garland remained still for several moments, then turned his horse and rode back toward the Tyrell lines, the banner of truce still fluttering above him. Marjorie set down her goblet and clasped her hands to stop their trembling. The Lannister defiance meant blood would flow today, Tyrell blood, the blood of her countrymen, perhaps even her brothers. Rose petals may bend, she whispered, but we do not break. She descended from her vantage point to meet Garland as he returned to the command area. His face was grim as he dismounted. They've made their choice, he said simply, removing his helm. Sweat dampened his brown curls, making him look younger than his years. You gave him a fair chance, Marjorie said, placing a hand on his armored forearm. Garland nodded to his captains. Begin the assault preparations. Move the trebuchets into position. First wave will advance when the sun touches the western tower. Yes, my lord. The commanders dispersed, shouting orders that rippled through the camp. Within moments, the ordered calm transformed into controlled chaos as siege engines creaked forward and men formed into assault units. Marjorie felt her heart constrict. Be careful, brother. The Rock has never fallen to assault. There's always a first time, Garland replied with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. He squeezed her hand. His Grace chose us for this task. We will not fail him. If we do this successfully, your chances of sitting on the throne beside him increase manifold. She watched him stride away, barking orders and encouraging men. How many would not return? How many mothers would weep for sons who died, breaking themselves against those ancient walls? A horn blasted, signaling the first units to move into position. Marjorie straightened her back, determined to show no fear before the men who would soon risk their lives. Then a sound unlike any other, a roar that seemed to split the very sky, echoing across the valleys and hills surrounding Casterly Rock. Every head turned upward as another roar answered the first. Two massive shapes descended through the clouds, one green, one black with veins of crimson. The sun caught their scales, turning them to living jewels as they circled lower. Dragons, someone whispered nearby, voice thick with awe and relief. Marjorie's worry evaporated like morning dew under a summer sun. A smile, one that her grandmother might have recognized as predatory, spread across her face. Atop the green dragon sat her husband, King Viserys, his silver gold hair unmistakable even at this distance. The black dragon carried a smaller figure, and from the looks of it, it was Daenerys, the king's sister. That worried her a little, but she didn't think much of it for now. Her gaze lowered to look at Casterly Rock. When you play the Game of Thrones, Marjorie whispered, you win or you die. Today, the lions lose. The dragons banked sharply, diving toward Casterly Rock's main gate. Defenders scattered like ants, some firing arrows that fell harmlessly against dragon scales. Twin streams of fire, one red, tinged with green, one orange with black, erupted from the dragon's maws, slamming into the ancient gates with such force that Marjorie felt the heat from where she stood. The stone that had withstood centuries melted like candle wax. The massive gates, reinforced with steel and iron, glowed red before collapsing inward, sending up a plume of steam and ash. The roar of the Tyrell army drowned out even the dragon's cries as Marjorie raised her goblet in silent toast. The king has arrived. 121 echoes in the Rock, chapter 121. Echoes in the Rock, the world shrank to a single point of incandescent focus as twin streams of dragon fire slammed into Casterly Rock's legendary gates. I felt Regal vibrate beneath me, the muscles of his long neck tensing as he poured liquid destruction upon centuries of Lannister pride. It wasn't as powerful as my Viserion, but it was a sight to behold regardless. Beside us, Drogon's black flames mixed with Regal's green-tinged inferno, creating a hellish vortex that devoured stone, metal, and flesh alike. Soldiers around us gasped. The ancient gate, supposedly impregnable, certainly never before breached, glowed white-hot before collapsing inward with a thunderous groan. A massive cloud of steam and ash erupted skyward, momentarily obscuring the breach Wed created. Yeah, below. The Tyrell army roared in triumph. They were like a sea of green and gold surging forward like a tide about to sweep through the opening. I couldn't help but laugh. How many would-be conquerors had broken themselves against these walls throughout the centuries? Yet it had taken me mere seconds to shatter what generations of Lannisters had believed unbreakable. This was power. Regal higher, I commanded, pulling on a spine to direct him upward. The green dragon responded immediately, banking sharply to gain altitude. From this vantage point, I could see the full scope of our assault. I haven't seen a war like this up so close before, Dany said as she guided Drogon to fly to my left. I looked at her from the corner of my eye. My sister's silver gold hair streamed behind her like a war banner. Her new draconic features, subtle horns, iridescent scales, and that tail made her look like some ancient goddess of war descended upon the world of men. You'll see a lot more of this. Better get used to it, I said, focusing on the war. The Tyrell forces were organizing below, their disciplined ranks preparing to pour through the gap Wed created. I spotted Garland Tyrell's distinctive armor at their head as he barked orders to his captains. A messenger approached him, gesturing frantically toward where I hovered above. I guided Regal lower, close enough that the downdraft from his wings sent cloaks and banners flapping wildly. Men scrambled backward, making room as the dragon settled onto a bare patch of hillside just outside the breach. Move. Garland broke away from his commanders and quickly approached with a combination of respect and wariness. The fear of dragons was still embedded in the blood of every Westerosi, no matter how loyal they claimed to be. Your Grace, he called up to me, his voice carrying over Regal's rumbling breath. We stand ready to secure the fortress at your command. Is a slave with you? I asked, scanning the officers behind him. Garland's expression showed momentary confusion before clearing. Ah, yes, he confirmed with a nod. As you ordered, Your Grace. My dear sister is here too. Good. Keep my dear wife away from this for now. Things can get dangerous, I nodded, satisfied. The Tyrells are my own people. The goal here is to minimize deaths on our part. Our dragons will lead the attack, you follow with your army. Garland's eyes lit up at the words, but I didn't wait for his acknowledgement. With a light pressure on my knees, Regal launched skyward again, his massive wings creating a windstorm that forced the nearest soldiers to shield their eyes. Daenerys brought Drogon alongside as we gained altitude. Take the western towers, I called to her, pointing toward a series of defensive positions where Lannister archers were already knocking arrows. Clear the battlements for our men below. Some of those artworks might fetch a good price back in King's Landing. Daenerys rolled her eyes, and I noticed a slight twitch of her new tail. Are we conquering or redecorating, brother? But sure thing, she agreed, her violet eyes alight with the thrill of battle, and directed Drogon toward the indicated targets. The black dragon's roar echoed off the stone walls as he banked sharply, heading straight for the archers. I turned my attention to the soldiers attempting to form a shield wall inside the breach. They stood in neat rows, spears bristling outward like steel-tipped porcupines, ready to impale the first wave of Tyrell attackers. In another timeline, those poor bastards would have died uselessly defending Tywin Lannister's pride, I thought. They might still, but at least I'm offering them a chance. Dracarys, I commanded. Regal knew my intent. He released a precisely controlled burst of flame, not directly at the shield wall, but at the archway above them. Masonry cracked and tumbled down, forcing the formation to break apart in panic as they scattered to avoid being crushed. In that moment of confusion, the first Tyrell soldiers swarmed through the breach. I guided Regal in a wide circle over the fortress, assessing its layout from above. Casterly Rock was even more impressive from this perspective, a massive, natural stone formation shaped by generations of Lannisters into an impregnable stronghold. Or rather, what they had thought was impregnable. In the face of dragons, all fortresses were merely fancy tombs for those foolish enough to hide inside them. The Tyrell forces were progressing well, pouring through the gap and spreading into the lower courtyards. Lannister resistance was sporadic and uncoordinated. It was nothing like the disciplined defense ID expected from soldiers commanded by the great Tywin Lannister. Rhaegal released another stream of fire, incinerating a group of archers who had taken position on a balcony overlooking the main courtyard. Their arrows had been harmlessly bouncing off the dragon's scales, but I found it annoying nonetheless. Unlike Viserion, Rhaegal's scales weren't quite as developed or tough. When another volley came flying toward us, one arrow managed to barrado slightly into Rhaegal's hide. Not deep enough to cause serious damage, but enough to make him roar in anger. "Fucking archers," I muttered, my irritation spiking. The next volley came, but this time I was ready. My hand shot out with inhuman speed, plucking 3 arrows from the air before they could strike. With a savage grin, I hurled them back with every ounce of my enhanced strength. The projectiles struck with lethal precision, dropping 3 archers from their positions. The others fled in terror, abandoning their posts. Word would spread quickly that not only could the Dragon King command fire from the sky, but he could catch arrows and return them with deadly accuracy. Daenerys had completed her circuit of the western towers. Drogon's black flame had left nothing but charred stone in their wake. She guided him back toward me, her face flushed with excitement. Must he show off now? She flew closer and gave me a raised eyebrow. I returned the look. Just returning lost property, dear sister. Besides, it keeps them entertained. Less likely to shoot at you, she gasped. They'll be perfectly fine. Thank you very much. I think I'm stronger than you. We can test that out later, I said. In Tywin Lannister's master bedroom. She laughed. We'll see anyway. The outer defenses are broken, she said, her voice carrying a note of triumph and glee. Shall we press deeper, brother? I looked at her for a moment. She was not like this before the awakening. I nodded a moment later, gesturing toward the heart of the fortress. Yes, follow me. Well, clear the path for Garland's men. Together, we drove our dragons forward, releasing coordinated blasts of flame that cleared battlements and forced defenders to abandon exposed positions. Below us, the Tyrell army advanced with impressive discipline, securing each section before pushing onward. I watched them with a mixture of approval and detachment. They were useful tools in this conquest, but ultimately expendable compared to the power I wielded on Dragonback. If necessary, I could have razed the entire fortress with Rhaegal and Drogon alone, burning every living soul inside. But that would have been wasteful. Ultimately, I didn't want to be a ruthless tyrant king. These Lannister soldiers weren't my enemies. They were simply men trying to feed their families, caught in a war caused by lords, by powers far beyond their control. It was Tywin Lannister I wanted, not the corpses of peasants who happened to wear his colors. The inner keep is still holding, Daenerys observed, pointing toward a massive stone structure rising from the highest point of the rock. Not for long, I replied. Let's give them something to remember. I directed Rhaegal toward one of the many ventilation shafts that dotted the upper reaches of the fortress. These openings, designed to provide fresh air to the lower levels, would serve a different purpose today. Dracarys, I commanded, and Rhaegal released a concentrated stream of flame directly into the shaft. Moments later, smoke began billowing from various openings throughout the structure, followed by the distant sounds of panic shouting. The psychological impact would be devastating, as nowhere inside the fortress would feel safe from dragon fire. Daenerys watched smoke pour from the vents. Smoking them out? Rather clever, though I imagine the smell down there is dreadful now. Better than the smell of burning flesh, wouldn't you say? Daenerys understood my strategy and directed Drogon to another shaft. Soon, smoke poured from dozens of openings, creating the impression that the very heart of the rock was burning. From below, I could hear the changing tenor of the battle. Shouts of defiance gave way to cries of surrender. Weapons clattered to the ground as Lannister soldiers realized the futility of their resistance. They're not being paid enough for this, I remarked to Daenerys as we circled the inner keep. No amount of Lannister gold is worth facing dragons. The smart ones are surrendering, she observed, her eyes scanning the courtyards below where knots of red-cloaked soldiers were laying down their arms. As the battle transformed into a rout, I couldn't shake a growing sense of unease. Where was the masterful defense I'd expected? Where were the cunning traps and desperate last stands that had made Tywin Lannister's name feared throughout the Seven Kingdoms? Perhaps age had finally caught up with the old lion. Or perhaps my thoughts were interrupted by a messenger waving frantically from a cleared section of the Upper Bailey. I guided Regal down, landing with a heavy thud that sent nearby soldiers scrambling for balance. Garland Tyrell approached, his armor spattered with blood, but his bearing as proud as ever. "Your Grace," he called up, "the outer fortress is secured. Only the inner keep remains. Our men report minimal resistance. They're surrendering in droves." I dismounted, jumping from Regal's shoulder with inhuman grace to land lightly before Garland. "Good. Prepare your men to secure the inner keep. I want prisoners treated fairly, no unnecessary bloodshed." These men were following orders, nothing more. "As you command, Your Grace," Garland replied with a bow. Daenerys landed nearby, smoothly sliding from Drogon's back to join us. Her draconic features drew startled looks from the Tyrell soldiers, many of whom averted their eyes out of some mixture of awe and fear. Garland himself seemed momentarily taken aback, his eyes widening at the sight of her horns and the scales that shimmered along her exposed skin. He recovered quickly, however, giving her a respectful nod. "Princess Daenerys," he recognized. "Your assistance was invaluable today." "Thank you, Sir Garland," she replied with a slight smile that revealed teeth just a touch sharper than they should have been. "Though it seems your men hardly needed our help once we breached the gates." "You're too modest, Princess," Garland responded, his eyes lingering on her changed features before returning to me. "Your Grace, shall we proceed to the inner keep? If Lord, Tywin Lannister is anywhere, he'll be there, perhaps making his final stand." I shook my head slightly. "I don't think so. Something feels wrong about this whole situation. The defense has been too disorganized, too leaderless." Nevertheless, we pressed forward, with our dragons temporarily left behind since the inner corridors of Casterly Rock were too confined for their massive bodies. We advanced with a contingent of Tyrell guards. Loras Tyrell joined us, his white armor gleaming even in the dim light of the torchlit passageways. Half an hour later, after fighting the last few soldiers scattered around and navigating a labyrinth of corridors, we reached the heart of Casterly Rock, a vast hall dominated by a massive chair carved from a single block of pale stone. This was the seat from which House Lannister had ruled the Westerlands for centuries. It sat empty. The hall itself contained only a handful of minor lords and officials, along with some frightened-looking servants. No Tywin Lannister. No final, desperate stand led by the old lion. A small man with Lannister features, perhaps a cousin or lesser relative, stepped forward, visibly trembling despite his effort to maintain dignity. "Where's Tywin Lannister?" I demanded, my voice echoing off the vaulted ceiling. The man sneered despite his fear, drawing himself up as much as his stature allowed. "He's busy," he spat. "Busy digging your grave." I couldn't help but smile at his defiance, misplaced though it was. "Is he? How kind and industrious. Pity he won't be attending my coronation in it." This man was not a mere soldier following orders. "Garland, ensure this one has ample time to reflect on his lord's absence in the deepest, darkest cell you can find, perhaps near the drains." I added calmly, "Torture him for a week, and then I'll feed him to my dragons." Garland nodded, gesturing to his soldiers who moved forward to seize the man. The few Lannister guards present raised their weapons instinctively, stepping between us and their lord. "Drop your weapons," I said, not unkindly. I harbor no hatred for poor men fighting the fight of their runaway lord, risking their lives to feed their families. Don't make this more difficult than it has to be. After a moment's hesitation, the guards lowered their swords, letting them clatter to the stone floor in final surrender. I approached the empty throne of House Lannister, running my fingers along its smooth, pale arm before settling into it with a sigh of satisfaction. From his seat, Tywin Lannister had plotted the downfall of my family. From here, He had orchestrated the deaths of Elia Martell and her children, and now it was mine. I took a deep breath, savoring the moment despite Tywin's absence. Casterly Rock, the impregnable fortress, the seat of Lannister power, the symbol of their wealth and might, had fallen in less than a day. Tywin might have escaped for now, but his greatest legacy lay broken at my feet. His home was conquered, his soldiers defeated, his power shattered, and I was going to enjoy the hospitality of his house while I planned my next move. 122 The Queen and the Slave Chapter 122. The Queen and the slave Margaery Tyrell followed her Tyrell guards through the conquered halls of Casterly Rock, her slippered feet gliding across stone floors that had known only Lannister footsteps for centuries. The air tasted burnt and acrid, thanks to the lingering wisps of dragon fire that clung to the castle artworks and seeped into the very stone. Every few paces, evidence of the recent battle remained a discarded helmet, dark streaks that might have been blood, scorched walls where no flame should have reached. Victory had never smelled so sweet or so much like ash. As they approached the great hall, the Tyrell soldiers flanking her stood straighter. Now, a herald began to announce her presence. Comes Her Grace, Margaery Tyrell. As the massive doors swung open to reveal the legendary throne room of House Lannister. Oh, how powerful it feels, her lips curled up, to be called Her Grace in the Lannister castle. She stepped inside, and her lips shivered as she beheld her husband upon the pale, stone throne of the Lannisters. Viserys Targaryen lounged there as if born to it, one leg draped casually over the armrest, his silver gold hair gleaming in the light streaming through the high windows. He seemed to have changed his outfit in the hours since she last saw him on Dragonback. Now, he wore black leather trimmed with crimson, the colors of his house, yet a deliberate echo of Lannister red. His violet eyes sparked with draconic fire as they fell upon her. Dearest wife, Tyrell banners stood alongside Targaryen ones, the golden rose and the three-headed dragon united in conquest, hanging above fallen line standards. The sight sent a thrill of pride through Margaery's chest. Your Grace, she said, sinking into a graceful curtsy. It appears the rock has fallen to a new king. Indeed it has, my rose, Viserys replied, his voice rippling with satisfaction. And in record time, I might add, pride blossomed in her breast. Sometimes it was hard to believe that this man, this king, this dragon was hers. Well, partially hers, but that was a thought for another time. The way he commanded everywhere he went, the confidence with which he claimed the seat of their enemies. It stirred something primal within her. I must thank you for your intervention, she said, rising and approaching the dais. Garland reports the battle might have cost thousands of Tyrell lives without your dragons. The Reach has provided faithful service, Viserys nodded. It would be poor repayment to waste Tyrell blood unnecessarily. A small, unworthy thought flickered through Margaery's mind that perhaps House Tyrell might have claimed greater glory had they conquered the impregnable fortress alone. How differently the songs would have sung of them then, the roses that broke the rock. But she dismissed the notion almost instantly. What good was glory if it came drenched in the blood of her countrymen? Better to stand in the dragon's shadow than to burn in its flame. Power recognizes power, and none in the Seven Kingdoms wield it more decisively than my husband. She knew she had to keep her greed in check. It was then that she noticed the figure standing to the right of the throne. Daenerys Targaryen. Margaery had heard news of the prince's transformation from Garland, but nothing had prepared her for the reality. The woman beside her husband was no longer merely a Targaryen princess. Her silver gold hair framed a face that remained hauntingly beautiful, yet now crowned with elegant horns that curved from her temples like polished ivory. Iridescent scales shimmered across her cheekbones and down her neck, disappearing beneath her gown only to reappear on her exposed forearms. Behind her, a sinuous tail curled gracefully around her legs. The breath froze in Margaery's lungs. She is more dragon than woman now. A cold, creeping dread slithered down Margaery's spine as centuries of Targaryen history flashed through her mind. Brothers wed sisters. Kings took their sisters as queens. It was their way, their tradition. And here stood Daenerys, blood of Viserys blood, dragon to his dragon in a way Marjorie could never be. What need would a dragon king have for a rose when he could have another dragon by his side? She even stands where a queen would sit. The thought struck Marjorie with such visceral force that she nearly staggered. All her careful planning, all her family's maneuvering, would it crumble before ancient Valyrian tradition? What chance did she have against a woman who shared not only Viserys' blood, but now his very nature? Realizing she'd been staring for a bit too long, their eyes locking, she decided to address the girl. Princess Daenerys, forgive my staring. I'm a bit surprised to see your remarkable attributes. It is a pleasure to see you for the first time, and in such formidable company beside our king. Her tone was sweet, but her eyes subtly assessed Daenerys' horns, scales, and tail. Daenerys met her gaze in a slight, knowing tilt of her head, her own smile a little wilder and less cultivated than Marjorie's. Her voice had a faint, almost imperceptible resonance as she replied, Lady Marjorie, the pleasure is mine. Victory is always sweeter when shared, especially with family. It pleases to spend such quality time with my dear brother after so long. Marjorie's smile didn't falter, but her thoughts raced. Indeed, the king is fortunate to have such potent support. It speaks volumes of the Targaryen legacy. Yes, Marjorie continued smiling. Something in her expression must have shifted, for Viserys straightened on the throne, his bravado gaze suddenly more focused. Is something amiss, my rose? He asked, his tone gentle yet probing. Marjorie blinked, forcing her courtly mask back into place with practiced ease. The fear melted from her features, replaced by a smile as carefully cultivated as any bloom in the High Garden Conservatory. Nothing, your grace, she replied, her voice steady despite the rapid beating of her heart. I am merely overwhelmed by the beauty of my sister-in-law, and the victory you too achieved with ease. It delights me to see you on the Lannister throne. Her husband smiled slightly, perhaps still sensing her unease, but moving on. It is indeed a sight. Sister, what think you of Casterly Rock? Less sand than Meereen, certainly. Daenerys' draconic eyes swept the hall before settling on Marjorie with a polite nod. It is formidable. It lives up to the rumors and legends. If we didn't have dragons, who knows how long it had taken to breach? How many poor Tyrell lives would have been lost? Thankfully, even thousand-year-old stones crumble easily enough before fire, as Lady Marjorie has witnessed. Highgarden's beauty is of a different nature, I imagine. More life, less grim stone. Marjorie didn't miss the implication. She met Daenerys' gaze, her composure firmly in place. Highgarden thrives on sun and soil, princess. We cultivate beauty, while the Lannisters hoarded gold within their mountain. Each has its strengths. But today, it seems fire has proven the stronger argument. Daenerys laughed. Fire always has the strongest argument, Lady Marjorie. It is the way of dragons. As a woman married to a Targaryen, you should realize that truth as soon as you can. What a dangerous woman she was, this Daenerys. No wonder she took the Slaver's Bay. Power lies where men believe it lies, she told herself. And I must make him believe it lies with me at his side, not with his sister. Otherwise her position was in danger. The future was looking uncertain day by day. Viserys studied her for a moment longer. Then his expression shifted to something more commanding. The momentary gentleness receded, replaced by the imperious king who had conquered half of Westeros with fire and blood. Good, he said, his tone brooking no argument. Now where's the slave? The question momentarily confused Marjorie, until understanding dawned like a cold sunrise. Her heart quickened with anticipation. I've brought her with me, your grace, she replied, clapping her hands twice. At her signal, a side door opened. 2 Tyrell guards entered. Half dragging between them a figure Marjorie would have scarcely recognized had she not been anticipating this moment. How the mighty have fallen. Cersei Lannister stumbled forward, heavy iron chains binding her wrists and ankles. Her once golden hair hung in dirty, matted strands around a face hollow with defeat. The finery she had once worn was replaced by a tattered shift that might have belonged to a scullery maid. Dark bruises circled her wrists where the chains had chafed. She truly looked like a slave now. The woman who once called me Little Dove, now caged like one. For a moment, Cersei seemed disoriented, her gaze unfocused as she blinked in the throne room's light. It was as if she was recalling the sweet, sweet memories she had in this castle. Then, as if breaking through a fog, her eyes cleared and found Viserys seated upon her father's throne. There was only silent acceptance in her eyes now, or so Marjorie thought at first. It took her a bit of focus, but she noticed the hidden, impotent rage underneath. Cersei's mouth opened, but no other words emerged, as if the reality before her had stolen her very voice. A fierce satisfaction bloomed in Marjorie's chest as she watched the former Queen Regent take in the full measure of her fall. The woman who had once sneered at her, who had dismissed House Tyrell as up-jumped stewards, who had schemed and plotted against them, now stood before them in chains, broken and humiliated. Marjorie had a lot of things to worry about, old and new. Sansa, Arianne, and now Daenerys. But for a moment she forgot it all, because this sight, it was bliss. In the Game of Thrones, you win or you die. And today, we have won. 123 The Lion's Cage, Chapter 123. The Lion's Cage, I leaned back on the pale stone throne of House Lannister, savoring the sight before me. Cersei Lannister, once Queen Regent, once the proud daughter of the great Tywin Lannister, stood before me in chains, dirty and defeated. Her golden hair hung in matted clumps around her face, and the tattered shift she wore did little to preserve her dignity. Oh, how different she looked from the proud, beautiful queen who had once ruled these halls. It was a sight to relish. Lady Cersei, I drawled, my voice echoing in the vast chamber. It has been a while since we saw each other. I almost forgot what state I left you in. I must say, you look different without your crown. Less regal, more appropriate. Her eyes flashed with hatred, but her lips remained pressed into a thin line. Her silence amused me. The mighty lioness, reduced to a mute, trembling creature. I wonder where your father is hiding? I continued, drumming my fingers against the cool stone armrest. The great Tywin Lannister, who orchestrated the downfall of my family, now fleeing like a little mouse. How disappointed you must be in him. Still nothing. Just the slightest tremor in her shoulders. And your brother, the Kingslayer, your lover. What a pity. He fled with his father rather than come and save you like a charming prince. I laughed. The mighty Lannisters. Your father boasted that a lion doesn't concern himself with the opinions of sheep. Yet here you all are, scattered like frightened lambs before the dragon. The muscles in her jaw tightened. Her emerald eyes remained fixed on the floor, though I could see the storm brewing within them. I pushed myself off the throne and approached her down the stairs. All eyes in the throne room were on me as I approached her. Dany, Marjorie, Loras, and many nameless soldiers. Your legacy crumbles, Cersei. Your son is dead. Your father flees. Your golden twin abandons you. In your ancestral home, this impregnable fortress that has stood for 1,000 years, fell in less than a day. A single afternoon to erase centuries of Lannister pride. I'm curious, how do you feel? Once, ID felt the same that she was feeling. Once, when my father was killed, and I had to flee Westeros with little Dany in my arms. In another life, ID watched her descend into madness on a television screen. ID seen her blow up the September of Baelor, murder countless innocents. But that Cersei would never exist now. This one belonged to me. Your silence is quite refreshing, I remarked, standing and descending the steps of the dais. I remember you being far more vocal during our first encounter. I circled her like a predator, noting how despite her filthy state and tattered clothing, the proud curves of her body remained evident. Age had not diminished her beauty, only transformed it into something harder, sharper. Even in defeat, there was something magnificent about Cersei Lannister. Nothing to say, I prompted, stopping directly before her. The woman who always had the last word. suddenly struck dumb. Finally, she raised her eyes to meet mine. The hatred in them could have melted Valyrian steel. Why are you taunting me? You know, I haven't argued back recently. Although she said that, she immediately began to do the opposite, hissing. You think you've won, acting so high and mighty. You fly in on your monsters, burning everything in your path, and call it victory. I don't think I've won. Cersei, I corrected her. I know I have. My father is either fleeing for his life, or perhaps killed by maddened Lannister soldiers for his attitude. I cut her off. Either way, he's abandoned you, as everyone eventually does. That struck home. Her chest rose with a sharp intake of breath, the chains binding her wrists clinking as her hands clenched into fists. You know nothing, she snarled, her composure finally shattering. My father built the greatest house in Westeros from the ashes of weakness. He will rebuild again, and when he does, not even your dragons will save you from his vengeance. I laughed, genuinely amused by her delusion. Rebuild? With what? His gold mines ran dry years ago. His armies are shattered. His fortress taken. His daughter a slave to the Dragon King. I gestured around the hall. This is the end of House Lannister, Cersei. Are you having a hard time accepting it? You filthy, inbred abomination, she spat, her face contorting with fury. You, in your horror, sister, careful now, I warned, seeing her falling a bit too much into the rage bait, but she was beyond caution. And you, she rounded on Marjorie, who watched with barely concealed satisfaction. You smirking little Rose. You think he'll make you queen? You're nothing, but the chains rattled as she lurched forward, only to be yanked back by the guards. Her outburst had caused her shift to slip from one shoulder, revealing the pale skin beneath. A temporary amusement, Cersei finished, glaring at both Marjorie and Daenerys. He'll discard you both when he tires of you. That's what Targaryens do. I laughed, applauding slowly. There she is, the real Cersei Lannister. Even in chains, you can't help but bite. My amusement seemed to infuriate her further, which only pleased me more. I turned to the others. Leave us, I commanded, waving a dismissive hand. I have personal matters to discuss with our dear guest. Marjorie's eyes widened slightly, but she masked her surprise quickly, curtsying with practiced grace. As you wish, your grace. Daenerys didn't bother hiding her displeasure. Her draconic features made her scowl even more intimidating. Brother, she began, her tone unpleasant. Go enjoy the sky on Drogon. I cut her off, my voice hardening. I don't need a nursemaid, Dany. This is my conquest, my prisoner, my will. Her tail twitched with irritation, but she didn't argue further. With a final, measuring look at Cersei, she turned and followed Marjorie from the hall. Guard, you too, I added. They looked at the former queen for a second, eyes flicking to her curves, her soft pale skin, and then bowed and retreated, leaving me alone with the chained lioness. As the heavy doors swung shut, Cersei's posture changed. Without an audience, some of her bravado faded, replaced by a wariness that was almost animal in its intensity. What game are you playing now, Targaryen? She demanded, though her voice lacked its earlier force. I approached her slowly, savoring her discomfort. No game, Cersei. Just a private conversation between a king and his subject. Is that too weird? I am no subject of yours, she hissed, retreating until the chains pulled taut. I am Cersei of House Lannister, daughter of a man who sold you to Robert Baratheon like a broodmare. I finished for her. A man who never saw your worth beyond your womb and your beauty. A man who abandoned you to your fate. She lunged at me then, chains be damned, her nails clawing for my face. I caught her wrists easily, my enhanced strength making her efforts seem pathetic. The motion brought her body against mine, her breasts heaving with each furious breath. Still so much fire, I observed, holding her immobile. Am almost impressed. I will see you dead, she promised, her voice a venomous whisper. I will watch your flesh burn and your bones turn to ash. I released her abruptly, causing her to stumble backward. Interesting threats from someone whose children's lives hang by a thread. That stopped her cold. The blood drained from her face. You bastard. Oh, did you think I'd forgotten about Sweet Tommen? or beautiful Myrcella and Dorne? I returned to the throne, settling myself comfortably. I've been quite merciful toward them thus far. Did you know I intentionally avoided meeting Myrcella when I was in Dorne? Out of respect, let's call it. Or perhaps strategic patience. Her breathing quickened, fear replacing rage in her eyes. If you touch them, you'll what? I challenged. What power do you have to stop me, Cersei? What armies, what gold, what influence? For a moment, just a moment, she was silent. I could see the calculations racing behind those emerald eyes, the desperate search for leverage, for any way to protect what she loved most. After all, the reason Shed behaved until I taunted her today was because I made her watch how Joffrey pissed himself as his head was severed from his body. Then her chin lifted, her spine straightened, and the lioness returned. You're no better than your father, she spat. Mad King Aerys reborn. I sighed dramatically, leaning back against the cool stone. And here I thought we might have a reasonable conversation, you and I. I had plans for you, Cersei. I intended to put you in charge of extracting Casterly Rock's wealth. The Lannisters always pay their debts, and I have quite a substantial one to the Iron Bank. She stared at me, confusion momentarily replacing her defiance. But your attitude makes that impossible, I continued, examining my nails with affected boredom. So I've devised an alternative. I'll fly to Dorne tomorrow, bring Myrcella back here, and make her my bride. Her son will inherit Casterly Rock, and through him, I'll control your family's wealth. The blood drained from her face. Her legs seemed to give way beneath her, and she swayed dangerously. No, she whispered, the word barely audible. Not Myrcella. Please, please, I repeated, savoring the word. Did Cersei Lannister just beg? She's innocent, Cersei stammered, her voice breaking. She's just a child. Do what you want with me, but leave her alone. Please. I rose from the throne, approaching her trembling form. Ah shit, you're making me sound like some creepy old men. Myrcella's old enough to have been sent to Dorne for engagement, right? I heard from my dear Arianne that they celebrated her 18th birthday just a few weeks back. Did anyone tell you about that? And what do you mean, do what I want with you? Huh, what makes you think I'd want anything from a used-up lioness? When she realized begging was pointless, she growled and tried to spit at me. I stopped her before that by grabbing a fistful of her matted golden hair, yanking her head back sharply. She gasped in pain, her body arching involuntarily. You should have washed your place earlier, Cersei, I hissed, gripping her firmly. And you'd better get your affairs in order before your daughter has to answer for them. Terror replaced defiance in her eyes as the full weight of her helplessness crashed down upon her. With a deliberate, cruel gesture, I advanced on her, my enhanced strength making escape impossible. She could only stare back, powerless, as she began to curse me in words that make a commoner cover their ears. The mighty have truly fallen. You know what? I backed off from her and not even going to bother with you. Your daughter, on the other hand, will treat her with kindness, as long as she's not as haughty as her mother. I looked into her eyes as she looked back at me from her bent-over position. Slowly, I turned around and left. 124 Limitations and Strategies, Chapter 124. Limitations and Strategies. The sky had begun to darken with the approaching evening, as shadows spread across the conquered fortress. I stepped out onto the battlements of Casterly Rock, letting the fresh air clear my head after the encounter with Cersei. Before me, Tyrell soldiers moved confidently through courtyards where Lannister banners had been torn down, replaced with the three-headed dragon. The smell of dragon fire, a sharp, distinctive scent like lightning and sulfur combined, was still around. It was becoming a familiar aroma, like the scent of victory. Daenerys waited for me, leaning against a merlin with casual grace. Her tail swished lazily behind her, and her violet eyes glinted with mischief as they caught mine. The scales along her cheekbones caught the dying sunlight, shimmering like mother of pearl. You lasted longer with me, she remarked, arching an eyebrow. What happened in there? Nothing happened, sister, and nothing will happen with Cersei Lannister. I have no interest in a woman who has been entangled with her own family that way. Elite, just threatening her then? Daenerys asked, her tail curling inquisitively. Yes, and it worked. The mighty Cersei Lannister, brought to her knees with mere words. I gazed out across the Westerlands. The rolling hills and distant sea bathed in golden twilight. We're flying to Dorne next. Dorne? Daenerys straightened up. Why? Missing your desert princess already? I ignored her comment, turning to a nearby guard. Find Lady Margaery and Ser Garland. I want them here immediately. As the guard hurried off, I took a moment to survey the conquered fortress. Casterly Rock, the legendary seat of House Lannister, now mine. This stone served as tangible evidence of the enduring power, substantial wealth, and considerable might that had supported the Lannister lineage across countless generations. Wealth I need, gold mines that reportedly ran dry years ago, but surely they had stockpiled somewhere. Tywin Lannister had fled, and for a man of money, he must have taken some of his wealth with him. However, a man could only carry so much in so little time, so there must be more. Enough for my kingdom's debt to be cleared, hopefully. Tyrell banners now fluttered from every tower, shining emerald green and gold against the darkening sky. The soldiers moved with the confident stride of victors, no longer fearing Lannister retaliation. The vibe here had changed, appropriately so. The very atmosphere of the rock had transformed from the proud abode of lions to the spoils of the dragon. Margaery and Garland arrived promptly, both still wearing armor, stained with the day's battle. Even so, Margaery somehow managed to look immaculate, her brown curls framing her face perfectly, her bodice hugging curves that caught the eye of every soldier she passed. Your Grace, she curtsied, her honey-brown eyes alert and inquisitive. You summon us? I did. Am departing for Dorne immediately, I announced. I plan to retrieve Myrcella Lannister and install her as the nominal ruler of Casterly Rock. Garland's eyebrows rose in surprise. The Lannister girl? She's barely more than a child. She's 18, and she's been living in Dorne for years now, I corrected. Initially, the idea was to make Cersei Lannister fill the role, but she's an old, bitter woman who's too prideful for her own good. Myrcella's my opportunity. Through her, I can legitimately control the Lannister wealth while maintaining the appearance of honoring their bloodline. Margaery's eyes sparkled with understanding. That makes sense. A brilliant strategy, my king. The small folk will see it as mercy, the lords as practicality. None will wish to rebel against a young, innocent girl who bears the Lannister name. I nodded. Precisely. Though I make no promises about her long-term rule. If a loyal Lannister vassal house proves more beneficial to my interests, I won't hesitate to elevate them instead. I'm quite done with the Lannisters causing trouble. House Tyrell will support whatever decision serves the realm best, Margaery replied smoothly, her lips curving into a practiced smile that didn't quite touch her eyes. I could practically see the calculations running behind that lovely facade, how this arrangement might benefit her house, secure her position, or potentially threaten it. The Rose of Highgarden, always looking for the path with the most sunlight. Garland was more direct. What about security, Your Grace? With Lord Tywin and Ser Jaime unaccounted for, they might attempt to retake the rock if they believe their blood still rules here. A valid concern, I acknowledged. That's why we must maintain a strong Tyrell garrison here. We, as in you, train the remaining Lannister soldiers hove sworn fealty, but keep your most trusted men in key positions. And the Lannister gold? What happens to that once you bring Myrcella here? Margaery asked delicately. I smiled. We'll mostly go to the crown, and a small but valuable portion to House Tyrell for your invaluable service. And the last bit remains here to maintain the fortress and pay the soldiers. Naturally, I'd have granted my wife's house, who helped with this siege, half the gold too, but I assume you'd understand the debt the crown owes. Garland frowned, but when Margaery shot him a look, he quickly fixed his expression. If Mace Tyrell were here, he'd have opposed the decision. He'd have asked for more, but these two younglings didn't have the courage to, especially Margaery, who wanted to make me believe that she now saw the crown as her family more than her birth one. The wealth of the Lannisters was legendary, Even a portion of it would fill Highgarden's coffers abundantly. After all, they weren't a struggling house. "You honor us, your grace," she said, lowering her eyes demurely. "Honor has nothing to do with it. You've proven your loyalty and effectiveness. I reward those who serve me well." I turned to Garland. "He'll return within days. Until then, you have command of the rock." "I understand, your grace," Garland replied with a bow. I looked at Daenerys, who had been observing our conversation with silent interest. "Shall we, sister?" She nodded, pushing away from the wall with fluid grace. Her movements had changed since her transformation, more predatory, more confident, as if her human skin had been a constricting garment finally shed. We'll need to figure out a way to make her switch her forms, if it's possible at all. I planned as my head spun around in search. Rhaegal and Drogon circled above, their massive shadows sweeping across the courtyards. Servants and soldiers alike paused to watch, all evident in their upturned faces. 100 years without dragons, and now 3 in the skies of Westeros. The world shifted beneath their wings, and people would never get used to their presence ever. "He'll return soon," I told Marjorie, who stood watching us with a smile. "Continue the inventory of Lannister assets. I want a complete accounting when I return." "Of course, my king," she replied, stepping forward to press a quick kiss to my cheek. Her scent, roses and something darker, more intoxicating, lingered even as she stepped back. "Safe journey." I nodded, then walked to the edge of the battlements where Rhaegal hovered, his green wings creating powerful gusts that whipped my hair around my face. With practiced ease, I leapt onto his back, settling between the massive spines. Daenerys had already mounted Drogon, looking like some ancient goddess of war astride her black beast. Her silver-gold hair streamed behind her, and her horns caught the last rays of sunlight as we took flight. Power isn't in what you conquer, but in what you keep. The thought echoed in my mind as Casterly Rock shrank beneath us, its ancient towers and battlements reduced to a child's toy castle from our height. And yet, I felt an odd dissatisfaction in my heart. The wind howled past us as Rhaegal and Drogon soared southward, their massive wings cutting through the night air. The stars emerged above, constellations unfamiliar to my Earth memories, but now as known to me as my own face after years in this world. "You're quiet," Daenerys called from Drogon's back, her voice somehow carrying over the rushing wind. "Thinking," I replied, guiding Rhaegal closer so we could speak more easily. "About?" I hesitated, then decided honesty might serve me well. "About limitations." Daenerys looked surprised. "Limitations? You've conquered half of Westeros in months. You have dragons, powers beyond imagining, and a growing empire. What limitations trouble you?" "Tywin Lannister escaped," I said simply. "And we'll find him," she responded with easy confidence. I shook my head. "That's just it." "Will we?" "Westeros is fast. This world even more. He has gold, connections, and decades of accumulated favors. He could be anywhere, across the narrow sea, hiding in the free cities, or holed up in some remote keep belonging to a secret ally. You have your dragons, your magical power, which are formidable." "Yes," I agreed, "but not omnipotent. Even if I had 100 dragons, they can't be everywhere at once. The dragon magic enhances me, but it doesn't give me the ability to see through every shadow in the realm. And it wasn't as if I was unkillable. If an opponent could escape from me, he could kill me in my sleep as well. My level-ups had slowed down as well. ID killed about a dozen men earlier and only gained 1 level. I was level 51 now. The realization had grown in me since discovering Tywin's absence at Casterly Rock. I expected it, but that didn't solve the issue. For all my power, some enemies couldn't simply be overpowered or outfought. Some battles couldn't be won with dragon fire. "Look at our current threats," I continued. "Tywin and Jaime Lannister, hiding gods nowhere. Euron Greyjoy, who might be anywhere on the seas with powers we don't fully understand. Peter Baelish, scheming in the shadows. The Iron Bank, to whom the crown still owes millions. And beyond the wall, the White Walkers gather, a threat no amount of political maneuvering will solve. Daenerys flew in silence for a moment, her transformed features thoughtful in the moonlight. So what's your point? That we're doomed? Because an old man lives? I laughed despite myself. No, my point is that I need more than just brute force. I need different kinds of power intelligence networks like what Rose is building, economic control through alliances and strategic marriages, preparations for the White Walkers that involve the entire realm. You sound like you're complaining about having too much power, Daenerys observed with a tilt of her head. I'm acknowledging its limitations. I corrected. The ET Empire and the Faceless Men, for example, they're beyond my immediate reach. Despite my abilities, and they could pose real threats if provoked. Well, I wouldn't have expected such humility from my brother, Daenerys teased. Not humility. Strategy, I replied. Understanding one's limitations is the first step to overcoming them. Everything is going well for now, but I have to prepare for when it wouldn't. You're wiser than I thought you were, she said, even the new image of you. I scoffed out a laugh. After that, we flew in comfortable silence, the warm currents rising from the land below, carrying us southward with impressive speed. Below, the terrain gradually changed. Fertile riverlands gave way to the more arid regions that marked the approach to Dorne. Dawn was breaking as we crossed into Dornish territory, the sky turning from black to deep purple to vibrant orange. The red mountains rose before us, their peaks catching the first golden rays of sunlight. Seeing Dorne from above is always a treat, Daenerys remarked, her eyes scanning the landscape with evident appreciation. It's beautiful in its harshness. Like its people, I agreed, thinking of Arianne's fierce pride and iron will beneath her sensuous exterior. Sunspear appeared on the horizon, its towers gleaming in the morning light. As we approached, a familiar golden shape rose to meet us. Viserion, her scales almost blinding in the sun's rays. "You're back," she asked in a bored tone as she circled us playfully, releasing a celebratory burst of flame that turned the clouds around us to gold. We descended toward the palace courtyard, where a small, welcoming party had gathered. I spotted Arianne immediately, her dark hair flowing loose around her shoulders, her curved body adorned in a sheer Dornish gown that left little to the imagination. Rhaegal landed with a heavy thud, his claws scraping against stone. Before I could fully dismount, Arianne rushed forward, her silver eyes bright with excitement. "You couldn't wait to see me again?" she asked, wrapping her arms around my waist as I jumped down. Her body pressed against mine, warm and inviting, her curves molding perfectly to my form. The scent of exotic spices and citrus filled my nostrils. I laughed, returning her embrace briefly before stepping back to look at her. "I missed you, princess," I admitted, "but I'm afraid I'm here for a different princess this time." Her eyebrow arched questioningly, a hint of confusion flashing in her silver eyes. "Myrcella Baratheon," I explained. "The time has come to put her to use." 125 The Lannister Pawn, Chapter 125. The Lannister Pawn. Arianne's smile froze on her face. The playfulness in her silver eyes extinguished like a candle in a storm. "Myrcella?" Her voice dropped to a whisper. "You mean Myrcella Baratheon?" I watched the transformation with fascination. How quickly desire could turn to dread. How swiftly passion could morph into panic. It was almost amusing to see the fierce Dornish princess, who had proudly defied her father and helped topple his rule, now trembling. For what reason, I wondered. Without warning, Arianne grabbed my wrist. "Not here," she hissed, pulling me away from the courtyard where curious eyes watched our reunion. She led us through a side entrance into a secluded garden, lush with orange trees and flowering vines that smelled heavy of sweetness. Daenerys followed silently, her draconic features drawing nervous glances from the palace guards who kept a respectful distance. When we were safely alone among the greenery, Arianne turned to face me. Gone was the seductive temptress who had greeted me moments ago. In her place stood a woman who was obviously scared. "Viserys," she began, her voice uncharacteristically urgent. Her hands came up to rest on my chest, and despite her distress, I couldn't help noticing how the movement caused her breast to strain against the thin silk of her gown. Marcella, she's been like a little sister to me here. She's innocent in all of this. Her silver eyes bored into mine, desperate and pleading. Whatever grievances you have with the Lannisters, she had no part in them. She wasn't even born when her family wronged yours, and she's far different than her cruel brother Joffrey. Daenerys observed with quiet interest, her tail swishing slowly behind her. You seem quite attached to the Lannister girl. Arianne didn't even look at my sister. Her gaze remained locked on mine, her fingers now clutching the front of my tunic. Please, I implore you, she whispered, the words seeming to physically pain her. Whatever you plan, do not harm her. She suffered enough with her family's downfall. I'd never seen Arianne like this. She, who had so proudly claimed Dorne in my name, now reduced to begging for a Lannister girl's life. It was unexpected. I'll do anything, she continued, desperation making her reckless. I'll give you anything you ask. Just promise me you won't hurt her. A smile tugged at the corner of my mouth. I couldn't help it. Harm her? I raised an eyebrow, letting the moment stretch, watching the fear build in those silver eyes. Then I laughed, not cruelly, but with genuine amusement. Arianne, my dear, you wound me. Do you truly think I'd fly all this way, with my dear sister no less? Simply to torment a young girl? Confusion crept across her face, her full lips parting slightly. Quite the opposite, I continued. I'm here to elevate her. Myrcella Baratheon is to be the new lady of Casterly Rock. Or perhaps we'll call her its queen, for appearances. Sometimes the greatest cruelty is disguised as kindness. Arianne's hands dropped from my chest as she blinked. Lady of Casterly Rock? The words came out slowly, as if she couldn't quite comprehend them. But why? Daenerys leaned against an orange tree, plucking a fruit and examining it with casual interest. My brother has always had a flair for the dramatic, she said, digging a claw into the orange's skin and peeling it with effortless precision. Though I must admit, I too was surprised by this particular scheme. I began pacing, energy coursing through me as I outlined my plan. Don't worry, I won't harm her. The Westerlands have been conquered, but they need a ruler, someone the people will accept. What better choice than a Lannister by blood? Myrcella will be my puppet, my tool for controlling the Lannister wealth while maintaining the appearance of honoring their bloodline. Arianne's eyes widened as understanding dawned. Relief that Myrcella would live warred with new concerns over the girl's fate. You're using her, she said softly. Of course I am, I replied without hesitation. That's what kings and emperors do with their subjects. We use them. Some for their strength, some for their wisdom, some for their beauty. My eyes lingered on the curves of her body, visible through the sheer Dornish silk, and some for their name. In my previous life, I'd watched this world unfold on a screen, seeing how the game was played. Tywin Lannister had always understood this brutal truth: people were pieces to be moved across the board. Cersei had tried to emulate him, but lacked his strategic mind. I would take the best lessons from all of them. Shall be treated well, I added, seeing the concern still etched on Arianne's face. Better than most. Shall have comfort, protection, even a measure of power. She just won't have freedom. A fair trade, I'd say, for a member of a defeated house. Arianne's political mind was working now. I could see it in her eyes. The initial panic had subsided, replaced by the calculating intelligence that had made her such a formidable ally. And the betrothal to my brother? That was arranged by Tyrion Lannister himself. Daenerys snorted, popping a segment of orange into her mouth. Tyrion Lannister is a valuable part of my own queendom now. But even so, I must say arrangements made by defeated men mean nothing, she said, echoing my own thoughts. I nodded in agreement. Your brother will need to find another bride. One more politically advantageous to House Martell's current standing. Arianne took a deep breath, her chest rising enticingly. Part of me wanted to reach out and touch her, remind her of her place in my bed rather than as Myrcella's advocate. But I restrained myself. This conversation wasn't finished. I understand the strategic value, she said carefully. But Trystane, he's quite fond of her, and she of him. Young love, Daenerys mused, her violet eyes distant. So passionate, so fleeting, so irrelevant, I added. When have the feelings of young lords and ladies ever mattered in the great game? But I'm not completely heartless, Ariane. Perhaps it'll allow her to visit Dorne occasionally to maintain diplomatic relations between our regions. Ariane's expression remained troubled, but she nodded slowly. Will you at least let me be there when you tell her? She trusts me. It might ease the shock. Trust is the most valuable currency and the easiest to counterfeit. I considered this for a moment, then nodded. Very well. Where is she? The Water Gardens, Ariane replied. With Trystane. Then we should go there immediately, I said, offering my arm to her. Lead the way, princess. Ariane hesitated only briefly before placing her hand on my forearm. Her touch was cooler than usual, her manner subdued. This wasn't the passionate woman who had wrapped herself around me minutes ago, but a princess navigating treacherous political waters. As we walked, Daenerys fell in a step beside us, finishing her orange with delicate, sharp-toothed bites. I must say, brother, she remarked, you've become quite the schemer. Mother would be proud, she said, even though she had never met the sweet woman. Father, too, I replied with a dark smile, though for entirely different reasons. In my previous life, I'd seen how the Mad King's cruelty had torn the realm apart. I'd also seen how Robert Baratheon's negligence had done the same. Between madness and indifference lay a narrow path, calculated ruthlessness tempered with strategic mercy. That was the path I walked now, with Myrcella Baratheon as my latest pawn. The Water Gardens of Dorne were a paradise of marble and flowing water, a place where the harshness of the desert gave way to cool shade and gentle beauty. Fountains bubbled in every corner, and exotic plants created secluded alcoves perfect for youthful romance. It was in one such alcove that we found them. Myrcella Baratheon sat on a marble bench beside a handsome young man who could only be Trystane Martell. Her golden hair gleamed in the dappled sunlight, and her profile reminded me startlingly of Cersei's, though softer, unmarked by years of bitterness and scheming. She wore a light, Dornish dress that revealed her slender arms and shoulders, bronzed by the southern sun. They were leaning close, their foreheads nearly touching, lost in whispered conversation. His hand rested gently on hers, his expression earnest and tender. It was a scene of innocent sweetness, untouched by the chaos that had engulfed the rest of the realm, until we shattered it. Myrcella, Ariane called out, her voice unnaturally bright. There's someone here to see you. The pair looked up, startled by the interruption. Tristan's expression shifted from annoyance to confusion as he took in his sister's strained smile. Then his eyes found me, and the blood drained from his face. Myrcella's reaction was slower, more confused. At that moment, I checked her out. She looked like some golden nymph born of silk and sunshine. Her dress was light, flowing, and too thin for any real modesty. It was natural to dress Dornish while staying in its water gardens, I suppose. The dress clung to her curves like it was afraid to let go. Her arms and shoulders were kissed by the Dornish sun, her skin smooth and glowing with youth. Long golden hair tumbled down her back in soft waves, catching the light like spun gold, and her green eyes, those famous Lannister eyes, held the kind of softness that hadn't yet learned how cruel the world could be. It was somehow proof enough of her purity. Spoiler collapse, she looked from Ariane to me, recognition dawning gradually. When it hit, her eyes widened with pure terror. A small, strangled sound escaped her throat as she shrank against Tristan's side. The boy, for despite his height and princely bearing, he was still just a boy, immediately shifted to place himself between Myrcella and me. His hand instinctively moved to the dagger at his belt. What do you want with her? He demanded, his voice cracking slightly despite his attempt at bravado. In another lifetime, I might have admired his courage. Standing up to a king, a dragon. A conqueror, it took either extraordinary bravery or extraordinary stupidity. Perhaps both. Brother, Myrcella, Ariane said, stepping forward with forced calm. This is King Viserys. He wishes to speak with you, Myrcella. The strain in her voice was evident, despite her best efforts. I ignored Trystane completely. focusing my attention on the golden-haired girl whose green eyes were wide with fear. Myrcella Baratheon, I said, my voice deliberately mild. No, Lannister. I have a proposition for you. She's my betrothed, Trystane interrupted, his grip tightening on his dagger's hilt. By an agreement with the previous king's hand, Tyrion Lannister, who serves your sister now. His eyes flicked briefly to Daenerys, who watched the scene unfold with detached curiosity. You have no right to simply command her. Youth mistakes courage for wisdom and passion for strength. I turned my gaze to him, finally acknowledging his existence with a cold, dismissive look. Agreements made by defeated kings and their servants hold little weight with me. Boy, Dorne is mine now, and all within it are subject to my will. Stand aside. I allowed just a hint of my power to surface, a flash of draconic light in my eyes. The barest whisper of wind in the air around me as my wings almost unfolded. Nothing ostentatious, but enough to remind everyone present exactly what they were dealing with. The boy paled but held his ground, his knuckles white on the dagger's hilt. Trystane, please. Arianne's voice was urgent now, tinged with genuine fear. Listen to him. This is not what you think. She moved to her brother's side, placing a restraining hand on his arm. Please. For Dorne. For yourself. Myrcella finally found her voice, though it came out as barely more than a whisper. What proposition? She asked, her green eyes darting between my face and Daenerys' horn visage. I smiled, pleased by her directness despite her fear. Perhaps there was more to this girl than just Cersei's beauty and Tywin's name. I am taking you back to Casterly Rock, I announced, watching her expression carefully. You will be its lady. You will rule in your family's name, under my authority. Myrcella's mouth opened slightly, disbelief replacing some of the fear in her eyes. Rule Casterly Rock? She repeated, as if the words made no sense. After you. After what you did to my family. Her voice gained strength as confusion gave way to suspicion. Is this some cruel jest? A trap? No jest, I assured her. No trap. Simply the practical solution to a political problem. Tristan's hand dropped from his dagger as the implication sank in. You expect her to be your puppet? He accused, his youthful face twisted with indignation. Then his eyes widened with a new realization. No, you want her to bear your child and rule. Is that it? An interesting conclusion for the boy to jump to, and entirely logical given the twisted history of royal politics. He was a smart young man. I didn't confirm or deny his accusation, letting the suspicion hang in the air. You will have advisors, I continued, addressing Myrcella directly. You will ensure the loyalty of the Westerlands to the crown. You will oversee the management of Lannister wealth, much of which will flow to the royal treasury. I took a step closer, and despite Tristan's attempt to shield her, Myrcella's eyes remained locked on mine, like a rabbit mesmerized by a snake. Cooperate, and you will live comfortably. Myrcella, I said softly, defy me, and you will find your life far less pleasant. Your mother learned this lesson. I heard you were a faster study. The color drained completely from her face at the mention of Cersei. And mother? She stammered. Where is she? What have you done to her? Daenerys stepped forward, sighing. Her scaled face softened slightly as she regarded the frightened girl. Your mother lives, she said, her voice gentler than I'd expected. You can meet her if you come to Casterly Rock with us. Perhaps her life depends on your cooperation, as yours depends on hers. This wasn't something we had explicitly discussed, but I nodded in agreement. Hostages ensured compliance, another lesson from this brutal world. Myrcella's shoulders slumped, the fight draining out of her. I have no choice, do I? She whispered. We always have choices, I replied. Some are simply more painful than others. Trystane turned to his sister, desperation in his eyes. Dear sister, you can't let this happen. Father arranged this match. You can't. Father is no longer in power. Arianne cut him off, her voice tight with suppressed emotion. King Viserys rules Dorne now, and his will is law. Power isn't about who's right, it's about who's left. The boy's face crumpled, raw anguish replacing indignation. He turned back to Myrcella. taking her hands in his. "I won't let this happen," he promised, his voice breaking. "We'll find a way to Tristain." "Please," Myrcella interrupted, tears streaming down her face. "Don't. There's nothing you can do. I have to go with him." Her maturity in that moment was striking. Perhaps growing up as Cersei's daughter had taught her when to fight and when to yield. Or perhaps, like her grandfather, she knew how to play the long game. I clear my throat, drawing all eyes back to me. "You will depart with us tomorrow morning. Pack only what you need. Casterly Rock will provide the rest." Myrcella nodded numbly, her green eyes vacant with shock. "Arianne will help you prepare," I added, glancing at the Dornish princess whose face was a careful mask of neutrality. "Won't you, my dear?" Arianne inclined her head slightly. "Of course, Your Grace." "Excellent." I turned to leave, then paused, looking back at Tristain. "Oh, and boy, that dagger you were fingering? If you'd drawn it, I would have fed you to my dragon piece by piece," while Myrcella watched. "And that warning remains true if you spend any more time with her after I walk away. I need the lady to be pure." The youth blanched, his Adam's apple bobbing as he swallowed hard. With that final threat hanging in the air, I strode away, Daenerys falling into step beside me as we left the shattered remains of young love behind us. "Was that necessary?" she asked quietly once we were out of earshot. "Which part?" "The threat at the end. The boy was already defeated. Plus, Arianne was there." I shrugged. "He's young, proud, and Dornish. A dangerous combination. Better he fears me absolutely than harbors some foolish notion of rescuing his beloved. Plus, I had to warn him about what would happen if he ever dared approach her again. Although the chances were low, Myrcella might still be safe from him, given her pure character. I'd prefer it to remain that way for my future child." Daenerys didn't look convinced. "You enjoy it, don't you? The fear." I smiled, watching a distant dragon wheel through the clear blue sky. In my past life, I'd watched Myrcella die tragically, poisoned by Illyria's sand in an act of misguided vengeance. This time, she would serve a greater purpose, another piece on my board, another resource to be utilized. Objectively, this was a better fate than death, no? "Perhaps," I said. 126 Echoes of Vulnerability, Chapter 126. Echoes of Vulnerability. The Dornish night embraced Sunspear in a warm, spiced darkness. Through the open balcony of my chambers, a gentle breeze carried the scent of citrus and salt from the nearby summer sea, stirring the silk curtains in a lazy dance. I reclined against the plush cushions of a divan, swirling deep red wine in a jeweled goblet. My chest was bare beneath a loosely tied robe of black and crimson silk, full of red marks, evidence of passions recently spent. Across from me, Arianne lounged with feline grace, her copper skin gleaming in the dazzling yellow lamplight. It was hard not to look at her, harder even so. Her dark hair cascaded over her shoulders in loose waves, partially concealing breasts that the thin silk robe she wore made little effort to hide. The fabric clung to every curve of her body, outlining the swell of her hips and the narrowness of her waist with lustful clarity. Even in repose, she is a weapon. There was something entirely crazy about such a breezy atmosphere, in the middle of an oasis, witnessing the moonlight mingle with the lamplight, enjoying the fresh air that was impossible back in my previous world. The silence between us was comfortable. I watched her fingers trace the rim of her wineglass. The same fingers that had dug into my back not an hour before. "God's Tristain is going to hate me now," Arianne suddenly said, her silver eyes fixed on the middle distance. "He'll never forgive me for this." I took a sip of wine, and the rich flavors coated my tongue as I answered. "He's young. He'll find another bride, someone more suitable for his position." Arianne's laugh held no humor. "You don't understand Dornish hearts, Viserys. We love deeply, and we hold grudges even deeper." She straightened, her robe slipping to reveal more of her shoulder, the hollow of her collarbone a perfect shadow. "And the other lords, you know how Dornish pride is. They'll see this as weakness, an opportunity. They might whisper that I'm just your puppet, easily overthrown." "Let them whisper," I replied with a dismissive wave. "Not that it was false. Whisperers burn as easily as shouters. It's not just that. Ariane leaned forward, intensity sharpening her features. People fear dragons, yes, but they're also foolish enough to think you want to discover them if they find a way to kill me in my sleep. To make an example of me. Her words pierced through my drowsy contentment like a spear through silk. The vulnerability in her voice was never seen before, and I'd known her for decently long by now. Destiny plays chess, and we are merely pieces on the board. It will all be all right, Ariane, I said, reaching out to stroke her cheek with the back of my hand. I am here. She leaned into my touch, but her smile was bitter, knowing, you are my king. But for how long? You have an empire to rule. You can't always be in Dorne, and you have other women to dance with. A lone girl like me would bore you soon. The truth in her words resonated within me. She was right. Even with my dragons, I couldn't be everywhere at once. I thought of Daenerys from just a month ago, how despite her dragons and unsullied, the sons of the Harpy had waged their shadow war against her in Meereen. Mere mortals, slaves in their rightful place beneath dragons' wings, had still dared to defy her. Humans were stupidly brave when desperate or driven by pride. You're worried about being my Hizdar Zolorak? I mused aloud, recalling the nobleman Daenerys had married in Meereen, who died before the ceremony was ever properly completed. Or perhaps my Marjorie Tyrell, left to fend off the High Sparrow's zealots alone? That was a reference from a show. Ariane's eyebrows rose. I don't know these people you speak of sometimes. Your strange references. I smiled faintly, forgetting for a moment that my previous lives' knowledge wasn't shared here. Just ghost dreams I've seen. I said, cover my slip. My mind drifted to the other's ID, empowered through my system. Sansa with regeneration, though I hadn't told her about it. Yara with the same, alongside the dragon wings. Daenerys with her awakened dragon blood. But Ariane, she had been no virgin when we met. A fact ID cruelly mocked her for during our first encounter. The system wouldn't allow me to bestow similar gifts upon her. There were restrictions on my powers that I was realizing as days passed. Meaning, if someone wanted to kill her, they'd succeed. Even a common slave. I studied her now. The proud tilt of her chin, the calculating intelligence behind those striking silver eyes, the passion that radiated from her like heat from flame. Despite her past, I had grown genuinely fond of her. I appreciated her fire, her ambition, her loyalty to me, however self-serving it may have begun. I'd hate it. If she died, I wasn't the emotionless tyrant many believed me to be, nor was I my father reborn. We are more than our worst impulses, but also less than our noblest intentions. My thoughts turned to other forms of power beyond what the system provided. Physical dominance, dragons, and the strange mechanics of levels and skills had carried me far, but this world held deeper magics. Kinvara, with her unnatural longevity and mysterious abilities. The shadow magic of Ashai, the many-faced god of the faceless men. The powers beyond the wall that commanded the dead to rise. Perhaps it was time for me to explore these magics, to find a way to protect those I valued when I couldn't be physically present. Not just for Ariane, but for my own advantage. I watched the Lord of Light resurrect Jon Snow in another life. I saw the power of blood magic create shadow assassins. I witnessed a faceless man change his face as easily as others change clothes. In that case, power comes in many forms, and only a fool limits himself to one. I set my wine down deliberately and met Ariane's gaze, a plan crystallizing in my mind. You're going to leave Dorne with me tomorrow morning, I stated, not as a command, but as a shared plan. We'll return to Sunspear every week. You'll receive reports from your chosen subordinates, give out new orders, and then depart again. Confusion flickered across her face. And rule Dorne from afar? That isn't up to my plan to rule for a long time, my dear Ariane. I interrupted, my voice softening. We can afford to manage Dorne from a distance for a few months, even a year or two, until I figure out a way to properly protect you. To ensure no one dares touch you. Surprise widened her eyes. She studied my face, searching for deception or mockery, finding none. You would do this? For me? The vulnerability in her voice made something twist inside my chest. I protect what's mine, I replied simply. And you, Arya Martell, are very much mine. She had made enemies with her entire family, her father and brother, just to please me. It was difficult to not like a lady like her. In protecting her, I was also securing my hold on Dorne. But no, it wasn't just political calculation that drove me. I genuinely wanted her safe, wanted her to remain in my life, in my bed, by my side as I built my empire. How could I be a supreme king if I let human limitations hold me back? The strongest walls are built with both mortar and meaning. There is magic in this world beyond dragons, I continued, running my fingers up her arm, feeling her shiver at my touch. Kinvara has lived for decades, perhaps centuries. Looking no older than the day she first pledged herself to R'hllor. The warlocks of Karth, the Shadowbinders of Ass-High, there are powers that might serve our purpose. Ariane's eyes glittered with interest. You would seek such magic for me? For us, I corrected. A king is only as secure as those who support him. She rose from her seat in one fluid motion, the silk of her robe catching the light as she moved. Every step was a study in controlled sensuality, her hips swaying with deliberate purpose as she approached me. The neckline of her robe dipped lower, revealing the generous swell of her breasts and the valley between them. Standing before me, she untied the sash of her robe, letting the silk part to reveal her naked body beneath all copper skin and lush curves, a feast for the senses. You know, sometimes a corner of my mind whispers if I'm making the right choices. But then you say these sweet things to me. It shuts off that side forever. No one has ever cared for me this way. She whispered, her voice husky. She lowered herself onto my lap, straddling me with practiced ease. Not my father, not my lovers. None of them saw me as more than a tool or a trophy. You feel different. You are. Her fingers traced my jawline, her touch feather-light. Yet you, who could simply take what you want and leave me to my fate, choose to protect me. I placed my hands on her hips, feeling the warmth of her skin through the thin fabric of my robe. Perhaps I'm just being practical, I suggested, though we both knew it was more than that. No, she said, leaning closer until her lips hovered just above mine. The Dragon King I first met would never have bothered. He would have mocked my fears and told me to manage on my own. She was right. I had changed. The man who had cruelly dismissed her as a whore during our first meeting in Dorne had evolved. I still sought power, still moved people like pieces on a game board, still burned those who defied me, but I had also developed the capacity for something deeper. Sitting on the throne had fixed me, opposite a common man. Sometimes, the greatest power comes from what we choose not to destroy. Ariane's lips met mine in a kiss that held nothing back. Her arms wound around my neck as she pressed herself against me, her body molding to mine with perfect harmony. This wasn't just about seduction or political alliance anymore. There was real emotion in her touch, in the way she sighed against my mouth. I responded with equal fervor, one hand tangling in her dark hair, the other sliding down to cup the perfect roundness of her ass. She moaned softly as I pulled her closer, our bodies separated only by the thin barrier of my robe. When we finally broke apart, breathless, I saw tears shimmering in her silver eyes. "What's this?" I asked, surprised. "Don't ask stupid questions at such a time, will you?" She whispered, resting her forehead against mine. I understood. She had said it herself, after all, that a part of her whispered doubts, that a part of her was unsure of her decisions. My words and my actions lately have proven that part wrong. Of course, she felt incredible relief at that. Love is the death of duty. She had killed the duty toward her family for me. Thus, it gave birth to a new purpose. "Tomorrow, we fly," I murmured against her hair. "Casterly Rock first, then back to King's Landing to meet Kinvara." Ariane nodded, then kissed me again, deeper this time, her body shifting against mine in clear invitation. As my hand slid under her open robe to caress the warm skin beneath, I found myself considering how strange life had become. Huh. Even kings are shaped by those they conquer. 127 Wings of Fate Chapter 127. Wings of Fate. Myrcella sat motionless before the ornate Dornish mirror, watching the handmaid's fingers work through her golden hair with mechanical precision. Her reflection stared back hollow-eyed, pale despite years under the Dornish sun. A ghost of herself. The handmaid, a girl hardly older than her, worked silently, careful not to meet her eyes. They prepare me like a lamb for slaughter. The thought came unbidden, memories of her mother's lessons about royal sacrifices rising like specters. Her mother had often spoken of women as pawns in men's games, promising she'd never face that fate. In the end, she did thanks to her uncle. Yet somehow Myrcella's perception changed once she actually came to Dorne. She realized Dorne was different. That Tristain was different. So she'd assumed that the future would be different. But destiny seldom knocks before entering. The door opened with a soft creak. Arianne Martell entered, her curves accentuated by a riding dress of burnt orange silk that clung to her body like a second skin. Even in Myrcella's despair, she couldn't help but admire how effortlessly the Dornish princess commanded attention, the confident sway of her hips, the proud set of her shoulders. "Leave us," Arianne told the handmaid, who quickly curtsied and disappeared. Arianne moved behind Myrcella, their eyes meeting in the mirror as the prince's slender fingers replaced the handmaid's in her hair. For a moment, neither spoke. Then Arianne sighed, her silver eyes softening with something that might have been guilt. "I know you hate me now," she began, her voice unusually gentle. "You have every right." Myrcella remained silent, her green eyes fixed on the brush Arianne now wielded with practiced ease. "I promised to protect you when you came to Dorne. I failed that promise," Arianne continued, weaving delicate braids into Myrcella's golden locks. "But I want you to understand something. King Viserys could have chosen a far worse fate for you. Worse than tearing me from everything I love," Myrcella finally whispered, her voice cracking. "From Tristain?" Arianne's movements paused momentarily before continuing. "He could have executed you along with your brother. He could have imprisoned you in some black cell. Instead, he offers you Casterly Rock, your ancestral home, power, a future." The brush glided through Myrcella's hair, oddly comforting despite everything. "Your mother still lives," Arianne added, her tone carefully neutral. "Whatever else happens, you'll see her again." Myrcella closed her eyes. Is she well?" Arianne's reflection showed a carefully composed expression. "She's alive." That's more than many expected after opposing the Dragon King. The unspoken truth hung between them. Her mother was a prisoner, perhaps broken, certainly humiliated. Just as Myrcella herself was now a prisoner, albeit one with gilded chains. "Will he hurt me?" Myrcella asked, hating the vulnerability in her voice. "No." Arianne's answer came swiftly, firmly. Her hands moved to Myrcella's shoulders, squeezing gently. "Listen to me. I've come to know him. He keeps his word. If he says you'll rule Casterly Rock, then you will. If he promises your safety, you'll have it. Between chains and fire, the wise choose chains. But there's always a price," Myrcella murmured. Arianne's lips curved into a smile that didn't reach her eyes. "With men, there always is. But you're a Lannister. Paying debts is in your blood. Just be sure you don't pay the wrong debt." Silence stretched between them. For the next few minutes, Arianne's hands did their work, as Myrcella stared at the empty air. "So my fate, there was no changing it?" Ultimately, Arianne stepped back, appraising her work with a soft smile. Myrcella's hair was now elegantly styled, half up with small braids woven with golden threads, a style befitting a lady of Casterly Rock, yet with Dornish influence. "You look perfect. It's time," Arianne said, offering her hand. Myrcella accepted it, noticing how smooth and warm the prince's skin felt against hers. As she stood, her simple traveling dress, the finest she owned, though plain by royal standards, fell in soft folds around her slender frame. Dorne wanted to give her a Dornish royal dress, but she had preferred to stick with her mother's parting gift. "You look beautiful," Arianne said, adjusting the neckline that revealed just a hint of Myrcella's collarbone. A true lioness. Myrcella didn't know what to say. They walked through the familiar corridors of the water gardens, her moving feet taking Myrcella further from the life Shed built here. Servants and guards bowed as they passed, their eyes following with undisguised curiosity. The entire palace buzzed with whispers about the Dragon King and his unexpected visit, about the Lannister girl who would leave with him. When they emerged into the gardens, the morning sun momentarily blinded Myrcella. Then she saw them, 3 massive dragons, lounging among the orange trees and fountains, their scales gleaming like jewels in the sunlight. Colossal forms, more mountain than beast, dominated the usually peaceful space. Their hides were a breathtaking, terrifying mosaic. Their scales were like overlapping shields, some the deep, iridescent green of jade forests glimpsed in dreams, others the profound black of a starless, bottomless night, and one a blinding, molten gold that seemed to steal the sun's own fire, pulsing with an inner light. The sight made her pause, tremble, and swallow her saliva. They didn't just gleam like jewels. They were jewels, alive and breathing, each scale a masterpiece of lethal, predatory beauty. Jagged horns, like cruel, obsidian crowns, jutted from their massive, intelligent heads, and claws the size of grown men's swords were casually embedded in the soft earth, tearing at the manicured lawns as if they were mere trifles. The air around them thrummed with a primal power, a low, guttural rumble that vibrated in Myrcella's very bones, and a scent like ozone and ancient stone filled her nostrils. It was a sight so fantastical, so utterly alien to her sheltered world of courtly manners and gentle pursuits, that her mind reeled, struggling to accept what her wide, terrified eyes were undeniably seeing. How could anyone dare to stand against these? "Let's go, Myrcella," Arianne asked as she tugged her forward. Myrcella swallowed again. The golden dragon, largest of the 3, lifted its head and watched her approach with unnerving intelligence. The green one snapped lazily at a palm tree, while the black one stretched its wings like massive sails unfurling. Beside the golden dragon stood Viserys Targaryen, resplendent in black leather trimmed with crimson. He was speaking with a group of guards, Hoda among them. When he turned and saw them approaching, a smile spread across his face. Nearby stood Daenerys Targaryen, her transformed appearance making Myrcella flinch and her breath catch. Delicate horns crowned her silver-blonde head. Scales shimmered across her cheekbones, and a tail swished behind her as she watched Myrcella with curious violet eyes. She wore a riding dress of white that emphasized her draconic features rather than hiding them, creating an effect both beautiful and terrifying. "Arianne, my dear princess," Viserys greeted, taking her hand and pressing a kiss to her knuckles. His eyes lingered appreciatively on the way her riding dress hugged her curves. Stunning as always. He turned to Myrcella, his violet eyes assessing her. "Lady Myrcella, you look lovely this morning. The journey will be long, but I promise you'll find it memorable." His voice carried no threat, his manner courteous as he kissed her hand as well. If she hadn't known who he was, what had done to her family, she might have found him charming. "Thank you, Your Grace," she replied, automatically, her mother's lessons in courtesy serving her even now. Power resides where men believe it resides, and well in dragons. "Now," Viserys said, glancing between them, "I can only take one of you girls with me. It would be difficult to ride 3 people atop Viserion. Well, would fit, but she'd be annoyed." The golden dragon, the legendary Viserion who Shed only seen from a distance before, snorted, steam curling from her nostrils in apparent agreement. "So," he continued, pointing to the green dragon, "Ari will ride regal, since she's ridden dragons before and is used to it. As you can see, I prepared a saddle for you." He gestured to what looked like a massive horse saddle modified for a dragon's broader back. "You won't fall. If you do, they'll catch you." Rather than disappointment at not riding with Viserys, Arianne's face lit with excitement. "My own dragon?" She breathed, her silver eyes wide. No, That's not your dragon. You're just riding for Todd. She launched herself at Viserys, kissing his cheek enthusiastically before rushing toward Regal, her hips swaying enticingly. Daenerys made a sound somewhere between amusement and exasperation. Brothers, she muttered, rolling her eyes at Myrcella as if sharing a private joke. Always showing off, right? Viserys turned his full attention to Myrcella, his smile softening. My lady here is going to ride with me. Allow me to help you. He extended his hand, palm up, waiting. Myrcella hesitated, her gaze drifting beyond him to a palace window where a familiar figure stood watching. Trystane, his hands pressed against the glass, his expression unreadable at this distance, yet somehow conveying all the heartbreak she felt. She sighed, looking back at Viserys' offered hand, then at his face. Something in his eyes, understanding, perhaps, or simple patience made her decision easier. Sometimes surrender is the greatest victory. Slowly, she placed her hand in his. His fingers closed around hers, warm and strong, as his other arm encircled her waist. Before she could prepare herself, real wings unfurled from his back, and they were airborne. Myrcella gasped, the ground falling away beneath them in a dizzying rush. The sensation was unlike anything Shed experienced, weightless and terrifying and exhilarating all at once. Within moments, they landed atop Viserion, Myrcella positioned in front of him, his chest warm against her back. He had flown up with her, just to land on top of Viserion. Well, what was that about? You look like you liked that, Viserys remarked, amusement coloring his voice. A surprised cackle escaped her before she could stop it. She quickly schooled her features. I was surprised. You'll be more to see the world from above, he promised, his breath warm against her ear. Then, turning his attention to the green dragon where Arianne was settling into the saddle, her dress hitched dangerously high on her thighs, he called, Regal, be sure to behave. The dragon rumbled what might have been agreement. Daenerys, already mounted on the black dragon, watched them with something odd in her violet eyes. We should go, she said. It's a long flight to Casterly Rock. Without warning, Viserion launched into the sky, her powerful wings sending a gust of wind across the gardens. Myrcella screamed, her hands instinctively gripping Viserys' arms as they wrapped securely around her waist. The ground dropped away, the water gardens shrinking to a colorful patchwork below. The other dragons followed, Regal with Arianne's excited whoops, and Drogon with Daenerys' graceful silence. As they soared higher, Dorne spread beneath them like a living map, mountains and deserts, and the glittering sea. Despite everything, Myrcella felt a thrill of wonder. The world looked different from Dragonback. Smaller, conquerable. Perhaps that's why Targaryens ruled as they did. Breathe, Viserys murmured against her hair. You're safe with me. And strangely, amid the rushing wind and dragon heat, with the arms of her family's destroyer around her, Myrcella believed him. Some chains are made of gold, others of fire. Chapter 128. Chains of blood and stone. Trystane stood frozen at the window, his fingers pressed against the glass as three magnificent beasts shrank to specks in the vast blue canvas of sky. When they finally disappeared beyond the horizon, he let his hand fall, leaving smudged prints on the immaculate surface. The water gardens continued their gentle symphony of bubbling fountains and rustling palms outside, but to Trystane, the sounds rang hollow, almost mocking. Everything beautiful suddenly seemed cruel in its indifference to what had just happened. Myrcella was gone, his golden-haired love, torn from his arms by a conqueror with wings and the audacity to call himself king. And Arianne, his own sister, had gone willingly, looking incredibly excited atop the green beast. The betrayal cut deeper than any blade. He pressed his eyelids shut, the Targaryen's threat echoing in his mind. I need the lady to be pure. The implication made bile rise in his throat. The Dragon King intended to claim Myrcella as his own, to seize control over Lannister bloodlines. It was all part of some vile game, and they were merely pieces to be moved across the board. Just yesterday, They had whispered promises of forever beneath the orange trees. Now their dreams had been reduced to ash by dragon fire, scattered by the winged beats of tyrants. Tristan's hands curled into fists. The earlier bravado had tried to show Myrcella his pathetic promises of rescue, now burned in his memory. What could he, a prince without power, possibly do against dragons? Tristane turned away from the sky and began to walk. My prince? A hesitant voice broke through his dark thoughts, making him pause. Prince Tristane? Are you well? Where are you going? Drayen, his loyal servant since childhood, stood several paces away, his face etched with concern. The young man's eyes darted nervously to Tristan's clenched fists, his taut posture. Tristane straightened his shoulders, something cold and unfamiliar crystallizing in his chest where warm affection had once resided. There has to be a way, he told himself. The boy who had spent afternoons teaching Myrcella Sivas was gone. In his place stood someone harder, someone desperate. To the dungeons, he replied, his voice low and stripped of its usual warmth. I have matters to discuss with father. Without waiting for a response, he strode away, his steps carrying him not toward his chambers, but toward the darker corners of Sunspear, where his deposed father awaited. Behind him, Drayen watched, a shadow of foreboding settling over his features. The dragons landed with ground-shaking thuds that sent clouds of dust billowing across the courtyard of Casterly Rock. Soldiers in Tyrell green scattered like startled birds, some dropping to their knees, others backing away with hands on their sword hilts. I savored the sight as I dismounted Viserion with a leap that no ordinary man could manage, landing with cat-like grace on the stone below. Beside me, Myrcella clung to the dragon's scales, her knuckles white, face drained of color after our journey through the clouds. Come, my lady, I offer my hand. Your new home awaits. Her Lannister green eyes darted around the courtyard, taking in the Tyrell banners that now flew where lions once reigned. With visible reluctance, she placed her trembling hand in mine. I lifted her down easily, noting how light she felt in my arms. She stumbled slightly as her feet touched stone, her legs unsteady after hours of stride Viserion. Arianne dismounted from Regal with the fluid grace of a woman accustomed to riding, though not typically beasts with wings. Her Dornish riding dress had hiked dangerously high during the flight, revealing bronze thighs that caught the eye of every male soldier in the vicinity. She pushed back her windswept hair, her silver eyes bright with exhilaration. Your Grace. That was, she breathed, her full lips curving into a smile that promised sin. Incredible. It must have, Daenerys said with a hint of apprehension. I could understand why she wouldn't like a random woman riding her regal. She approached, the sunlight catching on her draconic features, horns gleaming like polished ivory, scales shimmering with iridescent hues. Her transformation still startled guards who hadn't seen her before, their hands tightening on their weapons before they remembered themselves. Brother, she acknowledged with a nod, her tail swishing behind her in a lazy arc. The fortress seems more secure than the last time we saw it. Ser Garland Tairele Proweth, bowing deeply. Dark circles shadowed his eyes, evidence of the endless work of securing a fortress the size of Casterly Rock. His armor, though polished, bore the scratches and dents of recent battle. Your Grace, he greeted, straightening. We've maintained order as commanded. The remaining Lannister servants and soldiers await your judgment. Excellent work as always, Sir Garland, I replied. And Lady Marjorie? Where's my rose? As if summoned by her name, Marjorie appeared at the entrance to the keep. She descended the steps with measured grace, her movement enhancing the sway of her hips beneath her emerald gown. The dress hugged her curves like a lover's hands, the neckline dipping just low enough to suggest rather than reveal. My king, she curtsied deeply, the motion causing her bodice to strain deliciously against her breasts. When she rose, her honey-brown eyes swept over our party, lingering momentarily on Arianne with barely concealed displeasure. Princess Arianne, she greeted, her voice sweet as poison wine. How? Unexpected to see you here. I thought you'd be busy ruling Dorne. Ariane's smile widened, showing perfect white teeth against her copper skin. Lady Marjorie, she replied, matching Marjorie's tone precisely. I wouldn't miss this historic occasion. Besides, some matters require a personal touch. Her gaze flicked to me, laden with meaning. Marjorie's smile tightened imperceptibly. How fortunate we are to benefit from your experience. I suppressed a smile at their verbal sparring. Women fighting over power, and me was a sight I never tired of. In another life, I'd watched this dance play out on a screen. The subtle barbs and veiled threats that defined courtly politics. Now, I stood at the center of it all, the prize they competed for. Honestly, it didn't feel bad. I couldn't blame them. The Maesters say history is written by the victors, but they forget that before it's written, it's sculpted by blood and bone. He who holds the power over blood and bone was naturally the treasure in everyone's eyes. Lotte, Lydis, interrupted, turning to Sergalon. Gather everyone in the courtyard. All Lannister servants, the soldiers who surrendered, and the small folk from the surrounding area. And your Tyrell men as well. At once. Your Grace, Garland nodded, shouting orders to his men. While soldiers rushed to obey, I led our small procession to a raised platform near the main steps of the keep. Once, Tywin Lannister had stood here to address his people, his cold authority absolute. Now I would stand in his place, remaking his legacy in Dragon's Fire. Myrcella followed silently, her eyes darting to each face we passed, perhaps searching for familiar servants or guards. ID planned this moment carefully, her formal introduction as Lady of Casterly Rock. The public would see mercy where I executed strategy. They'd witness compassion where I planted control. Within the hour, the courtyard filled with people. Servants in Lannister crimson stood beside Tyrell soldiers in green and gold. Small folk from the nearby town huddled together, their weathered faces upturned with a mixture of curiosity and dread. I looked around at the assembled faces. Fear and uncertainty were etched on many. Good. Let them understand the shift in power. I stepped forward, pulling Myrcella gently beside me. The sun caught her golden hair, creating a halo that enhanced the illusion I was crafting. People of Casterly Rock, Westerlands. My voice boomed across the courtyard, enhanced by the natural acoustics of the stone walls. Your former lord has fled, his army's broken, but the rock will not be without a Lannister to guide it. I paused, letting the words sink in, watching relief mix with confusion on their faces. By my decree, as Viserys Targaryen, Lord of the Seven Kingdoms, I present to you your new lady. I place my hand on Myrcella's shoulder, feeling her stiffen beneath my touch. Myrcella of House Lannister. She will rule this ancient seat in my name. She will ensure the prosperity of the Westerlands and its unwavering loyalty to the Iron Throne. I turned to face the crowd directly, allowing a touch of purple flames to flash in my eyes, a subtle show of the power that stood behind my words. Serve her, and you serve me. Honor her, and you honor the rightful king. A moment of silence followed, then hesitant applause broke out, beginning with the Tyrell soldiers and spreading uncertainly through the crowd. Murmurs rippled through the Lannister servants, some hopeful to see a familiar name in power, others suspicious of my intentions. In the Game of Thrones, the most dangerous pieces are those that appear the weakest. I beckoned Myrcella forward. Address your people, my lady. Her eyes widened in panic, but to her credit, she stepped forward, her chin lifting in a gesture so reminiscent of Cersei that I nearly laughed. Despite her fear, the blood of lions ran in her veins. Her voice faltered, then strengthened. I am honored to serve as Lady of Casterly Rock. I will work tirelessly for the welfare of the Westerlands and for peace throughout the realm. She glanced at me, clearly uncertain how to proceed. I nodded encouragingly. This public display of her submission was exactly what I needed. Lannister gold will flow again, she continued, more confident now. And the rock will stand proud as it has for thousands of years. Another round of applause, more genuine this time. I was a little surprised at the sight. The girl had a natural grace that inspired loyalty. a quality I intended to exploit fully. After the ceremony concluded, we proceeded into the castle. Marjorie slipped her arm through mine, pressing her soft curves against my side as we walked. "A masterful display, my king," she murmured, her breath warm against my ear. "The girl seems to understand her position well enough." "She's her mother's daughter," I replied, though hopefully with better judgment. Behind us, Arianne and Daenerys followed with Myrcella between them. I caught fragments of their conversation. Arianne describing the wonders of Casterly Rock, Daenerys asking polite questions about Myrcella's childhood. The three made a striking picture to look at: copper, gold, and silver, each beautiful in her own way. As we toured the fortress, Myrcella grew increasingly distracted, her eyes darting down corridors, her responses to questions growing shorter. Finally, as we paused in a grand hall where servants were preparing for an evening feast, she approached me. "Your Grace," she whispered, her voice barely audible. "My mother. You said I might see her?" The vulnerability in her eyes was delicious. ID dangled the promise of reunion before her, and now she reached for it like a drowning woman grasping for rope. "All in good time, little lioness," I smiled slightly, enjoying the play of emotions across her face. "First, let us ensure your new subjects understand who their mistress is." We spent the next hours touring the fortress, introducing Myrcella to key servants and guards. I watched her carefully, noting how she remembered names, how she spoke with natural courtesy despite her circumstances. The few remaining Lannister servants brightened at her presence, hope kindling in eyes that had been dead with fear. By midday, we paused for a meal in one of the smaller dining halls. Marjorie supervised the service personally, making a show of her authority as queen-to-be. Arianne lounged across from her, deliberately casual, her every movement designed to emphasize her exotic beauty. Each time she reached for her wine, her body arched like a pleased cat, drawing eyes to the swell of her breast beneath her riding dress. "The Reach's bounty," Marjorie announced as servants brought in platters of fresh fruits and roasted meats. "We've already established trade routes to ensure the rock lacks for nothing. At least, as long as you desire it." "How thoughtful," Arianne commented with a dry smirk, tracing the rim of her wineglass with one elegant finger. "Though Dornish wine would complement the meal so much better than this." "What is it? Arbor Gold?" She sipped delicately, her face a mask of polite disappointment. Marjorie's smile tightened. "The finest in the 7 kingdoms, Lady Martell. Though perhaps your palate prefers something spicier?" The barbs continued throughout the meal, neither woman willing to cede ground. Daenerys observed with detached amusement, occasionally catching my eye with knowing looks. She, at least, remained above such petty squabbles. Perhaps the dragon transformation had given her perspective the others lacked. Myrcella ate little, pushing food around her plate, her eyes constantly drifting to the door as if expecting or dreading someone's arrival. Sometimes the cruelest tortures are the ones we inflict with patience. After the meal concluded, I dismissed the others to their various duties and entertainments. Marjorie needed to oversee the evening's feast preparations. Arianne wished to explore the famed Gardens of the Rock. Daenerys expressed interest in the library, always the scholar despite her fearsome appearance. "Come, Lady Myrcella," I said, offering my arm. "There's more of your new domain to explore." Her eyes lit with hope. Finally, the moment she'd been waiting for had arrived. She placed her slender hand on my forearm, and I led her deeper into the fortress, toward the Lannister slave. 129 Chains, Chapter 129. Chains. The two of us walked in silence, descending stairways, passing through corridors once lined with Lannister treasures, now conspicuously bare. The wealth of the Rock was being catalogued, much of it destined for the royal debt, with portions allocated to reward loyal houses. "My grandfather built this fortress into the wealthiest seat in Westeros," Myrcella ventured, perhaps seeking to fill the silence. "And now it serves a new purpose," I replied. "Just as you do, little lioness." We turned down a corridor that led to the private family quarters. These rooms, once opulent showcases of Lannister wealth, were being systematically stripped and cleaned, reimagined for their new occupants. I stopped before one particularly grand chamber, its massive doors standing open. From within came the sound of scrubbing, the slosh of water in a bucket. It seemed some of the staff were still diligently at their tasks, I remarked, gesturing for Myrcella to look inside. Such dedication is to be commended. She stepped forward hesitantly, peering into the room. A single figure worked alone inside what had once been the master bedchamber of Casterly Rock. On hands and knees, she scrubbed viciously at the stone floor, her movements mechanical and exhausted. Dirty water sloshed from her bucket with each push of her rag. Her once golden hair hung in lank strands around a face gaunt with deprivation and humiliation. Heavy iron manacles encircled her wrists and ankles, connected by chains that clinked with each labored movement. Her clothing, if it could be called, that was a coarse, dirt-stained royal dress that barely preserved her modesty, riding up to expose bruised legs as she worked. It looked as if a whore were cosplaying as a queen, and likewise, a mock crown rested on her head. Myrcella's breath caught, her eyes, wide and disbelieving, fixed on the hunched figure. Recognition dawned slowly, horrifically. "And mother?" she whispered, the word escaping like a prayer. Cersei froze at the sound, her back still to the door. Slowly, she turned, the chains at her wrists rattling against the stone floor. When she saw Myrcella, something broke in her expression, pride shattered by shame, defiance crumbling to despair. Her eyes, once the color of wildfire, now dimmed to murky forest depths, widened in horror. "No," she breathed, shrinking back, trying to hide her face. "Not like this. You weren't supposed to see me like this." The simplest chains are the ones we never see, those forged from love and blood. Myrcella didn't hesitate. With a strangled cry, she rushed forward, dropping to her knees beside her mother, heedless of the dirty water soaking in her fine dress. Her arms wrapped around Cersei's skinny frame, tears streaming down her face. "Mother," she sobbed, burying her face in Cersei's shoulder. "What have they done to you?" Cersei remained rigid in her daughter's embrace, her gaze locked with mine over Myrcella's shoulder. In her eyes burned a hatred so pure it almost warmed me, the last embers of the lioness pride. I smiled down at the tableau, satisfaction curling through me like dragon smoke. This was power not just conquering enemies, but reshaping their lives, their relationships, their very souls. Oh, how great it felt! The once proud queen of the Seven Kingdoms reduced to scrubbing floors and chains, while her daughter, now Lady of Casterly Rock by my decree, wept over her degradation. Robert Baratheon may have won his rebellion, but he never truly understood how to break his enemies. Ned Stark had been too honorable to inflict such humiliations. Tywin Lannister would have simply executed his foes. But I had learned from watching them all, seen their mistakes and successes from another life. This was how you truly conquered, not just with fire and blood, but with calculated mercy and strategic cruelty, weaving a web so intricate that your enemies became instruments of their own destruction. I leaned against the doorframe, watching mother and daughter cling to each other in shared despair. The scene was complete. I felt it then. Yes, I truly did. I felt that my reign would be remembered for millennia. As a show of my kindness, I stayed quiet for the 3 minutes the mother and daughter pair cried for. Yet, their reaction was hurtful. The little girl, sniffing, turned to glare at me. Her emerald eyes, those quintessential Lannister jewels, blazed with a fury that reminded me just whose blood flowed in her veins. Her mother flinched at that brazen display, quickly pinching her arm to make her stop. But Myrcella shook free of the warning. "You're a monster," she said to me, chin trembling yet defiant. Her golden hair caught the dim light as she stood, the wet patches on her dress clinging to the subtle curves of her young body. "Just what has my mother done to you for you to make her go through all this? It was my father, Robert, who overthrew your father's throne. And Ned Stark, why are you punishing my mother for it?" I laughed as I approached the bed in the middle of the room. Tywin's bed, the place where the old lion had once schemed and slept, now mine to claim like everything else that had once been his. I sat down at the edge, the mattress yielding beneath my weight as I stared at them two lionesses, one broken, one still foolish enough to roar. "You're very innocent, Myrcella, and naive." My voice was almost gentle, the way one might speak to a child about to learn a harsh truth. "You don't know the stuff that has happened before, and think your family as pure, innocent people. They're not. Some truths cut deeper than any sword. Let me educate you about your precious family," I continued, crossing one leg over the other. "Your grandfather, the great Tywin Lannister, orchestrated the murder of my sister-in-law, Elia Martell, and her children. My niece and nephew mere babes crushed and stabbed dozens of times. He ordered the mountain to brutally assault Elia where her dead children lay nearby. Did your mother ever share that bedtime story? Cersei, on her knees in the filthy water, kept her eyes downcast, the chains at her wrists clinking softly as she trembled. Your mother conspired to murder her husband, King Robert. Yes, she's the killer. She also birthed 3 bastards from her twin brother's seed and passed them off as royal heirs. Her eldest son, your brother Joffrey, was a sadistic monster who had Robert's bastards slaughtered, including nursing infants." Each word landed like a lash. Myrcella's face paled, her full lips parting in disbelief. "Your precious family has lied, murdered, and betrayed their way through Westeros for generations. When Tywin couldn't win through strength, he used treachery. The reigns of Castamere weren't just defeated, they were exterminated, women and children drowned in their own minds. If I was half as cruel as Tywin, then we wouldn't even be having this conversation." I stood, approaching them slowly. Myrcella's breathing quickened, the rise and fall of her chest more rapid beneath the damp silk of her dress. "Your Uncle Jaime broke his sacred oath as a Kingsguard to stab my father in the back. Your other uncle, the imp, fled the battlefield when Stannis Baratheon attacked. And your mother," I gestured to Cersei, whose shoulders hunched further with each accusation. "Your mother only ever loved her beautiful twin, hating the same imp brother simply because he looked gross, as she likes to say." "What are you talking about?" "These are lies," she whispered. "Ask your mother about Wildfire, little lioness. Ask her about prophecies and power and what she would have become given time." I reached down, tilting her chin up with one finger. "Ask her if anything I've said is false. She knows they're not. The witch told her about them all." "How do you know that?" Cersei asked, looking at me with wide eyes. Myrcella froze, hearing her mother's reply, green eyes wide with desperate hope for denial. "Mother, does that mean he's speaking the truth?" Cersei flinched and just lowered her head, her matted golden hair falling forward to hide her face. That silence confirmed everything. The room felt suddenly smaller. The scrape of Cersei's chains against stone was the only sound as Myrcella processed this new reality. I could see in her face the hate giving way to understanding, then guilt, then confusion. Her perfect world of heroic fathers and loving mothers crumbling around her. Truly, Myrcella was too innocent for this world. "By the way, Myrcella," I said, approaching her again, yanking her away from her mother, holding her by the waist like a lover would. Her slender form fit against mine perfectly, warm and trembling. Cersei jerked forward, the chains pulling taut as she shouted hoarsely, "Don't touch her. Please. Take me instead. Do what you want with me." I ignored Cersei's pleas, smiling while looking deep into Myrcella's frightened eyes. I leaned over, capturing those soft, trembling lips in a kiss that was gentle yet possessive. Her inexperience was evident in her stiffness, in the small gasp that escaped her. When I pulled back, I kept staring into her eyes, watching terror and confusion war within those emerald depths. "Your little fiancé was right about one thing," I said, my hand tracing the curve of her hip. "I want to start a family with you. Don't worry, I'm not going to push you into anything. Take your time to get used to that information, and be prepared, all right? Fear gives honesty its keenest edge. Although to be fair, Not really. I didn't want children. Not yet, anyway. Having children created a lot more trouble than what I already had on my plate. White Walkers beyond the wall, Euron Greyjoy on the seas, Tywin and Jaime in hiding. A crying infant would be an unnecessary complication. The idea that I'd need a child to control the rock was idiotic. While my dragons reigned the sky, what was the need for ambiguous blood connections for control? But the threat served its purpose, keeping both mother and daughter compliant through fear and hope. I turned around, striding toward the door. I'll leave the mother-daughter duo here for a few hours. Then, Cersei will return to King's Landing with the Tyrells soon, so enjoy your time. All the servants, be aware I call to the guards outside. Myrcella is your new lady, but am still the king of the realm. By my authority, am overriding any kind order she might give regarding her mother beforehand. If I even feel that she is fed better than a dog, you'll have no one to blame but yourselves. I walked away, leaving them in the gilded cage I'd crafted so carefully. Behind me, I heard Myrcella collapse in her mother's arms, their bodies intertwining in shared desperation. Curves pressed against each other in a painting of familial love twisted by my machinations. Even broken things can serve a purpose, if the breakage is precisely controlled. 130 The Lions Do, Chapter 130. The Lions Do, dawn broke over Casterly Rock, painting the chamber in pale gold light. I stood where Tywin Lannister once stood, at the wide window of his solar, surveying the vastness of the Westerlands spread before me. From this vantage, the old lion had plotted the rise and dominance of House Lannister for decades. How great must it have felt? Now I claimed his view. Below, the narrow sea road wound along the coast, merchant ships already dotting the waters as Lannisport stirred to life. The golden light glinted off distant hills that had once yielded gold by the cartload, or so the stories claimed. The wealth that had made the Lannisters the envy of Westeros. A mighty legacy, built on the twin pillars of gold and fear. I smiled, savoring yesterday's victory. Cersei Lannister, once the most powerful woman in the Seven Kingdoms, now on her knees scrubbing floors, wearing chains and a mock crown. Myrcella installed as my puppet, her innocence making her betrayal all the more devastating. The psychological dismantling of the Lannister legacy was proceeding beautifully. Tywin built his legacy on fear and the perception of unyielding strength. He understood that gold alone wasn't enough. It needed the iron fist. I had dragons, a far more persuasive argument than mere gold, but the principle remained. The Westerlands must not only be conquered but cowed, and then bound in my former life. I'd watched Tywin's methods on a screen, the cold calculation, the ruthless efficiency. The Reigns of Castamere wasn't just a song. It was a philosophy of Tywin's rule. But even Tywin, for all his brilliance, had blind spots. His obsession with legacy had blinded him to the rot within his own family. I would not repeat his mistakes. Taking a castle was simple enough with dragons. Governing a kingdom required subtler tools. A knock at the door interrupted my thoughts. "Enter," I called, turning from the window. Marjorie swept in first, resplendent in emerald silk that hugged the curves of her body like a lover's hands. Her brown hair cascaded in artful waves past her shoulders, and the neckline of her gown dipped just low enough to show her cleavage. Behind her came Garland, dignified in Tyrell green and gold, his sword at his hip. "My king." Marjorie curtsied, her movement deliberate and graceful, causing her bodice to strain slightly against her breasts. I prepared the initial assessment of Lannister holdings as requested. Daenerys entered next, her transformed appearance still startling in the morning light. The scales on her cheekbones caught the sunlight, shimmering with odd hues. Her tail swished behind her as she moved, drawing the eye. Last came Arianne, her Dornish silks flowing around her copper-skinned body like water. Her silver eyes found mine immediately, a smile playing at the corners of her full lips. She moved with deliberate sensuality, hips swaying in a rhythm designed to captivate. "Well," I gestured to the massive oak table dominating the center of the room. "Shall we begin?" Marjorie spread several leather-bound ledgers across the table, her fingers dancing over the numbers with practiced precision. As she leaned forward, her neckline gaped further, offering a tantalizing glimpse of the soft curves beneath. "Your Grace, I've discovered something curious," she began, looking up through her lashes. "The Lannister gold mines aren't depleted as rumored. They've merely reached a point where extraction requires more sophisticated methods Tywin deliberately avoided employing." "He wanted everyone to think House Lannister was running out of gold?" Daenerys asked, her violet eyes narrowing. "Precisely," Marjorie nodded. "It discouraged rivals while allowing him to stockpile reserves quietly. According to these ledgers, there's still substantial wealth beneath Casterly Rock. With proper investment, the mines could yield for another generation at least." I smiled, unsurprised. Classic Tywin. Hide your strength. Let your enemies underestimate you. In the show, Tywin had admitted to Cersei that the Lannister mines had run dry, but ID long suspected that might have been misinformation or simply an invention for dramatic purposes. "There's more," Marjorie continued, flipping pages. "I've found records of substantial loans to at least 12 major Westerland houses, plus smaller amounts to dozens of minor lords." Her finger traced a column of figures. "House Marbrand alone owes the equivalent of 50,000 gold dragons." Arianne leaned across the table, the movement causing her silks to tighten against the curves of her body. "That's a good leverage," she said, her voice a silken purr. "Call in those debts, and you'll have the Westerlands on their knees before a single dragon takes flight. Or forgive them," Daenerys countered, "and earn their gratitude. Different means to the same end. I lefteher subistion. Debt is the sharpest sword and the strongest shield. It cuts your enemies and protects your interests." "What the vaults themselves?" I asked, tapping the ledger. "Tywin surely didn't leave them full when he fled." Marjorie's smile turned predatory. "No, but he couldn't take everything. We've already secured over 2 million gold dragons in coin and valuables. There are jewels, artwork, ceremonial weapons, enough wealth to fund a considerable war effort." I nodded, considering. "And what about the Iron Bank? How much of our debt could this cover?" "About half, Your Grace. The debt is 6 million gold dragons," Marjorie replied. "If you desire Tyrell contributions, you could be free of the Iron Bank within a year, if you wished. There is no need to be indebted to the Tyrells. Rather, I'd conquer the lands in Essos with the help of Daenerys and Yara for it. Yara already brought a great amount from her recent adventures." "Excellent." I paced the length of the table, feeling their eyes on me. "Here's what we'll do. First, secure all assets, every coin, jewel, and debt note. 70% goes to the crown to pay our debts and fund preparations against the White Walkers." I saw surprise flicker across their faces at this last part, except Daenerys, who had witnessed the work of magic firsthand. She believed in fantasy now. "A quarter goes to House Tyrell, as agreed." Marjorie's eyes gleamed with satisfaction. "The remainder stays here to maintain Casterly Rock and its garrison, all under Lady Myrcella's name, of course." Marjorie's eyes gleamed at the mention of gold, but she was smart enough to know her prosperity was now tied to mine, not her house's. Let her count the coins, as long as the lion's share flowed to the dragon. Now I turned to Garland. "What of our military position?" Garland straightened, all business despite the tension between the women in the room. "Casterly Rock is secure, Your Grace. Lannisport has been pacified with minimal resistance. It'll be further strengthened when the Pirate Queen comes. We've installed Tyrell garrisons at key strongholds throughout the region: the Golden Tooth, Banefort, Silver Hill." He unrolled a map, placing weights at its corners. "As for the Westerland lords, they fall into 3 categories. Houses like Leford and Craighall have already sent ravens pledging fealty to Lady Myrcella and, by extension, to you." His finger tapped several locations on the map. "Others Marbrand, Westerling, Brax remain silent, watching. They're assessing your strength, your intentions toward them." "And the 3rd category?" I prompted, though I already knew. "Potential resistors," Garland said grimly. "House Clegane, naturally, given their personal loyalty to Tywin. Several cadet branches of House Lannister. and a few houses deeply enriched by Lannister gold, SWYFT, plum. Arianne moved to stand beside me, close enough that I could feel the heat of her body through my clothing. "The solution seems obvious," she said, her fingers trailing along the edge of the map. "Summon all Westerland lords to Casterly Rock. Have them bend the knee to Lady Myrcella and to you. Those who come are given a path to redemption. Those who don't." She let the implication hang in the air, her silver eyes gleaming with anticipation. "To rule, one must make examples, but carefully choose which examples to make." "She's right," Daenerys added, her tail swishing thoughtfully behind her. "It forces their hand. Refusal becomes explicit rebellion rather than passive resistance." Garland nodded his agreement. "I can prepare the summons immediately, Your Grace." "There is one other matter," Arianne said, her voice dropping to a provocative murmur. She moved closer still, her hip brushing against mine as she leaned over the map. "The title of Warden of the West. Will it go to Myrcella, nominally? Or perhaps," her eyes flicked to Marjorie and back to me, "you might dangle it as a prize for a particularly loyal house?" Marjorie's smile tightened almost imperceptibly. "House Tyrell has served admirably in securing the Westerlands. My brother Garland has proven his military acumen repeatedly. Garland is unfortunately married already." But Loras, her implication was obvious. "Have Loras marry a lady from one of the Western houses, any that's equal or close to the Lannisters in authority, and grant him the title of Warden." I considered this, weighing the political implications. In the original timeline, Cersei had named Davin Lannister as Warden of the West after Tywin's death. But my reality had diverged dramatically from that path. The formal summons is a good start, I decided. We'll have the lords gather here within a fortnight. And yes, someone will inevitably raise the question of the Warden. That will give us an opportunity to assess their loyalties directly. A throne is only as secure as the loyalty it commands or the fear it inspires. As for Clegane and other potential troublemakers, I continued, we'll see who heeds the call and who doesn't. Those who refuse can explain themselves to Viserion. Daenerys smiled, her sharp teeth gleaming. "Dragons tend to simplify political discussions." "Indeed they do, sister," I laughed. "Indeed they do. Will you return to King's Landing soon?" Marjorie asked, stepping closer, her hand coming to rest lightly on my arm. The scent of roses wafted from her skin. "The capital cannot long endure without its king." "Eager to return to your rightful place, my queen?" I asked, noting the flash of victory in her eyes at the title. She wasn't officially crowned yet, but she knew as well as I did that appearances mattered in the Game of Thrones. "I serve wherever you require me, Your Grace," she replied with practiced humility, though her fingers tightened slightly on my arm. "Whether here, managing Lannister wealth, or at court managing the realm's affairs." Arianne's laugh was low and musical. How dedicated. And here I thought court ladies preferred soft beds to hard ledgers. The tension between them crackled like lightning before a storm. Daenerys caught my eye, her expression clearly saying, "Are you going to let them continue this power play?" "Ladies," I said firmly, "your talents are all valuable to me. Marjorie's financial acumen, Arianne's political insight, Daenerys anyways. This is why you're here, not to squabble over position." "What was that, brother?" I ignored her and rolled up the map with finality. "Send the summons, Garland." "Marjorie, continue your inventory of Lannister assets." "Arianne, I want your assessment of which lords might be turned against their neighbors, since Dorne has always excelled at understanding rivalries." "Daenerys, just be ready to get acquainted with the lords when they arrive." "Sure thing," Daenerys agreed. I added, "I also need to do something about the wall first we secure the Westerlands, return to King's Landing, and then address the threat from the north." I thought of the Night King, a threat none of them truly comprehended yet. Winter is coming, and with it, something far worse than political squabbles. In my previous life, I'd seen the devastating consequences of ignoring that warning. This time, I would meet the cold with fire. 131 The Lion's Feast and the Serpent's Smile, Chapter 131. The Lion's Feast and the serpent smile, the morning sun cast gentle shadows across Casterly Rock as I stood atop the battlements, watching the procession of banners winding up the narrow road. Beside me, Myrcella Lannister stood silent, her golden hair lifting gently in the sea breeze. Shed dressed for the occasion in crimson silk that accentuated her slender waist and the subtle curves of her young body. A lioness in appearance, if not yet in spirit. "Tell me what you see." I gestured toward the approaching lords and their retinues. Myrcella's eyes narrowed as she studied the banners. House Crackhall's boar, Lord Lefford's golden tooth, is purple. The seashells of House Westerling. Her voice was steady, though her hands gripped the stone parapet with white knuckles. "And what do you hear?" I pressed. She hesitated. "You don't listen carefully." I moved closer, my shoulder nearly touching hers. That little lioness is the sound of power shifting, of men calculating their survival. Below us, the courtyard had transformed into a sea of activity. Tyrell's soldiers stood at rigid attention, their green and gold armor gleaming. 3 massive Targaryen banners, crimson dragons on fields of black, hung from the highest towers, leaving no doubt about who now commanded the rock. In the shadow of conquest, even the strongest will bend. The first lords were dismounting now, handing their reins to waiting stable boys. Lord Roland Crackhall, a massive man with shoulders like a bull, surveyed the Tyrell guards with open disdain. Lord Leo Lefford, thin and calculating, dismounted with graceful efficiency, his eyes darting everywhere at once. Lady Clegane, towering above most men, yet dressed in surprisingly elegant silks, laughed at something her companions said, apparently at ease despite her house's precarious position. "Lady Clegane interests me," I commented. "Her brothers are legendary monsters, yet she seems different." Alysanne Clegane, Myrcella supplied, surprising me. Despite her tall and strong frame, she's known for her scholarship. They say she has one of the finest private libraries in the Westerlands. Mother always found her disquieting. If Cersei disliked her, that's practically a recommendation. I chuckled. A nervous-looking man in yellow and black fussed over his horse's handling. "That is Sir Harry's SWYFT," Myrcella identified. "My great-uncle Kevin's father-in-law." "Ah, the famous chicken," I smirked, remembering the house's ridiculous sigil. More banners approached. House Marbrand's burning tree. House Brax's purple unicorn. House Broom's simple broom. The Lidden Badger, the Fair and Fairy. A dozen major houses and twice as many minor ones, all scrambling to secure their positions in the new order. I nodded to a waiting guard, who raised a horn to his lips. The signal echoed across the rock, and moments later, a golden shape appeared against the blue sky. Viserion circled lazily overhead, her scales catching the sunlight like burnished gold. The effect was immediate. Conversations halted, horses whinnied nervously, and every face turned skyward. Fear cuts deeper than swords, but dragon fire burned deeper still. "I'm pleased with your answers. You know a lot about the Westerlands despite having grown up in King's Landing and then sent away to Dorne. Perhaps your mother taught you in the last few days? I suppose she's still useful then." "Myrcella, I need you to understand something," I said, turning to face her directly. Her green eyes met mine reluctantly. "I need you to understand that they come not to honor a Lannister." I held her gaze, watching the hard truth sink in, "but to placate the dragon. Please, this is a request. Don't make bad choices in the future, and he'll treat you like a lady." Our gazes remained fixed. Her jaw tightened even as her eyes fluttered, but she nodded once, the gesture almost imperceptible. She was learning. The great hall of Casterly Rock had been transformed. Crimson and gold still dominated, no need to strip away all Lannister symbols when Myrcella was here, but now black Targaryen banners hung between the lion standards, and the Iron Throne's royal seal adorned the massive wooden doors. The hall buzzed with nervous energy, lords and ladies in their finest attire, servants gliding between them with trays of arbor gold. The room fell silent as I entered, Myrcella just a step behind me. She looked remarkably composed, almost regal in her crimson gown with golden lions embroidered along the sleeves. Her hair had been styled in an elegant southern fashion, with thin golden chains woven through the braids. She was a vision of Lannister pride and beauty, exactly as ID instructed. Image here, spoiler collapse, my lords and ladies, I announced, raising my goblet. The crowd turned as one. Am glad all of you chose to stand in a new era for the Westerlands. I trust your journeys were pleasant? A servant quickly stepped forward, eyes full of shock and nervousness that he was too late to announce my arrival. Attention, everyone! You stand before Viserys of House Targaryen, third of his name, King of the Undulls, the Royner, and the First Men, Lord of the Seven Kingdoms. Protector of the realm, the Dragon King. The enough, I waved him off with a laugh. Would be here until winter if we recited all my titles. A ripple of cautious laughter spread through the hall. I did not laugh. I took another sip of wine, savoring the power of the moment. My eyes went over them slowly. The lords and ladies exchanged glances. One by one, as they assessed each other's reaction, they began to kneel. A sea of bowed heads spread before me. Am glad to see you guys so eager to serve. I've never been one for lengthy ceremonies, I announced, gesturing for Myrcella to step forward. She did so with practiced grace, her emerald eyes fixed on some distant point beyond the kneeling lords. The Lady Myrcella of House Lannister stands before you as the rightful lady of Casterly Rock. You will swear your fealty first to her, then to me as your king. Let fools confuse courtesy with weakness. Myrcella stood proudly beside me, the perfect picture of a highborn lady despite the circumstances of her ascension. I'd chosen her dress myself. The crimson silk clung to her developing curves in a way that was tasteful, yet reminded everyone that she was no longer a child. The golden chains in her hair caught the light whenever she moved, drawing attention to her fair features, so like her mother's, yet untouched by malice. One by one, the lords approached. Roland Crakehall was first, his massive frame making Myrcella appear even more delicate as he knelt before her. House Crakehall pledges its strength to Casterly Rock and to Lady Myrcella. He rumbled, his voice filling the hall. Then turning to me, he added with slightly less enthusiasm, and to King Viserys, the rightful ruler of the Seven Kingdoms. Lord Gawain Westerling followed, thin and nervous, no doubt thinking of his house's precarious position. House Westerling stands with House Lannister. As we have for centuries, he vowed to Myrcella. His oath to me seemed an afterthought, hurried and quiet. Leo Lefford virtually oozed obsequiousness. The Golden Tooth and all House Lefford's resources are at your disposal. My lady, he gushed to Myrcella before turning to me with an ingratiating smile. And of course, your grace, our minds and men are ultimately yours to command. Ser Harry's SWYFD trembled visibly as he approached, his eyes darting nervously to the Targaryen banners. House SWYFT, that is I, Ser Harry's, we pledge, that is I pledge, he stammered until I raised an eyebrow, which somehow frightened him into coherence. House SWYFT is loyal to Lady Myrcella and King Viserys. The parade of oaths continued. House Broom, House Liddon, House Farron, House Kenning, House Prester. Some swore fervently, some reluctantly, but they all swore. When Lady Alysanne Clegane approached, the hall seemed to quiet further. Despite her immense height, she stood taller than most of the men present. She moved with surprising grace. Unlike her brothers, her face was not disfigured, though she shared their strong features and intense gaze. She wore a gown of deep yellow with 3 black dogs embroidered subtly across the bodice. Lady Myrcella, her voice was unexpectedly melodious for someone of her size, and, as she looked at Myrcella, there was a motherly gentleness in her gaze. House Clegane has always served House Lannister, and we will continue to do so. Her eyes flickered to me, assessing, and we recognize King Viserys as the rightful ruler of the Seven Kingdoms. May your reign bring wisdom to lands long deprived of it. Words are wind, but the fear in their eyes is as solid as the rock itself. They swore to the lion cub, but they trembled before the dragon. I wonder how she feels right now. Both her brothers were criminals. Sandor Clegane fled the Battle of Blackwater and was who knew where, while the Mountain must have fled with Tywin Lannister. I do need to talk to her later about this. Once the last lord had sworn his oath, I raised my goblet again. Let the feast begin, and let us have music something appropriate for the occasion. I caught the eye of the lead musician. Perhaps the Rains of Castamere? A silence fell. The musician exchanged glances, but he swallowed and nodded when I didn't say anything. A chill rippled through the hall as the familiar, menacing notes began. I smiled, savoring the irony. The song that had once celebrated Tywin's ruthlessness now played at a feast where his granddaughter sat as a puppet and his enemies occupied his hall. Around this same time in a different world, the Red Wedding would have happened. This time, no such thing would occur. The bards sing of glory, but history remembers only power. The feast proceeded splendidly, course after course of Westerland delicacies served on Lannister gold. Marjorie sat to my right, the very picture of queenly grace in a gown of emerald silk that hugged her ample curves. She charmed the lords nearest us with practiced ease, her honeyed voice and strategic laughter drawing them in like moths to flame. Arianne lounged to my left, exotic and dangerous in Dornish silks the color of desert sand. Where Marjorie was subtle seduction, Arianne was open sensuality. The plunging neckline of her gown offered tantalizing glimpses of her copper skin, and her silver eyes flashed with mischief as she deliberately scandalized the more conservative Westerland ladies. Daenerys, meanwhile, moved through the hall like a beautiful nightmare. Her transformation still shocked those seeing it for the first time, horns glinting in the candlelight, scales shimmering on her cheekbones, her tail swishing behind her as she spoke with various lords. She wore a gown of pure white that only emphasized her otherworldliness, and I noted with amusement how conversations faltered when she approached, only to erupt into frantic whispers after she passed. As the wine flowed freely and the hour grew late, I noticed a striking woman making her way toward the high table. She moved like a predator, confident and deliberate, drawing eyes with each step. Her gown was the bright purple of fresh lavender, cut low enough to reveal the swell of full breasts and high enough at the hem to offer glimpses of shapely legs. Dark hair cascaded in thick waves to her waist, and her full lips were painted red. Image here, spoiler, collapse your grace, Marjorie murmured, following my gaze. That's Lady Lyra Prester. Her husband died rather mysteriously 2 years ago. She's known for entertaining influential men. Arianne snorted delicately. Entertaining? Is that what they call it in the Reach? In Dorne, would use more direct language. Before either could say more, they were called away Marjorie by her brother Garland with some urgent business about the Lannister ledgers. Arianne by Lady Clegane, who apparently wished to discuss some rare Dornish manuscripts. The timing was lucky for the incoming woman. Lady Lyra approached with a smile that transformed her already beautiful face into something truly captivating. She dropped into a curtsy so deep that her large breasts threatened to spill from her bodice. My king, her voice was rich and melodious, with the barest hint of a purr. Your radiance outshines even the famed gold of Casterly Rock. A humble lady, such as I can only hope to bask in its warmth. I leaned back, amused by her boldness. She was undeniably beautiful lush curves where Myrcella was slender, open seduction where Marjorie was subtle strategy. Her eyes were an unusual honey brown, heavily lined with kohl, and they never left mine as she straightened from her curtsy. Lady Prester, I acknowledged. Your reputation precedes you. All good things, I hope? She laughed, the sound like bells. As she moved to refill my wine, her hand brushed mine, lingering just a moment too long. Her perfume, something exotic with hints of eastern spices and night-blooming flowers, enveloped me. They say you're a woman who knows her own mind, I replied, watching her closely. She leaned in, close enough that I could feel her breath on my ear. And knows what she wants, she whispered. They say dragons have an insatiable fire, Your Grace. I find myself quite drawn to the heat, in seduction and war. Taimine revient l'intention. I played along, enjoying the spectacle. And some fires, Lady Lyra, are best enjoyed up close. Her smile widened, and she reached for an olive from a nearby platter, placing it between her full lips with deliberate slowness. I've always believed in getting as close as possible to dangerous things. She maintained eye contact as she ate, the gesture unmistakably suggestive. Something nagged at the edge of my awareness. Her smile, while dazzling, seemed a fraction too fixed, not quite reaching the depths of her eyes. No, it was good. There was nothing wrong with it. Then what was the odd feeling? Was I being paranoid? Did playing the Reign of Castamere make me find everything weird? Her movements, though fluid and seductive, had an underlying precision, a lack of any wasted seductive motion that felt almost rehearsed. Maybe I was thinking too much. If she wanted to seduce me, it wasn't weird to play flirty. Whatever. If she wants the dragon roaring in her so bad, they'll give and see if she's really hiding something. Lady Lyra shifted, allowing her knee to brush against mine beneath the table. I've heard such impressive things about your Grace's conquests, she murmured, her tongue darting out to wet her lower lip. How you seized the rock from the mighty Lannisters. How you tamed 3 dragons when no one believed it possible. Her hands slid along the table, fingers tracing patterns dangerously close to mine. Some of us in the Westerlands are not as resistant to change as others. Some of us welcome the chance to serve a true king. The implication hung heavy in the air between us, her eyes holding a promise of pleasures to come. Is that so? I smirked. And how exactly would you serve your king, Lady Lyra? She leaned closer still, the swell of her breast pressing against my arm. In any way that pleases him, she breathed. Should you find your royal bed lonely tonight, Your Grace, know that some of us in the Westerlands are eager to show our deepest loyalty. With that, she rose in a fluid motion, offering a final curtsy. As she turned to leave, she glanced back over her shoulder, meeting my eyes with a gaze that was both invitation and challenge. I watched her retreat, the sway of her hips drawing eyes from across the hall. My smile remained fixed as I considered the encounter. Was she merely an ambitious widow seeking advancement through my bed, or something more dangerous? Either way, the night had suddenly become far more interesting than I'd anticipated. Beyond the Game of Thrones lies the Game of Shadows, where danger wears a beautiful face. I wondered what this one hid underneath. 132, The Serpent's Kiss, Chapter 132. The Serpent's Kiss, the banquet dragged well into the night, wine flowing like the rivers of the Westerlands. I stayed away from much interaction, just watching the lords from my elevated position, noting every furtive glance, every whispered conversation. They reminded me of carrion birds circling a fresh kill, uncertain if the beast was truly dead. Daenerys did my share of socialization along with her own. She moved through the crowd with otherworldly grace. Her horns caught the torchlight, casting strange shadows across her transformed features. Lords visibly flinched when her violet eyes fell upon them, too mythical, too knowing for comfort. She spoke rarely, but when she did, her words sliced through the sycophantic babble like Valyrian steel through flesh. Unlike me, Shed never watched these lords on a screen, never knew their fates in another timeline. Her perspective was refreshingly direct. Wealth buys loyalty until power offers a better price. Myrcella sat rigidly throughout, a golden statue amid the revelry. Arianne had taken pity on the girl, drawing her into harmless conversation from time to time. Despite everything, Myrcella's courtesies never faltered, perhaps thanks to Cersei's relentless training. She smiled when addressed, laughed at jests that deserved it, yet her emerald eyes remained hollow pools of carefully contained terror. Each time they strayed toward me, she would quickly look away, as if my gaze might burn her. Yet, I did manage to ease her fear by chatting with her casually by the end of it. She was giggling for real at one point, although quick to control it when she realized what she was doing. People's eyes caught our interaction, my smile, and her laugh. No one dared mention the wardenship of the West throughout. The question hung in the air, but nobody brought it up. My treatment of Myrcella as Lady of Casterly Rock had planted an assumption I'd let grow for now. Perhaps they believed she, or more likely, a son she might bear me, would become the future warden. Given how I was smiling and joking with her, while caring not to do the same with these arrogant lords. It didn't care. Let them speculate. In the Game of Thrones, uncertainty is as powerful a weapon as certainty. The lords were finally shown to their chambers, many eager to extend their stay. Casterly Rock had transformed overnight, once Tywin's impregnable fortress. Now a gilded cage filled with ambitious men scrambling for crumbs from the dragon's table. The most dangerous predators are those who appear to be prey. In my chambers, Tywin's former suite, I shed my formal attire for a black silk robe embroidered with crimson dragons. The irony wasn't lost on me, sleeping in the bed of the man who had orchestrated my family's downfall. I wondered what ghosts haunted these walls, what secrets Tywin had whispered into the night. I swirled arbor gold in a goblet, contemplating the peculiar energy surrounding Lady Lyra. My initial plan had been simpler: to visit Myrcella's chambers, to witness how the little lioness was settling into her new cage. But the girl needed time for her situation to truly sink in. Coercion was easy, but a resigned participant was always more rewarding. A knock interrupted my thoughts. Confident, deliberate, not a servant's hesitant tap. Enter. The door swung open to reveal someone who made my eyebrow raise. It was Lady Lyra Prester, a vision that would make even the High Septon question his vows. She had changed from her purple gown into something far more provocative, a black silk that clung to her curves like a second skin, the neckline plunging dangerously to reveal the generous swell of her breasts. Her necklace fell into her cleavage, as if begging to be looked at. A slit ran up the side, offering tantalizing glimpses of a toned thigh with each step. Her dark hair cascaded loose down her back, and her lips, painted purple, curved into a knowing smile. Lady Lyra, I greeted, reclining against the cushions. To what do I owe this late-night pleasure? Lost your way to your chambers? She slipped inside, closing the door with a soft click. Perhaps I found my way precisely where I intended to be, Your Grace. Her hips swayed hypnotically as she approached. Some paths are more inviting than others. Queens command respect, but seductresses command desire. Bold of you to venture into the dragon's lair unaccompanied, I remarked, gesturing for her to sit beside me. Many have burned for less. Many lack the proper protection. She settled gracefully beside me, close enough that I could feel the heat radiating from her body. Her perfume, that exotic Eastern scent, enveloped me once more. They say the crown weighs heavy, Your Grace. That kings require release from such burdens. I thought you'd call me. I chuckled, studying her honey-brown eyes for any hint of her true purpose. Many seek the king's ear, Lady Lyra, or perhaps other parts of his attention. I don't lack such people. So what is it you truly seek? She leaned forward, her breasts threatening to spill from her bodice. One slender finger traced the rim of my goblet. Some say the greatest power lies not in commanding, but in being commanded, if only for a night. Her tongue darted out to wet her lower lip. A king must tire of always being in control. No? An interesting theory, I replied, sliding my hand over hers. But dragons are not easily leashed, even by the most beautiful of handlers. I don't seek to leash, she purred, her free hand boldly landing on my thigh. Merely to serve. House Prester has remained neutral in recent conflicts, thanks to my husband's absence. A lone woman can hardly make impactful decisions. We've neither gained nor lost. But a wise woman secures her future. And there was ambition thinly veiled as desire. I'd seen her type before, though usually on a screen, plotting their ascent through powerful men's beds. In my previous life, I'd watched Cersei, Marjorie, and countless others play this game. The difference was they played it against each other. I had the advantage of knowing the rulebook. Yet, there was something odd about her, too. That feeling remained. And what future do you envision, my lady? Surely you don't expect to become queen from one night's service. She laughed, the sound musical yet calculated. Queens are watched too closely, judged too harshly. A king's favored companion. However, her hand inched higher on my thigh. She enjoys the benefits of power without its constraints. Wealth, influence, protection. Simple desires, your grace. A different king, and any lady would have been less direct. Across history, most kings of Westeros entertained ladies, either by marriage or affair, so her ambition wasn't totally misplaced, especially since I carried a particularly strong reputation regarding ladies. Her intentions were no clearer than before, but I found myself enjoying the game. Was she a mere opportunist, a spy for Tywin, or something more sinister? Only one way to find out. Power reveals what desire conceals. Simple desires deserve simple rewards, I said, setting my goblet aside. I caught her wandering hand in mine, bringing it to my lips. Tell me, Lady Lyra, have you ever ridden dragon? Her laugh was low and throaty, eyes glittering with promise. Not yet, your grace, but I've always been a quick study. Lady Lyra moved closer, undeterred by my scrutiny. Her hand trailed along my arm, her touch surprisingly cool despite her heated words. The contrast was jarring like snow falling in summer. Then perhaps, she murmured, her voice dropping to a husky whisper as her body pressed against mine, the dragon would enjoy a different kind of hunt tonight? Before I could respond, she closed the distance between us, capturing my lips in a kiss that was both fierce and calculated. Her mouth tasted of honey and spice, sweet yet foreign. She threw herself into it with an abandon that was thrilling and, to my heightened senses, still faintly off. Like watching an actor perform a scene they'd rehearsed too many times. Even serpents can wear beautiful scales. Her fingers tangled in my hair, tugging with just enough force to send a jolt of pleasure down my spine. I responded in kind, one hand sliding to the small of her back, pulling her closer until I could feel every curve of her body through the thin silk of her gown. Her breast pressed against my chest, full and inviting. I broke the kiss, trailing my lips down the column of her throat. She arched into me, a soft moan escaping her painted lips. The sound was perfect, too perfect, like Shed practiced it in a mirror. "Oh, your grace," she breathed, her fingers working at the fastenings of my robe. "You're even more magnificent than the rumors claim." As the silk parted, revealing my chest, she looked up at me through heavy-lidded eyes, hunger evident in her gaze. "Would you like to try something special, your grace?" As I said, I've heard that men who are always in control, they sometimes love to let go, to cede that power, if only for a fleeting moment. Her finger trailed down my chest, circling my navel. "Have you heard of such delights?" She whispered, suggesting with her touch what her words only hinted at. Blindfolds, a reversal of roles. I found this genuinely amusing, a slight laugh escaping me. "Binding a dragon, Lady Lyra? A bold proposition." I shook my head, remembering the pathetic man I'd once been, desperate for any scrap of validation, letting slaves pour molten candle on my skin. "I guess you must have heard the rumors of what I used to enjoy before. Back when I was merely Viserys, the beggar king." Her eyes widened slightly, the first genuine reaction I'd seen from her. "No, I don't indulge such fancies anymore," I continued. "Not since my dragon blood awakened. It changes a man, strengthens him in ways beyond the physical." A flicker of something unreadable crossed her face before the seductive mask slipped back into place. "A pity," she pouted, her hands continuing their exploration of my chest. "But wouldn't the mighty Dragon King love to revisit those vulnerable past memories? To feel that thrill of powerlessness again, knowing you could break free at any moment?" I laughed again. "No, the past is ashes. I prefer the fire of the present. Desire is the mask ambition wears when it wishes to go unnoticed." Lady Lyra shrugged, a playful pout on her lips. "Then at least let me be on top? Or does that hurt your magnificent ego too much, my mighty king?" Before I could properly respond, she pushed me back onto the large bed, her movements surprisingly strong and agile. She straddled me in one fluid motion, her silk gown riding high on her thighs, revealing smooth, pale skin that gleamed in the candlelight. Her eyes gleamed with triumph as she gazed down at me, her dark hair cascading around her shoulders like a midnight waterfall. I was surprised by her audacity, but not unpleased by the change in dynamic. A smirk played on my lips as I watched her, saying nothing. My hands rested at her hips as she stepped closer. With deliberate slowness, she reached behind her back and adjusted the tie of her gown. The silk shifted around her shoulders, pooling at her waist to reveal breasts that were full and perfect, too perfect, like they'd been crafted rather than grown. Her nipples were dusky pink, already hardened to tight peaks. "Is this more to your Grace's liking?" she asked, taking my hands and placing them on her breasts. I needed the soft flesh. Watching her reactions closely, her head fell back, exposing the long line of her throat, a sound escaping her parted lips. Again, that sense of performance nagged at me, but the moment felt genuine. She leaned down, brushing against me as she kissed me again, longer this time, her lips brushing mine with growing urgency. Her body pressed close against mine, sending waves of warmth through me. "I want to be closer to you, Your Grace," she whispered against my lips, her hands slipping between us. When she moved closer to me and held me tightly in one smooth motion, I couldn't suppress a groan. She felt warm and close, her embrace gentle and reassuring. She began to move with increasing energy, her movements urgent, almost desperate. I matched her rhythm. She rose upward to meet his descending steps, her movements sharp and precise. Sweat beaded on her brow. Her lips parted as she caught her breath. "Yes, Your Grace," she called out, her pace quickening. Just like that. The serpent strikes when its prey is most vulnerable. As my senses sharpened to their peak, that wrong feeling about her suddenly screamed a warning in my mind, a fraction of a second too late. Lady Lyra's eyes, so recently soft with desire, snapped open, cold and hard as chips of ice. With a speed that belied her seductive demeanor, her hand flashed to her intricately styled hair. A thin, needle-sharp dagger, previously hidden, was suddenly in her grasp. She slammed it down, aiming for my throat. My instincts, honed by my awakened blood and countless dangers, reacted. My hand shot up, intercepting the blow. The dagger punched straight through my palm, the point scraping bone. Pain, sharp and searing, flooded me, but adrenaline followed instantly. She was incredibly strong. I registered with a detached part of my mind to bravado my enhanced flesh like that. My other hand, free and already coiled into a fist, connected with her cheek with the force of a battering ram. Lady Lyra was sent flying from the bed, crashing against the far wall with a sickening thud, the dagger clattering to the floor. Her naked body slid down the wall, leaving a smear of blood in its wake. I was on my feet in an instant, blood dripping from my impaled hand, a furious, almost gleeful laugh erupting from me. The pain was already fading, my enhanced healing beginning its work. "You shouldn't have tried so hard to want to tie me up, little serpent," I said, staring at the crumpled figure of the woman. "If you hadn't, my earlier doubt would have melted against that hot body of yours. Pity. Such a waste." I began to advance on her, pulling my robe closed with my uninjured hand. "It's time to die, assassin." Death wore many faces, but fear wore only one. And fear I saw none in her eyes. Lady Lyra groaned, pushing herself up slowly. A trickle of blood ran from her split lip, but her eyes were clear, cold, and utterly devoid of the earlier seduction. "Truly, the Dragon King is something else," she said, her voice different now, flat, emotionless, with an accent I couldn't quite place. She raised a hand, not in surrender, but to her own face. She drew it across her features, and with a sickening, subtle shimmer, her face changed. The lush beauty of Lady Lyra melted away, replaced by the sharp, androgynous features of a stranger. Even her body seemed to shift, becoming leaner, harder, less feminine. The many-faced god wants you dead. The stranger said, rising to a crouch. So it is you who will die, lizard. Valum Morgulus, I stopped dead, the blood from my hand momentarily forgotten. Oh shit. My mind raced, connecting the wrong feeling, the flawless performance, the impossible strength. Of course, you have been poisoned. Lesson learned. Never play Reigns of Castamere at a noble event. The woman, creature, deity, whatever it was, rushed at me at a frightening speed. 133 The Face of Death Chapter 133 The face of death, the creature rushed at me with inhuman speed, its features still shifting like a nightmare made flesh. Where moments before had been the seductive curves of Lady Lyra, now stood a lean, predatory form, neither man nor woman, but something between and beyond. I barely had time to register the transformation before it was upon me. A fist connected with my jaw, carrying force that would have shattered a normal man's skull. My head snapped back, but I recovered instantly, countering with a strike of my own. My knuckles crashed against its sternum, sending the assassin skidding across the floor. Blood dripped from my hand where the dagger had pierced it, but already the wound was closing, my enhanced healing at work. Indeed, I was far from mortal. My fists also carried enough strength to sever a head from the torso. So how was the creature fine? The assassin flipped to its feet with fluid grace, eyes calculating, reassessing. I recognized that look, the shock of finding prey that fought back. But beneath that shock was something more disturbing: adjustment. This was no common killer surprised by resistance. This was a predator adapting to unexpected circumstances. Dragons don't bleed for long, but when they do, the world trembles. "Were you?" I demanded, circling slowly. No one replied. Voice no longer feminine, yet not manly either. It was no longer anything recognizable. Its accent shifted between syllables, as if multiple people spoke through one throat. We clashed again, exchanging blows at speed that blurred the air between us. I was stronger, each of my strikes leaving dents in the wall where the assassin dodged, but the creature moved like smoke, impossible to pin down. Its fists found my ribs, my kidneys, my throat, striking with surgical precision. The assassin darted past my guard, retrieving the fallen dagger. Steel flashed, opening a gash across my chest before I could react. Another slash, and my forearm split to the bone. A third cut across my thigh, blood spraying across Tywin's expensive carpets. Hell of a housewarming gift. Indeed, I had superior strength, but the defense that I was so proud of didn't stand against this creature. My speed wasn't anything extraordinary against it either. This wasn't good. Despite my strength, the assassin matched my speed, perhaps even exceeded it. Cuts appeared on my body faster than they could heal, blood soaking through my silken robe. The assassin was growing more confident now, ducking under my increasingly desperate swings, countering with that wicked blade. "Fuck this," I snarled, blood streaming into my eyes. I remembered, too late, the notification that had flashed earlier. Poison. Whatever coated that blade was no ordinary venom. It burned through my veins, slowing my reactions, dulling my senses. My legendary healing couldn't keep pace with both the poison and the wounds. I needed to end this. Now, focusing on my mental interface, I called forth my inventory. Time seemed to slow as glowing blue windows materialized around me, although it didn't actually slow down. I had to be quick, fast. With a thought, I selected the armor and sword crafted specially by the Tyrell's finest smiths. The metalwork was exquisite, inspired by descriptions of Rhaegar's legendary plate black as midnight, with a three-headed dragon crafted from rubies upon the breastplate. The sword matched it, a hand-and-a-half blade with a dragon-shaped hilt. Power wasn't just worn, it was embodied. The assassin's eyes widened as armor materialized around me, seemingly from thin air. The look of shock was worth every gold dragon ID spent on the custom work. My silk robe vanished, replaced by gleaming black plate. The sword appeared in my hand, its blade catching the candlelight. What manner of sorcery, the assassin began, before lunging forward with renewed desperation. The blade scraped against my armor, finding the gaps between plates with uncanny precision. It hurt, but no longer threatened to open my veins. I swung my sword in wide arcs, keeping the assassin at bay. The creature was fast, dancing away from each strike, but I could see frustration building in its eyes. The game had changed. Time to end this dance. I feinted high with my sword, telegraphing the move just enough to be obvious. The assassin, as expected, ducked low, preparing to drive the dagger into the vulnerable spot beneath my armor. But instead of completing the overhead swing, I pivoted, my armored leg catching the assassin by surprise. My boot connected with its neck with a sickening crack. The creature slammed hard against the wall. When it dropped to the ground, its body twitched once, twice, then went still. Its face continued to shift for several seconds after death, features flowing like wax melting in a fire, before settling into a blank, almost featureless mask. I stood over it, chest heaving, blood still seeping from dozens of cuts. For the first time in months, I was actually breathing hard, my lungs burning with the effort of combat. The realization sent a chill through me that had nothing to do with the poison. What if it had been 10 assassins instead of one? Or 20? A blue notification window appeared in my vision, momentarily distracting me from my dark thoughts. You've killed a faceless human. You've received experience points. You've leveled up. How you have reached level 55. For levels in this economy, poison has been cured. That was something, at least. I sat heavily on the bed, the mattress creaking beneath the weight of my armor. Blood pooled at my feet, dripping steadily from a dozen already closed wounds. The poison wasn't burning in my veins anymore, so I was feeling better. The assassin's corpse lay crumpled against the far wall, neck bent at an impossible angle, eyes staring sightlessly at the ceiling. Those eyes, I'd seen a similar pair once in Bravos during my exile. The faceless men. I'd heard whispers of their abilities and seen it unfold in the TV show. But seeing it firsthand was another matter entirely. A faceless man, in Westeros, sent for me. I forced myself to breathe slowly, deliberately, waiting for the adrenaline to calm down. No need to call for guards yet. The last thing I needed was for anyone to see the Dragon King bleeding like a stuck pig. Even if the wounds had closed, the blood remained. Legends don't bleed, they burn. My thoughts raced through possibilities. Tywin Lannister was the obvious culprit, wealthy enough to afford the astronomical fee the faceless men charged, desperate enough to risk it. But he couldn't have arranged this alone, not from wherever he was hiding. Someone here, in this very castle, must have facilitated it. One of the Lord's ID just accepted oaths from, perhaps. Lady Clegane? The Clegane house certainly is loyal enough. I laughed bitterly. I couldn't be sure. In the show, the faceless men had been mystical in their deadliness. Arya had trained with them, becoming something both more and less than human. Enough to kill the Night King. I'd always wondered how Jaqen Gar would have fared against a truly formidable opponent. Now I knew. Too well. I thought they were merely people with normal strength and speed, just special face-changing magic. But I was wrong. Or maybe this one was just special. Regardless, their danger was obvious. Some stories say the first faceless men brought the end to the ancient Valyrian freehold. If this was how strong they were, it couldn't just be fantasy. Damn it. Such strong people roamed this world. As the minutes passed, my breathing calmed and adrenaline receded. No second assassin came. Either. By morning, there would be no evidence I'd ever been in danger. Perfect. I would announce the assassination attempt calmly, as if swatting a fly. The lords would see me unblemished, unshaken. Let them report back to Tywin that his expensive assassin had accomplished nothing. Let them wonder what sort of monster could shrug off a faceless man. Fear is more effective when it's dressed in mystery. Rising from the bed, I walked to the assassin's body. In death, it looked almost peaceful, its face settled into features that seemed vaguely Bravosy. I wondered who this person had been before becoming no one. What life had they abandoned to serve the many-faced god? Not that it mattered now. At least she looks like a woman at death, I noted. That mattered. I didn't want to wake up tomorrow with the knowledge that I'd slept with a cosplaying dude. I touched the corpse, opening my inventory interface. The body disappeared in a flash of blue light, stored safely away for later examination. Kinvara might know more about these assassins. Her Lawler magic had its own mysteries that might shed light on these face changers. The blood remained, unfortunately. I'd need to summon servants to clean it. It shouldn't be any problem that I killed an assassin. People would be curious about the body, but who'd dare ask me for it? I sat back on the edge of the bed, dismissing my armor and returning to my silk robe. Clean now, as if nothing had happened. I wondered if the poison would have been troublesome if I hadn't leveled up. Could be. Even Viserion shouldn't be immune to poison, I think. Given enough. I really should research poison. There was no need to take a risk. Before death, I recall a man whose blood became anti-venom. I think he was a U.S. snake collector. He gave himself more than 600 doses of venom to build up his immunity. If a normal human could, why not me? The thought was sobering. I'd grown complacent, relying too heavily on my raw strength and healing. This assassin had exposed weaknesses I couldn't afford. I needed to grow stronger, much stronger. At my current level, it would take hundreds of kills to advance further, and I had no desire to needlessly slaughter the people I aimed to rule. There had to be a better way. Perhaps it was time to accelerate my plans for Essos. The slave cities were already dealt with. But what about the other places? The Dothraki? Nobody would miss their savage asses. Their deaths would fuel my advance while simultaneously freeing countless innocents. Two birds with one stone. Tomorrow, I would consolidate my hold on the Westerlands. The day after, I would return to King's Landing. And soon, very soon, I would turn my gaze eastward toward the lands my ancestors had fled. The faceless men might serve the many-faced god, but I served a higher purpose. I was the Dragon King, and dragons took what they wanted. 134 The Clegane Inquiry Chapter 134. The Clegane Inquiry morning light streamed through the tall windows of Tywin Lannister's solar, catching dust motes that danced like tiny golden specks. I sat in the old lion's chair, continuing to find a certain poetic justice in occupying the seat of the man who had helped destroy my family. The leather still held the impression of his form, a ghost I was slowly exorcising with my presence. Today, I had a special guest sitting across from me. Lady Alysanne Clegane, her back straight as a spear. Even seated, her height was apparent. Standing, she would tower over me despite my own impressive stature of 6'3" after all the system enhancements. Her face bore the strong Clegane features, pronounced jaw, heavy brow, but lacked the brutality etched into her brother's countenances. Her eyes, a surprisingly soft hazel, regarded me with measured intelligence. Your Grace, I must express my deepest concern that an assassin disturb your rest, she said, her voice low and melodic, at odds with her imposing frame. House Clegane stands ready to ensure such an affront never occurs again. I studied her, thinking of Brienne of Tarth. Both women defied conventional beauty with their size. Yet where Brienne was a warrior through and through, Lady Clegane was something else entirely. Her hands bore calluses from quills rather than swords, and her gown, a practical cut of dark yellow, was tailored to minimize rather than accentuate her frame. Still, there was a commanding presence about her that demanded attention. The dragon sees what others miss. An assassin of unusual skill, I remarked casually, swirling the wine in my goblet. A faceless man, if my understanding is correct. Do you know what that means, Lady Clegane? Her expression remained unchanged. I've read accounts of them in my library, Your Grace. Legendary killers from Bravos who can change their appearance at will. Expensive to hire. Impossible to escape. A pause. Or so the stories claim. I smiled thinly. Yet here I sit. Stories, it seems, have their limitations. Indeed. Her eyes held mine steadily. How fortunate for the realm. Fortune had little to do with it, I replied. Tell me, Lady Clegane, what do you know of your house's standing these days? Your brother Gregor serves Tywin Lannister, hunting small folk across the countryside. Sandor abandoned his Kingsguard vows and fled. And yet here you sit in a dragon's den, offering condolences. I leaned forward, watching her reaction. In the show, Sandor Clegane had been one of the more complex characters. His journey from the Hound to something approaching redemption had been compelling. But his sister had never appeared. She existed only in the family registry. Lady Clegane met my gaze without flinching. If your grace truly believed I had something to do with last night's unfortunate incident, I suspect I would be facing dragon fire rather than conversation. Her calm demeanor was impressive. No nerves fidetin, no excessive blinking. Either she was innocent or exceptionally skilled at deception. Why do you think I called you here for that? Perhaps I merely find you interesting, I countered. Your brothers cast such large shadows, yet you seem content to dwell within them, managing your house's affairs from the background. Shadows provide cover, your grace. One sees much while remaining unseen. And what have you seen, Lady Alysanne? She shifted slightly, the movement causing the light to catch on the small golden dogs embroidered along her collar. I've seen houses rise and fall on tides of ambition. I've seen good men destroyed by pride. And I've seen that loyalty to the wrong person can be costly. We understood those words perfectly, her and I. I laughed, amused by her carefully constructed response. You remind me of someone, Lady Clegane, a man who once said that power resides where men believe it resides. Lord Varys, I presume? She replied promptly, surprising me. Though I would argue the spider places too much faith in shadows and not enough in substance. You know the spider's philosophies? I read widely, your grace, and I listened carefully. Even whispers travel far if one knows how to catch them. I studied her with new appreciation. This was no mere caretaker of a minor house. Perhaps in another life, she might have played the game on a larger board. She'd have made a formidable master of whispers. In beginning to think the wrong Clegane went to King's Landing. Perhaps if it were you, the royal situation would have been different. These days, the queen candidates fight among themselves. Perhaps that wouldn't have been the case with someone like your expertise present among them, I said, allowing a hint of flirtation to color my tone. Her eyebrows rose fractionally. That was the first genuine surprise I'd seen from her. Your grace honors me, she said carefully. Though few look upon me and think of courtly possibilities, the dragon takes what it desires, but desires wisely. Their loss, I replied simply. Intelligence is far more seductive than mere beauty, though you sell yourself short in that regard as well. A faint color touched her cheeks as she smiled. It was a rather charming sight on such a formidable woman. You've developed quite the reputation with the ladies of the realm, your grace. I doubt your usual fare. I've never much cared for usual, I said. But we digress. I have a task for you, Lady Clegane. A chance to secure your house's position, which currently hangs by a rather frayed thread thanks to your brother's choices. She inclined her head. I serve at your grace's pleasure. Initially, I thought she was the culprit. As someone from the doghouse of House Lannister, all fingers pointed at her. But after this talk, my suspicion had lessened. One of the lords who attended the banquet facilitated the assassination attempt, that I'm sure of. Someone with access, influence, and Tywin Lannister's ear. I want you to find them. I set my goblet down with deliberate precision. You have 3 days, and if I succeed, House Clegane will clear its reputation and find itself with better lands than the kennel masters of Casterly Rock deserve. And you, my lady, will have earned my personal gratitude. Lady Clegane considered this. Her large hands folded neatly in her lap. Despite her size, there was a certain grace to her movements, a controlled precision that spoke of someone comfortable in their own skin. And if I fail, or worse, if you suspect I'm the culprit after all? I smiled. You're clever enough to answer that yourself. Fire cleanses all doubt. She nodded once, accepting the stakes. 3 days. It shall be done, your grace. Good. You may go. I believe we understand each other. Lady Clegane rose, her height truly impressive as she towered over me even while I remained seated. She curtsied with surprising elegance for someone of her stature. Before I go, your grace, may I offer one observation? Speak freely. The man or woman who hired a faceless man fears you greatly. Such fear, it could be useful if properly channeled. I laughed. Are you counseling mercy, Lady Clegane? From a family known for burning villages and smashing infant skulls? My words seemed to rattle her for once, and not in a bad way. She found herself disgusted at the prospect that her brother, the Mountain, indeed had smashed infant skulls. Not mercy, she replied evenly. Strategy. The Lannisters always pay their debts, but dead men pay no debts. House Lannister isn't the only one with financial wisdom. With that parting thought, she took her leave, the door closing softly behind her. I remained in Tywin's chair, tapping my fingers against the polished wood of his desk. Lady Alysanne Clegane had proven far more intriguing than expected. If she succeeded in her task, she might become a valuable asset. If she failed, well, dragons were not known for their forgiveness. 3 days. ID given Lady Alysanne Clegane 3 days to uncover the traitor among these preening, self-important lords of the Westerlands. In that time, ID watched them squirm, each suspicious of the other, none daring to leave despite their obvious discomfort. It reminded me of Season 1's small council meetings, a nest of vipers pretending to be garden snakes. The great hall of Casterly Rock hummed with tension as the assembled nobility shifted in their seats. Sunlight streamed through the tall windows, casting long fingers of gold across the stone floor. Lady Marjorie sat to my right, a vision in Tyrell green. The bodice of her gown cutting low enough to draw wandering eyes, yet modest enough to maintain decorum. Her lips curved into a knowing smile whenever she caught a lord staring too long. My lords and ladies, I began, rising from the ornate chair that had once been Tywin's. I thank you for your patience these past days. Lord Serret, a thin man with a nervous disposition, cleared his throat. Your Grace, while we are honored by your hospitality, he said, tugging at his doublet's high collar, might we inquire when we shall be permitted to return to our holdings? The harvest season approaches, and I silenced him with a look that would have made Tywin Lannister proud, holding his gaze until beads of sweat formed on his brow and his words died in his throat. Fear serves better than respect when respect cannot be earned. The harvest, Lord Serret? I let the question hang in the air. Indeed, we shall all reap what we have sown, shall we not? Lady Alysanne Clegane stood near a side entrance, her imposing height making her easy to spot. She gave me an almost imperceptible nod. For Shed succeeded. As some of you may have heard, I continued, pacing slowly before them. An attempt was made on my life 3 nights ago. A faceless man, if you can believe such extravagance. Am almost flattered by the expense. Murmurs rippled through the assembly. Lady Lyra Prester's empty seat stood as a silent accusation. Her mysterious absence had been noted, though none had dared question it directly. Now they knew why, since such rumors had already spread beforehand. Your Grace, ventured Lord Lefford, his golden tooth glinting as he spoke. Have you determined who among us might have facilitated this regrettable incident? A chill smile played across my lips as I paused my pacing. Oh yes, my lord. That particular mystery has been solved. Tension crackled through the hall like lightning before a storm. Every lord straightened. Every lattice fan stilled, each fearing to hear their name, yet desperate to know who had been foolish enough to cross the Dragon King. Even kings and queens are terrified of the reckoning that dragons bring. Lord Gawain Westerling, I announced, my voice carrying to every corner of the hall. Would you be so kind as to stand? The thin, anxious lord paled visibly, his face turning the color of curdled milk. His mouth worked soundlessly for a moment before he found his voice. Why, your Grace, there must be some mistake, he stammered, rising on shaking legs. I have always been loyal to Tywin Lannister. I cut him off. Yes, we're well aware. I gestured to Lady Clegane. Lady Alysanne, perhaps you might enlighten our friend as to the nature of his indiscretion. Lady Clegane stepped forward, her movements surprisingly graceful for a woman of her stature. Today, she wore a deep black gown that exposed her shoulders, tightening around her neck and waist to define her powerful frame. Thanks to her muscular arms, it was not conventionally beautiful by this world's standards, but it was undeniably striking. Image here, spoiler collapse. My investigation revealed 3 key facts. Your Grace, she said, her melodious voice carrying easily. First, Lord Westerling's maester sent a raven to Lannisport the night before the attempt, addressed to a merchant known to have Braavosi connections. Lies, Westerling shouted, his hands trembling. My maester would never second. Lady Clegane continued as if he hadn't spoken. Lord Westerling's personal guard was seen escorting a veiled woman to the home of Lady Lyra Prester a few days ago. During such a time, where the real Lady Prester has been sick-bedridden for a while and died not long after that. Few servants saw the incidents. None dared to speak because somehow Lady Prester appeared healthy the next morning. The hall erupted in whispers. I watched recognition dawn on several faces. Lords who had assumed the seductress at the feast was indeed Lady Prester, now realizing they'd been deceived along with everyone else. And third, Lady Clegane concluded, upon searching Lord Westerling's quarters while he was out drunk, I discovered this. She produced a small iron coin, holding it up for all to see. A Braavosi token bearing the symbol of the Faceless Men, hidden beneath a loose floorboard along with correspondence bearing Lord Tywin's seal. In another world, Tywin Lannister would never have made such a mistake. But Lord Westerling was no Tywin Lannister, and he wasn't playing against Robb Stark, he was playing against me. A man who knew all the moves before they were made. Lord Westerling's face contorted with panic. These are fabrications. Your Grace, I beg you, I am innocent. Lady Clegane has always harbored ill will toward my house over boundary disputes. This is her revenge. I strode toward him, unhurried, deliberate. When I reached him, I yanked him up by his collar, lifting his feet clear off the ground with my enhanced strength. His eyes bulged with terror as he dangled helplessly. Boundary disputes? I whispered, just loud enough for those nearest to hear. You conspired to have me killed over boundary disputes without waiting for his response. I dragged him toward the nearest window, a vast opening that looked out over the sheer drop to the rocks and sea below. With one hand, I flung the casement wide. Your Grace, mercy! Westerling shrieked, clawing at my grip. My wife. My children. Please. The mighty rarely think of wives and children when ordering deaths. Only when facing their own. Did Tywin promise to elevate your house in return for this service? I asked, holding him half out the window. Did he offer gold? Land? Or did he simply threaten what might happen if he refused? I was forced. Westerling sobbed. He said he would destroy my family if I didn't help. Please, Your Grace, I had no choice. I brought my face close to his, looking directly into his terrified eyes. There is always a choice. I said softly, and you made the wrong one. With that, I released my grip, letting him plummet from the window with a shriek that quickly receded as he fell. Before head dropped even half the distance to the ground, a golden blur shot across the sky. Viserion, summoned by my whistle, caught the falling lord in her massive jaws. The crack of bone was audible even from our height as her teeth clamped down, silencing his screams forever. The assembled nobility watched in horrified silence as my dragon wheeled out over the sea, her golden scales glinting in the sunlight. Lord Westerling's legs still visible before she tossed her head back in a final, shocking act. I turned back to face the room, where every lord and lady stood frozen in shock, several ladies having swooned into their chairs, men ashen-faced with terror. My lord and ladies, I said, my voice carrying easily through the silent hall. Let me be perfectly clear. You swore oaths to me. I expect those oaths to be honored. Those who remain loyal will find me a generous king. Those who waver, I gestured to the window behind me, where Viserion now circled lazily, the sun catching her golden scales. My dragon is still hungry. 135 wolves, stags, and lions. Chapter 135. Wolves, stags, and lions. The hall still hummed with whispers long after I departed. Fear has a distinctive scent, metallic, like blood in the water. And now the Westerland lords reeked of it, even as they left for their homes. Lady Alysanne Clegane fell in a step beside me, her powerful arm linked formally with mine. Despite being a head taller than me, She moved with surprising grace, each step measured and purposeful. The black silk of her gown swished against the stone floor. "That was certainly effective, Your Grace," she remarked, her melodious voice carrying just far enough for my ears alone. "Though I expect Lady Westerling will not be sending you name-day gifts." I chuckled. Few things punctuate a point like watching a man become dragon food. "Speaking of, who are the members of House Westerling now that the Lord is dead?" We continued walking as she answered. Apparently, Lord Westerling had 4 children, the eldest of whom was Reynold Westerling, the heir, who was also a knight. As she told me about the eldest daughter, Jane Westerling, I was a little startled. Jane, if my memory wasn't tricking me, she was Rob's wife in the books, rather than the girl, Talisa, who he married in the show as well as in this world. ID killed a queen's father, be it a queen from a different timeline. Perhaps I should meet with the new Lord Westerling to ensure nothing escalates in the future. This was a world where kings and queens could be used for magic, after all, and although this Jane never became one, there was no need to take the risk. We passed through corridors where servants scurried like mice, pressing themselves against walls to let us pass. Word traveled quickly in castles. The king had fed a lord to his dragon. How long before they embellished it to say, "I'd eaten the man myself"? Sir Garland Tyrell approached from an adjoining hall, his green doublet immaculate as always. He bowed crisply. "Your Grace, Lady Clegane." His eyes lingered on Alysanne with curiosity rather than the usual discomfort most men displayed when faced with her imposing stature. "The Westerland lords are being shown to their chambers. Some have started to leave, while several have requested permission to depart tomorrow. They were deliberately waiting for another day, fearful that I might be offended." "Let them stew another day," I replied. "The longer they remain in the shadow of their comrade's fate, the deeper the lesson sinks in." Garland nodded, a slight smile playing at his lips. "Very Tywin Lannister of you, Your Grace." That made me chuckle. The old lion knew how to maintain order. I'll grant him that, I conceded, though his methods lacked a certain fiery touch. Lady Alysanne's lips quirked upward. "You're a man obsessed with adding flames and dragons in your everyday conversation." "Your Grace?" Garland looked nervous hearing that, fearing how I'd react, but her clever remark only earned a laugh. Unwilling to hear something he shouldn't, Garland bowed again and continued on his way. I guided Lady Clegane toward a small solar ID claimed for private meetings, its windows overlooking the churning sea below. Once inside, I dropped her arm and gestured for her to sit. She settled into a high-backed chair with a natural authority that required no throne to emphasize. The late afternoon light streamed through the windows, accentuating the sharp angles of her jaw and cheekbones, while softening the curves that most men failed to notice beneath her imposing presence. Her black gown was different from the one she wore among the lords earlier, for it had earned a slight spray of blood when she stood a little too close to the window. This one was tailored perfectly to her frame, managing the impossible feat of appearing both battle-ready and sinfully elegant. The fabric strained tantalizingly across her chest before tapering to a waist that, while not tiny, was powerfully feminine. "And her arms, those arms do you work out, my lady?" "Although I prefer a quill over a sword, yes. My brothers taught me the importance of my strength. Am no Jaime Lannister, but I can defend myself." "Why? Is that not to your liking?" "Quite the contrary. Her arms would make a smith envious, yet remained unmistakably a woman's, smooth and somehow delicate despite their strength. It was attractive to look at. Watching her look right into my eyes, I shifted my gaze to a more gentlemanly one. Lately, due to an incredibly busy schedule, I'd been away from Marjorie, Arianne, and even Daenerys. The loneliness was affecting me. Servants entered with hot tea, placing the delicate porcelain set between us before silently withdrawing. When the door closed, I leaned forward. "Your work with Westerling was impressive," I said, pouring the steaming amber liquid into her cup. 3 days to uncover what would have taken others weeks. She accepted the cup with hands that, despite their size, handled the delicate china with unexpected grace. It helps that Lord Westerling was neither particularly clever nor particularly careful. He simply wanted to impress the old lion, I suppose. Or was threatened to, as he was saying before death. Could be either. Tywin Lannister was desperate. I added, the old lion would never have been so sloppy under normal circumstances. Desperation makes fools of even the wisest men. It seems she agreed, sipping her tea. Although I suspect our late friend wasn't Tywin's only agent in the Westerlands. I raised an eyebrow. Oh, I agreed on that, but was curious what she had to say. Don't give me that look. I'm sure you think the same. Men like Tywin never rely on a single strategy, she said, setting down her cup with a gentle clink. Lord Westerling was simply the most expendable. In the Game of Thrones, pawns fall first, but queens move in all directions. She really was an intelligent woman. Do you have names? I asked, studying her face. Suspicions only, she replied. House Brax has been unusually quiet. Lord Serret's nervousness exceeds even the appropriate fear due a king with dragons. I nodded, having noted the same. And yet you brought me Westerling first. He was the immediate threat, she said simply. The others will require more finesse to confirm. Heck, if they did have any plans of betrayal before, I doubt they do anymore after your draconic show-off. I leaned back in my chair, evaluating her. In the show, the Clegane brothers have been fascinating characters. One a sadistic monster, the other a reluctant killer seeking something like redemption. But this woman before me, she possessed a subtlety neither brother had displayed. The intellect of Tywin with none of his cruelty, the strength of her brothers with none of their brutality. What a waste she'd been, relegated to managing a minor holding while idiots played at ruling. Lady Alysanne, I said, setting my cup down decisively. I wanted to join my small council. Her hands stilled on her cup, those intelligent eyes sharpening with interest. I beg your pardon, Your Grace? Master of Laws, I clarified. In King's Landing. A slight frown creased her brow. Your Grace honors me, but surely there are more qualified than the woman who uncovered a faceless man in 3 days? I cut her off. I think not. Honestly, I didn't expect you to be so quick. I almost thought you were the true culprit and simply found a scapegoat. So I did my own research to make sure that wasn't the case. If the Mistress of Whispers' seat wasn't already occupied, that's the seat ID have offered you. Well, thankfully, there are a lot of seats. I need a council of capable individuals, not decorative figureheads. Currently, I have the smallest small council in history. I had an empire to rule and reluctant lords to command. I wanted to expand my rule beyond Westeros as well, in which case I'd need more direct subordinates than what I possessed. Her frown deepened. This makes things complicated for me, my king. I have responsibilities to House Clegane. As you know, my brothers have abandoned, I understand. I interrupted gently. Unlike Robert Baratheon with Ned Stark, I won't force you into service. I merely offer you the choice. Some chains are forged from steel. The strongest are forged from duty. She relaxed slightly into her chair, considering my words. Her powerful shoulders eased as she took another sip of tea, the movement causing the fabric of her gown to strain deliciously across her chest. I will consider your proposal, Your Grace, she said finally. I left Lady Clegane to her deliberations, my thoughts already turning to the practical matters of returning to King's Landing. The Westerlands were subdued for now, but maintaining control would require more than just fear. Myrcella was key to that strategy, being the Lannister puppet dancing to Targaryen strings. I must grasp her entirely as soon as possible. Speaking of her, as if summoned like the devil, she stood by the sunlit column, her back to me, bathed in the soft orange glow of the evening. Myrcella Baratheon no. Lannister, through and through, looked like a sensual golden statue come to life. Her dress shimmered with soft greens and golds, draped around her like a second skin. Embroidered lions danced across the silk, catching the light in a way that made them almost seem alive. Subtle symbolism, a reminder of who she was, or who she used to be. Her hair was pinned half up in that elegant southern style, the rest cascading down her back like spun sunlight. A few loose strands framed the edge of her profile, catching the breeze as she turned just slightly, sensing my approach. Her eyelids flinched. My eyes weren't on her face, though, no. Those hips, gods, that was what mesmerized me. Draped in silk, hugged tight by fabric meant to impress. She might have been raised a princess, but in that moment, she stood like a woman who understood exactly what kind of power her beauty held. Beauty is the most deceptive weapon in any arsenal. Is she finally learning it? I wonder who dressed her up like that. The handmaidens? Or her mother? Lion Princess, I called out, stopping several paces away. The gold earrings glinted as she finally looked over her shoulder. Green eyes shimmered in nervousness. She turned fully, startled like a doe catching a hunter's scent. The movement caused her dress to swirl elegantly around her ankles, the fabric clinging momentarily to the gentle curves of her developing figure before settling. "Why, Your Grace," she curtsied, the gesture causing her golden hair to spill forward over one shoulder. Her voice trembled slightly. "I didn't expect to see you here." "Clearly," I remarked, noting how her fingers twisted nervously in the folds of her gown. "What brings you to this part of the castle?" She glanced around as if seeking an escape route before answering. "I was just returning from the library." Maester Kralin suggested some historical texts about Casterly Rock's previous rulers that might help me understand my new position better. An admirable excuse. Or perhaps it was true, preparing for her role or searching for leverage against me. Either way, it showed initiative. "I hope you're well, Your Grace," she added, almost as an afterthought, "after the attempt on your life." I laughed, a sound that made her flinch slightly. "How considerate of you to ask. After what, for days? I imagine you were very disappointed when you learned I survived, my lady." Her eyes widened in genuine alarm. "No, Your Grace. I would never, wouldn't you?" I stepped closer, watching her instinctively back against the column. "After what I did to your family, your mother scrubbing floors, your brother's head separated from his body, surely you fantasized about my death at least once." She shook her head vigorously, golden curls bouncing with the movement. "I swear I haven't, Your Grace." She was a bad liar. However, it seemed she hadn't dreamt of it as deeply as I thought she might. She was a bad liar because she was a pure girl. "If you were so concerned for my well-being," I pressed, enjoying the way color rose to her cheeks given how close our bodies were, "why didn't you come see me after the attempt? To make sure your liege lord was unharmed?" "I assumed you were busy," she stammered, those green eyes, so like Cersei's yet lacking her mother's malice, looking anywhere but at me. Fair. I was indeed busy," I hummed, letting my gaze travel slowly down her form. She truly was blossoming into a beauty that would rival her mother's one day. Already, the silk of her gown hinted at curves that were no longer a mere girl's. "Well, as it happens, I'm not busy this evening." So she swallowed nervously, the delicate column of her throat bobbing with the movement. "Would you do me the honor of having dinner with me?" I watched her. On the rooftop, under the moon, just the two of us. This wasn't a casual invitation, and she knew it. I could see the calculation behind those Lannister green eyes searching for an excuse, knowing I could easily verify any lie about prior commitments. Fear and resignation mingled on her face as she realized she had no choice. I would be honored, Your Grace." I smiled, closing the distance between us. My hand slid around her waist, pulling her close enough that I could feel the heat of her body through the silk of her gown. She was slender but not fragile, her frame carrying the promise of the woman she had mostly become. "Good girl," I murmured, bending to press my lips against hers in a kiss that was deliberately gentle, almost sweet. She remained frozen against me, neither yielding nor resisting. No reaction, eh? Her mother's advice? As I pulled away, I maintained eye contact, then abruptly broke the tension by giving her perfectly rounded ass a firm smack. The sound echoed in the empty corridor. This time she gasped, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson that spread down her neck. "Relax those shoulders," I laughed, enjoying her embarrassment. "I promised not to push you until you were ready. Remember? It's just dinner." Her blush deepened, mortified that ID read her fears so easily. "Don't be so stiff," I advised, playfully ruffling her golden hair. "I've told you before, haven't I? As long as you don't behave like your mother, you'll be treated well." The subtle threat wasn't lost on her. Her shoulders dropped slightly in submission. Yes, I understand. Marcella wasn't a bad person, and so she should be grateful to me that I stopped her fateful dying from poison. In this life, she would serve a greater purpose. I turned to leave, already anticipating the evening ahead. 136 Dinner with a Lioness, Chapter 136. Dinner with a Lioness. The afternoon sun painted Casterly Rock in shades of gold and amber as I made my way toward the great staircase. My mind was already on the rooftop where Marcella would be waiting, the little lioness likely shivering with anticipation and dread in equal measure. The thought brought a smile to my face. Power isn't just in conquest, but in the aftermath. Otherwise, I'd have been content after getting the throne. A flash of silver white caught my eye from the grand staircase. I paused. Descending with otherworldly grace was a sight to behold. Daenerys, but not as the fragile girl ID once known. Her draconic transformation remained startling even to me. Silver white hair coiled around obsidian bone protrusions that emerged from her temples like a crown of horns. The locks were intricately braided, twisting through the dark horns. Her violet eyes burned like twilight stars, pupils narrowed to draconic slits that widened slightly when they landed on me. The gown she wore was crafted from charcoal black scales woven with the finest Myrish silk, clinging to every curve and swell of her body. The fabric shimmered with crimson highlights when she moved, giving the impression of embers smoldering beneath dark ashes. Her shoulders remained free of fabrics, glistening a little. Her arms were encased in gauntlets. Her fingers tipped with delicate but lethal talons that clicked softly against the stone banister as she descended. Behind her, muscular wings reel, not costume unfurled partially despite the confined space, casting dramatic shadows across the staircase. A barbed tail, long and sinuous, dragged behind her against the stone steps. "Image here, spoiler collapse, you're late," she said, her voice carrying new harmonics that hadn't been there before. "The girl has been waiting on the rooftop for quite some time." "My apologies to her, sister," I replied, watching how her frown transformed her features into something both beautiful and terrifying. The high cheekbones, now accentuated by faint ridges of scales, cast sharp shadows across her face. "Do you intend to sleep with her tonight?" Daenerys asked bluntly. I laughed, the sound echoing off the high ceilings. "It might or might not happen. Depends on her," I promised her. I cocked my head to one side, studying her. "Are you jealous, dear sister?" Daenerys scoffed, the sound carrying a hint of a growl deep in her throat. "I'm leaving." "HM? Where?" "You're taking too long in this rock. I'm incredibly bored." "You'll be flying to Dragonstone, since you'll be heading to King's Landing eventually." "Thought to check it first." "She's asking my permission," I noted. It didn't sound like that, but it was the case. Destiny didn't ask permission, but Daenerys still did. "To make sure it's ready to receive us?" I asked, vaguely recalling that in the show, Daenerys had landed at Dragonstone first, finding it abandoned by Stannis' forces. She nodded, her horns catching the light. "You'll remain there until you arrive. I want proceed to King's Landing before you." I considered her request, and, as the seconds stretched, I watched how her tail curled and uncurled behind her, a telltale sign of tension ID learned to recognize. I smiled. "Sure thing. Take Drogon with you. Tell him not to burn anything, though. I don't want a diplomatic incident." Relief flashed across her features, smoothing the scales at her temples momentarily. "Thank you, brother." She moved past me, her wing brushing my shoulder with surprising warmth. As she receded from view, I turned back to the staircase leading upward. Marcella awaited, and I had no intention of disappointing her or myself. Some fires burned slowly, but consumed just as thoroughly. And then he said, "Perhaps it's not the crown that's too big, but the head that's too small." I finished, voice mocking, as my eyes remained locked on Marcella's face. "No way. You're lying." The little princess erupted into genuine laughter, musical and unrestrained, before suddenly catching herself, her eyes widening with the realization of her momentary freedom. Her hand flew to her mouth, stifling the sound. "Don't stop on my account," I said, taking a sip of the Arbor Gold. "It's a pleasant sound, like little golden bells." The rooftop of Casterly Rock offered a breathtaking panorama of the sunset over the sunset sea, waves crashing far below against the base of the massive stone fortress. ID arranged for a small table to be set up, laden with delicacies: honeyed duck, freshly caught fish in saffron sauce, and sweet pastries filled with custard and blackberries. Marcella sat across from me, looking exquisite in a gown of emerald silk that complemented her eyes. Her golden hair had been arranged in an elaborate style, a few loose tendrils framing her face, catching the dying sunlight like threads of pure gold. The dress was cut to accentuate her developing curves, the swell of her breasts pushed up by the tight bodice, her waist impossibly slender, flaring to hips that promised fertility. She remained quiet. And then what if she began hesitantly, then, with surprising boldness, continued, "What if the scary Dragon King doesn't like my laugh and feeds me to his dragon?" I raised an eyebrow, genuinely amused by her unexpected spark. "Is it the wine?" In the right circumstances, the lioness cub showed her claws after all. Dragons prefer their meat less. I hesitated, deliberately letting my eyes roam over her figure. Gorgeous. Image here, spoiler, collapse, her cheeks colored beautifully, but she didn't shrink away as she might have days ago. Progress, indeed. Sweet words from a wolf to a sheep, she said. "Tell me, little lioness," I chuckled, leaning forward, "do you miss King's Landing? Or perhaps Dorne?" She considered the question, her slender fingers tracing the rim of her wine goblet. The movement was innocently sensual, making me wonder whether it was calculated or simply the natural grace Shed inherited from her golden-haired mother. "I miss certain aspects of both," she admitted. "In King's Landing, I had my family, but was always in Brother Joffrey's shadow. In Dorne, I had more freedom, but was still a hostage, if a well-treated one." Her green eyes met mine briefly. "Here, am Lady of Casterly Rock, but still not free," I finished for her. "The fire inside burns brighter than any cage can contain." I noticed her look. She nodded, then sighed, a sound that carried the weight of her young years and the burdens placed upon her slender shoulders. You're not that scary, you know," she said suddenly, looking up at me through long lashes. "Is this a facade? To have my guard down?" I sipped the gold. In the show, Marcella was innocent and sweet, and a tragic, wasted death. Here, she lived, a pawn in a different game, but with a chance for something more. "I can be both, Marcella," I said honestly. "Terrifying to my enemies, less so to those loyal to me. I didn't lie when I said I would treat you well if you behaved and listened to me. Look at Doran, then look at Ari. Same family, same blood, yet different treatment." The breeze caught her hair, sending those golden strands dancing across her face. She tucked them behind her ear with a delicate motion, unwittingly seductive in its simplicity. She started, vulnerability replacing her momentary boldness. "I know I'm 18, but I'm not ready for a child." Her eyes, those Lannister emeralds, searched mine for a reaction. "I'm asking. Since you said you'd wait, how long are you willing to wait if I say I'm not ready yet?" She really hopes I answer truthfully, I noted from her tone. My previous conviction of not having a child anytime soon remained. But she looked incredibly hot tonight. Lies could be said here, and I could have her in my bed. So do I be truthful here or not? I sighed. "If I'm being truthful, I can wait as long as you prefer," I replied, seeing no point in pretense. If this was any other lord or king, he'd say that the Westerlands need to see that House Lannister, that Casterly Rock, is now firmly under my control. A child would make that clear. Fortunately for you, this king commands dragons. I don't need children to instill fear upon foolish lords. So ideally, I can wait for years before I want myself a Lannister cub. After all, having children with you will cause trouble since I haven't even chosen my queen. Incredible relief washed across her face as she processed my words. She let out a deep sigh, relaxing and absorbing the honesty of my answer with a pleasant look in her eyes. There was a long silence after that. Then, her expression fell. To my surprise, she stood, trembling slightly but with determination in her posture. Leaving? No, slowly, hesitantly, she approached me, her hips swaying with each step. When she reached my chair, she paused, gathering courage, then carefully climbed onto my lap, mimicking what she must have seen or heard of Ariane's boldness, though tinged with her own distinctive fear. Ari spoke to me about you. Earlier, your sister did the same. Both of them are nice girls. I like them. They only said good stuff about you, she said, her voice barely above a whisper. The weight of her, warm and soft against me, was intoxicating. How I wanted to overwhelm her right here. All right, so I've decided there's no point living in constant fear of the day ITLL happened, so I've decided to just take the initiative myself. Is that good? I stared into her eyes. Sometimes surrender is the greatest victory. I wrapped my arms around her waist, pulling her closer, taking a deep breath of her lovely scent. She smelled of lemons and honey, innocence wrapped in silk. Yes, I murmured against her ear, feeling her shiver. I like that. I captured her lips with mine, feeling her tentative response, a flower just beginning to bloom. It didn't last long. I'd make sure she understood later on. When I pulled back, I looked into those eyes, noting for the umpteenth time how similar they were to Cersei's, yet uncorrupted by malice and ambition. I like the choice you've made, I said as I watched her gaze back at me. That was the right thing to do. I watched as she closed her eyes, surrendering to whatever fate I had planned for her. The lion may be proud, but even it knelt before the dragon. Myrcella's heart hammered against her ribs as his lips claimed hers again, rough and demanding. The kiss was nothing like Tristan's gentle explorations. This was possession, pure and simple. His hands roamed her body, leaving trails of fire in their wake as they slid up her sides, cupping her breasts through the thin silk of her gown. Oh, she gasped against his mouth, shocked by the jolt of pleasure that shot through her at his touch. Was it the wine making her head spin? They'd shared several cups during dinner, but she hadn't felt drunk until now, until his hands were on her. His tongue pushed past her lips, tasting of the sweet arbor gold they'd been drinking. The kiss was messy, powerful, nothing like the careful, reverent way Trystane had always kissed her. Trystane, who had been so patient, so loving. Trystane guilt flooded her as Viserys pulled her closer, his fingers tangling in her golden hair. She and Trystane had done nearly everything over their years together. His hands had explored every inch of her body. His mouth had tasted her skin, but had always stopped short of going further, respecting her northern customs despite Dorne's more liberal attitudes. "You're worth waiting for, my love," Head whispered once, when she'd been ready to give herself to him completely. "When we're wed, they'll make you mine in every way." And now here she was, straddling the man who had torn her from Tristan's arms, her body betraying her with every thundering heartbeat. "I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry," she chanted silently as Viserys' hands grabbed her roughly, leaving her gasping. She groaned while his hands rose high to undo her gown. She didn't like this. This was not Trystane. He'll only ever love you. Trystane, even as I do this with a monster who took everything from me. You're thinking of him, aren't you? Viserys murmured against her neck, his breath hot on her skin. "You're Dornish prince." Myrcella stiffened. "No," she lied, the word barely audible. His laugh was low, dangerous. "Liar," he whispered, nipping at her earlobe. "I can see it in those pretty green eyes." Her gown slipped from her shoulders, pooling at her waist. The cool night air raised goosebumps across her exposed skin, her nipples hardening in the chill, or perhaps from something else entirely. She fought the urge to cover herself as his hungry gaze took her in. "Beautiful," he breathed, reaching out to touch her shoulder. His thumb brushed lightly against her arm, drawing a reluctant sound from her lips. More responsive than I expected. A flush rose in her cheeks, but she couldn't deny the excitement stirring inside her. His touch was electric, sending shivers through her that made her tremble. "Has your prince ever made you feel like this?" he asked, touching her softly, watching her react. "Don't talk about him," she managed, her voice shaking. Viserys smirked, leaning closer to her. The sensation made her arch involuntarily, a soft cry escaping her. "This is wrong, this is wrong, this is so, so wrong," her mind chanted, even as her body responded. His hand slid beneath her bunched skirts, tracing patterns near her skin, moving higher with torturous slowness. When his fingers finally brushed against her, she couldn't suppress a whimper. "Already wanting me," he observed, his voice full with satisfaction. "What would your precious Tristain think?" Tears pricked at her eyes, but the connection was undeniable as his fingers slipped beneath the thin fabric, drawing a sharp breath from her. She bit her lip as he drew closer, his touch confident, knowing exactly how to make her respond. Please," she whispered, unsure if she was asking him to pull away or stay. "Please what, little lioness?" He taunted, his tone sharp and mocking. "Tell me what you want." She squeezed her eyes shut, unable to face him. Just get it over with," she said, her voice barely audible. "I'm ready." His laugh was dark, cruel. "Are you pleading with me, Marcella? Is that what this is?" "No," she grumbled, her cheeks burning with humiliation. "I'm not begging for it. I just want it to be over quickly." "Well, as you wish," he agreed. "But I doubt you'll want it over once we begin." Something huge. She couldn't see it since she was sitting on top of him, but the size made her gulp. She must be feeling it wrong. His left hand wrapped around her waist, lifting her just a little, and then he pressed closer against her. "Wait. This position, you'll be fine." There was a brief moment of resistance, a sharp pain that made her gasp, and then he drew closer, holding her tightly. She hissed in discomfort, biting her tongue to stop a cry, as she felt something warm trickle down her thigh, blood from a small wound. Viserys whistled softly, a sound of appreciation that made her stomach twist with a strange mixture of pride and shame. "I like that. I thought you might already be wasted, but this is good," he said, leaning forward until his face was inches from hers, his violet eyes capturing her green ones. "Today, you'll rewrite every little memory you have of your little ex-fiancé." Before she could respond, he began to move, pulling her body down against him. She gasped as he pressed closer, her body instinctively tightening around him. He handled her like a doll, her weight a nuisance to him as he raised her body up and down by her waist. Oh, Marcella didn't know how to react to this. This was too much. Her thoughts were getting scrambled. "Well, this is an awkward position," he said as he rose, holding her against him, as if she were merely a piece of cloth. With his other hand, he swept everything that was on the table. He placed her back on the now clear table, looming over her with glinting eyes. Finally, he leaned in closer. He held her close with a force that took her breath away. Any initial discomfort had faded, replaced by a warm closeness that surprised her. How is this possible? She wondered quietly as her emotions washed over her. Was there something special about him? Each movement drove her higher, bringing sounds from her throat she'd never made before, desperate, raw noises that she barely recognized as her own. Her head fell back, her golden hair cascading down her back as she moved with him instinctively. "That's it," he growled, his hands gripping her hips hard enough to bruise. "Take all of me." She couldn't help it, her body responded to his command, moving closer to him as a powerful wave of emotion washed over her. Drool escaped the corner of her mouth as she lost control of herself, her eyes rolling back as he touched a sensitive spot that made stars explode behind her eyelids. "Oh my," she gasped, her voice hoarse. Oh my, our goodness." He laughed at her reaction, finding it fun or amusing. No, the way he leaned down to kiss her gently, he found it lovely. The world narrowed to just this, his body and hers, close together, moving in a rhythm as old as time. She couldn't think, couldn't breathe, couldn't remember why she should be fighting this overwhelming feeling. Her head was spinning, her voice rising with each passing moment. What expression was on her face right now? She couldn't imagine, couldn't think straight as he leaned into her. Their chests were against one another, their lips the same, as he kissed her deeply and held her close until she was certain she would completely fall apart. Marcella was overwhelmed by the man who had taken everything from her. Her fingers clenched his back, but her nails failed to dig into his incredibly strong flesh. She could only cry out as his powerful presence made her lose her mind. All night long. 137 A Reflection, Chapter 137. A reflection, morning sunlight, spilled across the vast bedchamber like molten gold, bathing the lavish furnishings in a warm glow that even Tywin Lannister might have approved of. It was his bedchamber, after all. I woke to the gentle shifting of weight beside me. The silk sheets, rustling as my bedmate attempted a stealthy escape. Marcella moved with painful caution, her golden hair falling in tousled waves across her bare shoulders. Each wince and subtle motion told its own story of our night's activities. Her slender form was silhouetted perfectly against the window, the light illuminating the curve of her hip, the delicate line of her spine as she sat perched at the edge of the mattress. Somehow she looked more attractive than last night, flushed and glowing with contentment. She glanced back, perhaps thinking me still asleep, and I caught a flash of conflicted emotions across her face: embarrassment, confusion, and something softer I couldn't quite name. Her emerald eyes, so like her mother's yet unmarred by cruelty, widened when they met mine. "Going somewhere, little lioness?" I murmured, voice still rough from sleep. "Did I tire you out too much?" A blush bloomed across her cheeks, spreading down her neck to the tops of her breasts. She clutched the sheet tighter, as if suddenly remembering her nakedness. I just, she stammered, unable to finish the thought. I chuckled, reaching out to pull her back against me. Her body came willingly despite her hesitation, soft and warm against mine. I kissed her nape, traced a finger along the curve of her jaw, and tilted her face up to mine. "You are magnificent," I told her, allowing genuine admiration to color my tone. "Cersei would be proud of your stamina." Her blush deepened impossibly. "Must you mention my mother at a time like this?" I laughed, amazed by her small show of defiance. "My apologies, though I suspect your mother would have advice for bedding kings. She certainly had enough practice." Marcella's hand found my chest, giving me a gentle shove that spoke more of embarrassed protest than actual resistance. "You're terrible, and yet you're still here," I pointed out, sliding my hand down the curve of her waist. "Are you very sore?" She dropped her gaze, nodding slightly. "A little. All right, a lot. It's aching, and I don't know if I could stand up. It's not entirely unpleasant, though." The admission seemed to cost her, the words barely audible. I was about to respond when a confident knock rattled the door, followed immediately by a familiar voice. "Room service." "Ah, or is it king's service?" Before either of us could react, the door swung open, and Arianne Martell swept into the chamber like she owned it. She carried a silver tray bearing a crystal pitcher of lemonade and 3 delicate glasses, her hips swaying with deliberate provocation beneath a Dornish silk robe of sunset orange. The garment clung to her curves as if wet, the neckline plunging so low it seemed to defy both gravity and modesty. "Good morning to the ravished and the ravisher," Arianne announced, her silver eyes dancing with mischief as she took in our state of undress. "I thought you might need refreshment after your exertions." Marcella made a sound like a strangled kitten, attempting to burrow under the covers. I couldn't help but laugh, enjoying both her mortification and Arianne's audacity. "You've impeccable timing, princess," I drawled, making no move to cover myself as the sheet pulled around my waist. Though most would knock and actually wait for permission to enter a king's bedchamber. Arianne set the tray down on a nearby table, her movements causing her robe to slip further down one shoulder, revealing the copper swell of her breast. The accident was so perfectly timed that I had to admire her skill. "Most aren't me," she replied, pouring lemonade with theatrical grace. "And you've never complained about my entrances before." She approached my side of the bed first, offering a glass with a curtsy so deep it gave me an unobstructed view down her robe. "Your Grace." I accepted the drink, letting my fingers brush against hers. "Bold as ever, Ari." You prefer me any other way? She winked, then turned to the Marcella-shaped lump hiding beneath the sheets. Come now, sweetling. No need for such shyness. We're practically family now. Slowly, Marcella emerged. Her face flushed crimson as she clutched the sheet to her chest. Ariane approached her with surprising gentleness, offering the second glass of lemonade. Here you are, she said softly. You look like you could use the refreshment. As Marcella hesitantly accepted the drink, Ariane leaned down and placed a quick, affectionate kiss on the tip of her nose. You're positively glowing, by the way. Our king must have treated you well. Of course I had. Conquest comes in many forms. Not all require fire and blood. Careful there, Ari, I warned, raising an eyebrow. That's my lioness you're lavishing with attention. Such blatant poaching might require punishment. Ariane turned to me, one hand perched provocatively on her hip, her head tilted in challenge. Oh, and what punishment would you decree, your grace? She ran her tongue slowly across her lower lip, the gesture deliberate and hypnotic. Should I be spanked for my transgression? Or perhaps something more creative? I laughed, amused by her performance. You're incorrigible, woman. One of my many charms, she agreed, dropping onto the edge of the bed with casual intimacy. The motion caused her robe to ride up, exposing a tantalizing length of smooth thigh. So, besides recovering from what was clearly a memorable night, what does the Dragon King have planned for today? More terrorizing of Westland lords? Or perhaps she glanced meaningfully at Marcella, a day spent enjoying the spoils of war. To my surprise, Marcella managed a small smile at this exchange. The sight was unexpectedly pleasing. Perhaps she was beginning to understand that her new life wouldn't be the torment she had feared. I think we've terrorized enough lords for one conquest, I said, sipping the tart, refreshing lemonade. Today might be better spent consolidating our position. Is that what they're calling it now? Ariane smirked, stretching languidly like a satisfied cat. Well then, by all means consolidate away. Though I do hope you'll save some energy for me later. It's been a painfully lonely few days for me. The dragon has fire enough for both of you, I assured her, earning another blush from Marcella and a delighted laugh from Ariane. As we sat there and sipped lemonade, the Dragon King, the Dornish princess, and the Lannister heiress, I was struck by the surreal perfection of the moment. Here I was, lounging in Tywin Lannister's bed, with his granddaughter warming my sheets, and a Martell princess at my feet. The old lion would be apoplectic. It was an incredibly different life from what Viserys led before I awakened. And yet it was also incredibly different from the life I led back on Earth. I was no more than an average man. Sometimes that life felt like a mere dream rather than reality. It wasn't a bad feeling. Victory tastes sweetest when savored slowly, with those you've conquered beside you. What are you thinking about? Ariane asked, noting my expression. You look entirely too pleased with yourself. Just appreciating life's little ironies, I replied, raising my glass in a mock toast. To conquest in all its forms. Marcella's eyes trembled a little at the word, but she tentatively raised her glass as well, the morning light catching in her golden hair like a crown. Ariane completed our triangle, her eyes gleaming with promises of pleasures yet to come. To conquest, they echoed, one voice shy, one bold, both mine. In that moment, with the morning sun streaming through windows overlooking lands that now belonged to me, with two beautiful women who had bent to my will in different ways, I couldn't name a single thing that felt better than conquest. I couldn't wait for more. 138 Demands and Departures, Chapter 138. Demands and Departures. The day stretched lazily before us, sunlight dancing across rumpled sheets and bare skin. Ariane had long excused herself with a theatrical yawn, claiming she needed to prepare for the incoming journey, but not before trailing her fingers suggestively across my chest and whispering promises for later. A few days later, as I took care of the rest of the events of House Lannister and its serving lords, Marcella and I were alone again in Tywin's bedchamber. However, the air between us was charged with something different than before. This was after we spent some intimate time in the grand bath and returned to the room. Now, Shed pulled on a silk robe, one of her mother's. I noted with amusement and sat cross-legged at the foot of the bed, worrying her bottom lip between her teeth. "Something on your mind, little lioness?" I asked, though I could guess what was coming. A few days of emotional vulnerability always loosen tongues. She looked up at me through those long lashes, emerald eyes swimming with uncertainty. I wanted to thank you for these past few nights. They were the best." I raised an eyebrow. "Best?" "But of course," I said while eyeing the marks on her neck and the way Shed winced while sitting down. Although perhaps I should have been a little gentler. A blush crept up her cheeks. "No, you were already far gentler than I expected," she amended. "Especially for what you said about waiting. About children." I leaned back against the ornate headboard, studying her. "You're building up to something. Out with it." She took a deep breath, her fingers twisting in the silk of her robe. "It's about my mother. Here it comes. I was wondering if, perhaps, she could stay here, at Casterly Rock." The words tumbled out in a rush. "She could help me learn to manage the household, and she'd be out of your way in King's Landing, and no." The single word cut through her rambling like Valyrian steel. My expression, which had been indulgent moments before, hardened into something that made her shrink back. "Your Grace, please, I only thought you thought wrong." I sat up, the sheets pooling around my waist as I fixed her with a cold stare. "Let me be very clear, dear Myrcella. The fact that I find your company agreeable does not give you license to make such demands, especially not about Cersei." Tears welled in those green eyes, threatening to spill over. Her lower lip trembled as she lowered her head, golden hair falling forward to hide her face. "Sorry. I shouldn't have." The sight of her genuine distress made something twist in my chest. Not quite guilt, I was beyond such weaknesses, but perhaps a recognition that crushing her spirit entirely would be counterproductive. Fear is useful. Despair is not. I sighed, reaching out to tilt her chin up with one finger. "Look at me." She obeyed, tears tracking silver paths down her cheeks. "Your mother," I said more gently, "is a viper. Beautiful, yes. Cunning, certainly. But ultimately poisonous to everything she touches. Do you know what she's done?" I did tell you a few, but the full extent of her crimes? Myrcella shook her head mutely. "She murdered her husband, conspired to place bastards on the throne, even if, yes, he was your brother, ordered the deaths of infants. She propositioned me because I looked like Regal, her childhood crush. A dead man. Yes, I'm not making this up. I'll let each accusation land like a blow. Even now, chained and humbled, she plots. It's in her nature, as breathing is in yours." "But she's my mother," Myrcella whispered. "Yes, and that's the only reason she still draws breath." I wiped a tear from her cheek with my thumb. "If I left her here with you, how long before she poisoned your mind against me? How long before she convinced you to slip something into my wine? Or worse, used you as a tool in some elaborate scheme? Do you want me dead, Myrcella?" The horror on her face told me she hadn't considered such possibilities. Sweet, innocent Myrcella, who still believed in the good in people. She quickly shook her head. "Besides," I continued, shifting tactics, "what of your brother? Young Tommen, alone in King's Landing? Would you have him motherless as well as fatherless?" Her eyes widened. "Tommen, I hadn't thought. He's just a boy, Myrcella. Younger than you were when you were sent to Dorne. At least you had the Martells to show you kindness. Who would show Tommen such mercy without Cersei there? Manipulation is an art form. The best lies contain enough truth to be believed." I could see her wavering, torn between love for her mother and concern for her little brother. Time for the final stroke. "Tell you what," I said, settling back against the headboard and pulling her against my side. She came willingly, curling into my warmth like a cat. "Prove yourself to me. Show me you could be the lady of Casterly Rock this realm needs, someone who won't be swayed by others. Rule wisely, justly. Keep the Westerlands stable and productive." She looked up at me with those wide green eyes, hope flickering to life. "If you do that," I continued, "if you truly prove your worth and loyalty, then perhaps, one day, I might allow Tommen to visit. Maybe even live here if you've shown you can protect him from your mother's influence." And mother? I pretended to consider. Even great errors might be forgiven in time. For the sake of my sweet Myrcella. I pressed a kiss to her forehead. But that's a distant possibility, dependent entirely on you. Can you be patient? Can you be the lady I need you to be? She nodded eagerly, the tears drying on her cheeks. Yes, your grace. I'll do whatever you ask. I'll make you proud. Hope is the cruelest chain. Good girl, I murmured. Already knowing ID, never allow Cersei such freedom. But the promise would keep Myrcella compliant, striving always for a reward just out of reach. The rest of our morning passed in lighter conversation, though I could see her mind working behind those green eyes, already planning how to prove herself worthy of my mercy. The wind whipped through my hair as Viserion soared over the riverlands, her powerful wings cutting through clouds like golden blades. Marjorie sat before me, her back pressed firmly against my chest, the scent of roses somehow persisting even at this altitude. We were almost at our destination, and it hadn't even been a few hours since we left. The Tyrell army would require weeks before they reached King's Landing, bringing the slave queen with them. She had dressed for travel in practical riding leathers that did nothing to hide her curves. If anything, the tight fit emphasized every delicious line of her body. Her brown hair was braided back, though rebellious strands had escaped to dance in the wind. Enjoying the view? I murmured in her ear, noting how her eyes kept darting to the left, where Arianne rode regal with infuriating confidence. Marjorie's hand found mine where it rested on her waist, squeezing possessively. The view beneath us is spectacular, she replied sweetly, though her gaze shot another dagger at the Dornish princess. Though some sights are less pleasant than others. I chuckled, tightening my arm around her. Jealousy doesn't become you, my rose. I'm not jealous, she protested, even as she pressed herself more firmly against me. I simply question the wisdom of allowing her such freedom on Regal. Arianne must have sensed our attention. She turned, flashing us a brilliant smile and a wave that was just a touch too enthusiastic. The movement caused her to arch her back, thrusting out her chest in a way that was definitely intentional. Marjorie's entire body tensed. That woman has no shame, one of her better qualities, I agreed, enjoying the way Marjorie twisted to glare at me. Easy, my rose. You're still the one flying with the king. For now, she muttered, but settled back against me. King's Landing sprawled beneath us like a diseased growth on the landscape. Smoke rising from countless chimneys to create a gray haze over the city. The red keep stood out like a blood-red wound against the squalor. Home, sweet home. If you could call any place in this world home. We descended in a spiral, giving the city plenty of time to see us coming. By the time we landed in the main courtyard, a proper reception had assembled. Sansa stood at the fore, resplendent in a gown of stark gray trimmed with white fur, her auburn hair gleaming like burnished copper in the afternoon sun. Beside her stood Brienne, my lady commander, her hand resting on the pommel of her sword. The giant woman had taken to her role with admirable seriousness, though I suspected she still harbored doubts about serving a Targaryen. I dismounted first, then helped Marjorie down, letting my hands linger on her waist longer than necessary. She rewarded me with a kiss that was definitely meant for an audience, particularly the audience of one riding the green dragon that landed moments later. "Welcome home, your grace," Sansa said, dropping into a perfect curtsy. Despite her flawless courtesy, I could see the strain in her eyes. The questions she was too well-trained to ask. "Lady Sansa," I nodded acknowledgement. "I trust the capital hasn't burned down in my absence? The city remains peaceful, your grace." Lord Commander Brienne has maintained excellent order. Brienne shifted uncomfortably at the praise, but nodded when I glanced her way. "Your grace." Arianne dismounted from Regal with characteristic flair, somehow making the simple act of sliding down a dragon's side look like a seduction. Her traveling clothes, if you could call the scandalous arrangement of silk scarves and leather straps, clothing left little to imagination. "Guards," I called out, my voice carrying across the courtyard. "See that Lady Marjorie and Princess Arianne are escorted to their chambers. They provided great service to the realm during our campaign and should be treated with all due respect." I made sure to emphasize Arianne's title, watching understanding dawn on the faces around us. Princess Ariane is no longer a guest of mine like last time. She's a guest of the crown. She is the ruling lady of Dorne and should be afforded every courtesy. Sansa's face fell, her gaze dropping to study the stones at her feet. The implications were clear. Ariane's elevation meant Sansa's position might shift in the future, perhaps even diminish. The game never stops. Even kindness is a move on the board. I won't be staying long, I announced to the assembled group. I sail for Dragonstone right away. My sister awaits, and it's time she saw her birthright. Dragonstone, Your Grace? Marjorie's voice held a note of surprise. Surely the capital needs the capital has you, I interrupted smoothly. And Lady Sansa, and Lord Commander Brienne, and Regal, more than capable hands. Ariane sauntered closer, her hips swaying hypnotically. Will you require company on this journey, Your Grace? I'd be happy to you'll remain here, I said firmly. Dorne needs its princess visible in the capital. Your presence reminds everyone that the realm is united under the dragon banner. She pouted prettily, but acquiesced with a bow that gave everyone in the courtyard an excellent view down her minimal top. As you command, my king. As the guards began dispersing to their duties and my brides were led away, Marjorie, maintaining queenly dignity while Ariane made sure to brush against me one last time, I found myself alone with Sansa and Brienne. Your Grace, Sansa began hesitantly. Might I have a word? Unfortunately, no, my dear, I said, striding toward Viserion. He'll be back soon with my sister. We can talk then. Sansa stared at me with those strained eyes of hers, and I met them firmly from atop Viserion. As my dragon took off and I watched my castle from the high sky, one line of thought passed across me. Now, but then I'm back home. There's a lot to do. The Ironborn should reach House Lannister soon, and then Yara would make her way back to me. That was one thing that lead me to the lands beyond. I must complete some immediate actions before that. The poison training is a top priority, as well as the situation with the Vale. Littlefinger still schemed, and the Iron Bank still waited. Time to show them all who ruled the Seven Kingdoms anew. 139 Dragons Ascendant Chapter 139. Dragons Ascendant. The ancient volcanic fortress of Dragonstone rose from the narrow sea like a monument to Valyrian supremacy, and its twisted towers and dragon-carved battlements cast long shadows across the black stone courtyards. Swayish as Viserion descended in a graceful spiral, her golden scales caught the afternoon light, transforming her into a living embodiment of molten fire against the dark fortress walls. A roar split through the sky. Drogon's massive black form circled overhead, his wings blotting out patches of sky as he acknowledged our arrival with a rumbling call that echoed off the stone. The sight of two dragons claiming their ancestral seat sent a thrill through me that had nothing to do with conquest and everything to do with rightness. Is this what Aegon the Conqueror felt when he first looked upon these shores? After all, had spent more than a decade on this island before deciding to unite the Seven Kingdoms. Below, I also saw humans. Workers. They were carrying bags to boats and ships waiting by the sea. They must be dragon glass, being shipped to the wall. I have to talk to Sansa about this. About whether Robb said anything about the White Walker situation. Down, girl, I said, and Viserion flew down to the vast ancient bridge wall, somewhat reminding me of the Great Wall of China, although much smaller in size. She touched down on the bridge with surprising delicacy for a creature of her size, her talons clicking against the ancient stones that had once felt the weight of Balerion, the Black Dread. Nice landing, I said as I dismounted smoothly, my boots finding purchase on ground that sang with the echoes of 3 centuries of Targaryen rule. Brother, when I turned my head to the side, there she was. Daenerys walked down the grand stone staircase, bathed in the golden light that streamed through the tall windows of the great hall behind her. The sight of her transformation still caught me off guard, even though it had been weeks since then. Her black-scaled gown clung to every curve of her body like a second skin, the materials seeming to shift and shimmer with each breath she took. The bodice pushed up her somehow growing breasts enticingly, creating a valley of pale flesh that contrasted strikingly with the dark scales. Her waist was impossibly narrow, accentuated by the way the gown flared at her hips, hinting at the powerful thighs beneath. The horns that curved from her temples caught the light like polished obsidian, weaving through silver-white hair that had been braided in an intricate pattern I didn't recognize. Her violet eyes burned with an intensity that made my own draconic blood sing in response. Pupils narrowed to predatory slits that tracked my every movement. How magnificent! Image here, she descended the stairs with deliberate grace, each step showing the subtle sway of her hips, the confident set of her shoulders. The gown's fabric slid across the stone with each movement, and I found myself being mesmerized by the play of light across the scales that seemed to pulse with inner fire. "Sister," I called out as she reached the bottom of the stairs, my voice carrying easily across the bridge we stood upon. "You make Dragonstone your own. I don't see your wings." A faint smile played at her lips, transforming her draconic features into something both beautiful and terrifying. "This place is the dragon's birthright, is it not?" Her voice held new harmonics, deeper tones that resonated in my chest. "As is yours, brother. As for my wings, I've learned to conceal them. It was getting bothersome during sleep. Have you taken care of everything in the West? So her draconic features can be controlled," I noted. "Yes, Casterly Rock is properly under my rule now, as is the lady sitting on its throne." Her smile widened, revealing teeth that seemed sharper than I remembered. "I trust their education has been illuminating? Little happened after you left, sister. You were there when the Lord Westerling situation happened. There's not much else to mention, but yes, illuminating it sure has been." Daenerys laughed, the sound carrying an edge that would have made lesser men flee. "I left because I knew there was no more to worry about. And I was right. Power suits her. It always did, but now she wears it like armor." She gestured toward a small group that had been waiting respectfully at the edge of the courtyard, maintaining a careful distance from the dragons. "Lady Valerion has been overseeing the shipments. She is eager to present herself." I followed her gaze to see a woman who made my eyes narrow slightly. Lady Alara Valerion stood with the poise of nobility, but there was something undeniably sensual about her bearing that set her apart from the typical court lady. She was perhaps 30, with chocolate dark skin and the curly silver gold hair of old Valyria that marked her house's ancient bloodline. Her gown was a deep sea green that complemented her pale eyes, cut in a style that was both modest and subtly provocative. The bodice hugged her generous curves, and when she moved, there was a fluid grace that suggested she was as comfortable on a ship's deck as in a great hall. Beside her stood a boy of perhaps 12, his wide eyes fixed on our dragons with undisguised wonder. House Valerion. There was a reason they were here, managing the dragonglass. Their seat, the island of Driftmark, was right beside this island of Dragonstone. However, they're Stannis' former allies. Back in the day, in the Kingswoods, I met the Lord of House Valerion. He died during the Battle of Blackwater, as deserved for traitors. Back in the woods, ID considered making House Valerion the first house under my rule. Although thankfully things moved in a more preferable plan, and ID already claimed the realm before having to scheme with a minor house like this. So where do their loyalties truly lie? My eyes sharpened as Lady Alara stepped forward, her son close behind, and sank into a deep curtsy that somehow managed to be both respectful and alluring. The movement caused her bodice to strain enticingly, and I noticed how her hands trembled slightly as she held the position. I wondered if she felt rage from her husband's death. I hope she didn't. Her lips were incredibly full. "Your Grace," she began, her voice melodious despite the obvious nervousness. "I am Lady Alara Valerion, and this is my son, Montrese Valerion, the current Lord of House Valerion. We are honored beyond words to it's the Valyrian man from Kingswood," the boy interrupted, pointing directly at me with the fearless enthusiasm of youth. "Mother, remember? He was very tall." "Ah, right. You weren't their father was out of the mouths of babes." I couldn't suppress my amusement as I approached the boy, ruffling his dark hair softly. "That I was, young lord." and still am. Though the circumstances have changed somewhat. Monterey's beamed up at me. You have a dragon now. A real dragon. Can I touch her? Perhaps when you're older, I said diplomatically, noting how Daenerys watched this exchange with curiosity. Dragons require really careful handling. Lady Alara had risen from her curtsy, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment at her son's boldness. Your Grace, please forgive him. He speaks without thinking, he speaks with honesty. I cut her off gently. A rare quality in these times. Something I'm not sure the previous lord had, given his allegiance. Her expression grew nervous, sweat building up. I straightened, allowing my voice to take on the formal tone of kingship. I apologize for my crude words. I don't truly blame you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have tasked you with such an important job. Lady Velaryon, your house has served admirably in our absence. The dragonglass shipments have exceeded all expectations. Relief flooded her features, and she inclined her head gracefully. We live to serve the realm, your grace. Indeed, such service does much to overshadow past allegiances made under difficult circumstances. I'll let my gaze rest meaningfully on her face. Relax. Your late husband's support of Stannis Baratheon is understood. What else could he have done? Proximity to Dragonstone left House Velaryon with few choices. That was true enough. What could the previous lord do if the then ruler of Dragonstone, Stannis Baratheon, with such a powerful army, asked him to join his troops in the war? Other than that, there was history involved here. Tears gathered in her pale eyes as she processed my words. The forgiveness she hadn't dared hope for was being freely given. Your grace is too generous, she whispered, her voice thick with emotion. Generosity has nothing to do with it, I replied firmly. Pragmatism does. The realm needs strong houses, loyal houses. House Velaryon has proven itself capable of both strength and loyalty. Daenerys stepped closer, her presence adding weight to my words. When she moved, the scales of her gown caught the light in hypnotic patterns, and I noticed how Lady Alaras's eyes trembled at the sight of her transformed features. The sea remembers, Daenerys said, her voice carrying an otherworldly quality. As dos dragões, past storms are forgotten when the waters run calm. Additionally, it's difficult to forget the close alliance of House Targaryen and House Velaryon. She's learning to speak like a queen. Good. Lady Alara sank to her knees, pulling her son down beside her. Thank you so much. House Velaryon pledges its undying loyalty to King Viserys and Queen Daenerys. Our ships, our men, our very lives are yours to command. I exchanged a look with Daenerys, seeing my own satisfaction reflected in her violet eyes. House Velaryon had already pledged its loyalty by accepting this task, but solidified things by bowing down properly. Dany moved closer, close enough that I could feel the heat radiating from her transformed body, and I clasped her waist in a gesture of unity. That definitely caught the attention of Lady Alara, but I didn't care. With the narrow sea secured by loyal houses like your Velaryon, I said, and the North receiving its due, our foundations are strong. I trust you to keep up the good work. Lady Velaryon remained kneeling, her son doing the same beside her with a nervous look, while our dragons circled overhead like living omens. Yes, of course, your grace. I gestured for Lady Velaryon to rise. See that the dragonglass continues to flow north. The Night's Watch will have need of it soon. It shall be done, your grace, she said. Please visit the castle. I prepared lunch. As she withdrew with her son, bowing repeatedly, Daenerys turned to me with an expression I couldn't quite read. The dragonglass is one matter, brother, she said, her voice pitched for my ears alone. But I have to return to Meereen soon. How long can a queen remain away from her kingdom? You haven't even seen King's Landing yet. How can you say that? I shook my head. Don't worry too much. It'll release you soon. First, let's have lunch, and then I'll show you our home. Dany stared into my eyes, slowly revealing a smile. 140, A Royal Reunion, Chapter 140. A royal reunion. The wind carried the scent of 1,000,000 lives as Daenerys soared above King's Landing on Drogon's back, her violet eyes drinking in the sprawling metropolis that had birthed her into exile. Below, The city stretched like a great wound across the landscape, representing 3 centuries of Targaryen rule that had ended in madness and fire. So this is where it all began, she thought, her draconic features catching the afternoon light. The obsidian horns curving from her temples seemed to pulse with inner fire as she surveyed the realm that was her birthright. When my father's screams echoed through these very halls, the red keep rose before them like a crimson scar against the sky, its twisted spires and ancient battlements speaking of power consolidated and lost. From this height, she could see the September of Baelor where her brother Rhaegar had once sung, the dragon pit where their ancestors' greatest beasts had roost, and the iron throne that waited within those blood-red walls. "It's vaster than I imagined," she murmured, her voice carrying new harmonics that made even Drogon's rumblings seem subdued. "So many lives, all beneath the shadow of our name." Beside her on Viserion, her brother's gaze followed hers across the sprawling city. "It was built with dragon fire and ambition, sister, and it will be held by the same. Fire and blood. Her family's motto. It's always fire and blood with us." As they descended toward the main courtyard, Daenerys felt the weight of countless eyes upon them. The sight of 2 adult Targaryens astride living dragons sent ripples of terror and reverence through the assembled crowd. Guards dropped to one knee, their armor clanking against stone. Servants pressed themselves against walls, some gasping, others whispering prayers. Fear is a tool, but so is love. She and her brother ruled entirely differently, she once again realized, which will serve us better here. As they came down the dragons' backs, they saw a gathering waiting for them. Dany's eyes found Marjorie Tyrell, who stood at the fore of the reception, resplendent in rose-gold silk that emphasized every curve of her political ambitions. Her smile was perfectly crafted, warm enough to seem genuine, calculated enough to maintain distance. When her eyes found Daenerys, something flickered behind that practiced expression. "Your Grace," Marjorie said, curtsying with fluid grace to Viserys before offering a more measured acknowledgement to Daenerys. "And your Grace, King's Landing welcomes the return of dragons to their ancestral seat. She measures me like a rival." Dany had noticed it by now, having spent days in the rock around her. It wasn't a great feeling. At least she's honest about it. Arianne Martell stood nearby, her Dornish silk clinging to her bronze skin like liquid fire. Unlike Marjorie's careful composure, the Princess of Dorne made no attempt to hide her fascination. Her silver eyes lingered on Daenerys' transformed features with open curiosity, despite having spent more time around her than Margaery. "Princess Daenerys," Arianne said, her voice carrying the musical accent of Dorne. "The tales of your evolution pale before the reality. No matter how many times I see it, it's a sight to behold." Daenerys inclined her head slightly. "Tales often do, Princess. Reality has sharper teeth, and sharper claws when necessary." Sansa Stark approached with measured steps, Brienne of Tarth's imposing form casting a protective shadow beside her. The tall woman captured her attention briefly, making her wonder what it'd take to bring her to Essos, but such thoughts remained a dream. Her brother would never allow her that level of luxury. Her eyes moved to the smaller woman, and yet the tallest among her brother's lovers. The auburn-haired Sansa Stark curtsied deeply, her northern propriety evident in every movement. "Your Grace and sister-in-law, welcome back to King's Landing," Sansa said, her voice steady despite the slight tremor in her hands. Her eyes were on Dany. "I hope the sight is to your liking." Daenerys met Sansa's gaze, her slitted pupils dilating slightly as she studied the woman who had captured her brother's attention. There was strength there, beneath the courtly manners of steel forged in suffering that reminded Daenerys of her own trials in Essos. "It's a complicated feeling, Lady Stark." Daenerys' voice carried an otherworldly quality that made several courtiers step back. "This city smells like home, and yet it holds many echoes. Echoes of screams, of my father's madness, of brother Rhaegar's death, of everything we lost." Many eyes wandered to past silent conversations. She could feel the unspoken questions hanging in the air like smoke. What was her relationship with Viserys? Besides the blood connection, what did her presence mean for the delicate balance of power had established? How would the Dragon Queen fit into a court already crowded with ambitious roses and winter wolves? The pleasantries can wait. Viserys announced when a nobleman she didn't recognize tried to greet them as well, his voice cutting through the tension like Valyrian steel. There are matters of the realm to attend to. We will convene in the throne room. As they moved toward the great doors of the Red Keep, Daenerys watched with an odd feeling bubbling in her, her transformed gaze traveling up the ancient walls. She couldn't believe where her steps were taking her. To the Iron Throne, that jagged seat of swords that had cut her ancestors and driven them to madness. The last time a Targaryen queen walked these halls with such purpose, she said softly, her words carrying just far enough for her brother to hear, "It did not end well for our enemies. Fire always finds a way to spread." Viserys offered a grim smile, his violet eyes reflecting her own dangerous gleam. "This time, sister, there will be a different ending. The Targaryen queen you speak of rules Essos, not King's Landing, after all. For a while, I dreamt of giving my son the throne," she pondered. Now, that seemed like a distant dream. Since her transformation, her emotions and memories regarding Drogo and her unborn child had grown colorless, with no depth behind them. Her ambitions, her vision, now saw a different world ahead. Behind them, she could hear the whispered conversations beginning. Marjorie's careful questions, Arianne's bold observations, and Sansa's thoughtful silence. They were all calculating, measuring, and planning their moves in the great game that never truly ended. They've always wondered how they'd look if they become his Dragon Queen, Dany thought. They're about to learn the difference between hopes and reality. As they approached the throne room doors, Daenerys felt Drogon's presence overhead, his shadow falling across the courtyard like a promise. The great black dragon circled once before landing atop the Red Keep's highest tower, his roar echoing across King's Landing like a declaration. In this realm, who else could brag with dragons besides her brother and herself? "We are home, dragon," she smiled to herself as sunlight spilled from the windows. "How I wish we could stay." Unfortunately, that couldn't be yet. The Iron Throne was cold beneath me as the afternoon light, streaming through the high windows, caught the rubies embedded in the ancient Valyrian steel, casting reflections across the throne room that seemed to pulse with life. "Lords and ladies of the realm," I began, my voice carrying easily across the vast chamber. "Before we proceed with matters of state, allow me to present my dear sister, Queen Daenerys of Slaver's Bay, breaker of chains, mother of dragons." A collective breath rippled through the assembled court. Daenerys stood to my right, positioned on the dais but a step below the throne itself. Close enough to share my authority, distant enough to maintain hierarchy. Her features caught the light magnificently, her violet eyes burning with otherworldly fire. I'm sure you've heard stories of her from decades ago. Stories of when she was a child, stories of how I fled this city with her in my arms. Things have changed greatly since then, for we Targaryens don't remain trampled for long. Now Dany rules the great cities of Slaver's Bay. I continued, watching faces sparkle in awe as the implications sank in. She commands armies, fleets, and dragons in her own right. Her presence here honors us all, not just the king's sister, but a queen of her own right. A foreign queen with her own power base changes everything. The murmurs began immediately whispered calculations, hasty reassessments of court dynamics. I caught Marjorie's carefully neutral expression, though her fingers tightened almost imperceptibly on her skirts. She stood to my left, maintaining perfect queenly composure despite the sudden shift in her perceived position. Sansa remained near Brienne at a respectful distance, her auburn hair catching the light as she processed this revelation. I could see the wheels turning behind those blue eyes. How did this affect the North position? Her own? There was a reason she was standing afar today. She was representing the North today for an incoming report. Regardless, it clearly bothered her that my sister and Marjorie took either side of my arm, while she stood afar. Wolves must adapt when dragons multiply. Ariane lounged against a pillar with characteristic Dornish confidence, her silver eyes dancing with amusement as she observed the court's reaction. The silk of her gown seemed to flow like liquid metal with each subtle movement of her hips. "Now then," I said, settling back against the throne's unforgiving embrace. "Let's begin. I hear there are some important matters to discuss today." "Lady Sansa?" Sansa stepped forward with measured grace, her voice steady despite the tension. "Your Grace, a rider from Winterfell arrived this morning with reports from my brother, King in the North. He awaits your leave to speak." I nodded. "Let him enter." The great doors were wide as a weathered Northman whose gray-streaked beard and battle-scarred hands spoke of decades defending the realm's edge. His stark livery was travel-stained but proud as he dropped to one knee before the throne. "Your Grace," he said, his northern accent thick as winter honey. "King Robb Stark sends his greetings and his report. Speak freely. The dragonglass shipments arrive as promised. Your Grace. Our king has shipped them to the Night's Watch right afterwards, so morale remains steady both in the north and at the wall. The men speak of little else but dragons returning to the realm." His weathered face creased into something approaching a smile. "But there are troubling signs as well. Here it comes. The real reason for this urgent message. Wildling movements have grown more organized, Your Grace. Not the usual raiding parties, something coordinated. And our patrols have found corpses, strangely frozen, far south of where they ought to be. Not typical wildling kills. According to Jon Snow, brother of your wife, and King Robb, sightings of White Walkers have been confirmed. That was already the case from a few weeks ago, but now, by announcing it before the throne where dozens of people attended, it just became public news. Whispers filled the halls. People talked, and Dany turned to look him in the eye. She tilted her head at him, and he nodded. Her head snapped back to the envoy, worry painting her face. "White Walkers? Frozen corpses? Describe them." The Northman's eyes widened when facing her transformed features, but he answered steadily. "Pale as winter, Your Grace. Blue-eyed, and cold as the grave, and yet the rangers who found them swear the bodies moved when they weren't looking directly at them. We didn't believe them until we saw a corpse attack a man after nightfall. The others are stirring. Earlier than in the show, I noted with worry. But then again, everything's accelerated since I arrived." Daenerys' voice carried new harmonics that seemed to resonate in the very stones. "So you weren't lying before about there being more than just dragons, brother. These are not children's tales, brother. The ancient enemy stirs beyond the wall." I leaned forward, the throne's metal groaning softly. "The dragonglass is but the first stone in our shield wall. Tell King Robb his vigilance is commendable. Any further sightings, any sudden changes, I am to be alerted immediately." The throne's cruel edges pressed against my back as I straightened. "The dragons will answer." The Northman's eyes trembled with something approaching religious awe. "Aye, Your Grace. Our king in the north will be pleased to hear it." As he withdrew, the great doors echoed with footsteps again, unbidden this time. Every head turned as a figure in flowing red entered with predatory grace. I recognized her immediately. Kinvara. Perfect timing, as always. The High Priestess moved like liquid fire across the throne room floor, her red silk robes clinging to curves that defied both gravity and propriety. The fabric seemed to shift and flow with each step, emphasizing the sway of her hips, the proud set of her shoulders. Her dark eyes found mine with an intensity that made the air itself seem to smolder. "Kinvara," I said, allowing pleasure to color my voice. "An unexpected pleasure. I trust your time in King's Landing in my absence has been illuminating?" She approached with deliberate sensuality, her movements calculated to draw the eye. When she smiled, it was like watching flames dance across silk. "I am surprised and delighted that the Dragon King remembers the name of a humble priestess." I laughed, the sound echoing off the vaulted ceiling. "Humble? You? I should have visited sooner. My apologies for the neglect." Daenerys studied Kinvara with interest, her features sharpening. "You, sir, the Red God. Priestess, my brother has spoken of your insights. Kinvara inclined her head, the movement causing her robes to shift enticingly across her body. Queen Daenerys, R'hllor's light shines upon all true children of fire. He sees the destiny that burns within you both. I didn't mean to eavesdrop, but I'm glad you're taking the rumors about the White Walkers seriously. Your decision will bear fruit. The Lord of Light certainly has excellent taste in servants. You didn't come merely to exchange pleasantries, I observed, watching how she arched her back when she spoke. What brings the High Priestess before the Iron Throne? Your Grace sees clearly, as always. Kinvara's voice carried the smoky quality that had always set my blood racing. I seek permission to establish a proper Red Temple in King's Landing, not the modest shrine we currently maintain, but something worthy of the dragon's return. Smart. Consolidate religious power while I consolidate political power. She took another step closer. Close enough that I could see the way the light played across her skin. The common folk hunger for hope, Your Grace. For signs that the realm has entered a new age. The faith of the Seven already has a great September. A grand temple of red would provide both spiritual comfort and visible proof of your divine favor. Divine favor? Marjorie's voice carried just a hint of steel beneath its honey. How presumptuous of your gods to claim credit for his grace's achievements. Kinvara's smile never wavered as she turned to acknowledge Marjorie. The wise recognize that mortal will and divine purpose often align, Lady Tyrell. The Lord of Light does not diminish the Dragon King's glory, he amplifies it. Your devotion is noted, Kinvara, I said, enjoying the subtle interplay between my women. And your Lord of Light has proven useful. I've been wondering when you'll ask, and am surprised it took you so long. She smiled. More than a temple. I wanted to help the poor souls of this city claim some peace. Now that I think it has been done enough, I'm here with my humble request. Plus you must have heard I got gold to spare after the recent Lannister harvest, I said, watching her smile. I smiled back. Your request is granted. See that your temple brings solace, not strife. I must keep an eye out for her. I needed religious authority without political threat. Kinvara bowed deeply, the movement causing her robes to strain across her chest in ways that drew every male eye in the room. You are wise, my king. R'hllor's blessings upon you and your reign. As she began to turn, I added, my voice dropping to a more intimate register. Stay a moment, Kinvara. After these formalities conclude, I have something important to discuss with you. Something requiring your unique perspective. She paused mid-turn, her body creating a perfect silhouette against the throne room shadows. A knowing smile touched her lips, the expression of a woman who understood exactly what kind of perspective I might require. Although no, it wasn't what she thought it was. It was about my promise to Ari. Of course, Your Grace, she purred, her voice carrying promises that had nothing to do with religious counsel. For you, I am always available. All the men in the room swallowed, while Dany scowled at me. Brother, she's a priestess, she whispered, which I ignored. The tension in the throne room shifted, charged with new possibilities. Daenerys was sharp with interest, while Marjorie's mask of perfect composure showed the faintest crack. Sansa studied the floor with sudden intensity, and Arianne's smile grew positively wicked. I settled back against the Iron Throne's embrace, anticipating the evening's private discussions. The realm had many needs, after all, and some required more personal attention than others. 141 Greedy Women Chapter 141. Greedy women. The heavy oak door to my chambers swung shut behind me with a satisfying thud. Torchlight danced across the stone walls, casting long shadows that seemed to writhe with life of their own. And there, perched on the edge of my bed like a cat hood found the cream, sat Kinvara. She rose with that liquid grace that always made my blood sing, red silks flowing around her curves like water. You're finally here, keeping me waiting. Your Grace, what have you called? I crossed the room in 3 strides, grabbed a handful of that perfect ass, and pulled her hard against me. Her words died in a gasp as I claimed her mouth, tasting smoke and cinnamon on her tongue. She melted into me, all that calculated sensuality becoming genuine heat as I walked her backward toward the bed. My king. I pushed her down onto the silk sheets, following her descent, swallowing whatever protest shed been forming. My hands tangled in her dark hair as I deepened the kiss, feeling her arch beneath me with a soft moan that vibrated through us both. Gods, I missed this. When I finally pulled back, she lay sprawled across my bed, lips swollen, chest heaving. The sight of the usually composed high priestess looking thoroughly ravished sent a surge of satisfaction through me. "Hello to you too," she breathed, then laughed a rich, throaty sound. "Did you miss me that much? Or are you just showing off for your new court? Can't a king greet his favorite priestess properly?" I settled beside her, trailing a finger along the curve of her hip. "Though if I truly missed you, would be having this conversation with far fewer clothes." Her eyes danced with mischief. "Liar. You've had your hands full with Lannister gold and Lannister women. Don't think word doesn't travel, even to a humble servant of R'hllor." "Humble?" I scoffed. "You're about as humble as a dragon in heat." She rolled on her side, propping her head on one hand. The movement caused her robes to shift, revealing the swell of her breasts. Deliberate, of course. Everything with Kinvara was deliberate. She was my first ally in this world. I knew that much about her. "Speaking of dragons," she purred, "your sister makes quite the impression. Those transformations." R'hllor's flames burned bright in her. "Dany's always been special." I caught her wandering hand before it could explore too far. "But let's not discuss my sister while you're trying to seduce me." "Who says I'm trying?" She freed her hand and traced patterns on my chest. "Perhaps I'm simply catching up with my king, hearing about his conquests, admiring his new throne. The throne's uncomfortable as hell. Aegon must have had an iron ass." She laughed again. "Such language from the Dragon King. What would your noble wives think? They're not my wives yet. Haven't chosen a queen." Her fingers found the gap in my shirt, skin against skin. "And how goes that selection?" "Marjorie preens, Sansa broods, Arianne schemes, although I'm unsure about even considering the third one, given her reputation and body count. They're all magnificent in their own ways." I caught her wrist again. "Speaking of scheming, when do you return to Volantis? I feel like Volantis' High Priestess has been away from her home a bit too long. Has she not?" Something flickered in her dark eyes. "Do you want it gone that badly? Here I thought we were having such a pleasant reunion." "She's fishing. Always fishing. The Red Temple there needs its High Priestess," I said carefully. "Though I admit, your presence here has its benefits." "Benefits?" She shifted closer, her thigh pressing against mine. "Is that what we're calling it now? My prince, whom I raised into a king." I scoffed, "Did you now?" With a laugh. We fell into easier conversation after that: the new temple plans, the integration of R'hllor's faith with the existing septs, the common folks' reaction to dragons. She told me about the healings Shed performed, the converts Shed won. I told her about Casterly Rock, about the satisfaction of seeing Tywin's legacy crumble. Power recognizes power. It was fun to talk about. Eventually, I steered the conversation where I needed it to go. "Kinvara," I began, watching her face carefully. "I have a question. A theoretical one." She tilted her head, dark hair spilling across the pillows. "Oh, the Dragon King seeks wisdom from a humble priestess? Is there a way to restore purity? To make a woman a maiden again?" Her perfectly sculpted eyebrows rose. "That's an unusual question. Why would you ask such a thing? Last time I saw, you seemed perfectly fine with an old woman like me. When did you start liking maidens so bad?" "Careful now. She served her god first, always." I sat up, creating some distance between us. Kinvara followed the movement with those knowing eyes, reading meanings in every gesture. "You know, I have certain knowledge," I said slowly. "Dragon magic. The same source that taught me to wake Viserion from stone. The ritual in Mantries." She nodded. "I remember. You nearly burned alive for knowledge you didn't know the truth behind. Worth it." I met her gaze steadily. "But there's more. Magic I haven't shared. Power that requires specific conditions. Virgin blood." Her voice carried no judgment, only curiosity. "Many of the old magics demand such sacrifice." "Not sacrifice. Empowerment. And no, it's not virgin blood, but virgins. I chose my words like weapons. Protection, specifically. You know Rose, in her past, she served me well, but her position is dangerous. Master of Whispers attracts enemies like honey attracts flies. I can give her protection if I can return her virginity. It wasn't about Rose, but Ariane. But if it worked with Ari, I wanted to get closer to Rose, too. She had fallen in love with me and changed her fate to be with me. Let her think in being protective of Rose. Not entirely a lie. The idea here was that since the power-sharing ability of my system only activated with my mates I had bonded with, I wanted to try tricking that. I planned to return what belonged to Ariane and then claim it. In theory, my ability should work then. And this protection requires something specific. The magic is specific. Ancient. Valyrian. I shrugged. I don't make the rules, I just follow them. Kinvara was quiet for a long moment, her fingers tracing idle patterns on sheets. I could practically see her mind working, weighing options, calculating prices. Come on, take the bait. For a moment, I wondered if such magic was too weird to exist. That'd be a pity, but there was more to ask. My eyes traveled to her red necklace. She's ageless thanks to it, right? He didn't want to mention it to her for no reason, though. Thankfully, there was no need. There's a way, she said finally. But it's complex. How many men has she been with? She was a whore in Littlefinger's brothel. The number would be substantial. As I feared. That complicates things since we would need that exact number. Every man she's lain with, we must balance with virgin blood both male and female. A circle of sacrifice with her at the center. The ritual would take hours, perhaps days. But it's possible? She smiled, slow and dangerous. With Lawler's blessing, many things are possible. I could oversee such a ritual. Ensure it's done properly. In exchange, my eyes darkened. Greedy woman. In exchange, you? She moved faster than I expected, straddling my lap in one fluid motion. Her hands cupped my face as she leaned down, her lips barely brushing mine.